Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a special edition of the Jason Lavigne and Greg Wycliffe Show. Good morning, Greg. How are you?
I'm doing good, Jason. How are you? It's a special occasion, of course. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a marathon stream, and it was actually quite a rough day yesterday to kind of get the news
Yeah.
that a friend of ours has been diagnosed with cancer, brain cancer, and he made a video to sort of reach out for help. And I thought, we had the idea to kind of come together and do a stream to help him raise funds and also to help him raise spirits. More importantly, I think, because
And a little bit of awareness to let people know.
absolutely, that's right. I mean, how are you this morning? We're going to be spending a lot of time today, so
I'm good. I got everything clean. I'm all ready to go, so I won't bother you because we're going to be together all day long today, Greg. Thank you so much for saying yes. And to our lovely friend, I don't know if she wants her name to be known or not, but she reached out to us yesterday and said, "Hey, this is horrible news. Let's do something." And immediately, yes, let's do something. And like divine intervention or something, there was a hole in my calendar today. I had nothing planned, and I thought, perfect. Let's go ahead and do something. And these are, successful. We're going to bring together a whole bunch of people. I've got a long list of people that said, yeah, I'm going to jump on sometime today and say hi. And the goal here is to break his GiveSendGo. So go surpass what they're asking for, because you really never know how much money you're going to need for something like this and how long it's going to take. So let's go ahead and do what we do best here in Canada, and let's move a mountain, and let's move that mountain of financial burden off of Greg and his family, because he's done nothing but given to us. He's given to us over the years. He doesn't ask for much at all. Did you know that he came out to Alberta to support the Cootsman in Olds, Alberta, to put on a concert, and he filled up his own gas tank to do that?
Yeah, of course. And just to add to that, today is also going to be a day about celebrating Greg Arcade's work.
Yes,
because he's a polymath. He's a very talented guy, incredibly talented musician, sound engineer, music producer, drums, bass, rhythm, lead guitar,
website programmer too. He does it all.
He really does it all. And given all of those talents, I think he's been he's a relatively humble guy, and I think it's a good moment to sort of remind everybody how much work that he has done, how many sacrifices he has made in terms of his time and effort to like really, he is a patriot in every sense of the word in terms of the stuff that he's focused on. So for me, knowing him anyway, in terms of like, he kind of has a past life where for those who don't know, Greg Arcade won if I'm not mistaken, Canadian Country Music Award. He is an award-winning, I think producer. I think he won. I think he won an award for producing music, and he very iconically at some point made a video of him shooting his award with a shotgun because he didn't believe in that stuff anymore. Thought it was all fake and gay. And there's a lot of great Greg Arcade lore that we'll be going over today, and of course sharing his work.
And they kind of made his life a little difficult. We're not going to get into any details because we're on YouTube, but he decided to make a medical choice that was unpopular to the mainstream music industry. Right. And as a consequence, he got blacklisted, and that was the end of that for him. But it didn't stop him at all. He still released albums and still released music. And my favorite story of him, well, I've got so many, but the James Top video, he quite literally did that in like an hour. He just sat down, made the song, wrote it, produced it, put it together in like a really short period of time. And it's a beautiful song. I'm doing my best. James is very difficult to get, but we're trying to get him to pop on at some point. We'll see what happens with that. But he is a very talented man. And website programming. He absolutely does his own website stuff too.
Yeah, no, he's he's helped with my website, gregwycliffe.com. He's helped with all of my better professional music. It was because of Greg Arcade that any of my better songs that are out there, it was because of this very, very talented guy. And I won't go into details, but it's like I didn't send him like nearly enough money in terms of like what his stuff is worth in terms of the
Well,
quality, right?
today's the day we're going to fix that, aren't we? We're going to make sure that he gets a whole bunch of bucks in his pocket.
That's exactly right. We want
No,
it back to all that this man, Mr. Arcade, has given to the Patriots of this country. So
now I would like to apologize to Greg and his family. It's going to be in Canadian funds. I'm sorry. It's a volatile currency right now, thanks to King Carney. But look, I think every little bit's going to help. And let's go ahead and put on that link. So if you're listening to this and you're not seeing us, it's GiveSendGo.com. Help Greg, KRAJ. Help Greg, KRAJ. And you can go ahead and contribute to Craig's needs as he's going to go ahead and he's going to fight it. This is definitely a fighter. So if you're cancer and you're going to pick somebody, this is the one that's going to beat your butt for sure. Perfect. You learned how to share screens pretty quick.
yeah. I'm for those who don't know, I'm new to the StreamYard behind the scenes here. But how would we go like this? Does that work?
Perfect.
Oh
yeah. And then you click that. There you go.
Yeah, and so it's almost at 4K already, which is amazing. I don't know what day they started this, but
it looks like yesterday.
Yeah, that's unreal. We're gonna smash it. We're gonna add a 0 to this today to make sure, just to kind of eliminate any sort of financial sort of woes or fears for Greg and his family. And we didn't mention. I don't think we mentioned it, but he's a new father. Greg Arcade is a new. He had a child, his first child, not long ago, and I really can't imagine this sort of situation to have a diagnosis of this kind of health problem, being a new dad. Because being a new dad, from what I understand, is a pretty epic, pretty big experience for a man in their life, and I'm sure there's a lot of sort of joy and excitement, but also sort of anxieties that comes with that. And to kind of just add this on top of all that must be very, very difficult, to say the least. So,
well, it's definitely life altering, I can tell you that. And when you become a dad, immediately there's like a switch in your head that changes from what do I want to what can I do for them. It just changes immediately. And he kind of touches a little bit on that in his video he released yesterday. So how about we go ahead and we'll play that.
I was wondering if we could try to add something more positive at the beginning. You know what I mean? Okay, as I would like to go over the video in the fundraiser, but it is a tough watch. That it's very we'll play it today, of course. But how
about I play one of my favorite videos? He did a spontaneous live acoustic song on my show once. He just pulled out his guitar and started to do that, and it blew my mind. How about we start with that one?
Yeah, let's do. I just want to raise the spirits a bit to start, because maybe we could get a doctor on and maybe he could respond to some of that.
I do have at least one doctor coming on.
Yeah,
I do have confirmation of that.
Absolutely. But just kind of want to raise the spirits at the beginning of the stream here to kind of. That makes sense.
Sounds good.
So this is going to be him playing "Come and Get It" live. Is that right?
And we were talking. Like I talked to him before. I said, "Hey, do you want to do anything live?" He's like, "I don't know how it's going to sound. I don't know if I'll be good." So I preloaded a bunch of his audio and his video, and we were doing that throughout the show. And then as I'm talking, he just blew my mind because suddenly a guitar appeared into his lap. I'm like, "Oh, what are we going to do here?" And yeah, sure enough, "Come and Get It." So here, I'll go ahead and play that for everybody.
But that's a little different. That's like an alien. But
sure.
What was I saying?
I hear the guitar. I'm wondering if there's something going to happen.
Oh, you know what? I don't know. I'm trying to think. That's why, because we talked about this before the show.
We had somebody ask about "Come and Get It." I didn't cue that one up. Is it something you know?
Yeah, I do. Let me see.
Hey, Patricia, look at this. We might get a live version of it.
Let me see here. It's going to be a little different.
Sure, that's fine.
If you can see this thing tunes itself.
Want me to get some Nicki Minaj ready for you?
Yeah. I know some of those
Try
silly
and
songs
mash
too.
that up with Greg.
Can you hear this?
Oh, yes. Keep going.
Good old boy standing on the blacktop.
Ain't saying much, ain't gonna back up. Looks like someone done gone messed up. B-blood, them boys came dressed up. Heard someone's running their mouth. Heard somebody's been spreading round rumors. Figured they'd have hushed up by now, but time's up, ain't no way out. They've been making plenty of noise, but they should have known better mess around with them boys. Want war? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Want blood? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Looking to fight? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. You want war? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Take backs too far, only one way back. These boys are here for payback, so pay up or you best well stay back. What you all think you'd get making a fight with them roughnecks and rednecks? You ask me, should've just left them all alone, but you didn't. You think this is a game? Well, who the hell you think you are playing? Want war? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Looking to fight? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. You want blood? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. You want war? You said it, we got what you want, come and get it. We got what you want, come and get it.
Best I can do right now.
Yeehaw, brother. Oh my gosh, you broke the internet. You made my day.
Good. I didn't break the internet. I
Oh,
wish
you
I
broke
would,
the
though.
Yeah, Patricia Laforette, that was for you. That was for you. Thank you so
Awesome.
much, Greg.
Oh, thank you
that was
guys.
awesome.
I'm glad you guys came. I'm very blessed and I'm very thankful that you guys actually like the things I do.
Of course, we like the things he does. That is amazing. That blew my mind. I wasn't even faking that. That blew my mind.
Yeah. It's he's an artist, he's a musician, and just busting it out. And it's a good tune. Good tune. Maybe we'll play the music video later on. And it's a good anthem really too for, this is an ongoing theme if you're a gun owner in Canada, that slowly but surely they're taking your taking more and more guns away. And this is really the cowboy fuck you attitude that I would love to see more of in Canada, and it's a great sort of song anthem for that, like come and get it, tyrant.
Well, that could be the anthem to Carney, because he's going to be doing a whole bunch of things in Canada. And Greg, we're definitely going to be playing that a lot. We have our first friend popping on here. This is Vlad Tepes from Ottawa. He's a reporter, a smashing young man, and he's out there in the gutter getting all the good information. And as soon as I put this out to a little group, he put his hand up right away and said, "Yeah, I'd love to come say hi." And have you heard his music before there, Vlad? Are you familiar with Greg?
I got to say, no, I haven't, but it was great to hear it. And I very much enjoyed it. Yeah. That was terrific. And thanks for playing it. And let's do everything we can for this fella. I got to say, did I hear you say you're getting Dr. I mean, I wasn't sure I heard it, but did you say you're getting Dr. Makis on later?
Oh, no, I just say Makis. Makis is unavailable. I have reached out to him. He has a link. But Dr. Speaker is going to come on, possibly Shoemaker and some others. So I definitely have reached out. But Dr. Makis is familiar with the situation. He is going to talk to Greg. So everybody that's been sending me like 100 messages connecting to Makis, that has happened. Makis is going to make some time and have a conversation with Greg. We also have Leighton Gray coming on. Leighton Gray has been working on some stuff that may actually help Greg, some experimental medical stuff that's going through the FDA for approval. He's already reached out. He's making a financial contribution, and he's going to be sending him some free samples. And there's a lot of people coming together that want to put some care packages and send them into Manitoba for Greg. And absolutely, it was so heart-touching on how quickly people came together on this one.
Could I
And
offer a philosophical point on that?
please do.
So all of medicine, until of course we became a communist country, and again, there's no point talking to me if you aren't going to accept that that's the case. But until we became a communist country, the way medicine worked is they would look at the cost benefit of the treatment versus a disease, right? And they'd say, okay, well, we're going to give you this. This has problems, but it's better than what happens if you don't take it, right? So penicillin, it might kill all your natural flora in your gut for a while, but it's better than dying of a bacterial infection. Okay, I get that, right? So I'm going to say that the alternative treatments that are being floated around out there for things like cancer and are shown, let's just say it's complete nonsense. Let's say that it's utter crap. The actual the negative side of taking this thing is nothing, especially compared to death. So I just feel like this has to be looked at. Like if somebody was going out there and saying, I have friends that recovered from this cancer by drinking 2 glasses of warm water a day. Well, they're, like, okay, what's the harm in that? What is the harm in that? Right? Like the only harm would be if the person was knowingly lying and for some reason we don't understand. But like, so what I'm getting at is, please look at this set of treatments, given the now rapidly growing, of course, I'm not naming anything because clearly we're a communist country.
Right.
Right. But
we're also on YouTube, so don't want to mess up my YouTube channel so bad. But
thanks for telling me. I had no idea. So
no, it's all right.
It's getting to the point where I had a conversation with like a kind of a colleague in a different circle altogether who is, and most of our issues would be on the other side, not necessarily far on the other side, but a narrative operated person who came up to me and told me a story about somebody they knew who was in the hospital with stage 4 and the clock was ticking, and someone had persuaded this woman to try some of these alternative things. And because she at least recognized, well, so what can it hurt? She ended up getting fully recovered, and she's like months later is totally fine. So these things are these anecdotes are piling up from multiple sources that are not connected to each other or through listening to the people that we listen to. These people do not listen to who we listen to. So I just wanted to put that out there as a philosophical point. There's not really a percentage in opposing these things.
Got it. And just for the YouTube people, this is no medical advice on this channel at any point in time, no legal advice at any time, and you should always speak to your doctor or your lawyer if you're looking for professional advice. And what we're talking about here is possibly the power of the mind. Even the idea that something else could be good for you could also help the power of the mind and do some healing. And absolutely, there's a whole bunch of, it's hard to say science at this stage. Maybe it's God, maybe it's the mind, maybe it's something else, but people do seem to be healed when they try, things that work for them. But yeah, there's no medical advice on this show the entire time, no legal advice. And if you are looking for that, you need to speak to a professional. Thank you very much for the YouTube censors that are sitting out there. But the rest of the show is basically going to be about Greg. It's going to be about his journey, where he's come from, a lot of his music. So if you don't like country music, what's wrong with you? Maybe go take some alternative medication to fix that. But this is going to be a lot of great music. And thanks to Chris Dacey, who's restreaming this on his X. Other people are going to be setting up a restream on their streams as well. And this is also on Greg's YouTube channel. So let's be respectful and careful for that luxury of ours. You'll find us on Rumble, Facebook, all over X, even on LinkedIn. So those people who are using LinkedIn to communicate with the organized crime, because I heard that LinkedIn was used for that. If you're there too, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. All right. So what... you want to do another song there, Greg? What do you think?
Sure. We could do another song. I think
you got the control now, so I'll take my hands off and see what you pick.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's the power of the mind is such something that I reflect upon a lot. If you read any amount of self-help books, a lot of them have a similar theme. A lot of them have this sort of similar theme of like how powerful the mind is, and how by simply having a slight shift in, like, essentially our thoughts affect our emotions, which affect our mood physically. And it's all very real stuff. And, I see this sort of You know, we'll get to the video of the very heartbreaking, hard to watch video that Greg. And I mean, it is a good video because it's vulnerable, and Greg kind of shares where he's at with making, you know, reaching out for help to ask for donations with his you know, cancer diagnosis. And all of it's to say, you know, I see sort of an analogy here of, like, you know, he's like, I can fight this. At one part of the video, he's like, I can fight this. I think I can fight this. And thinking that he can fight this and beat this is so important. It's so important that he has that thought in his head that he can beat this. And in the same sense, we want, like, have the thought that we can help him beat this. And I feel like it's almost just an analogy for the country as well. You know, like, can we turn this country around? It's like, yes, we can. We can beat the globalists. Like, we need to have that thought at the front of our head. So I just kind of feel like, you know, just like Greg can't give up on himself, just like Greg Arcade cannot give up on himself, we cannot give up on Greg Arcade, and we can also not collectively give up on the country. You know, there's a really, it's a, you know, it's a testimony to how powerful the mustard seed of hope is. Because it may be a small thing of that little thought, but it certainly has a massive effect. And kind of to what our guest was referring to earlier, the inverse of that is really scary. It's really creepy and terrifying of how the thought of we can't do it, I can't do it, and I almost want to kind of go off on a diatribe about what happened during the lockdowns and during COVID.
Do.
Because I really feel like people worried themselves to death. You know, like, I don't know if that necessarily happened. Like, I don't know. I wasn't tracking all of this. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. But just like the attitudes of certain people, the effect of watching, I really feel like the news at that time it wasn't just propaganda. Like, it was like psychological terrorism. Like, if you watched CTV news on a regular basis, God forbid, during COVID, it would turn you into a mental patient. It would turn you into like a paranoid schizophrenic, worried about your health. Do I have COVID yet? Do I have COVID yet? Am I a case yet? Are they sick? Am I sick? 6 feet apart.
Am I going to kill grandma?
It's insane to think how much of a negative impact it had on people's mentalities, and by virtue of that, their health. I was actually I didn't actually think of this, but I was actually at the emergency room, you know, in the emergency, you know, department of a hospital. I helped bring my friend there. This was a few weeks ago, and I was helping them check in just to kind of make sure that they were settled. And I could overhear what was happening in the triage, or like when they bring people in, like when they're kind of like checking you into the emergency thing. And I kid you not, the person in there was like, I'm pretty sure I have COVID. I'm pretty sure I have COVID. And they started to kind of go off about why they think they have COVID. And you could hear it in the nurse's voice of them kind of being like, ugh, like, here we go again type thing. Like, here's another person who is like, has this like horrible mind virus of being obsessed with thinking that they're sick. And what was the cause of this person in the emergency? CTV news, the CTV psyop for like years has impacted these poor people. And I guess, you know, to kind of bring it back to something positive, we're trying to do the inverse of that, right? We need to fight back against the CTV with our positive programming, and more specifically targeted towards Mr. Greg Arcade. You just brought the link up on screen. People go donate there to help Mr. Greg Arcade. Not just with the funds, but also with the high spirits to make him know. I sent him a text and I said, hey man, you're going to beat this easily. You know, This is going to be an easy win. We got your back. So you got nothing to worry about other than checking off the boxes you need to check off in terms of whatever health approach it's going to be, you know, because the last thing you'd want when fighting cancer is like a whole bunch of extra like fears and anxieties about having to pay the bills and that sort of thing, right? So
right. So let me say thank you. Just got to bring this up. We already have a donation, so let me bring this up. So thank you to Posty. I guess that is $25 First donation of the day. Let's keep those going. And as they come in, I'll go ahead and put them on the screen. Right on. Good morning, everybody. That's a lot of coffee. So thank you very much to Posty. And Vlad, of all the people to have on the screen right now, it's you, because dialectics, Marxist dialectics, what Greg was just talking about right there is exactly that. Textbook, is it not?
Well, actually, so I just got this loaded in my head to say, because Greg was very inspiring there. First of all, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if the distinction between propaganda and psychological terrorism, I mean, I think that's more of a spectrum than a distinction, if you know what I mean, right?
Sure, yep.
I fully agree with you, and I love what you said, but I think, like, okay, so we'll get into the dialectical nature of propaganda in a minute. So, but I wanted to mention as a sort of an analog or an addition to both to what I was saying and what you said, is that all of these caveats we're doing about I'm not a doctor and this isn't medical advice and I'm not a lawyer and this isn't legal advice, none of us would have to say that if we were reinforcing state narratives. So if somebody were to come on and say, look, the vaccines are safe and effective and we should all be taking them, no caveats would be needed. Okay? Yet that would be direct medical advice. It would be direct medical advice with, right? And if we were to reinforce, you know, a man is a woman if he says he's a woman, we would need no caveats. So I think that that's a very important proof that we should all keep in mind when we're thinking about whether we're communist or not, or whether or not what's propaganda and what isn't. If you have to deliver all kinds of nervous safety signals before you say anything that counteracts a state narrative. And by narrative, I'm being very specific, by the way. I mean something synthetic, the state made up, which is untrue and which is intended to damage us as a people. So what is dialectics? Well, I would say dialectics it's a lot of things. It's a very, very big thing. Most people think of the Hegelian dialectic as synthesis, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I don't think Hegel actually ever said that, but that's how it's often used, right? And I think that there's certainly elements of truth in that, and you can see it all the time where they fuse things to make this other thing, but ultimately it's destructive. The idea is to destroy both A and B with a synthesis of C, and then they'll synthesize the new thing, which is C, with another thing, D, to make a new synthesis, which is E, the purpose of which is to constantly destroy. The trans movement, I think, is an incredible example where you're destroying male and female as concepts in our own heads, right? So we could sit here and quibble about men and women and what the attributes are that make a man and what attributes make a woman. And there's going to be some, again, spectrum on the male side and female side as to the extent and degree of each one of these attributes, which is normal evolution, right? But what they're doing is trying to destroy A and B with C, because the trans thing isn't a real. You can't make a man into a woman. You can't make a woman into a man. You can only use surgery and drugs to make them into monsters.
What is this guy talking about? You can't do this?
I know, but sometimes you have to say the obvious. By the way, is that a Les Paul Jr. behind you? We'll come back to that. So.
I don't think it's anything special. I bought it off Kijiji for like $80. I wish I had a more cool story about that guitar, but I think that's like the design. I don't know if that's the actual make though. I don't know if it's actually a real Les Paul.
If it says Gibson at the top, it's probably a Les Paul Jr. Otherwise, yeah, it's just wondering because I don't see a lot of those. So cool.
That might have been. Quite
it says it's an Epiphone. It's an Epiphone.
Okay. So that's made by Gibson, I think. So. It's like Gibson's own copy of the Les Paul Jr. So it's probably a great guitar. Anyway, so
not to be distracted.
Not to be, I've already had my quota of coffee today. So all of these state narratives are destructive. They're intended to be destructive, and they're intended to be deceptive, and they're intended for us to have to support it. We must amplify and agree with vocally, loudly, state narrative. And increasingly, there will be punishment for not doing so. Like you might notice with both the BLM movement and it'll be soon the global warming, which gets another narrative, right? I mean, there's no science to justify the global warming narrative through human CO2 production. And there's tons of science, and not one of their predictions ever has come true. And also they pivoted from the nuclear winter narrative, which was that Western industry, Western factories would bring us into a new ice age because we were blocking out the sun with soot. David Suzuki used to say that on TV in Canada like every freaking night. And then they flipped it. Like within, it went silent for a day or two. And the next thing you know, David Suzuki is saying Western industry, not the 5,000 coal plants a year China has building, but that the Western industry was going to raise the CO2 levels, which is going to, anyway, you know the story. The point
Right.
is they're increasingly saying, first, if you oppose it vocally, you will be de facto punished. Maybe not de jure yet, but you will in social media, or you'll be somehow deplatformed, or you'll lose your job, right? So they'll punish you as effectively or more so than if it was a legal process, right? And then if you say nothing and you're in a position of influence, you may find, and you saw that with BLM too, silence is violence. You remember that? So silence is violence.
As we're silent.
Well, but that's the idea of that was you must, and it was very, very communist, very Soviet in nature, right? Very Leninist. If you don't openly support the revolution, then you are guilty of violence, which justifies our use of violence against you.
Right.
So then the third stage is third stage is similar to the second. You must openly be out there cheering. And of course, if you talk to anybody who's old enough to have escaped the Soviet Union, even in Poland or in the Czech Republic, behind the Iron Curtain or the Soviet Union, they'll tell you that when certain events happened in the Soviet Union, you had to be out lining the streets, crying or cheering or whatever. And if you didn't, your neighbor would come out and report you for being insufficiently grieving or insufficiently cheering for whatever the narrative that the state. And they would even call, if you read the Gulag Archipelago, it says throughout, peppered here and there in the book, the Soviets launched a new dialectic, right? I mean, it was very, very straightforward. And if you weren't out there approving or whatever of it, your neighbor could turn you in and destroy you. And I believe there was a movement on in Canada to have you report your neighbor. Oh, that was during COVID for sure. If you were
correct, in Quebec, they did a lot of that around Christmas.
So there you go. And that's coming again. I'm not going to name who I think is going to be enforcing that, because we all know who it is, and I'm much more afraid of him than Trudeau.
100%. King Carney is going to be because he's got a legacy to finish up, and his legacy is to tie the resources of all the countries to the globalist banks, so that they have the ability to control those, like we saw with Greece and other countries. And that is his legacy. He's actually been toting that for a decade or so now, going around telling everybody about it. And central bank digital currency is one of his little babies that he definitely wants to put out there. Now, when you were talking about how this global thing, the Industrial Revolution, was supposed to block out the sun, the irony here is they followed the science, but not in the way that you would want them to. When they saw things were not getting colder, they were getting warmer, suddenly we had global warming. And then when things are going in a different direction, they change their tone. So if you follow their narrative, you actually will see that they are following the science, but they're just not sharing that part with you. I remember acid rain. Growing up, acid rain was going to destroy all of us. Greg, we're about the same age. Do you remember that back in the day, acid rain?
I don't know. I like acid rain, not so much, maybe a little bit. But global warming, absolutely. Global warming was a big thing that came on. Hey, yo, it's Chris Dacey in the house.
The man himself. Thanks
There
for
he
streaming,
is.
Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you guys. Man, I was listening at the start there, and it's a great thing you guys are doing. And I watched that video yesterday that you were talking about, and it was hard to get through. But this is an important thing you're doing, and I'm glad to be here.
No, thank you very much. And you reached out I caught you in the studio setting up the thing, and we had a quick little chat. And I think this is actually going to be a very good day, because there's a whole bunch of people that are going to come together. We're going to support one of our Patriots, one of the ones that gave so much to all of us. And this is the day that we can do that. Yes, we had King Carney take the stage yesterday. Yes, we're now in his realm right now for the next little bit. And by the way, to all those people that were hoping Jagmeet Singh would force an election, nope. He came out already and said, no, he's going to work with the Liberals. And then when asked, Carney himself said, we will have an election before November, which is probably going to be the October 20th election, unless they change it to the 27th or something like that.
Do they have to do it by October, or can they technically delay it?
They can look. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, they can definitely delay it. There's a difference in law between the Constitution and the Elections Act. So I believe it's the Elections Act says 4 years between elections, whereas the Constitution is 5. So all they would have to do to really delay it, they wouldn't have to call an emergency or anything. They just have to pass a bill. And they haven't really had any problems passing bills so far, particularly, like you say, with Jagmeet Singh continuing to prop up the Liberals.
And let me scare you a little bit. Let me scare you a little bit more. So he's correct. The Constitution says 5 years between parliaments. However, there's an exception to that, even, guys. 2/3 of the parliament can delay it even longer. 2/3. So he's going to have to get a little bit more support than just the NDPs to do that. But there is also another caveat. Under emergency situations, basically no rules apply. As you see in the Ukraine, they canceled their elections completely. So, we're heading into this economic thing. And Trump said economic war. They're going to come after economic force, I think was his term. Anything's possible. But what I do know, and gosh, I hate being right about this one, when Carney says he's going to run for the leadership, back when he did that in, I think, December or so, he was kind of announcing that. At that point, I knew we were in trouble because there's no way Carney was coming in for a couple of weeks. He was coming in to do a lot of work. And his work meant Bill 63, a UBI, central bank digital currency, social credit scores, because you're going to need to be on the digital ID to get this UBI stuff. Your social credit score is going to be part of this. This is his legacy. This is what he's been trying to get the whole globe to do. And now he's going to do it here in Canada.
No, he's not. Because we're going to stop him. Absolutely not.
Come and get it, right? Come and get it, Carney.
But that is scary stuff. It's all about power, guys. Like this idea that there was going to be an election because of Jagmeet Singh. I was like, I don't buy that. But we got to stay vigilant. We got to stay on our toes. And I thought maybe we could go to a song because we were talking about like psyops recently. And
actually, how about we remind Canadians what a Canadian sounds like, what a real Canadian sounds like, because we got to get loud about that, do we not?
I mean, sure. What are we going to throw to here?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's remind Canadians what a real Canadian is.
Hi. My nation is not a sport. It's not a double-double or a beer commercial. It's also not a show about getting drunk and high at a trailer park. Although Sir John A. definitely downed a pint or two. See, I don't speak like the guys from Letterkenny. I don't work on an oil rig. I also don't have a communist rainbow flag stitched into my backpack. I have a prime minister who wore blackface, and he'll accuse anyone of racism who dares to stand up for the people of this place. I don't watch the Canadian news. I watch American TV, just like you. I think pronouns are gay, and land acknowledgements are stupid. I speak English and un peu de français, and if you don't speak either, then you should probably go back to wherever you came from. I believe in hard work, not scamming people. I believe in honesty and real charity, not virtue signaling like a jackass. We are a nation of fur traders, explorers, and hunters. We conquered this great wilderness with courage, not cowardice. We were founded by French Catholics and English Protestants. My birthplace and bloodline is significant. See, diversity is not our strength, folks. Look around. Multiculturalism is a failed experiment. I'm part of the Great White North, and we are not the third world's doormat. We've had our differences with America. One time we set the White House on fire, but we fought the same world wars, and we both honor our veterans. So we won't roll over for Trump, but Donald has helped make one thing clear. We need better leadership in this country. Let's get these corrupt criminals out of here. Because I was at the trucker convoy where real Canadians stood with pride. And the way we were treated is not why countless Canadian soldiers died. There is only two genders. Don Cherry should have never been fired. And the number one problem in this country is the 338 traitors in Ottawa. My name is Greg, and I am a real Canadian. We have bagged milk.
Dude, chills. Literal chills.
Awesome.
We have bagged milk. Greg, you're great, man. I just want to acknowledge Kat Wright here for $25. Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you, Kat.
Peach Man with 20. Look at this. We're already on a roll. Getting close to 100 right away.
Peach Man. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. Greg, what inspired you to do that? And then Vlad, what did you think of that? Is that what Canadians need to be screaming?
Yeah, I mean, what inspired it was obviously the bullshit liberal propaganda version of that they posted that I saw Justin Trudeau post on his Twitter. And yeah, I mean, with that piece, it was kind of inspired by the very first line, which is like, my nation is not a sport. It's not a beer commercial, guys. And I just feel like the sense of nationalism that I've been sold my entire life has always been so shallow and such bullshit. And that was a kind of triggered. I was triggered by this liberal propaganda that Trudeau posted. I guess it was like a week and a half ago now. And yeah, it's really, it's one of those things that's just kind of like profoundly sad when you kind of confront and talk to all these normie Canadians out there who will actually just say, yes, it's hockey, and yes, it's maple syrup, and yes, it's poutine. And I wanted to make a piece to be like, you know what, it's actually not about that, and also to kind of reassert, to fight back against this post nationalism that we're getting from everybody in Ottawa. You know, it's very evil, I think, what they're doing. You know, to tell a nation that the people, that there is no sort of cohesive identity that has to do with your background and bloodline. That's kind of an evil thing. That's like an evil trick that's being played on us, and by the Conservative Party leader, by the way. For those unaware, one of the lines from that piece was, "My birthplace and bloodline is significant." And that's in reference to the Canada First rally from Pierre Poilievre, where he says, ours is a nationalism not based on background, birthplace, or bloodlines. So it's like, then what is our nationalism then? It's like working at Tim Hortons, you know, like it's supposed to be the conservative guy.
You have to be Indian to do that, I think.
That's right.
And Tim Hortons is an American company now too.
Well, yeah, sure. And he also said anyone from anywhere can do anything. So, you know, if you're like a Punjabi guy who is a criminal, you can break and enter into houses in the GTA. Anyone from Punjab can do anything, break into your home in the GTA. Like you know, like it's such the sort of messaging from these politicians, I think, is really an evil thing. And yeah, it was just a piece to try and like reinvigorate a real Canadian sense of identity and spirit, and to be like, hey, actually, hi, I'm actually a real Canadian, and this is actually how a lot of us feel. And you know, go F yourself, Ottawa bubble establishment people, with your post-national nonsense.
I wonder if anybody's printing up the F Carney flags now. That we saw with the Trudeau. I wonder.
I can definitely tell you that there are two models of F Carney flags. They're kind of one-offs. I designed one. So one has a mallard duck, and it says Duck Carney. And then there's one with a big clown that's the regular F Carney. But those were out, when was it? The Liberal, the announcement, I guess. The announcement for Carney Day came out. And they've been here in Ottawa at least since. And I imagine we'll start seeing quite a few more. Unfortunately, I've been trying to find Carney for weeks now, and I've gone to places where it's almost impossible to get anywhere near Carney. Like it's not just independent media. I mean, even regular media regular legacy media aren't able to ask this guy any questions.
Yep. No, he was very clear.
I just want to give a shout outs to Craig Bragg on my YouTube channel, who sent in $5. Any super chats, I'm just going to be adding to a donation to Greg Arcade's GiveSendGo tonight. But that's very interesting, Chris. So you're somebody who has been able to pop up and, you know, be a you know, raw journalist on the ground, trying to. I think you were the one who actually got that footage that was retweeted by Alex Jones, actually, like the very last time of Trudeau leaving his office. But you're saying that, having done this before with different politicians, that so far Carney is uniquely hard to actually find and kind of get at and you know, talk to with questions.
Yeah, it's honestly not even close. Like you know, they protect and insulate quite a few people, and I mean, Trudeau's got, you've probably all seen his security detail, the amount of RCMP. I've gotten quite a few walks with Trudeau. I mean, I've gotten to at least ask some questions. I've asked questions of all kinds of MPs. I did a little walk and chat with Marco Mendicino this week after he got named chief of staff. But like I said, man, I haven't even gotten close to Carney. And we saw at his leadership race events, you know, there was one down in, I think it was the Toronto area recently, where all kinds of people were getting kicked out. Kareem Assad, who's a well-known kind of nonpartisan journalist. Regular citizens were getting kicked out of there. The RCMP were stopping and IDing people inside and booting them out of the building. So it's very strange to see. But it's worse than, no, these guys are never truly accessible, but he's a whole nother level.
Yeah, and we saw Western Standard was invited to one of the events and then not allowed in, and that actually kicked off a letter from the Journalism Association of Canada or something like that, saying, "Whoa, this is like way too far. You can't be doing that." And we've gotten lots of reports. Marty up north went to the Calgary one. He was having trouble, and he's a Liberal Party member, and he did everything required, provided all his ID, did all that. They gave him a hassle as well. So Vlad, that video first, you saw that? Or is that the kind of things Canadians need to be saying? And then what do you think about this whole no access to media for Carney?
So, first, I really happy to be able to respond to that video, Greg. I've seen that video before, didn't realize it was you. I have a terrible memory for things like that.
It's okay, man.
I'm going to say this. I'm always whinging on about dialectics, and I hate the word more than people listening to me do. I really do. But the problem is dialectics is more than something Hegel said. Or it's a language and it's an episteme. It's a philosophical foundation from which. So if you think of it this way, say there's a small sequestered Inuit Eskimo village somewhere of a few hundred individuals, right? And some religious Muslims go in and join it and start screaming things in Arabic and blowing up. And these guys are going to think, well, these guys are just crazy because none of them speak Arabic and none of them know what they're saying or what they're intending, what they mean. And that's how I view leftist dialectics. The average person talks about the effects of dialectical attacks without understanding it is one. So they're essentially an Inuit trying to figure out why this religious Muslim just blew up a bunch of igloos. Okay. So the center of all of these dialectic attacks is on our identity, just to get to the point here. So every one of them, whether it's your sex, your physical sex, which they've perverted into gender, or your national origin, racial, whatever, it's all attacks on our identity. And one of the most central defenses to prevent this is to be clear about who you are, what your identity is, how you see yourself as a sex, as a nationality, as a culture, especially. Because let's face it, law, which is quickly being dismantled, as Jason just pointed out, or Greg did about Toronto, and how you can ignore the law if you're from a certain ethnic group, because the law is nothing more than the crystallization, than the codification of culture. Our culture believes that you have a right to freedom, to certain kinds of freedoms, that you can purchase things and it becomes your property, and other people can't just take it. This is a cultural thing. We look at it as being universal, but it isn't. There's lots of cultures that don't believe in the ownership or property. There's small ones and they don't do well, but they exist, right? So law is the codification of our culture. And so what I'm trying to say is Greg's video is actually central to the concept that we must remember who we are in every way possible and not let it be attacked. So
I see we got a couple guests that just came in here, and I just want to piggyback on top of that to relate that to Greg Arcade as well, which is, a lot of his music, a lot of music in general is really about whether you're saying it or not, you are sort of asserting some kind of identity. You're asserting some kind of value system. It's really think about how when people define themselves, who they are, they talk about what they love. They might talk about their music. The music that they enjoy. And, if you look at Greg Arcade's discography, there's a lot of it's soaked in the sense of patriotism and, and pride in your country and taking care of your people. We played the Come and Get It song, but we'll talk about others as well. But let's actually introduce the guest that just came on. We have
absolutely. So first, I'm going to say thank you very much to our anonymous giver who's donated a whole bunch of times. There's another $50 one from an anonymous giver. So thank you very much to that person out there. We appreciate that a lot. And yes, we got two more guests. So I'm just going to remind our guests, if you don't mind muting between your chats, because sometimes the background noise gets picked up. But let's go ahead and say hello to Chelsea Hillier.
Hey, everyone. I just want to give a huge shout out to Greg and Jason, who I sort of came to with this idea yesterday, and I thought maybe it would, maybe we'd take a week to sort things out and get this organized. And both of them said the exact same thing. They both said, well, let's just do it tomorrow, and then we'll do it again and again if we need to. So I just want to say thank you to you guys for doing this. I think, Greg's done so much for so many people. And if we can help him out in this time, we should. And I think also, like, we've done this before, right? Like our communities have come together so many times before to help out so many people. And it feels really good to be able to do it again. So just thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
No worries, and thank you for reaching out. I didn't want to put your name out there because I didn't know if you wanted that out there or not. But yes, you are the catalyst. You reached out, and I'm really, really glad to hear from you again.
And I don't need the credit either. Just so you know, I'm going to give the credit to you guys for actually making it happen.
And at some point before you leave, Chelsea, you, certainly share, how you've been impacted by Greg Arcade and his work. We don't have to go over that now, but if I'm not mistaken,
yeah, for sure,
some stuff that Greg Arcade has helped out with.
Absolutely.
We have Dr. Speaker here, who is the one that discovered SV40 in the vials. He is part of the Alberta report with Dr. Gary Davidson, and we have him for 5 minutes as he's driving in his car. So, good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Hey, all. I'm doing well. I'm off to an event in Simcoe, Ontario. I'll be there at 2, and I'm on at 5:30. So I've got to keep this short. When I first heard of Greg's cancer, these things are always big, hard, and he's such a great guy, such a patriot and freedom fighter that I just hope that so many people out there will be behind him, help out, encourage, help care for his wife, kids. It's such a difficult time, and people like him need all of the support. So
thank you very much for also adding this to your X stream. So all the people on Dr. Speaker's channel, thank you so much for being here. And I'm very, very pleased to say that you're a frequent guest on my show. You're going to definitely be back some more. But your biggest contribution here, and we can't get into too much detail because we're certainly on YouTube, no medical advice, even though you're a doctor, you can't even give it, but no medical advice. But you are a contributor to the Alberta government's report from Dr. Gary Davidson. Had you guys on a couple days ago. And are you hoping that this report finds its way around the world and starts opening a bunch more doors?
Yeah, I sure hope so. I hope too that with Mark Carney, who's been now our PM, unelected, of course, that other governments will see this report, such as Saskatchewan, and would both take our advice and B, do things there to find out where they went wrong, so that next time pandemic responses are both better, and we are not forcing things on people at all. And two, test things before you give it to people. This week, the Czech Republic have come out to build a international collaboration agenda to find out how our genomes have been changed, how there are vaccine injured.
Oh, be careful with that word.
So,
yeah.
Things are turning. The evidence is there. There's so much that it can no longer be ignored. So,
yeah, send a copy of that report to YouTube if you don't mind, so they could go ahead and update their science as well. Because that came from the doctor, that came from the government, that was completely reviewed, and hopefully this is going to be the crack in the dams for the information. So reports like yours absolutely is going to lead that way. The tip of the spear is what we refer to it as. But thank you very much for hanging out with us. Do you have any last comments before you run to your event?
No, just to support Greg, keep standing firm and keep following the signs, and go through people like him. Say hi.
Hey, right on. That's what we do it for, right there. And then also happy belated birthday. It was your birthday last week, so you go and enjoy the rest. You go enjoy the rest of your day, and if you want to pop back in later, we'll be here all day. We're not going anywhere.
All right, cool.
We're kind of like a rash that doesn't have a cream. We're going to be here for a bit. So thank you very much, Dr. Speaker, and you have yourself a great day, and nice to see your son again.
All right,
thanks, Doctor.
Thank you.
Hey, that's a pretty good rash, though. It's a pretty good rash to have. Okay, it's a pretty entertaining, money-raising rash. That's a good rash, if anything.
Yeah. It's called Too Much Sun on Lake Simcoe across the lake in a snowmobile with no face covering. So I'm like, my face got a little too much vitamin D. My feet are still vitamin D insufficient. So,
well, you take care of yourself, my friend. Okay, and thanks again for popping in.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Bye. And look at that, Vlad. Okay, so we literally had a doctor. He did the science. He's part of a report that the government did. And he can't even talk about it because for fear of violating rules of this government and the system.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I guess I've been busy accumulating data points to show that okay, when I say we become a communist country, what do I mean? Well, because people think they understand communism, they have no clue. The economic thing is like the smallest aspect of it. It's about destruction. And it's about operating dialectically. The best description I've ever seen or read about what communism is in its pure state, besides obviously looking at North Korea or the Soviet Union or Cuba and so on, is actually reading 1984. And by the way, there's an audio book of it. It's the one with the red cover from the 70s. I think somebody read it on cassettes and someone uploaded the cassettes. You can hear the voice say, switch to side B. It's cassette 2. And it's unbelievable. It's 9 hours of listening, and it's mind-blowing because as you're walking around listening to this audiobook where you're doing something else, you're hearing, oh yeah, that's what Trudeau did. Oh, that's what happened here. That's what happened here. So I couldn't recommend it more. So the point is that we have to accept these narratives which are untrue. We have to support them, and like the 2 + 2 = 5 thing, which is stressed in 1984, is essentially what we have to do. We have to say that 2 and 2 is 5, and not ultimately, we're not quite there yet, but ultimately not because we're trying to avoid punishment, but because we believe it because the state said it, because the state determines truth. That truth is no longer an objective thing. It is determined by an invisible, hard to reach, someone you can't ask questions to. It's determined by some big brother out there. And even the resistance will start to be more and more a synthesis of what Big Brother created. So, and actually, what was your exact question again? Because I actually lost my own point.
Oh, I didn't really have a question. Just kind of just putting it out there that we had a doctor on and we couldn't even tell the truth. And he did the science and there's a government report. And even that is not enough for YouTube and others.
So that's what I mean. Where if I've been, if we're accumulating data points to show that Canada's become a communist country, that's a great data point. But that's a point in millions. And it won't help until people understand the dialectical nature of communism. It won't help showing, like a last quick example, right? And I have no way of supporting what I'm about to say. I have no proof. I have no links. I have no evidence. I'm just going to make a prediction out there so I can either look foolish or like, oh yeah, I knew it all along. Either way, my prediction is that all of these things Doge is finding, like 170 million to help gay turtles in Uzbekistan put on Hamlet. Okay. So Doge is finding all of these billions and billions, maybe up to $1 trillion or $2 trillion worth of ludicrous expenditures, each one of which is more outrageous than the last. I'm going to say that I think that's completely untrue. All that money was printed in order to pay the invasion of Western countries by mass amounts of migrants who have nothing in common with our culture, our history, our laws, our belief, or our values. That these guys are getting, I've seen countless documents supporting the idea that they're getting $3,000 to $10,000 a month per individual or per family, that they're getting enormous amounts of money from the state to come here and to settle and not to integrate. It is part of the Cloward-Piven strategy. Print money until the money becomes meaningless, to take down the borders and destroy our cultures through mass migration of hostile cultures. And the third aspect of Cloward-Piven escapes my mind at the moment. But in this instance, I'm saying that we're seeing point 1, printing money, supporting point 2, bringing in all kinds of hostile people hostile to our culture that are meant to dilute and ultimately destroy our culture. So I'm going to say I don't think any of it's true. I don't think we are paying gay turtles to put on Hamlet in Uzbekistan. I think the money is being used for the purpose which we see around us, but we aren't allowed to see it around us or speak about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you to a couple people here because it is coming in quick now. So I'm going to try and stay on top of these. Becky McCaffrey, thank you so much. $50. Big supporter of our show. We know her great. She's been on once before. Thank you so much, Becky, for contributing to Greg and his family. And we also have Craig Bragg, another 50. Keep it up, Canadians. These little red $50 bills are going to go a long ways. And then Jeannie Stewart, 25. Thank you so much for everybody who's already reaching out. We're going to break that goal. Let's add a 0. That's the goal, right?
We're adding a 0 today. Thank you so much for the donations, guys. And a couple smaller ones on from my channel. Numb Canadian with $10 to protect what is ours and end the enemy within. And also Canada Man with $5. You're doing God's work. Greg, if you ever want to do a team up, just reach out to me. I appreciate it. And yeah, as a reminder, guys, go on over to the GiveSendGo. We are up to $4,240, I think. Yep. And donate for Greg Arcade. I think we should go to a song soon, but maybe we could go to Chris Dacey and Chelsea if you guys have any tunes that are your favorites of Mr. Arcade's. Anything that comes to mind?
I was just going to say, my friend, that James Top one, is very, very special to me that whole time and being able to march with James Top and watching him come across the country in a time where, at least here in Ottawa, probably elsewhere across Canada, like it was pure despair here. We had no hope. We'd been beaten senseless. Things weren't changing. And then James coming across the country, and that song encouraged him along the way. It was pretty important to me. Just wanted to, while we have a break here too, I'm going to have to dip out for a bit. But it was lovely, great to come on, and I'll jump back in later in the day. Leave some room for a few other people here.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say thanks, Chris. Thanks. Yeah, no,
Mhm.
it's his James Top song is a banger. It's a good one. And yeah, I mean, it's James Top, like real quick for those who don't know, like James Top, a lot of his social media got deleted. And like, so a lot of like the legacy of what he did marching across the entire country to protest vaccine mandates in the military, like it honestly only exists like in mythology. Like there's clips here and there that are archived and that you can find, but it's up to people like us to sort of tell that story and remind Canadians what James Top did. And of course, this song by Greg Arcade, I think is a great example of that. Should we cut to that now?
Yeah, go ahead. I got the button ready. So here's Greg Arcade, and this is the ballad of James Top.
It all started on the hill with the politicians' lies. The real ones knew that something wasn't right. The country turned blue, suffocated and closed its eyes. Then the people all rallied in the capital town. Politicians paid the cops to shut them all down. But one man knew he had to do what he could to rise. Yeah, he knows where he's headed and he's coming to talk. He ain't gonna stop this walk till he gets to the top. So he tied up his boots, now he's rucking down a Ottawa, 700 miles on a 5-month walk, y'all. Flag waving patriots littering the side of the road. And the Canadian media tried to ignore it. The politicians paid them off to publish some bullshit. The cops and the media and government will reap what they sow. He knows where he's headed and he's coming to talk. He ain't gonna stop this walk till he gets to the top. Say that good men need do nothing for evil to win. Well then get up and do something, as evil is taking root. You need to do more than just hold that line. This ain't nobody come to save us, son. You have to get up, we need everyone to do their part and push back, as that clock says we're just about out of time. Yeah, he knows where he's headed and he's ready to rock. Stop this walk till it gets to the top. Yeah, he knows where he's headed and he's ready to rock. He ain't gonna stop this walk till it gets to the top. He ain't gonna stop this walk. He's James Top.
Woo!
Two Canadian heroes, absolutely. And wow, $200 came in during that song. So Riley for 100. Thank you so much. Oh
Thank you,
my
Riley.
gosh. And I don't know how to say this name, but a $50 donation. You want to take a crack at that one, Greg?
Zebek's Demise. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
very
for the
much.
$50.
I see
We
what they did there.
appreciate it.
And Anonymous is on fire with another 50. Thank you so much, Anonymous, out there. I really
Thank you,
appreciate that.
Anonymous. Thank you, Anon. Awesome.
And-
Good stuff. Good
And
stuff.
Chelsea, what about that song? James Top, what a hero. And then Greg singing about a hero.
He's, I am a kind of Canadian music freak. And I'm convinced, and I tell everyone that I know, that the best music in the entire world is written, sung, produced in Canada and always has been. I actually did some thesis work on this specific subject when I was in university, when I was in indoctrination school. Yeah.
What was the thesis?
Well, so there's this idea that countries that are sort of like the little brother or little sister, the little sibling to a bigger country, actually produce the greatest artists, whether it's music or writers. And so the thesis is that countries specifically like Canada, Ireland, and New Zealand produce some of the best creative content in the world. And it's really about us trying to find our own story and our own place in the world outside of our big brother.
Mm-hmm. In terms of just to kind of like underline that point, even in pop culture, you have The Weeknd, Drake, and Justin Bieber. Like those are some of the biggest pop stars, contemporary pop artists. Not that you have to love their music necessarily, but they're certainly very culturally impactful across
comedy too, though, right? Comedy as well. I mean, so and I think this is actually a great conversation to have when we're, because we're doing this for Greg. But something I said, I've been saying for years about sort of the creative guys of sort of the DAG or DAG adjacent community. Yourself, Greg Arcade, Edgy, there's so many of you. I remember saying to my dad a couple years ago, like, if there was actually any justice in this world, you guys would be running this country because you're all so funny. You're musically like incredible. You're just incredible creative. So you guys are kind of like, you go along with that thesis that I wrote many years ago in university.
Yeah, and just to add to that, this is like a vision that I've had. It sounds like a far-fetched fantasy, but like I was saying earlier, like the power of hope and the power of having a positive vision for the future. A lot of people hate the CBC and they want to destroy the CBC. And sure, like the current iteration of the CBC is abysmal. It's propaganda. It makes people hate the actual reality of what this country truly is. However, the CBC was not always like that. Like, the CBC is actually a very well-intended organization, which is to actually create a sort of like, national messaging that can unite the country. And there's a lot of great things in its history, but in the future, I will be running the CBC. Like that's the vision. That's the vision that we should have to reclaim that institution to make it actually cool and great and actually patriotic, right?
So I have been like a great CBC listener my entire life. I don't listen to it anymore because now it's just garbage. But like even up until a couple of years ago, I still listen to the radio every morning. And like one of the funniest shows that I think has ever been on TV is a CBC show called Baroness von Sketch Show. And it is so funny. And like to this day, I watch it because it's on Netflix. So when I'm just looking for something, just something to sit and watch and laugh at, I watch it and I just think, how did this ever get put on CBC? And it's not an old show. Like I think it just did its last run a year or maybe two ago. But the things that they talk about are like the same things that we talk about, and the things they make fun of are the same things that we make fun of. And I just think like, how could this? But that's like, yeah, I'm not. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not anti CBC in terms of like,
what it's supposed to be. Yeah,
great Canadian content, but what it has turned into is just propagandized nonsense. But anyway, so all that to say, I think Greg Arcade is one of the great songwriters of Canadian culture, and like I think that he can be added in with like Stom and Tom and Stan Rogers and the Weaker Thans and like some of the best songwriters. He's awesome. I love listening to his music, and he's so talented.
Absolutely. And let's give a couple of shout outs here because this is just flying in. So we got to keep up on this. Ryan Cat for $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then Melissa McKee from Bikers Church in Ottawa. Thank you for the 50. Great people, the McKees. They do a lot of good work for the community. Melissa, we love you. You're one of the biggest supporters out there. Thank you very much. And Greg, I think there was another one that popped in for you as well.
Yeah, that was on my YouTube. Numb Canadian with $10. This How Legends Are Made. He sent that in while the James Top video was playing. But absolutely, thanks so much for the $10, Mr. Numb Canadian. As a reminder, on my YouTube, all the super chats will be going to Greg Arcade. I'll be forwarding it on to his GiveSendGo there.
And just so you guys know, Greg is watching right now.
Oh, Greg!
Let's go.
He is logged in and he is watching.
Yeah, send him the link. Send him the link if he wants to jump on.
I sent him the link. I said no pressure. I said here's the link. If you feel like it today, jump in whenever you're ready. If not, just happily watch and see some big Greg Arcade fans raising money for him. So yeah,
pick up the positive vibes, pick up the high vibe, pick up the healing vibe of possibility and abundance and hope and all that fun stuff. You've nothing to worry about, my friend. Happy that you're watching.
And actually, I'm glad you said that because he made a great song for the Cootsmen, A Letter of Hope. And this one touched a lot, especially the family of the Cootsmen, especially Jerry Morin, because it was a letter from Jerry Morin. And I think this is probably a good time for a quick break with another great song.
I mean, we could. The thing is, it's only 11 a.m. and we got to go. We're going all the way till 10 p.m. We can play the absolutely. We'll play the Letters of Hope.
Well, actually, I don't have the video one, so let me get that for later. But I have the acoustic one, so maybe we'll save that one as well. But no, you're right. Sure. We got a lot to do, but
we got to spread out the spread the love here.
Yeah.
We just played the James Top one, which is a very iconic. Love that one. But no, we can play it. I'm sorry. I was just looking at the clock and I'm like, we got a long marathon to go here.
Well, his license fees are affordable. I can tell you that. So I don't think we'll go bankrupt doing this. And we could certainly play them a few more times. But now that I know he's watching, let me go ahead and play Letter of Hope, the acoustic version for everybody.
Awesome.
Over 600 days in remand jail, waiting on a trial from a system that's failed, though it's hard to keep faith when you've been let down by everyone and everything. They've all stopped counting the days. It only makes it harder when each day is the same. And if you look into why they've been locked up in the first place, it don't take a learned man to see that the state messed up this case. They're Canadian boys who didn't back down. Federal police took them to town. Who do these police work for anyhow? Is there anything at all that you and I can try to do now? Send a letter of hope. It's all that these men have left to hold on to. Take a little time today. Write something down, reach out and say how much it means they're guys you look up to. Sorry about this hell they've been put through. Let them know that you haven't forgot about them. Send a letter of hope. Well, the CBC story got out just before the publication ban hit the courtroom floor, but the propagandists made sure the prosecution had all the lies they were looking for. See, that's the way this broke system works. The judicial pyramid is there to make sure that nobody notices justice is dead, and the judges judge on biases that keep in their heads. They're Canadian boys who didn't back down. Federal police took them to town. These police work for whoever pays them more. I think it's time we remind these feds who they really work for. Send a letter of hope. That's all that these men have left to hold on to. Take a little time today. Write something down, reach out and say how much it means they're guys you look up to. You're mad as hell for what they've been through. Let them know that you haven't forgot about them. Send a letter of hope. They ain't even in jail, 'cause remand means they got less rights than a prisoner sees. Letting out murderers back on streets. The courts denied them bail 'cause the RCMP is lying through their teeth about the citizenry, telling tall tales so they don't get beat. In a fixed court system, fake land of the free. The political class created them versus me. Set the coots for free. Send a letter of hope. That's all that these men have left to hold on to. Take a little time today. Write something down, reach out and say how much it means they're guys you look up to. You're mad as hell at what they've been through. Don't know that you haven't forgot about them. Tell the state you expect to see a full pardon. Send a letter of hope.
Boy, oh boy. I just want to
Very
kind of
nice.
remind everybody, Marco van Hugenbos got released yesterday after 9 weeks. He's back with his family. So he's one of the Coos trio. Chris Carbert and Tony Olenek are now in prison. And Greg's not wrong in his lyrics. Remand was worse in prison. When these two gentlemen went to prison after the sentence. Sorry, this one bugs me because I was there for a lot of this. They got a hero's welcome. The prisoners, what they do is they put their food outside of their cell and they start clapping. And this is exactly how they were welcomed into prison. And because these guys were such terrorists in Canada, guess where they are now? Minimum security. They have a whole bunch of freedoms now. And they have been writing and talking to their family. And they hugged their family for the first time in prison. You can't do that in remand. So this is a step in the right direction. But Greg's right in his lyrics. This was worse in prison where they were for so long. And when you hear stories about Tony Olenek cooking himself breakfast for the first time in years because they now have access to a kitchen, you can't help but feel good for that. But this is the kind of Canada we're in. We're happy because a prisoner can cook himself breakfast or touch grass or go outside. Thank you, Greg, for that. That actually moves me each time I hear that. But Marco van Hugenbos was released yesterday. He's back home after 9 weeks with his family.
Amazing. Yeah, it's this is heavy stuff, and I remember watching some of my videos before, like right before the convoy, and I compare it to now sometimes, and I'm like, wow, I had such a more like lightness of spirit before the convoy. And I'd made content during COVID and everything of like making jokes like, hey, this is turning into a communist country, like what the hell, and like it's trying to make light of it, trying to make a joke about it. But then when when people start to get thrown in jail, when it actually starts to happen, when politicians are getting arrested, when protesters are getting arrested for peacefully demonstrating for bodily autonomy, like it's tough. It is a lot more difficult to find it funny. It's a lot more difficult to like keep that lightness of spirit when all that is happening, and it's like, oh, okay, so we actually are living in this sort of, you know, communistic or whatever you want to call it, authoritarian hellhole, and people think you're crazy for saying that, and people gaslight you into thinking, oh, it's nothing, and so it's very, very heavy stuff. And of course, it's when you get closer to the actual individuals and the families and the friends of the people who are affected like this, you know, being in jail for so long unjustly, I can't even imagine what it's like for you know, for the men who are in remand, the Coots 4, the Coots trio, or like, you know, all the other political prisoners, but let alone their families, you know, that and it's hard to put into words, and that's why I think art and music does have that special ability of capturing the feeling that is hard to describe, right? Because it is one of those things that's very, you know, you can't put it into words. You can't really do it justice. But sometimes a song can be the closest thing to capturing that feeling.
And he's so good at it. He's so good at it. Like, he just writes it down and goes straight to the heart. And it uplifts you at the same time as reminding you of the pain that the family's going through as well. And I know that Jerry Morin and his family loved that song because it was inspired by a letter that Greg received from Jerry Morin while he was in there. And this is absolutely true. That letter of hope, that was how these gentlemen kept getting the connections to people, and most of them did their best to respond. And you can still send letters to Chris Carbert and Tony Olenek. We'll go and share these addresses again, but they're in Drumheller right now, Drumheller prison. So we'll get those addresses out there. Now, if you want to send information and stuff to Greg, we don't have an address or anything like that yet, but we're going to work on something. We're going to try and find a way for people to do that, whether you send a message to us and we can forward it to him or something like that. But Greg, if you're out there, if there's a way for people to reach out and send a letter of hope to you, because this is what you started, we would love to be able to share that information. I know Leighton Gray, he's a lawyer here in Alberta. He's a very good lawyer. He's part of the Ingram decision that reversed the orders in Alberta for the COVID stuff. Refunded a bunch of people. Leighton Gray is a great man. I know he's going to be doing a contribution, and he wants to send a package to Greg. So, Greg, if you're hearing this, the people want to send you some stuff. So if you can Chelsea, and maybe we can find a way to make this happen, let's do that. But I'd love to see Canada send some letters of hope to Greg. That would be cool.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. And I think, you know, he's done it for others. And so it's time for us to do it for him. So I'm just talking to him right now, seeing if he has a PO box, and he doesn't. So I think I'm going to look into getting a PO box set up for him so that we can put that out and get people to write their letters of hope to Greg Arcade.
Yeah. So for now, if you want to do that, go ahead and write it, and then stay tuned, or watch our X or Facebook and things like that, or Greg himself may provide that address to everybody. But if that's something you want to do, we're going to help you facilitate that. Oh boy, that song just gets me every time.
Yeah, the acoustic version's even more touching. More touching. I was I think that's probably one of my favorite works of his.
It's like a baby, though. So hard to pick a favorite. He has so many. But
yeah, and just I remember, and I think we might play it later. But he also did a more produced version and a music video. And in the middle of the song, or like at the last bridge before the last like verse chorus, he puts in he kind of talks on camera and reads a couple letters to the Coots 4, and it's very, very touching. And yeah, I remember getting very emotional when I first watched it, of just you know, it's just kind of saying, hey, this is what's happening. This is what's happening right now in this country. And, you know, you won't find it on CBC. You won't find it on even Rebel News, part of my language, but like, what the fuck? In terms of just how profoundly unjust and sad it is. And it's amazing to have people like Greg Arcade to what's the word to sort of like crystallize it, to sort of like, you know, make it more, have a lasting impact. There's a really good word for this, but I can't think of it right now. But yeah, so like to turn it into a piece of media and content, to kind of like give it a sort of lasting legacy, and sort of like, you know, this is a snapshot in time of how people were feeling, and it's a significant part of Canadian history, unfortunately. But
I think one of the reasons that that song is so impactful is because it's actionable, right? Like, he wrote the song, and then there's an action that you can follow up on with that song. And I think that, like, every time there's an actionable thing that you can do, then it becomes more powerful, because then you become like very intimately connected with the music and with the message that's being sent.
100%. And I just want to acknowledge some more people. Every time we play music, they come flying in these donations. So we might be playing a lot of music. Mika, $50. Thank you so much. I hope I said your name right. I am the worst for that, but thank you very much for the $50. Amber and family with a big $100. Thank you so much to Amber and your family. That's very, very generous of you. Right to Greg's family. Jill Hutchinson, thank you so much for the $50. That's amazing. Canada, keep coming. Let's go add a zero to that goal. And then Steve Robitaille, $30. Thank you so much, man. This is a good friend of the show. He's a very, very good dag and a very good person. So thank you very much for $30 from Steve. And I'm getting a bunch of messages, so just please excuse me as I try and answer some of these, because some people want to come on.
We're also, awesome. I don't know what our total is right now, but we're also just on GiveSendGo. We're $210 away from his $5,000 goal. So we're clearly over that with the super chats and the donations on Jason's show. So I just wanted to let people know and give a shout out. Like, we want to keep this going and make sure that we can support Greg and his family as much as possible through this time. So you guys are awesome, and it's so appreciated.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of the most frustrating things in Canada, if you're somebody like us, somebody who kind of gets it, kind of sees what's at stake and sees what's going on. You see a sort of epidemic of fear. You see this epidemic of cowardice everywhere, and it's probably best exemplified by the Conservative Party of Canada. But like, why aren't more people speaking out? Why aren't more people actually talking about what's going on? And there's a lot of fear, and it's actually really such a blessing when there is somebody who does stand up and say something, and actually puts their neck out there. And it's really, really special for every kind of additional person that actually does that and comes out to say something and say what needs to be said, because it's not, unfortunately, you face a lot of consequences for that. And especially if it's on certain topics. And that was most abundantly clear, of course, during the pandemic, and even more so after the convoy, because you had to risk being like, oh, these people were conspiring to do this, and it's like, I don't think that's true. You have to kind of put yourself out there and go against the grain, and that stuff's not easy. And I think it's worth recognizing too, like, it's quite the toll. It takes quite the toll on people to go against the grain, to be somebody who is outspoken. Families have been destroyed, families have been torn apart, relationships have been destroyed because people are no longer friends anymore. Sorry, I know we've been friends our whole life, but the guy on TV told me that you're horrible and I should hate you. Right. And I guess it's kind of worth recognizing that we go through a lot of emotional turmoil, kind of living this lifestyle, or kind of like understanding kind of what's at stake. And sometimes we can get emotional and kind of get on each other's nerves and kind of fight amongst one another. But it's important to it's important to be able to push through that. And part of that is like recognizing how messed up the situation is, right? How messed up the situation is, and sort of giving ourselves some compassion of that we're just kind of human beings going through a really, really kind of like traumatic episode in our country's history. And yeah, we have to work through that to hold each other up. And are we going to get Nico? Is his connection working? What's going on?
We'll get
there?
him on, but a couple more things first. We just hit 1,000 live viewers, so 1,000 people are watching us right now. So thank you very much.
Let's
Share this
freaking
out.
go.
Let's get to 2,000. And Anonymous, you are on fire again. Another $50 from Anonymous. Thank you so much for that contribution. And speaking of friends, Nico is one of my new friends. I kind of met him just a few weeks ago, and he's been hanging out with us. He'll get when his connection's back. There
Hey
he
guys,
is.
I'm just
Hey,
running.
Nico.
I had the smart idea to reboot my laptop, so I'm just logging in to be able to share the stream. Nothing's connected. I'm not even in my office right now because we have a tornado alarm here. So all my stuff's back in a box in case that we get ran over. But I just want to restream. I'll try to set up my stuff so I actually look professional on this stream. But at least for now, if you want, you can just hide me.
Well, let's just say hello, good morning, and stay
Hello.
safe. And thank you very much for doing a restream. And
Yeah,
then,
man.
and then when you come back, if you have your video on, I'm going to put you on a screen. So if your video's not on, I won't put you on a screen. Okay.
Sounds good to me, man.
Thank you very much, Nico. And for everybody who doesn't know Nico, he's a host of Political Orphans. And what was your other show?
Unwoken.
Unwoken. Great show. So everybody check them out. But Nico, stay safe. If you have to run away from the tornado, don't become Dorothy and go to the Wizard of Oz or anything like that. Go to Oz.
I'm a bit too big and I don't wear red shoes. So
right. So we'll look forward to hanging out with you a little bit later and introduce you to everybody.
Yep.
Thanks, Nico. He's awesome. Like Politically Orphaned is a show that he does with his buddy who's a lefty, lefty, if we're going to use labels. And he's definitely not a lefty. He's a Christian right-leaning person. And it's a fantastic show because these are the bridges we got to do. We got to have these conversations on both sides of that spectrum. And I really hate that there's a spectrum, but there kind of is. And these are the conversations we need to start having. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah. I mean, it's really weird because I've always kind of felt like the left doesn't really offer much anymore. Like in terms of, I just feel like it's kind of been so what's the word? It's been so captured by like it's been so commodified. It's like, hey, do you care about racism? Like, come to our side. Hey, do you care about sexism? Come to our side. Hey, do you care about environment? Come to our side. And like every single instance of these social issues I've been turned into like this McDonald's Happy Meal, not good for you, not actually solving the problem sort of solution. And so whenever I see like a so-called leftist, I'm like, I feel like you're probably just eating a bunch of junk food. Like, I'm sorry, posting a black square on Instagram doesn't actually help black people. I'm sorry. Showing your tits and marching in the street doesn't actually save the planet. Like you're kind of just eating trash. Like it's not very good for you. It's not really good for anybody. And it's like, oh, what's gonna end bigotry? Like voting for Joe Biden. It's like what kind of, you've been duped, And the thing is I'm sure there's a lot of leftists that see this or are starting to understand this, hopefully, and they need to overcome the sort of assumptions they have about the right, which is, well, aren't you guys all just like these horrible racist people who just like hate women and hate minorities? And it's going to take time, I think, for the average leftist or defective leftist to see how much they've been lied to, right? Like it's kind of like their own red pill journey. And it's so weird right now because I use left and right a lot as well because they're useful terms, but so many freedom fighter, like now right-wing people are total hippies. Like they're total like, they're actually the real sort of left in a way. Like they're the ones who are actually, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like you'll run into a lot of free-spirited, pro-freedom, it feels like the people who would be like the actual left from before. But anyway, that's kind of how I see it. I see like so much of sort of like the leftist movement, which well intended, but like it's there's something that's inauthentic or misguided about the so-called solutions that they're after. Whereas at the right wing, you're getting closer to the rubber meeting the road. You're getting closer to understanding how the corrupt system works and how difficult it is to actually have an impact on it. Whereas I feel like the left is just kind of like this opportunity to manipulate people into electing communists. And it's like, have you actually thought out any of these solutions? I don't think they actually lead to anything good. But
I think.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
Okay, I was just going to say, like, just to piggyback on what Greg is saying, I think like today is a great example, sort of the divide between whatever you want to call it, left and right. Like in my experience, people on the so-called right were coming together for something, and what you see happening on the left in the last, growing through the last decade is people coming together against something. And like, even, like you look at the Freedom Convoy, like, yeah, you could say that it was against mandates. You could say that it was against like lockdowns, against vaccines, but what it really was coming together for freedom. And today, we're coming together for Greg. We're not fighting cancer today. We're fighting for our friend, Greg Arcade. And I think that that's a really important distinction between the two sides that's really grown over the past, certainly 5 years.
No, and I think you're right. And what we also saw with the left is they're very easily persuadable, because the polls were down when Trump or Trudeau was in power. But as soon as Carney came to the scene and started switching out Trudeau, you saw them kind of come back. And that's unfortunate, because that means they move. They move. They're not convicted. They actually don't follow exactly what is a Liberal Party platform. What are they actually doing? They're just more emotionally based to people. So when they stop emotionally liking Trudeau, and then they like Carney, oh, he's a banker, he can take on Trump, he's going to be our savior. Like, those are and what they don't realize is Carney is way worse than Trudeau. This is the weird part. We're going to kind of want blackface back because he was doing less damage to us. Like, this is where we're going to be headed, I'm sure, in the next few weeks as people start to realize. But no, look, we got another one. We got a King Carney, unelected, not a single vote in a national election on this guy. He's got the same number of votes as I do, 0. So, and now he's leading our country, and at least till October, he's hinting at that. And Jugmeat not doing what his base wants, not helping his party at all, and doesn't seem to care that there's a big push to get the Liberals out. Actually, Canada wants an election. I think we were at like 65% at one point that Canada wanted an election, but we're not going to get that. And no, Chelsea, stick around as long as you want, please. As long as you want, as long as you can.
I don't want to impede on anything. That's all.
Absolutely not. No, you kind of founded this. You're the founder of this. You reached out to the two of us and had this going, and no, your presence is great. And big brain on Chelsea too. You had those papers you're talking about, the work you did. So thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, my time in indoctrination camp is always an interesting thing to talk about.
So how's your dangerous dad? The super dangerous dad that was going to kill police and stuff like
criminal,
that. How's he doing?
Dad is doing very good. Certainly, there feels like there's a light at the end of the tunnel right now. It's still not over. It's like everyone else who goes through court, the punishment is the process. But definitely, he won his Jordan appeal, and now the Crown has appealed that.
How can you appeal a Jordan appeal? I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, so the Crown appealed it back in December. They have just, like, I was just home actually last week, or this week actually. I was home. What day is it today? Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. It was this week that I was home. And so just this week, last Friday, my dad finally got the documents he was waiting on from the Crown. So that's, you're talking 3 months of waiting on documents. anyway, there's some, as per usual, there's some anomalies in what the length of time it took and sort of the information that was given. So I think, things are moving along. Dad's got, well, he's like one of the most persistent, relentless people out there. And I have all the faith in the world that he's going to have the Crown's appeal of his appeal overturned. So, pray. And we've got lots of people to pray for.
And for people who are listening, Jordan decision, what that is if the Crown or the court takes too long to address your issue, you can have it thrown out, because we have an expectation of a quick process. You shouldn't be having this held over your head. So the fact that the court did agree that his limit was reached, it has to be thrown out. This blows my mind that they're appealing this. And the reason why it blows my mind, Chelsea, is pedophiles get off on the Jordan thing all the time and they don't appeal it. So why in the world are they going after your dad when the court already agreed? You guys took too long. You dragged your feet. You've reached the limit. And it's basically vitiating his rights, because it's basically the right to a speedy trial is what people have heard of. Yeah. And now they're attacking his right again. So even though they've already went too long, they're now going after his right to be free of this. This is just for the money. This is just a punishment, and your right to process is the punishment.
And that's like the Jordan, it depends on your charges, but the Jordan decision that was initially made was, I think their threshold was 18 months.
Well, it's 18 months for provincial or summary stuff, right. And then it's 30 months for federal or indictable. Those are
so levels. Dad is far over, he's over 30 months now. And
wow. And they're appealing that.
Guys, just excuse me while I move this light is bothering me so much. But I know it's unprofessional, but
let me say thank you to Bridget Hall. Bridget Hall at $50. Thank you very much, Bridget. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Bridget.
And Wilma from Ottawa with another 50. My gosh, folks, let's get that zero. Let's add that zero to this. And Abin Wesley, 110. Thank you so much. You're scraping all your pennies together.
Awesome. Thank you, Bridget, Abin,
and Wilma from Ottawa. Yes, that's amazing, everybody. Thank you so much.
Good stuff.
We have the best people in our community. That's without a doubt. It's inarguable. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love it. Mm-hmm. Oh, we just hit 5,000. So 5,000 total was just hit. Now let's add a zero. Now that's the next goal. Let's add a zero to that, everybody.
Unbelievable. Go to the GiveSendGo, guys. Support Greg Arcade and his fight against brain cancer. We need him making more songs. That's why we need to get him back. Being a patriotic artist to continue that fight. But
he could be writing one right now as he's watching this. Maybe he's going to strum something together, and maybe we'll get something new out of him. Who knows?
I mean, honestly, right now he probably just wants to chill, feel the positive vibes, and have that kind of sense of security that that he's taken care of, and that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Right? God is in control. Need to fight against the fear and the negativity. I think that's. Or at least that's what my gut says is most important, right? For sure. To fight this sort of despair and the evil within yourself that wants to pull you down. We need to fight against that. And we should maybe go to a song. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm feeling I need a little picking up. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who's restreaming. We're on 12 different platforms right now and channels out there. So thank you to everybody who added their stream as well. That's amazing. This is beautiful. But yes, let's go ahead. How about you make a pick there, Greg? What's another one that you love?
Yeah, let's do, the name of the stream is Rally On Me, which is a Greg Arcade track. And it was kind of related. It's related to the freedom rallies that were happening during COVID. So, just to connect that to your dad, Chelsea, Randy Hillier, he was organizing no more lockdowns and some demonstrations for that. And it's really, this song is beautiful because it's not just really about the rallies, but it's more about like how we lean on each other, how we help each other out in times of need. And, you know, the desperation during lockdowns and COVID really galvanized different communities. Of course, like there was, you know, the Diagolon community and the Find Your Friends. That really, you know, I remember going to a potluck, you know, Diagolon potluck when I was unvaccinated, and it was like the only thing to do. And it was really nice to kind of just like meet people in person, face to face. But I feel like this track is kind of about that, being able to kind of like rely on one another. So this is Rally on Me, Greg Arcade.
Might be wondering where the sun's gone when the dust settles down and you're all alone. The last few years have been coming on mighty strong. Seems like darkness has been creeping around, making its way from town to town. There's a heavy air choking you with despair, and it's keeping you down. You've been torn up and put down. You've been ripped apart for standing your ground. The folks who knew, they don't want you around. What can you do when you're flat on the ground? You feel held down. Well, you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around and seeing what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. You've been losing people left and right. You've been cast to the side in this long dark night. More and more it feels every day you wake up to fight. You're not looking for sympathy, you're just looking for anyone who will listen when you say listen to me. A reprieve and a chance to breathe, it's all you need. You've been torn up and put down. You and I, we got common ground. Like there's nobody around, you've seen what you see. Yeah, you can rally on me. You've been torn up and put down. You've been ripped apart for standing your ground. The folks who knew, they don't want you around. What can you do? Well, you can rally on me. I never claimed that I knew anything. Hell, I never did most of the things they've been saying about me. But I know what it means to stand behind something. I'll stand behind you if you stand by me. So what's it gonna be? Is it them or me? 'Cause you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around who's seeing what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around who's seeing what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around,
Yeah.
That's a perfect song for right now. My gosh, Greg, you know how to nail it. I hope you you know that we love that song. Thank you very much for that one, Greg.
You can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through. Yeah, there's also some other I'll just share a bit about working with Mr. Arcade. I don't know how it first started. Obviously we met through the Diagolon community, and I was writing some songs as well on lockdown. I had a song 2 More Weeks that he helped me produce. Mr. Arcade helped me produce, and it was just like super helpful and helped me kind of like bring my vision together, and it was very, really, really appreciate him for that. Mr. Donald Best, welcome to the stream. How are you, sir?
Muted. Yes, there we go. There you go. You're back. A little windy.
Little windy? Okay. Give me a second.
It wouldn't be Donald Best if we didn't mute first, but no, he's good. No, Donald, I didn't mean that we could hear the wind. That's the first words I heard from you. Was a little bit windy. So we'll get him back, but he's on the other side of the world right now, so it's really great for him to be able to pop in. It's got to be late for him. But Donald, if you can hear me, there was nothing wrong with your audio, so you can go ahead and come back.
There we go. It wasn't too windy. I had a fan on. It wasn't windy.
No, that was the first words I heard you say after you muted yourself.
Okay, great.
There we go.
Well, hello from the other side of the world.
Hello, how are you doing?
A little bit of lag, but I'm doing fine. I went to the night safari tonight with all of my wives, and we had a great time.
That's interesting. All of your wives, what does that mean?
Oh, when I'm over here, I have about 10, 12. Just my wife's girlfriends. They come and visit, and they tell me that they're my wives.
Very good. So have you been watching
in the cooking way? In the cooking way. I just want to say that.
They're taking good
care.
Yeah,
I'm in Thailand on the Laos border. I have for some strange reason, I have family and children throughout Asia. I don't know. Guy from Hamilton, it just happened. So, Vietnam, Australia, Thailand, here I am.
Welcome, Donald. Have you been paying attention to the stream, listening to some of Greg's music?
I have not. I just got back in, and I'm only an hour late, so that's right on time, according to Asian standards.
Fair enough. No, we've been having a good time, and I believe Greg is watching. We're listening to some of his music, and the last one we just played was Rally on Me, which is the title of this.
Oh, great song.
Yeah, and it's about coming together and rallying together and leaning on each other, and that's exactly what we're doing here today.
Wonderful. I'm so sad to hear about Greg, but well, everybody's joining in, and with prayer and a little bit of help, and a couple of dollars, maybe we can make a difference today.
Yeah, tonight, whatever works for you, but
That's
we're
right.
definitely doing it. And we've reached the first goal, which was $5,000. Now we're trying to add a zero to that because we think he's going to need a little bit more. So we're going to be doing that. Now, Greg,
Absolutely.
one of the things that we've been kind of holding off on is the video. And you're muted, brother. But at this point, I think maybe it would be a good time for us to share that one. We've got 1,100 people watching live right now. Maybe some of them haven't seen it, and this is the reason why we're here today. And I think it might be time. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. To give people context, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday somebody saw on Greg Arcade's YouTube channel, he uploaded a video, and the title was "I Have Cancer," and it's you. I get the impression, we'll watch it now, but I get the impression that, it was very hard for Greg to make this video because he's always been a fairly humble guy. And, to ask for help, to kind of swallow his pride and be like, hey guys, I'm desperate, and he made this video to say that, hey, I could really use some support right now. And then somebody saw it, somebody shared it, you posted, Jason, and then Chelsea's calling me, and it's like, we need to do something about this. And that's what you do, when people are in need, and they just had a child, and they need help, because this is somebody who's helped a lot of us and been very generous with his time and efforts. But this is the video. This is his fundraiser video on his GiveSendGo. Yeah, without further ado, let's get into it.
Here we go. Hold on. There we go.
It's been a while since I've talked to you guys, and I'm just gonna out and say it. I have cancer. I have, it's brain cancer. We're not certain if it's one thing or the other, but it's bad. He went into the hospital on Sunday, and last night, which Thursday, I was home. They're going to do a biopsy because it's one or the other, but it's bad. I'm going to fight it, and with all my heart. When it started, it was a couple weeks ago, but it was just like texting. It was like, oh wow, I'm tired. And then Tuesday last week is still like, wow, I'm tired. I've been working out at the gym with the office. And then Friday, had a light headache, and I was like, oh, this is bad. I'm just gonna go home, grab some snacks, veg out on the couch, and it didn't get worse. The headache went away, but my wife was like, I got a bad feeling about this. So I went to the hospital. I confirmed with my friend who doesn't, I'd like the hospital, and it was about 6 a.m. when they told me. I had a lot of family, friends stop by, and so they did, not to get too technical, but they did my dog's barking outside. It gets a little difficult, but they did several CAT scans, MRI, and I go in for a biopsy on Monday, so we can really get it, and we'll fight it. I'm making this video if there's anyone if there's anyone who wishes to make a donation, we've got a GiveSendGo. So that's gonna be there, and whatever you get, it's to mainly help with, because I'm gonna lose work of this, but to mainly help living expenses and treatment and just comfortability, I guess. It's for living expenses and treatment. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to do the distro kid and give me a sec. I'm gonna do the distro kid or something similar where I can put on the thing. I'm sorry, the baby was crying. But I know that I can fight this. And anything you help would just give us a few months like rent and living expenses. I'm going to put my records up on DistroKid or something similar, so it's going to go to my wife's funds, and that way if something happens to me, you know, something can go to her as well. And I want to say thank you to all of you. I really wanted to just be a homesteader and do the things I wanted with my daughter or other children. But right now that's on hold, and hopefully I'll do something in the future. But I'm not scared for me. Just scared that my wife and my child could potentially be, I would not be advocating for them. So, anyway, that's what I think has to be said. The baby remind the baby the baby crying got the best of me there, but at the same time, that's sorry. That's the sweetest sound in the world. So, no matter what happens to me, keep on keeping on, because or else gotta keep moving, and you guys gotta keep moving too. And I guess there's just one thing left to do. It's grand gestures as I am. Let's get this over with, and I'll have some updates. Okay, bye.
There it is. To support Greg Arcade, you can go to the GiveSendGo. The link is in the description. That's heavy video. You know, it's someone coming to terms with their mortality. It's coming to terms with the future. What if I'm not here in the future? What's going to happen to my loved ones? You know, that's I can't imagine like the bravery it takes to kind of to have to hit. I've had to record some videos where it's like, oh, what am I going to say? But like for something like that, that's got to be one of the hardest things to do, I think, to show that honesty and vulnerability on something where it's tough. I mean, what do you even say? Hey guys, I might be dying. I hope I'm not dying. I really need your help. And I need to continue to take care of my family, you know? But hey, and it takes a lot of bravery to show that vulnerability, you know? No one's perfect, and it's, you got to do what you got to do to try and take care of yourself. And it's, sometimes I think it's hard for people to reach out for help, you know, to kind of swallow your pride, say, hey, I need some help. I'm hurting right now. But that's why we're here. We're here to answer the call of Greg Arcade, and to try and just, you know, check off some of the boxes that he needs checked off. Some of the simple stuff, like getting him some funding to kind of give him some him and his family some financial security, so he has one less thing to worry about, so he can, recover, help his recovery. But yeah, well, how do you guys feel when you watch?
It doesn't get easier. It broke my heart yesterday. The babies cry because that's his new baby. The dog even barking in the back. He had to take a break to reset himself. This is real life. This is a real man. And he showed us his vulnerability, and this is why we're rallying around him right now. Chelsea, I know that this one hit you too. You're muted on your side. Well, we'll wait for that. I want to thank Ernie Van O for $25 that just came in, and another 50 from Becky McCaffrey. Thank you so much, Becky, for digging down.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernie and Becky. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Did you want to?
So I was going to say to Donald, he was one of the first people on this yesterday. Jason put up his post and then Donald was on top of it. So I just wanted to say thank you to the lovely Mr. Best for jumping on this and making people aware of what was happening. So maybe you want to talk about how you know Greg and how you found out about this yesterday.
Well, it was a complete surprise. I just logged in and there was Jason's post, and everybody knows Greg and what a wonderful force he is, and not only in music but just as support, and he's been there for so many people. And bad news like this is very difficult personally. I mean, when a person hears bad news like this, and I've had a little bit, and it really knocks you back for sometimes weeks and weeks and weeks. But then you have to just get up and get on with it. And I'm kind of amazed at Greg because he's, it knocked him back, and now he's, well, what do I do? I need help looking after my family. So he's not like poor me. He's already past the stage of, like any good family person, he's saying, well, what can I do for my family? Now there's 11 or 1,200 of us right now listening in. And if each one of us could just give what you can, just what you can, and, deny yourself a pizza next week. I'm serious. That's all it takes. With the kind of horsepower that we can raise with numbers, maybe we can help Greg out for more than just a few days. And that's what I'm asking everybody right now. Just go to the GiveSendGo and just give what you can. Just give up something next week. There's 1,000 of us here right now, more than that. And if you just give a little bit, whatever you can, then I know that's going to ease Greg and his family's hearts, and whatever what they're going through right now, that will make it better. It really, really will, because at least he won't have to worry about the next few months. So go there, do it.
Yeah, and so much of this is about hope, right? About making sure that, Greg and his family have hope for the future, knowing that they've got an entire community of people rallying around them. And I hope that he's feeling it today while he watches this, for sure.
And God bless to Jonathan Bahayi, $222 came in just right now. Jonathan, thank you very much. That's going to go a long way. Oh boy, I love you all. This is amazing.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan, for the huge donation. We appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm actually messaging with Mr. Greg Arcade right now, and he's sent along some music from, I don't know if it's new music or I think it's older, actually. He says 2012. But this is more of a technical question to make the stream running and everything. These are WAV files. So not MP3, but WAV files. They're some of them. One of them is 25 megabytes. Does that work with StreamYard?
Yeah. So what you need to do is load that into a browser that you're using. If you're using Chrome, load that audio into that browser, pause it, and then share that screen, and then the audio will come in.
And will it be clean? Will it be
It'll be whatever version he has there. It will come straight in like that.
Okay.
It might be a black screen with like just waves or something, but at least we'll hear it.
Okay. That might take me a couple of minutes. I just wanted to give you an update on that.
No, you're new to StreamYard. You're gonna love it by the end. But yeah, that'll be and it has to be the same browser that you're logged in with. So Chrome. I hope you're using that one. Yeah.
Right.
But Greg, thank you very much for sending that in. Keep it coming, brother. And I hope you heard our message about trying to get some physical stuff to you, probably some cash donations, some products, and some other things, and some letters of hope. So if there's a way you can let Greg or Chelsea know, one way to do that, we'll work on that as well. We don't want to dox you in any way, shape, or form, so we'll find a way to do that. But Donald, you kind of hinted there that you've had to go through some trials and tribulations yourself, so you understand exactly what can happen. So what kind of optimism can you share when it comes to recovering and fighting?
Well, it's almost like the stages of grief. I mean, they sit you down and they tell you what they tell you. And in my case, it was cancer. And the prognosis was not good. And so I had my operation, and then all of a sudden, things started looking better. And I still had a fight, but so far, I'm fine. But it takes. There are stages. It takes you a while to face it, and then you get industrious and you start planning and what you can do, look after your family, and you start getting organized, and then you realize that life goes on, and all of a sudden, it's not so overwhelming. If you have friends, you have people that help you. And I guess that would be my message to Greg right now, is you are not alone. You have your family, but you have a lot of friends out here. You have a big family out here. And we're not going to forget about you. We're not going to have a little fundraiser today and then go away and do our thing. We're going to be there for you. I promise you that, Greg.
I've received
all I can say.
I've received a message from Dr. Chris Shoemaker. I pray truly for the healing of our friend. So people are out there listening and reaching out. So thank you very much, Dr. Chris Shoemaker. And we have a couple more donations that just popped right in. So $20 from Dean. Thank you very much, Dean.
Thank
and
you,
Anonymous, Dean. Another 25 from Anonymous. Thank you very much.
Anonymous on fire today.
You're taking the lead.
Crushing it today. You guys got to catch up with Anonymous.
So anybody that's going to the GiveSendGo, we've reached the goal of the 5,000, but we're trying to add a 0. That's the new goal.
And actually, there's a message with that last anonymous donation, Jason. It says, Greg, your music. Yeah, it says, Greg, your music helped me through some dark days. I hope these few dollars do the same for you and your family. Believe in miracles.
I do.
That's it. That's the energy. That's the energy right there.
I'll just say, to what Donald was saying, about Greg having a community. It was, yesterday when I got the news, I just started making phone calls, and I said to my husband after, it was amazing because I was calling people from literally all across the country. This isn't it's not just like a pod of people here where I live in Ontario. It was literally across the whole country through all the provinces, doing this sort of rally cry for Greg. And as soon as the phone calls were made across all the provinces, people just started coming together. He's got such a huge network of people who love him, who admire him, and who want to support him. So it was just, it's sort of like, it's a bit of a silver lining from everything that we've all been through the last, 5 years. To say, like, we've been through really dark days, but the silver lining is that on the other side of it, which is where we're at now, we've got an entire network of people across the country when one of ours is in trouble. So just, thanks, Donald, for your really beautiful words. And I just wanted to add that in, and that goes for everyone on this stream right now and everyone watching and listening. So God bless everyone.
A huge thank you to Kirk Reese and family, who's in exile for $50. Kirk, I know that you're still fighting this government. You're a whistleblower, and what they've done to you is horrendous. And thank you very much for stepping up and helping out Greg on this one. Thanks, Kirk. It's amazing to see how many people are coming together. And just like you said, Chelsea, this isn't a partisan thing. This isn't a political thing. This is a Patriot Down thing. And now's the time to be there for him.
Let's go to a song. What do you guys think?
Well, I got one more donation to just put in here quickly,
Sure.
because these are just flying in. So you're keeping me busy, folks. You're keeping me busy, and I love that. So thank you very much to Joe Matt for $100 that just came in. Appreciate that. And yeah, let's go ahead and do a song, because I kind of want to feel some more Greg, the Greg that I know well, the one that inspires me, like Chelsea says. And
this is going to be a blast from the past. So this is a track. He's saying it's from 2012. This is, I guess, from one of his older albums, but it's called "Leaving Home." And let's see if we can get this to work properly.
Yeah, I'm watching. We'll see if that little screen pops up.
But it's a little bit more of a old school Greg Arcade, but it's very high energy. I wanted to bring the energy up a little bit. This is "Leaving Home," Greg Arcade. Let's see if we can make this. Oh, nope.
Yeah, if we do this
stage. Uh-oh.
We'll get there. Yeah, yours is not adding. Remove. Oh, you got to remove. I have to remove mine. So hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. There we go.
Okay, can you guys hear this?
Yes.
Well, I've got to get on my way, and I'll be back again someday. You ask me when, no, I don't know, but for now I've got to go. So baby, I'm leaving home. Baby, I'm leaving home. Baby, I'm leaving home. Baby, I'm leaving home. I want bright lights, I want big skies. My name up on that marquee. Wanna hear 1,000 people, yeah, and feel their eyes burning to me. So when that sun rises in the morning, honey, I'll be out that door with a list of places I'm gonna go. These chains will bind me here no more. So baby, I'm leaving home. Baby, I'm leaving home. Baby, I'm leaving home. leaving home.
Yeah, that's Greg Arcade with Leaving Home. He says that's from 2012.
That's my first time hearing that one. I'm bumping up and down to that one.
Yeah, no, I think you wanted to send along some exclusive content for the stream, so we appreciate it, Mr. Arcade. And that's the thing with all the stuff we've seen. There's even more. There's even more that he's been cooking up over the years. And maybe now at Chelsea would be a good time to talk about some of the creative efforts that our Arcade helped out with when it comes to, was it normal lockdowns or?
So Greg helped. Actually, Greg popped up out of nowhere. So I can't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was sort of after we did the big Diaga Bowl for Jeremy.
Mhm.
And I think it was sometime after that, Greg reached out to me like randomly, and he had this idea. And so the idea was, and I was on house arrest at the time. Does everyone remember that time when I had the turkey legs? So I was on house arrest at the time. I was bored out of my skull. And just so everyone knows, I was on house arrest for a civil matter. It was not a criminal matter. But anyway, not that it matters.
Not that
we're all
time,
criminals.
right?
Not that time. No, I've only been on house arrest once. But I was court ordered to live with my parents, even though I had my own house. And so I was sort of going a little bit crazy. I was bored out of my mind. And so I was doing like some funny things online, like with the turkey legs and that kind of stuff. And I got this random message from Greg. I don't even know how he found me, but anyway, I got a random message and he said, I have this idea, something that you can do. And at the time that I was on house arrest, my dad was like just starting in like through the court process. So Greg said, because this is what happened on Diaga Bowl. I was referring to my dad as Old Rand. And so from there, Greg messaged me and said, I have this idea. We need to do something called the Old Rand brand. And then he did up all of these images, like black and white sort of artistic images of my dad. My favorite one was a picture of my dad wearing a Lanark Landowners or Ontario Landowners t-shirt with his suspenders. And it said, so for the landowners, it was "This land is our land." And Greg did one that said "Old Rand brand," and then below it, it said "This Rand is our Rand." So anyway, so we collaborated and made this site, and he literally just said, like, here, just take it, just take the idea. And he said, whatever funds come from it, put it into Randy's legal defense. And so funnily enough, my father and I never connected that Teespring account to a payment processor. So any of the money that was actually generated from that little project that Greg and I worked on together is still just sitting in internet world. I don't know how it works. Anyway, but as soon as I heard the news yesterday, I feel like these are the moments where like things come full circle and you sort of understand why things happened the way they did. As soon as I heard the news about Greg yesterday, one of my first phone calls was to my dad, and I said, okay, now's the time. We're going to connect the payment processor now to Old Rand brand. And so every dollar that has been generated through that brand is going to go straight to Greg and his family while they go through all of this. So that's how I met Greg, and this is how it comes full circle. So anyway, to everyone who ever purchased an Old Rand brand shirt or sweater or whatever, I thank you for, you know, initially supporting my dad and now supporting Greg and his family. So that's how I met Greg.
And speaking of Patriots, speaking of people who have done things for the country, made sacrifices, Pat King has entered the chat. How are you doing, sir?
How's it going, Greg? How's it going, Jay, Chelsea, Donald? How's everybody?
Doing
We're
well.
good.
Doing well.
We're good.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
How are you? How are you doing?
Give me one quick second. Jarlin, thank you very much. $50. We really appreciate that. And a friend of a friend, Ferryman Toll himself, donated $25. So thank you very much, Alex, for that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ferryman.
Appreciate that. Take the stage, Pat King, and welcome back to social media.
It's nice to be back, guys. I'll tell you right now, after almost 3 solid years of not having a voice, and other than, ladies and gentlemen, this is fundraising purposes only, it's nice to be on a platform where we can fundraise for somebody else now.
And thank you for sharing it to your channel. I can see that people are polling in right now. Thank you very much, Pat.
Yeah, you should be streaming on mine. So hopefully this will get out there, even more people to understand. Guys, we have a freedom fighter. His name is Greg Arcade. He's got, unfortunately, been diagnosed with some pretty serious illness. And once again, it's just community helping community. So I really appreciate you guys doing this. And thanks for giving me the opportunity, the cameo, to be on here. And I guess that's everybody kind of knows the story in a nutshell, what I've gone through and understand what I've gone through. But now, I'm still under house arrest for all of it. I think I'm down to 65 days left, so it's getting close and I'm almost done. But in total, I was sentenced to 1 year in jail with 1 year probation. With no check-ins on the probation. I'm back to door knocks again. So for those that don't understand how house arrest works, the RCMP are at my door every day, knocking, making sure I'm here. So I'm back into that mode again. But gratefully, they're not coming at 3 o'clock in the morning like my old door knocks were between 10 and 6 a.m. So that's good. And the officers that are coming to the door, I'm just waiting for one to take a selfie because they're all wanting to ask questions and they're just like, man, thank you. And the one guy was here yesterday. He's like, how are you doing, Pat? We know you've been through hell. We're not going to harass you, but this is part of the program. And unfortunately, we have to knock on your door. And I'm like, hey, man, I get it. I get it, you guys. No problem. Then he gives me a number and he gives me a tag and he says, hey, whenever you're ready, you want to come get your firearms back?
Right on.
Because we had to surrender the firearms, right? We had to give everything up because I'm the big bad boogeyman, and well, that's part of the program. So we're back. Greg, I see your I Am Canadian video is going viral. It's awesome, man. I loved it. I was watching it, bro. It's phenomenal. You do some great work, man. We did an interview there 2 years ago. I think we did one. I wasn't really allowed to say much, but anytime you want, I can say anything now. I can tell everybody what's going on. One thing, though, Jay, I wanted to bring up, and this is for your viewers to see, for those who haven't had the opportunity to get the transcripts from my sentencing. And I'll tell you guys right now, that judge that we had was absolutely on our side. He knew the law. This was his going out retirement trial. And one of the key points that he put in this, for those that don't know, basically I was painted as, the insurrectionist. Everybody's got me down as the insurrectionist. They've got me down as, it was the violence and the damage to property and all of that. And the media smeared it. The Fifth Estate did their hit piece on it while we were down there. But we've got it in writing, and I'd like to read it to everybody right now.
Please.
And I'm only saying this. I've said it probably 1,000 times since I've been on in the last 2 weeks. But this is a key point to take out of everything that happened in Ottawa. And I think it's substantial to everybody to understand what this judge said and the meaning behind it. And it says basically, essentially no violence or property damage occurred over the 3 weeks of the protest, and indeed King counseled against violence in very direct and blunt terms in his online broadcasts. This massive demonstration involving large commercial trucks and a diverse group of people, some with extreme political views, had the potential and the significant risk of violence and property damage, neither of which occurred. And King advocated forcefully against such conduct and can be credited as a positive influencer in significant respects.
God
That,
bless.
ladies and gentlemen, should kill the narrative of everybody's negative thoughts about what happened in Ottawa.
That's a vindication for everything that happened, and that message plus what we're learning more. And remember, we're on YouTube, so we'll be a little bit careful still. But that
Okay.
what we've learned as well, absolutely put it out there. And let me take a quick pause here. Anonymous is on fire again with another $20. Thank you very much to Anonymous out there, and Anonymous as well with $100 on the message. Love
Let's
you,
go.
brother. In Jesus' name, I pray you can heal and your girls will be comforted. Thank you very much, Anonymous out there. And Pat, we're up to 1,700 live viewers right now. So whatever platform you're on, please share this out. Put it into Telegram. Put it anywhere you can. Put it into those freedom groups. Let's get everybody out there.
For
Thank you
those
very
that are
much.
just jumping in, Jay, on mine, why don't you tell everybody what's going on, just because I didn't stream you right away, and maybe let my viewers know what's happening?
Absolutely. So we have a freedom fighter, a patriot named Greg Arcade, who's a musician out of Manitoba. He does great music, so stick around. You'll hear a lot more of it. But yesterday he released a video called I Have Cancer, where he let everybody know that he's been diagnosed with brain cancer after a couple incidences happened where something was wrong. So they took a look, did some MRIs, and found that, yes, he is living with brain cancer right now. He's a fighter. He's also a father, and he's a pet owner. And if we'll play the video again at some point in the stream so everybody can see it. But he's a great man, and he definitely gave us a bit of a call to action yesterday to rally around him and to support him. Now, great news, Pat. He put a goal up at $5,000. We've reached that already. So we're trying to add a zero. We're at 5807. And we're trying to add a zero to that to get up to 50,000, because all Greg was asking for was a few months worth of rent and a little bit of comfort for his family in case he couldn't be there for them. So let's add a zero to this. We're at $5,800 and climbing fast. So thank you very much for that, Pat. And great to see you again, brother. And by the way, you have this glow about you right now. Like a huge weight has been lifted off your shoulders.
Well, you're absolutely right. Having this put behind me has been something highly anticipated for myself, my family, and everybody to get past this and move on to bigger and better things. And a lot of people don't know, but a lot of people do know. I'm making a huge life change here in the future. So I fell in love with a woman, and Jay, you've got the opportunity to meet her, and you know who I'm talking about, my lovely girlfriend, Sophie Perrault. And she lives in Montreal. And I am making the move to Montreal to be with her. And not only that, in Montreal, as we all know, like Montreal, like Toronto, like Vancouver, they are up in the times. They are, if you want to be the, up in the current events and in the basically knowing what's going on in the fashion industry, movie industries, all of that, you want to be in these big cities. I've been given an opportunity to start my own podcast in a studio for The Voice, for all of us again, but on a higher level, higher caliber, producers, director, editors, and I've got full control over my platform. And the goal is to turn it into a Joe Rogan style platform for us to actually get our voices out, get hitting the statistics, get hitting the facts, hitting a larger demographic of people, stateside and Canadian side, no censorship, and an absolute beautiful opportunity for every one of us who have been sitting in these streams, have been holding our own private little live streams, but kept in our little echo chambers and our little bubbles so nobody can get the information, all the censorship we've gone through, all of the doxing we've gone through, all of the cyber attacks we've gone through, it'll be no more. So I have an opportunity to excel and raise that caliber of interviews and talent, along with getting our voices out to the masses on a larger scale. So we'll be found on Spotify now. We'll be Spotify, Patreon, YouTube, and obviously my program that I'll be having. And then we've got the Twitter machine will be up as well. But we're doing a little bit of a different dynamic. And I'm sorry to pitch this on you guys. I just, this is why I'm happy for this, because this has been a goal for a lot of us for a lot of years, is to get out there and actually have that voice on a larger level. So there's going to be, we're working on some ideas where we're going to have a live interaction with the Spotify audience as we're doing the podcast in real time. So we'll be able to take your interactions and your comments and your questions throughout the show. And then when the producer and the director, it'll be part of the show, and they want to integrate our show like we do when we have everybody in and we're, interacting with the comments in the comment section. Now it'll be on a podcast, like a Spotify podcast. So it's going to be really good. And we're looking at some really cool ideas, and we're building the studio, and we launched an interview with one of their podcasters the other day. It's called Yellow Seats Podcast. And he's a podcaster within the studio. There's several podcasters that all have their own little studios within the main studio. So I gave him a little interview, and that interview is going nuts. Like, it's going off the charts. So people are still there. As much as I thought for a long time, after 3 years, nobody's going to remember what happened. Nobody's going to care about it. It felt like, you're all alone over these 3 years because can't talk to anybody, can't do interviews, couldn't have a free speech unless I wanted to go back to jail. So being that this is there, it's nice to see the love and support from everybody and to know everybody didn't forget. I wore this one today just because I knew it was going to light some people on fire while we're watching it. This was, our slogan. And it's kind of fitting to be on the Jason Lavigne show and be able to wear this without fearing him going back to jail.
and if you could remind us, Pat, because it's great that you're going to get out there and actually use your freedom of speech. I actually started a campaign in the fall to raise the awareness about Bill C-63, which would basically be the end of free speech in Canada if it passed. It would be a piece of legislation to target people like you, Pat, like myself, like everybody on who got persecuted during the convoy, and to try and justify more legislation to throw dissidents in jail. But while doing this campaign, I realized, it's really sad. There's a lot of people who don't even use their free speech in Canada. They're afraid. But maybe to give more context, to give everyone a reminder, what sort of speech conditions did you have at certain points since kind of getting your charges or your bail conditions? If you could kind of quickly go over that, just to remind people.
No, I'm not trying to suppress the speech right now, but I'm going to cut in quickly because I have a whole list of people I have to acknowledge, and then we'll just jump to that. So Igor T, thank you so much for the $100 donation.
Igor
T. Craig McDonald with a $20 bill over to Greg Arcade and his family.
Thank you, Craig.
And the next one, if this is what you want to do, you want me to say funny things, go ahead. Seymour Butts with $69. Love your music. Those CDs still playing in my car after getting me through the tough times during COVID. Thank you very much, Seymour Butts. And then Grandma Lanny, $50. Thank you very much to Granny. And I had to jump in there because this list is growing. You guys are amazing Canadians. And then, Pat, I'm going to throw it to you, but I'm a little disappointed to hear that Quebec took some more of Alberta's wealth by taking Pat King and sending him over to Quebec. Say that.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second because I just want to make it clear. When Pat said that he was on house arrest, I sort of had like a very visible laugh. And I'm not laughing at you being on house arrest. It was just that you told that story immediately after me telling the story of me being on house arrest. So I just thought, it's a good crew, and it just made me have a really guttural laugh back here in the background. So just so you know, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing with you.
Well, let's let that speech go free there, Pat. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so when I was first arrested, first released after my arrest, they hit me with some pretty strict conditions. And one of them, a key part of it was I wasn't allowed on social media, which is a direct, and it's been deemed in the courts, a direct violation of your freedom of speech. And we attempted several times to have that taken out, but there was no way the Crown was going to have it. Not only that, I wasn't allowed to do interviews for the last 3 years. I wasn't allowed to do interviews with anybody, tell the story of what's going on, tell the truth of what's going on, and keep that momentum going from after the convoy.
So sorry, what was like like you're not allowed to do interviews? Like, what did it say specifically in your conditions?
Basically, that's exactly what it said. No interviews, no social media, and you're not like, I was not allowed on social media for about 1.5 years. I could not be on social media. I could not comment on posts. I couldn't share posts. I wasn't allowed on my platform. They asked me to erase all my platforms. So basically shut down my Instagram, shut down my Twitter, shut down my Facebook, throw it all out, and no talking and no interviews. The way we run my stuff, we just archived everything. We archived everything and let it sit dormant. For 1.5 years, struggling to even be able to get my story out was not possible. So even if I spoke, if I showed up or made a comment on social media, I go back to jail for breach of conditions. If I were to do an interview with anybody, such as you guys, if I did any kind of interview with you, I'm going back to jail because I'm not allowed to talk. They were so afraid of what I had to say, and they were so in fear that my voice would incite or encourage or create that momentum again, that they felt that I had to stop talking. So for 1.5 years, no social media, no speaking points, nothing. Everybody was basically supposed to forget about me. Then we got our social media back because what happened is, as you all know, my bank accounts are still frozen to this day. Okay, 3 years and a bit later, Paul Champ and his lawsuit with Zexy Lee still have control over my bank accounts. So they recognize that I don't have the ability to pay for my lawyers. They recognize that I'm out of province, so I'm not eligible for legal aid in Ontario. So I can't pay or use legal aid to pay my lawyer bills. So in a form, and I call it humiliation in a sense, but at the same time, it was a means for me to get back on the air again. And I was given the ability to be back on, as a lot of you know, social media for fundraising purposes only. There were certain talking points I wasn't allowed to talk about, certain things that I wasn't allowed to say. And that was the agreement that we had in order to get back on the social media. Now,
so sorry, they even outlined certain topics you're not allowed to talk about.
That's right. Yes, I'm not allowed to talk about anything other than fundraise. Well, sorry, I wasn't allowed to do interviews. I wasn't allowed to speak about the convoy. I wasn't allowed to speak about the COVID-19. Those were the two big ones. You're not allowed to say anything about the convoy. You're not allowed to say anything about COVID-19. That's what I got told. And I don't have the conditions up, but I can even highlight it and show you. So we weren't allowed to talk about any of that stuff and what was going on with it. But then we started talking, and as Jay, you know, I've done several shows with you, and we would have good conversations, and there was a little bit of liberty with what I was talking about, and there was no issues. But in the background, the Crown kept threatening breaches after breaches after breaches. 27 times I was threatened for being on social media for fundraising purposes only, but to be breached if I kept going. And Natasha would be back and forth with them like, come on, grow up. This is crazy. To the point that after my trial was done, after the verdict was said, and we were adjourning and going to sentencing, the day after my court was done and the Crown realized he had botched the case, he had made a fool of himself, and the evidence that he provided was wrong, he filed a breach against me for social media because he knew that he's going to taint, and it wasn't just him. There was a group of people behind it, of which that, you know, were feeling empowered that we're going to get him thrown in jail. And they did. at a time of my birthday in August. They got me thrown back. But when I came back out of the breach and went for another bail review, the judge even said himself, this is not grounds for a breach. This is, there is no need for incarceration. This should have been done over the phone. This man has been sitting in jail for 10 days. He is being released right now. I'm taking a break. I'm going into my chambers. And when I come back, you guys better have an agreement as to what this man can do and not do. This is wrong. So they made the conditions even more strict. So I did an interview. I did a podcast after all of that. Basically, I wasn't allowed even commentary. I wasn't even allowed to put my item up that we were going to auction off. That's the only reason I was allowed on, was to auction items off. I'm not allowed to talk, period. Zip, zilch. I'm allowed to promote the item, and that's it. So then I did an interview, or I did a podcast where we were doing an auction, and I put a piece of black tape or duct tape over my mouth, and I put an X over no free speech. He instantly called my lawyer, said, we're breaching your client. That's commentary. With a piece of tape over my mouth.
No way. Hold on.
I'm dead ass serious.
Hold
man.
on. Hold
dead
on.
Serious.
So because you had duct tape on your face that said free speech,
Yeah.
that's what triggered a breach of your.
Well, he was going to file another breach. Yes, he's threatening me for a breach. So I said, you know what? We have case law that proved that taking away one's social media is actually an error in law, and that free speech is protected, and Mr. King should not have his free speech. We had 3 case laws proving that what he did was illegal. Every time I attempted a bail review to get that, he would threaten me with a breach, to which I filed 2 complaints against him at the Ontario Law Society for malicious prosecution and targeting and abuse of power, that they denied me each one. And then on the 3rd one, when I had the text messages and the emails where he's stating, if you attempt for a bail review, I am going to breach you. I gave it to the Law Society. The Law Society agreed. This is wrong. I'm waiting for a call back within the next 48 hours. I don't get a call back. I write back to the Ontario Law Society, where are we standing with this? All of a sudden, 3 months later, Ontario Law Society drops my case, drops my complaint with no reasoning, no excuse as to why. And now I'm waiting till we go to submissions and until I get my freedom back. This is our judicial system, ladies and gentlemen. Not only that, the Crown Attorney also got a promotion after my trial, and he is now recognized as the Deputy Crown Attorney for the City of Ottawa.
Wow. And I remember that.
Makes sense.
I remember that time because we had you and Natasha booked to come on the show. And then I got this emergency message from her saying, we can't, something's going on. And then that's when that whole breach and then the additional 10 days you got happened. And I was shocked because the trial was over. We were about to talk about, like we're waiting for the decision and stuff like that. And the trial is over. I do want to just jump in. Thank you very much, Andrew Advent, for $25. Really appreciate that a lot. And we just crossed the 2,000 live viewers right now. So everybody, if you just share this out and get a friend to jump on, we can get up to 4,000 live viewers. So thank you very much for everybody that's doing that. And now, Greg, I don't know if you know this, but Randy Hilliard, one of his conditions was don't speak to Greg Wycliffe. You're actually named as one of the conditions for him.
I can't speak to him either. I still can't.
You still
Randy?
Yeah, I can't talk to anybody still. So I can't talk to Randy. I can't talk to Tamara. I can't talk to Chris. I can't talk to Tom Marazzo. I can't talk to George. Can't talk to Owen. Can't talk to Byron. Can't talk to Danny Bulford. Can't talk to basically all the big ones. I can't talk to anybody still. But in
Jeremy
65
McKenzie,
days,
on the list?
What's that?
Jeremy McKenzie?
Oh, no, I could talk to Jeremy.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Do I want to, though?
Who cares? But that's also something I have to juggle because some of the people you mentioned did want to pop on. So I got to juggle all of that still to this day to make sure that nobody gets themselves into any trouble. But Chelsea, this is one of your dad's conditions, not just to talk to Greg Wycliffe. How dangerous is Greg Wycliffe?
Well, I mean,
Very.
In the history of Canadian dissidents, Greg is quite prolific.
He's up there.
But danger dangerous. I'm not sure that I would go there. I remember like when my dad's conditions came down, and like it was really, really weird who were like the people who were on my dad's list of conditions. So of course Pat was one, Chris was one, Tamara was one. But then you also had people like Greg Wycliffe, you had people like Edgy D, you know, various other people. And it was really interesting because about like actually over 50% of the people that my dad was barred from speaking to were not people who had any charges laid against them at any point. And so the question, like I remember Greg got in touch with me, you know, after those conditions came down and was like, how the hell am I on this list? Like, what did I do? And I was like, I don't know. You know, I like, there was no, it seemed like there was really no rhyme or reason. Like, you know, Pat, Chris, Tamara, my dad, you know, they all had charges against them. So it seemed like you could sort of make a case for it. But I'll tell you, and I know my dad's spoken about this before, and it's like the funniest story in the world, which is when he went in to, when he turned himself into the Ottawa police, he got asked various questions, including what does based mean? And my dad, of course, like he's a boomer. He has no idea what based means. He's never even heard it before. Like, you know, like I knew what it meant because I was hanging out with like Tyler Russell, the Groiper, and some other like, you know, DAG people and stuff like that. So I knew what base meant, but my dad had never heard it before. And so like they asked him and they were like, and my dad said, I have no idea. And then they asked him like, well, what does this mean? And he said, well, I think it means A-OK. So one of my brothers
or a three-pointer, one of the two.
One of my brothers is a diver. And so like that's a diving signal, right? And like to let people know that you're okay. And so that's what he said. But the cops, the OPS were convinced that that my dad was somehow tied into like Diagolon and the Groipers and this like word based and this and like what like all of these like signals. And it was just like it was absolutely batshit crazy. I think they interviewed him for something like 8 hours, and most of the questions were about different turns of phrase that the kids are using these days. And I think that that's how Wycliffe got brought into this situation, which is like maybe at some point Greg said based.
Yeah, no, I think it's clear why I was on the list. It's because I did an interview with Hilliard down at the Convoy, and it was a really good kind of soundbite where he's like, when a politician wakes up in the morning and they go like this, and then they, you know, go wherever the wind's blowing. And yeah, it kind of went a little bit viral, like as a lot of Convoy interview clips were going, and they probably just thought, oh, okay, we'll put this guy on the list too. But yeah, I kind of wanted to also kind of add to that, which is just how gross and cynical it is, how there's like this obvious connection between how the judicial system, law enforcement operates, and what the fake propaganda narrative is supposed to be. Because like all those questions, all those sort of accusations, it's based on like, okay, so we want to make you guys look like white supremacists. So we're going to try and copy and paste and attach as many things as we can, not because we have any actual evidence of you like doing that or being that, not because there's any sort of, you know, like real sort of crime here to do with that, but more because that's the marching orders. That's this kind of narrative that we have to build. It's like, you know, what's the whole thing? Like show me a man and I'll show you the crime. It's like they're doing it backwards, where they're like, okay, well, this is the narrative to make these people look like horrible pieces of shit. And we're just going to try and like connect as many, you know, buzzwords to this person as possible. So it's very, very gross and disgusting that this is kind of like what the police are doing. Like they're supposed to be stopping crime, not helping build a narrative for, you know, for a corrupt regime. But that's kind of just where we're at in this country now, right?
Do you want to hear something funny? And sorry to interrupt. And just a quick little note. when I was arrested, okay, when they swatted me on February 18th, 2022, the driver of my vehicle had nothing to do with anything. He had nothing to do with it. He was just driving me back in there to get everybody calmed down and out of the way. They gave him conditions that they put his name on Randy Hillier's conditions. So my friend Gavin, chef, was on Randy's. They didn't even know each other. They didn't have a clue who each other was. Gavin had never had an interaction, but they went and put him on Randy Hillier's conditions. It's weird.
Yeah, no, that's wild.
And there was a lot of people on my dad's conditions list that he had never spoken to before ever. You know, they're like, I don't even know if if he had met you at the convoy. I don't even think that you guys.
I never met your dad. I never even seen your dad there.
Yeah, and I think it was the same with Tamara Leach, and I think it was the same with Chris Barber. Like, you guys had never had any interaction with my father whatsoever. But now my dad had spoken to Greg before and had spoken to Edgy D before and a couple of other people, but never in the context of, like, aside from that interview that Greg was just talking about, like, not in the context of the convoy. Really, actually, like, myself, like, I was sort of like the person who had gotten people together.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so anyway, it was very strange.
And I just wanted to bring it back to Greg Arcade, because at the time, obviously, there was a lot of people going to Ottawa, to the convoy. Arcade was in Manitoba, but he was making a lot of his own personal efforts to, like, to talk about the convoy and advocate for the convoy. And in specific, this actually is not a song, but I want to play this short clip. We'll play about half of it. But he essentially called it out early on, where he's like, it really looks like they're trying to set up a psyop here. And it's easy to look at this clip now and say, like, oh, well, obviously. But, like, this video from Greg Arcade is from January 28th. And he's kind of coming out to say, hey, guys, they're setting this up. They're trying to make these people look like terrorists. And he makes a great point in it as well. But we'll just play this for 2 minutes real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and add it to the stage.
Hey, guys, I normally do not post videos like this, so please listen. I'm not in Ottawa, but I have been watching a lot of what's going on. This is some pretty amazing stuff that's happening in this country. There's also some pretty heinous stuff going on. As you could see through the media, they're painting Jeremy McKenzie and the rest of these Plaid Army guys as, like, terrorists. There's some things that have been going on that are super fishy. I know that there's even an announcement going on right now with some content creators in Canada that I can't validate or verify, but I do say go check it out. They're talking about Trudeau government spending government resources on initiating this as pretty much a big false flag, as an insurrection. As we know, they do this all the time. They do it at all the other summits. I think it's very important to understand a couple things here. The Plaid Army guys are comedians who are streamers who like edgy humor. And a lot of idiots in Canada call them terrible names. They've called me terrible names. They've called politicians terrible names because they try and paint everybody as a Nazi. And Canadians say they hate cancel culture, but as soon as it comes to their doorstep, they're all about it. So, like, hypocrisy is hypocrisy. Another thing to know, too, is they're good dudes. I've met a lot of them. If the people are going after them, you shouldn't be getting mad at them. You should more so be realizing the media is going after them. They're painting things and they're taking that shot for you right now. Because if it wasn't them, they would have found someone else to do this. So just everybody, let's relax. We all know that everyone on our side is completely interested in a peaceful resolution. And we already have lots of information coming out that the media that works for the government, that sells propaganda to you and lies constantly about regular Canadians, they're all pushing for something violent to happen. And we know our side is not that. So everybody should get out there and start putting out messages ASAP. This is ridiculous. And these people in parliament should be held accountable for doing this and dividing everybody in this country, no matter what you believe politically, nothing like that. I know I make lots of jokes about leftists, but at the same time, we're all Canadians. Let's just chill the F out here and realize that what's happening is the government is doing some really dirty shit, and put that word out.
Yeah,
he was completely correct. Let me just do one thing and we'll jump back to you. Anonymous giver, $78. Thank you very, very much. Great donation here, 100 from an anonymous giver. Let me get this entire message out. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rain fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. And another one here from Kim and Kevin Watson, who helped Chris Lysick raise $200,000 and get out of jail with the contribution of the entire community. So Kim and Kevin Watson, $200, wishing Greg and his family all the best, praying for the best possible outcome. God bless you all. Sorry about that, Greg. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I really, my favorite point in that is when he says, hey guys, you don't want to hate these people who are like being mischaracterized in the media. Because a lot of the time you'll hear this a lot from the Conservative Party right now. They'll say like, oh, if it weren't for these people who are further right, then we'd win, and all this bullshit. And it's like, listen, the people who are getting mischaracterized, like the Pat Kings, the Artur Pawlowskis, the Coots 4, whatever, like, you guys are just in the way. You're the first thing in the way. So that you're the people who are branded and villainized. If Pat King wasn't there, it would just be the next person in line. So like, I really resent and do not like when especially right-wing Canadians are like, oh man, if it weren't for Pat King, then things would be great. And it's like, no. If it wasn't Pat King, it'd just be somebody else. It'd be someone closer to you. So yeah. And it's, I'm glad, that Mr. Arcade brought it up in that video, because I always try to communicate that to people. And sometimes it's difficult to be like, hey guys, if it wasn't this guy, it'd just be somebody else. Right. And it's actually really important that we stand up for these people, because it's the old adage from, the 20th century. First, they came for the socialists. I didn't stand up because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came up for these people. And then there was no one left to stand up for me. And, it's kind of almost, those old catchphrases are almost seen as like, oh yeah, whatever. Like we almost like hand wave it away, but it's like when it's actually happening, it's like, we need to actually remember that and realize that we are living through a different version of that. Yeah.
I want to
go a second. Let me remind people about this dialogue narrative, how it was used against the Coots men. At the very, very beginning, this was all over the information to obtain the warrant. And this was used in the bail hearings that kept them all in there. It was a Vice article and the Canada Anti-Hate Network article that was used. That was just total about this BS about Diagolon. And then all the way through the pre-trial, it kept getting used. It was used during the bail reviews. And then all the way up to the trial, right before the trial. And this was after Karim Assad released her debunk of it, the Hategate affair. This, at this point, is when the Crown removed Diagolon from the entire trial. It didn't come up in the actual trial. It was not used and it was not put in front of the jury. So I just want to remind Canadians that this narrative that Greg was talking about here was used to hold these men in pre-trial detention. And it wasn't even put to the jury because it never was real. Never was real. Sorry about that.
And I want to bring it up too. And it's like a lot of the stuff that I'm getting now that I'm back on air, now I'm back talking again and with my voice back, is like Greg said, if it wasn't somebody else, it would have been, if it wasn't me, it would have been somebody else. But now what I'm getting now, believe it or not, is people on the left or whoever was against the convoy are now screaming, where's the convoys now? Now that Donald Trump is threatening Canada, where's your convoys? Where's our convoys? It's because you guys villainized us. It's because you labeled us this. It's because you put us in jail for the last 3 years or kept us silent for the last 3 years. Instead of locking your grandma up in your house, why were you not down supporting real Canadians fighting for the freedom of speech, freedom of my body, my choice? But now you're getting it back. So I encourage anybody out there to please make it make sense to me. Where were you when we needed you? And now you're begging us to come back after you want us to go back to be that, the Jeremy McKenzies, the Patrick Kings, the Chris Barbers. You want us to go back to do that again? I can't understand people these days.
I don't even understand that. So it's like, no, you idiot. Like, the convoy didn't like the Canadian government. That's the problem. We had a problem with the Canadian government. We actually weren't protesting Trump. What are you even talking about? It's like, we have a problem with our leaders in this country. Where's the convoy now? Oh man, that's
and the same people that were vilifying you hated the Canadian flag, but now they're flying it again. They're booing the national anthem for the U.S. They're changing the Canadian national anthem to be a little bit more patriotic. Look, I love the idea that we're kind of becoming a little more patriotic, but we're also hypocritical. I do want to welcome Nico back, because Nico is back. He's been sitting there patiently, and Nico's kind of new to some of these faces that are on the screen right here now. And he's kind of commenting like, this is really happening. Like, they can do that. It's legal for them to do that. Nico, go ahead and jump in and share some of your concerns that you're hearing here.
Where do I start? It's, I lost my career over this. I started creating content around this.
Just remember, we're on YouTube.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay.
Everything that I'm going to say, YouTube is not true. You should get your 8th booster. Make sure to get your 8th booster. Make sure. Don't listen to this unvaccinated guy. Drop it right now. But, it kind of blows my mind. You know what blows my mind? Because I create a lot of content for the U.S., and now that they kind of avoided the pitfalls that Canada's been down for the past 10 years, I'm looking at Canada, and I get to meet guys like Pat King. I get to hear about Chelsea's story, and it's blowing my mind. And it's not blowing my mind that it happened. That doesn't surprise me. We have a lot of censorship in Canada. But what blows my mind is that, just like you were saying, Jason, and I talk about this every day, how does it make any sense when I needed your help, when I was losing my career, everybody pointed their fingers at me saying you deserve it? And that goes for my family. My own mother said I deserved to lose my job because I did not want the medication. But imagine if my mother can do this. Imagine the other people out there. And I was with Greg I think last week. I was giving free hugs in the middle of this. All the protests that happened, I was at the Freedom Trucker giving free hugs to people. And the message I was getting all the time were from older men and older women past their 60s. And they're like, wow, my family's been isolated from me. I can't see anybody. And you're there giving hugs to people. You know how simple that was for me to do that? I had a sign and I was just walking around and giving hugs to people. How have we forgotten? This is what blows my mind. We are not even 4 years from the start of this. We're completely blind. Now we're going behind Carney because he's the new face of Canada. Like, are we insane? This is what I don't understand. How fast do we forget? And now we're blaming a guy that's been in office for 8 weeks for the problems that have been happening for 10 years. Like, he's now our problem. Like, are you serious? It's our government that's been doing this for 10 years, not orange boogeyman from the United States. This is what blows my mind, and this is why I've been shaking my head when you guys are talking. Where are the Canadians that are supposed to stand up for you guys? Where are those Canadians right now? Instead of standing up and being proud Canadians and fighting back against the U.S. when they're our biggest ally, why are they not standing up for you guys? Why are they not standing up for you, Chelsea? Why are they not standing up for you, Pat? Because I don't know if I'm able to talk about what's in the private chat, and I won't, because I don't know where it falls into. Because all I'm asking is, like, what the hell is going on here? Am I on crack here? Like, I've been hit in the face many times, so maybe I'm the problem. But I just want to make sure here.
Yeah. I mean, I was just going to say the short answer is that the TV didn't tell them to care about us. The TV told them to hate us, so that's why they don't care about us. We're the bag. We're actually the shameful. The shameful fringe minority that we just want to go away, according to the Ottawa bubble.
And how bad were you? How bad were you that they put you in jail for years cumulatively and took you out for.
Not bad at all, according to the judge, Donald.
Well, you must have been a terrible man, terribly dangerous. I just want to contrast it with a poor young fellow named Terrell Burke Whitaker. And one of his friends got murdered on the street in a gangland shootout down on King Street in Toronto. So he went to a funeral for the guy. And of course, well, he packed a pistol because, when you go to a funeral, you pack a pistol. So they had a shootout at the funeral in Toronto, this gangland shootout on the 401. The funeral home backed onto the 401. So somebody stopped the car and everybody's blasting away. Two people were shot and wounded. And this poor young man, Terrell Burke Whitaker, he just happened to be there with his pistol, just happened to be there, and he got in the middle of it. Of course, he emptied the pistol across the 401.
Wow.
No jail time.
It's insane. And I want to, if you guys will bear with me here I'll make it short, but, tying these sort of things together, the convoy, the justice system, all of that stuff. I have a quick story that I like to tell about the convoy. And I think this sort of goes to what, Greg Arcade was saying in his video as well. So my first husband, the father of my children, he's passed away. He passed away in a car accident almost 3 years ago. He had spent a lot of time in rehab, and he was also incarcerated several times. But not a bad guy, like I loved him. My children love him. He was a good dad. I took him to the Freedom Convoy, and we spent 3 days there. And when we got back home, he said it was the first time in his adult life that he had ever felt accepted by anyone. And that, to me, I think speaks to what Greg Arcade was saying and what we're all talking about. This community, and I want to always come back to this community of people are the best people. We have been villainized. We have been, made to look like demons. And my husband was like, I've never experienced that level of love in my entire life. They didn't care. No one cared. No one cared that, about what he had done in the past and what his struggles were or anything like that. They're like, you're here and we're going to love you and we're going to be there for you. And anything you need, we've got you. He died only 3 months after that.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
and,
that.
And I always tell people one of the greatest privileges of my life was to be able to bring him into that situation so that before he died, he was able to really experience what true community actually is. And true community is this.
Yeah.
There was
And
definitely
let me just jump in for a sec.
Yeah.
North Ender with 25. Speaking of community, North Ender, $25. Thank you so much. Anonymous Giver, $20. Praying for your good health. And we have a $200 donation here.
Nice.
And let me go ahead and read out their message. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. All things, Greg. All things. This is not a nice idea or suggestion by God. It is a commandment. You want to beat this thing? In his name, command it to be gone. Every day, we are praying for you. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. And then the Colbert's mom, $50. Thank you very much to Colbert's mom. Sorry about that, Pat. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Just to add to those, I got another donation from Gnostic Academy on my channel here. He gave another $20. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Greg, for doing this. For Greg, you have supporters down here in Wymerica. And also, I think, Jason, we missed the $200 donation to Kim and Kevin Watson. Did we talk about that?
No, we got them. Yeah, we got them.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, no, they're good friends of the show, good friends, and they're the ones that also helped raise $200,000 for Chris Lysick. And Kim and Kevin, I just want to another acknowledgement from the community to them. They have to go through a CRA audit because of their involvement with that donation, because other people reported them improperly. And thank you very much for them. They're still going through those audits right now in order to clear that up. So go ahead, Pat.
My thing is I want to go off of what Chelsea said. this was a moment, and guys, I did a majority of the leg. As you all know, I live in Alberta. The only leg I didn't do of this was from the east, and then the little contingent from Vancouver. But passing through Canada the way we did, and that general consensus from everybody, and I don't care all the naysayers out there who say, oh, there was only a few hundred and a couple thousand. No, there was hundreds of thousands of people along the highway from Vancouver all the way to Newfoundland that cheered us on. And the general thing was we're being heard. People were crying, the hugs. When we got to Ottawa, and I might get a little emotional on this because I finally just rekindled with these people. We reunited on my show. There were people that told us they were about to unalive themselves just days before us arriving. And it was because of us that they didn't, and they came and were a part of something that was felt globally. And that was a moment where everybody came together under one banner. We healed each other while we were there. The vibrations and the energy that were spread throughout that. I don't think Ottawa really knew the impact. Yeah, you may have thought the horns were loud. Yeah, you may have thought that the obstruction of the roadways that were hindering and only delaying transport, not blocking transportation, were only delaying transit. The actual impact it had on a world level. And one of the things is I say why we were villainized is because this was like a lot of people have said, a grassroots thing that was popped up in like a month and a half with all our organizing the month prior with law enforcement and everything, that the government never had a hand in, if you want to understand that. So they didn't have a planned protest like they did for BLM, or the planned protest for what they did for, the LGBTQ communities, where they pay these protesters, like you've seen the NDP promoting and paying for these Palestinian protesters to overtake the Confederate building in Ottawa. You didn't have that government involvement. And that's where that scared the living shit right out of them. They were like, oh no, we don't have control over that. We don't even have a spokesperson in there that can coordinate and hold this on. And what you saw is the power of the people. You saw how strength in numbers we were, and how our hearts and our minds and our absolute beauty of human beings and for Canadians to set that bar was the key to it, because we are all deemed across the globe. They are peaceful. They are beautiful people. They just want to help. And then they're getting trampled by horses, and they're getting, riot squads brought onto them. Who does this? And it really brought that focus. And that's why I feel my voice in particular, amongst others and hundreds of others, and I'm not taking all the credit for it, but that's why my voice has been silenced the most, is because of that beautiful message that I've been pushing for years, of unity, of bringing people together, of having us all under one flag. And that is what scared the government. So that's why they had to villainize. They got their media moguls on it to make sure that they could find every little hit piece they can, edit, clip, and make it out to be this thing. But guys, if you really understood that healing power that Canada brought, that we portrayed while we were there, was for those that were there, you can speak on your own experiences, but I know you felt it. You felt it. Nico passing out hugs, man. I think I got 2 from you. I think I came up to me and George. We were like, no way, he's giving out free hugs, and we got the hugs from everybody. That was what it was, and it scared them.
And on that note, let's go ahead and have a quick little song from Greg, 3 minutes. This is Bury Me With My Boots On, one of my favorite, and you're going to see a lot of imagery that's going to remind you guys about this convoy. One moment.
Song. Play my favorite country song. Burn that fire till the wood's all gone. Burn that fire till the wood's all gone. Keep it bright till the break of dawn. Don't be sad if I am gone. Just bury me with my boots on. When I die and when I'm gone, bury me with my boots on. Play my favorite country song. Burn that fire till the wood's all gone. Be it gun or be it rope, be it free from pain, I hope. And if it be when I am old, just bury me with my boots on. When I die and when I'm gone, bury me with my boots on. Play my favorite country song. Burn that fire till the wood's all gone. This is where I was born and raised. This is where I'll end my days. When Jesus lays me in my grave, I pray that I'll be saved, and that I lived in a way that makes those around me proud to say, when I die and when I'm gone, bury me with my boots on. Play my favorite country song. Burn that fire till the wood's all gone. When I die and when I'm gone, bury me with my boots on. Don't be sad if I am gone. Just burn that fire till the wood's all gone.
What an honor. There's so many faces in that video I now recognize, I've met and spoken to. And Greg, you're one of them. I saw a little cameo of you in there too.
Yeah, no, that gave me the chills. Some of that footage, the footage of the overpasses is really, really, really intense. And I guess for me, it flies in the face of the apathetic liberal Canadian. You know, it's like, well, actually, we showed up with flags, with our trucks, and to me, that's the true character of this nation. And you know, Pat was talking about earlier, some of the best Canadians you'll ever meet were at the convoy, supporting the convoy, and they're humble people. You know, they you know, some of them will just donate some food or some snacks or a $20 bill or some gas money, whatever. And you know, it's in the context too, to make it a little connected to something current. It's I made a tweet about this a little while ago, but it's like, these scummy politicians right now, with this trade war with America, they are trying to invoke Canadian pride, you know? And here's the thing. There was real Canadian pride at the trucker convoy. And all these scummy politicians, yes, including Pierre Poilievre, try to make us forget about that. They try to memory hole the convoy, which was like the most genuine and miraculous, incredible, inspiring display of Canadian pride in recent Canadian history. And they constantly try to poo-poo it, dismiss it, act like it never even happened. And I guess it's just to kind of like bring it back to like, this is a evil, corrupt regime that we live under that slowly but surely constantly just tries to denigrate us and like what this nation really means. And once again, with pieces like this from Greg Arcade, like he captured that moment, he captured that feeling, he captured that energy that we really need to internalize more often as patriots, as people who truly do, care about this country.
And Donald's got to run back to his wives, plural, as he let us know earlier. But Donald, you want to go ahead and say goodbye?
just great to see everyone here, and just keep it going. And I'm so enthusiastic about the number of people who are watching this. But if you haven't donated yet, just go over to GiveSendGo. I think the link's just down below this broadcast, and just give what you can. We're all trying to help Greg Arcade here. He needs our help. He's been a good friend, and he's been there for everyone for a long time. Let's do what we can. See you next time, folks.
Thank you,
Thanks, Donald.
Have a good night. And on that note, Anonymous, again, another $100 just came in. Thank you, Anonymous. Greg, your music has been a constant in my car for a long time. My young men can sing your songs word for word with enthusiasm and have your CDs in their players at home. You inspire them to be strong men and do good for others. I haven't told them your diagnosis. I'd like to wait and tell them the battle you fought and won, God willing. We lift you today. May the love heal you. Thank you very much for those messages, and everybody who's doing that, please keep them coming. I would be honored to go ahead and read them. I think, Nico, you actually wanted to kind of dovetail on something that Chelsea was saying, and then we'll jump back into this conversation.
Yeah, you said that you brought your ex-husband to kind of his first, I don't want to say his first protest, but to the convoy protest, and he felt accepted. The worst part is that all the protests that I've been to in the Quebec province, where we were more than 100,000 people, although the media made it sound like we were 20 people on the corner, yet I made sure to bring my wife and my two best friends back then to Ottawa, because I knew that the media would portray it to be completely different from what it was. And all it was a big party. It was literally a bunch. You saw how multicultural Canada is. You had white people, black people, native people, Indian people, name it, they were there, and everybody was getting along. Unlike what the media likes to portray and tell us that we're very split, yet you saw every single side of the Canadian face. Everybody was having fun. Everybody was enjoying their time there. And yet, another thing, I've been traveling the U.S. a lot over the past 3 years, and it's everywhere in the U.S. I'm in Alabama right now, and I don't think you guys realize how big of an impact that's had. Like, people, rednecks and hillbillies in the U.S. knows about the freedom convoy. They're all aware of it. They all know it happened. And one of the things that always blows my mind, considering the amount of protests that I've been to, is that if you look at Montreal, where I'm originally from, you have the Free Palestine protests that can go around, destroy statues, destroy whatever they want, public property, no problem. We were peacefully protesting everywhere in Quebec, everywhere in Ontario, in Ottawa. We were the problem. This is always the part that makes, I don't understand how the average Canadian cannot just see this and remember that this was done for them. We did it to wake people up. That's the reason. At least, you know what? I won't say we, because I won't speak for you guys, but that's the reason why I started creating content 4 years ago, to wake people up. Yet, look at what's going on today. You guys are not acceptable. You guys are in trouble because of something you did a couple of years ago. Yet, we're okay with we're okay with 20-year-olds that are in universities and all the big cities in Canada protesting left or right. That's no problem, even though they're committing crimes. This is the part I don't understand, what it's going to take for the average Canadian to realize that there's a massive hypocrisy going on, and it needs to be addressed, because you guys did nothing wrong. Yet, in my face, last time I was in Montreal, people are walking down the street on St. Catharines, the busiest street, screaming their lungs out, being violent with people around them. Yet the police officers are just there, just like, yeah, no problem. That's totally normal. So I don't know what it's going to take. And I don't know what it's going to take, but I hope that both Chelsea, Pat, and Greg, you guys understand how what you did was important. That's all I want to mention.
It was very important to Canadians, and I also want to welcome Bennett here, the Canadian Libertarian, who has a podcast as well. Has been doing this for quite some time, and maybe one of the first that started to do this kind of thing, because I think it was even pre-COVID. But Bennett, thank you very much for joining us today, and let's go ahead and say hello to you.
Right on. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jason. And yeah, I think, I'm definitely the OG around here because it's been 15 years and it's been one hell of a roller coaster ride for this entire time. And it started early on. Obviously, it was pretty minimal. I mean, I could count like in single digits, especially when I first started doing this. And I look back at some of those early videos and it's like, ooh, cringy, because I just wasn't used to it's not my forte, but like the rest of you folks, once I seen how things were going and it had affected me, I think that's what happens to a lot of us is, we get caught up in our own lives, but when shit finally affects you and it hits you personally, that's when you get involved. And I see COVID obviously was the big thing that was the precipice that put a lot of folks on the radar and start talking about this. And I'm just happy and pleased as pie that there's this many people that are actually speaking up and standing out. And I think we can do a lot if we can coordinate our efforts here. Because I know there's a lot of people, we have some small disagreements, some, I've even a few guys in the past have had some, pretty good disagreements with and stuff, because I start at things with a different, like I'm not a statist by any stretch. I don't care for government at all, as you're probably well aware of this. So when I talk to people who have a preference for politics, there can be room for disagreement. But what I've learned over the years is, listen, most of us, we all, at the very least, all of us here, we want to head towards the directions of getting back and gaining back our liberties if they ever actually did exist. And so even if I want to travel a few extra destinations or a couple extra stops ahead of you folks, I don't care. I think we're all fellow travelers, and I'm more than willing to continue down that road. And then, when you guys get to the point where you're happy with how limited the state is, I'm pretty sure. Well, this is the thing I'll say even to the minarchists in terms of libertarians. We have a lot of internal disagreements. But like I say, the minarchists, if we get to the point where there's just that 5% of government left, yeah, you don't have to worry about me. I won't be complaining too much, but I just like to hold up things as the ideal, right? The ideal is actual genuine independence, sovereignty, and liberty for every individual. Whether we ever get to that point, I don't know, but I'm more than willing to at least be that one to step out in front and kind of lead by example. That's what I do in my own life. And like I say, as far as we can get to that point, I'd be happy, because right now, as you know, we're heading in the opposite direction and things are just getting horrendous. And I'm just going to kind of piggyback on something that Nigo was saying. And this is in particular. Now my sons are actually in a pretty good spot, but for the younger generations, and I see this, it's just so rampant everywhere. I mean, yes, I guess it's great that you can come up with different kinds of innovative ideas and creating these like structures like small homes or tiny home environment. But what a terrible fucking thing for anyone. Like, who are the people in society, especially the older ones, who keep, and a lot of them are voting for these establishment parties, but who in the hell ever turned away? When did we turn our back on wanting better for our kids and grandkids? I mean, sure, yeah. Oh, look, at least they can build a tiny home or live in a trailer park or some mobile camp or something. But that's not what we should be expecting or want for our kids and our grandkids. We should be doing what most of our generations in the past did, build and build the foundations for our kids so that they can do better than even we did. And the sad reality is we have a lot of Canadians in this country who want to basically, I don't know what it is, it's greediness or selfishness or whatever it is, but they want to soak up and accumulate a large portion of the wealth and keep it for themselves and not, allow other people to get a little bit of their share of the pie. And I'm not talking about forced redistribution. I'm just saying stop using government to benefit yourself at other people's expense. If we could have just tamped down those kinds of levels of especially intergenerational theft, I think that would go a long way to creating unity in this country. But as far as what this topic is about, my heart goes out to Greg's friend. I don't know the man personally, but I know of you guys, and I know you're good people, and I'm sure this gentleman was as well. And I'm actually going to try to learn a little bit more who he was. But my prayers do go out to him, and sorry for your loss for all you folks that did know him.
He's not gone. He's not gone. So there's a diagnosis, and he's going to be fighting this brain cancer. So he's the past tense, really giving the shivers there. He's still with us. He's watching right now. So good.
Okay, sorry.
And
I apologize.
No problem. And then I just want to acknowledge Kevin Chef, $50, and his message is, "We love you, man." And Lay Stewie, $25. Thank you very much for having that come in. And I think to answer your question, Bennett, is these people are lacking faith, family, and future. They're not looking at that. And and when you lose sight of those three things, in my mind, in my heart, then you won't fight for anything but yourself. So faith, family, and future is where I think people need to put their hearts. Greg, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to thank to Maureen Brown with the $10. Bless you all. Thank you very much. Any super chats that are coming to me today, I'm going to be passing on to Mr. Greg Arcade and his GiveSendGo fundraiser. But yeah, no, I think you're bringing up a lot of good points there. In terms of like the problems with Canada. You know, people might talk about policies, they might talk about politicians. I think it's actually a really deep one. I think there's some sort of deep spiritual problem with what's going on with Canadians, and it really is. It's something where we do, you know, it kind of defies logic sometimes. You know, like it needs to be this thing where we really think deeply about who we are and what we want for our future. You know, there's a sort of you know, if we can't stand up as people, as like if we don't have the courage to speak out against the evil, if we don't have the, you know, the courage to use our freedom of speech, then it's over. And that might seem obvious, but if you look at the state of the Conservative Party, who's supposed to be the opposition and supposed to be our saviors, they have basically agreed and convinced their entire base of support that not using your free speech, not being brave is how we're going to win. We need to be strategic to win. And to me, this speaks to like this problem that is not, again, it's not like a policy. It's not like a, you know, logical thing. It's like, no, we're being cowards. We're accepting this cowardice. We're accepting this idea that we have to just try to, you know, be more clever. And that's really what's killing us. Like we need to have bravery and courage. And it really does, you know, sometimes I feel like I probably sound like a crazy person because the convoy, I bring up the convoy so much, but like it's so demonstrative, like it's so demonstrative of like what the problem is, which is, and I'm actually helping make a documentary about this right now, which is to try to like remind people that these people like Pat King, like the Jeremy McKenzie's, the Archer Proflowski's, Coots for, these people were persecuted for having an opinion in Canada. Like that's not a free country. That's not a free country to have that happen. And because the CBC isn't telling the story, because major media outlets aren't telling the story, you know, like it needs to be repeated in like, you know, the right sort of urgency and also in sort of the right framework. And with this documentary that I'm developing, I wanted to kind of like start with the first problem, which is the fear. People need to stop being afraid to use their freedom of speech and really realize what's at stake here. And yeah, Pat, I would definitely love to, you know, do another interview with you at some point, but you were saying?
And hold on, Pat. Just hold on, Pat. I'll be right with you. I got Pastor Arthur Pulowski just messaged me. I don't know if he's watching or not, but he said thank you very much because we invited him on. He's at his mother's funeral. Sorry, we'll just mute you there, Chelsea. He's at his mother's funeral today, and he can't be with us today. And then we also have Freedom ukuleles with $25. Your talents have been and will be a blessing to all of us. May God heal you and hold your family in love and comfort. At Agnostic Academy again of LJC, $120. With all our love, kindness, and best wishes, we are all at prayer for you in this moment and going forward. We will be with you through this part of your journey, and we know God walks softly, quietly by your side. On behalf of the good birds at the Agnostic Academy, we love you. Thank you very much. That's like 3 donations from them so far, so thank you very much. Go ahead, Pat.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in really quick. We're $56 away from 7,000.
Let's do this.
So
somebody throwing $56
$56 in for Greg Arcade and his family. If anyone's able to, it would be amazing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pat.
Well, one of the things I was going to say was it was amazing that you had Bennett on here because as a lot of you guys know, I wasn't just about the convoy. I've been speaking about freedom of speech for years, and I have been one of the most, if not the most censored in Canada for over the last 10 years, trying to get these stories out. And Bennett actually did a piece on myself and another gentleman that I was with. And we were going around in 2019, we went around all Canada holding town hall meetings to explain what was happening in Canada. And we actually were initially starting out at the legions in respect and in honor of our members of the military, because they had fought and died for these rights that we have for freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, all of that stuff. They made sure that Canada was a free country. So in paying respects to that, we were traveling and we had scheduled showings in these legions, and I had organized it all. I worked with every legion and I went through, and then all of a sudden we get down to that cesspool that is the Ottawa Valley. And I'm not just trying to lump everybody in there. It's the area of the most biggest group of cancel culture, little whining, crying, Antifa kind of mentality that we experienced when we got down there, to the point that they had to do a CBC hit piece. And I was a nobody at the time, but I made frontline news because the Canadian legions had to denounce us and had to say, no, you don't have the ability of free speech in our establishment. So we ended up having to scramble and reorganize and reschedule at different places. But Bennett did an amazing piece on it to speak about how free speech was being eradicated back then in Canada, just from two guys trying to talk about the oil and gas industry and talk about what our government was doing. And ever since then, it's been an ongoing attack against free speech in Canada. If you don't go along with their narrative, then you don't count. And then what does that do? You get guys like me that are like, oh yeah, hold my beer, watch this. And you get what we get. And if I said it the other night in my show, the government policies and Trudeau's woke ideologies and Biden's woke ideologies and in the United States and everything that they've done is they swung the pendulum so far left in such a hurry, then force feeding it down our throats, that the inevitable was what was coming. And they planned it this way. But now what you're getting now in the political realm is that pendulum now has no choice but to swing so far right to correct all of the bullshit that they did. And that in itself scares the living shit out of me, because now you're going to get people that are going to stand up. They're going to fight. It's going to get mad. It's going to get bad. But that's what you're getting. And like you said, Jay, now everybody's trying to get on and jump on board on the Team Canada and booing national anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the opportunity to be at the Raptors game when a young 15-year-old girl for the first time got to stand up in front of the Raptors and the LA Clippers in a giant stadium to sing the national anthem. And that young girl, you can see it in her face, was so nervous, and she was just fighting through her nerves to get that out. And as soon as she started to sing the American national anthem and that arena started booing that young girl, that's where my patriotism came in. And I made sure that everybody around us knew how friggin' pissed off I was that they were booing this young girl, and how disgusting your Team Canada mentality was, that you made that little girl probably cry after she walked back out off that. Are you proud, Canada? And that's who I'm talking. I'm not talking to the ones who are on board with this, but to the ones out there that are the haters. Are you proud of yourselves for being so toxic and so vile that you can ruin a young girl's experience for the first time that she got that opportunity to sing that national anthem? You look yourselves in the mirror and ask yourselves, are you a good person? Because really, truthfully, in my mind, you're disgusting. And that is absolutely not what Team Canada is about. So free speech in this country is out the window. But now you've swung it so far to the right. I'm back.
Do you know?
Hold on a second, just one second. What Team Canada does is the donations. We just hit over $7,000. Thank you to Faith and Hope, $25. You're used to fighting. You can do it again. And Scott Campbell, thank you very much for 60. This is what put us over the top, Scott. Thank you very much. $7,000.
Thanks, Scott.
Keep coming, Canada. Let's try and hit that 10. Let's try and hit that 10 within the next hour. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Yeah, let's hit the 10. Just to again piggyback on what Pat just said. So my kids' school they were singing the anthem at a Sudbury Wolves game up here in the lovely Northern Ontario.
I know what she's talking about.
Oh. Anyway, but so the kids were singing the anthems, and there's in the stadium, there's a picture of the Queen, not the King, of the Queen, back behind where we were sitting. And I'm sure you guys can see I'm kind of a shit disturber. But I've got an American flag and a Trump flag in my window. I'm a very proud Canadian. I love this country. But I do like to shit disturb from time to time. I don't know where I get that from. Doesn't make any sense. But anyway, back to the hockey game. So I love the American anthem. It pulls on my heart in a way that the Canadian anthem doesn't. And I'm not entirely sure why that is, but it's a fact of my life. So anyway, it was this incredible thing that happened. This is before Christmas. So it was before any talk of tariffs. It was before it was before the inauguration. It was before any of that. And this insane thing happened, which is, I like hand on heart singing, "Oh, Canada, I will always," right? But when the American anthem came on, hand on heart, I know every word. And my husband and I stood and sang the national anthem with my children for the United States because they were playing an American hockey team. And everyone else in the stadium turned and looked at the Queen. And the only ones who weren't looking at the Queen were glaring at us. And so I just sang my heart out. But like, if anyone thinks that this is new, what's going on, it's not new. This is a terrible, atrocious thing that Canadians have always done, which is I've always said we like pat ourselves on the back and tell ourselves that we're better than the Americans. No, we're not better. Americans actually feel like tied to something beautiful and wonderful, and they have hope that there's something better always around the corner. And Canadians are just like, well, we're better. We don't have to do anything. We're better because we're not them. And yeah, anyway, I'm it's a little bit off course, but I think that it's important to remember that this booing of the anthem is not a new thing. This is how Canadians have acted for a long time. And again, when we come back to the community that we all have across time and space, and Nico, you might be able to talk about this as someone who's in Alabama, or Louisiana. I'm not sure. I can't remember what you said now, but like, it's like a virus within our country. Like, we've been infected with this anti-Americanism, and I have no patience for it. These are our brothers, sisters, cousins, in this country. And again, I'll just bring back always to this community that we have. And we want to show that like we are not the hateful ones. Mm-hmm. We are the proud. We are the proud ones, not only of our country, but of our, brothers and sisters to the south. So anyway, just a little anecdotal story about my experience at the Sudbury Wolves game.
Well, and just to jump in on that, remember the time.
Right seconds, I have to do these. Mackenzie, $10. Thank you very much. With love and healing through thoughts sent your way. And we have Donna M with $25. Thank you very much, Donna. And I got a message from a donor who's donated a couple of times. GiveSendGo has a limit of 2 donations a day. So if you're trying to spread it out throughout the day, maybe consider doing it in 1 or 2 donations, because they do have a limit of 2 donations a day. Sorry about that, Pat. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no worries. Just to go off of what Chelsea said too, guys, there was a moment, and I'm in Alberta. I was at the game in Edmonton when the mics cut out. And we all sat there and we sang the American national anthem, maybe even better than the Americans. But that was a sign of Team Canada. When the mic pops off and they can't get the national anthem out. We stood up and it was so loud, the goosebumps on your body of how patriotic and how understanding we are to our American brothers in the South. I have friends that are American. I have friends that have left Canada to go down to America. I've been doing my podcasts with Americans now. So I'm getting down there and starting to talk with the Americans, and they're understanding, hey, man, we supported you guys. We backed you guys with your convoy. We loved what you guys did. We were cheering you on from the sidelines. In fact, we did our own little ones around Washington, D.C. They never got onto the media. The media scrummed it all. They hid it all from us to show that the Americans were right beside us. And now what you've got is everybody thinking Orange Man bad, and he's coming against us, but you have no idea, in fact, how bad Canada has been towards the Americans in our trade alliance that we have. And to be honest, the Americans are, like Chelsea said, our brothers, our sisters, our cousins, our uncles. They are us. And you got to understand that, ladies and gentlemen, you're being played. You are being played by this government once again, these suit dummies in Ottawa, and Donald Trump is just trolling them and making them look absolutely horrible. Doug Ford, big, burly, tough Doug Ford, sure backed down real quick when Donald Trump chimed back up about his tariffs on the electricity. What power, what audacity do you have to say you're going to cut the power off? You're going to increase the tariffs on the people in these states just south to you. Like that, honestly, that is disgusting. And Doug Ford, I've never appreciated Doug Ford, but just that was the icing on the cake. All these premiers were brought down for a meeting with Donald Trump and Mar-a-Lago. They all came back with positive influence, positive thoughts, positive everything. And then all of a sudden you come back and you double down. Why? Because Mr. Fancy Socks and his little handlers at the WEF and all of these people that are saying, no, we need that divide back, because you don't got the divide between Canadians anymore. Canadians are all understanding you're all pieces of shit. And even the left and the right are both agreeing. So we need a new division. So let's pit our neighbors to the south. Nah, Canada, you're better than that. Everybody out there, and hear this loud and hear it louder. We are better than that. Stop doing that. These Americans love us and they want to see us succeed. Stop the bullshit.
100% true. And Craig, you want to go ahead and throw that donation up?
Yeah. $60 from Mechanics. Do it for Greg and family. Thank you so much for the super chat. All my super chats are going to be going to support Greg Arcade and his GoFundMe. And yeah, just to piggyback off of that, if you don't mind, is that all right, Jason?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get into a song after.
The whole elbows up thing. There's like, hey, elbows up, Canada. It's like that's a dirty move to do in sports, to have your elbows up. Like that's not very sportsmanlike. I'm sorry, is that the Canadian thing, to not be very sportsmanlike? But yeah, this this kind of speaks to the problems, the spiritual problems of Canadians, and it's that we don't have the sense of pride and nationalism that a lot of Americans do. And ever since I've been alive, we've had this weird sort of anti-American way to define ourselves. And the way that I sort of like summarize it is, like this is kind of really much from my own experience. Like I was born in the late 80s, and growing up in the 90s, I always kind of thought, okay, like we are not American. Those Americans, they're so pompous. They're, July 4th, like my freedom, they're idiots. They're at Walmart. Like they're just consumers. Like they're just all, we're not that, right? We're not that. And the thing is when we say we're not that, we're actually saying we're not patriotic, because in that definition of being American, it's kind of being full of yourself a little bit, kind of being like, hey, I like being American. USA, it means something. My Constitution. That sort of autonomy that a lot of Americans have of being animated. There's so many valuable things in there for a true democracy. You have citizens who care about the Constitution. You have citizens who care about elections. A lot of Americans treat their politics like sports. They get more involved. They get more active. They get more into voting. They have the buttons and stuff like this. It's more of like an American pastime and celebration. Whereas in Canada, it's like, oh, time to change the thermostat. Time to like elect somebody else. It's a very sort of passive activity that that a lot of Canadians hardly even pay attention to, let alone get excited about. And I think that's like that is the sort of poison pill in this sort of American anti-Americanism. It's actually anti-patriotism. It's anti-true patriotism in being like kind of boisterously proud of who you are. And I think that this moment too, with the trade war and all these people like booing the national anthem and everything, it's like what is actually about Canada in that? Like is Canadian pride hating America? Is that what it means to be a proud Canadian? It's just like shitting on Donald Trump. Like that's once again, we're defining ourselves just by being like a hater of America. To me, that's not what being Canadian is about. Sure, there is a sort of like difference, like since our founding, that it's like, okay, we're not going to be America, but like there needs to be more than that, guys. There needs to be more that's more substantial. That speaks to why we're actually different. And it speaks to our connection to the crown and the UK, and like we don't have to get into all that, but I think we can all agree that this sort of just like, hey, we all hate Trump and that's what makes us Canadian, is just totally silly and shallow.
They've made our patriotism here in Canada as nationalism. If anybody knows, and I'm a prime example of the attacks on that, I'm patriotic to Canada 100%. I love this bloody country. But then when I stand up for that, I've been called a nationalist. Now I'm a white nationalist. They had to put the identity politics on it now. Now I'm a white nationalist. This is wrong, but this is what we deal with here in Canada. Hi, Melissa McKee.
Yeah, Melissa's joining us, and what we're going to do is we'll jump to a song quick and let everybody get a little bathroom break in there. But Americans are so good at being involved in the political system that they even vote Democrat after they die. That's how involved they are. A lot of votes from the Democrats from the dead. But let's go.
What song were you thinking? What song were you thinking?
I have The Great Awakening queued up because it's not in our list because YouTube wouldn't let me download it. But I'm going to stream The Great Awakening. This is one of his more recent releases.
Okay. Sure,
and I think it will work good. So let me just go ahead and put this on the stage here, and let's enjoy this one.
Things are not what they seem to be. Things are not adding up to what I was led to believe. Listening to your heart is the key to not being deceived. It feels like I've been shaken awake. I'm not sure if I'm asleep, cause this reality is hard to take. It doesn't feel like it'll be okay. Am I living in a bad dream? I know deep down inside I'd rather bathe in the truth than run and hide. Waking up to the lies of what's been going on. The darkest turns to light and I can see what's right and wrong. Whose side I'm on, how I can carry on now that my old life's gone. It's great to be awake with the rising of the sun. It's hard to tell what's real anymore when I see what's going on outside my front door. But I can't close my eyes and pretend it's okay like I did before. The hardest part about waking up is refusing to shut your eyes and hitting that snooze button. You got to choose to go back to sleep or leave behind this comfort you don't need. You've got to reach deep down inside and raise your vibe if you're gonna survive. Waking up to the lies of what's been going on. The darkness turns to light and I can see what's right and wrong. Whose side I'm on, how I can carry on now that my old life's gone. It's great to be awake with the rising of the sun. truth, but they're afraid of being accused of a bad name they heard on the news, and so they choose to make an excuse. Well, I refuse to take that abuse. Waking up to the lies of what's been going on. The darkness turns to light, and I can see what's right and wrong. The side I'm on, how I can carry on now that my old life's gone. Waking up to the lies of what's been going on. The darkness turns to light, and I can see what's right and wrong. The side I'm on, how I can carry on now that my old life's gone. It might not be what I thought all along, but waking up, it's never fun. It's great to be awake with the rising of the sun.
Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Greg Arcade, what an artist. And I just got another message I just want to share with everybody here. This is coming from Kevin Watson. He just wanted to remind people that when they were all in court for the Coots situation, a group of Americans drove up as far away from Texas to come show support at the Coots trial. And the shaking of the hands and the hugging across the line of the fence itself at Coots itself was something that happened as well. Americans were supporting Canadians. My gosh, can we not do the same? And Becky McCaffrey, for the third time today, $50. Thank you, Greg, for your fight for freedom and truth. May God hold you and your family in their arms. And Becky let us know that if you change your email address, you can donate again. So she was having trouble until she used a different email address. But thank you very much for that. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you for the donation. Yeah, no, I love that song. That was part of a whole album, if I'm not mistaken, in Great Awakening. That I think that might actually be his latest full length album, and that's definitely one of my more favorite tracks from him. And yeah, like he's it's yeah, I guess I don't know. Like there's a lot. I have a lot to say about his music making ability because he helped bring a lot of my music to life. And he does it all. Like he records the drums, the bass, the rhythm, the lead guitar. He's a sound engineer, so he knows how to record it properly with all the mics and everything, and then he can mix and master it and everything. And not only that, he also kind of like hits the nail on the head of that feeling that I think a lot of us have felt of being getting red pilled. Waking up to the lies that have been going on. Yeah. So.
Oh, wow.
Great track.
We just got a huge donation. I got to put this up. We just got a huge donation as you were speaking, Greg. You inspired. Chelsea, go ahead and make your little call out there as I get this ready.
Yeah, I just want to do a little action call. I know Greg's wonderful wife has put up some of the things that the money is going to be used for, diet and alternative treatments and all that stuff. I've connected Greg to someone who can, I know we're on YouTube, so I won't say the names of the meds, but I've connected him to a supplier here in Ontario who's going to be able to help him with, a protocol like Dr. Max's. So some like this money is going to be going to those meds and the shipping as well. So I just wanted to do a little action call to people to say, like, it's not going to take much. It's not very expensive. It's actually quite cheap, but I just wanted to, encourage people to support him in his endeavors through alternative treatments while he's going through this. So.
And reminder to everybody, Dr. Mackes has been in touch. I have contacted him about this yesterday. He is going to talk to Greg and do what he can for Greg. So there was hundreds of people that behind the scenes online ever said, contact Mackes, contact Mackes. Mackes is aware of Greg at this stage, and they're going to be finding some time in the future. So we'll make that happen. And then thank you very much to Ryan Albright for $300 for Greg and his family. Thank you very much, Ryan. That's very generous of you. We really appreciate that. And we are now at almost $7,500. Let's get a couple more in there to get to $7,500.
Let's go.
We're reaching 3,400 people on 14 platforms right now. Thank you to everybody who's sharing this out. And if you want to restream it, copy it, whatever, please do. Don't worry. All of this is free to do. No license issues. Please get this message out there. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, thank you so much for that huge donation. Big record. We have somebody competing with Anonymous right now with $300 donation. Thanks a lot. No, you love to see it. You love to see it, and I really feel like this sort of these sort of events to come together and support people is what we really need more of. I've noticed since the convoy, there's been this sort of gatekeeping that's happened where if you don't support Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party, then you kind of get out, like you get cut out. You're not sitting with us. You're not allowed. I noticed this right away after the convoy because, I was there. I was put on the list for people Randy Hillier can't talk to. I saw Jeremy McKenzie get dragged off the jail and all the other stories going on and no one talking about it. And then I saw Poilievre gain this popularity. He cynically took a photo with James Topp. And then all this stuff happened. Anyway, I started a whole podcast about it called Controlled Opposition to be like, hey, I really don't like this Conservative Party because I feel like they're leading us astray. And I guess the point is like, outside of the Conservative Party, there's what you would call, I guess, the far right. There's a bunch of different characters in the far right. And we agree on a lot, but we've been through a lot. And a lot of us might feel hurt or damaged or traumatized. And there's a sort of lack of unity there that I think we've been experiencing. And I don't think there's like any fingers to point or kind of like people to get mad at necessarily. I think it's just kind of like part of the process of like what we've all been through. And I think that, I actually talked to your dad, Chelsea, at one point, and I said, is it me or do like 50% of the people that you meet in Canadian politics who are like in the right wing, 50% of the people you meet who are like somewhat competent and kind of are pushing a message, 50% of them end up being like political operatives or like people who are just like there to kind of try to get you back into the Conservative Party, or maybe they're there to like demoralize you or whatever. And I guess the point is like there are forces that be that are trying to prevent us from uniting. There are forces that be that are trying to prevent us from like actually creating something to unify against the establishment, and I feel like moments like this when like morality comes in, the not morality but mortality, the fact that we are only here for so long, that people do get sick, and Greg Arcade is now fighting cancer. It's like that's a good reminder of we only have so much time here and there's only so much we can do. And at times, although we might hate one another on certain things, maybe we get on each other's nerves, I think we have the same goal at the end of the day, to try and help this country. And I feel like moments like this are a good reminder to try and put aside our differences, maybe swallow our pride a little bit, put our egos aside and be like, okay, well, actually, how can we help this situation?
Well, you and I talked a little bit about this yesterday. And I spoke with Edgy and Lee about this as well yesterday, and some various other people. There's certainly, there was a time when, like during COVID, that we all sort of came together, and then, in the sort of intervening years, we started to fracture, and there were these, difficult relationships, and people got mad at one another, and you could just see like the fractures and the wounds. And, I think to some extent that was just, the fracturing was part of, what we had all been through, and we were all trying to cope with it in our own ways. But certainly when I spoke to you yesterday, and to Edgy and to Lee and to various other people, the conversation was like, okay, now we're being reminded of why we all came together in the first place. And we came together in the first place in order to build a community and support one another and make sure that everyone had a home and no one felt alone, right? And I really feel like, you know, what's happening with Greg right now is an important and timely reminder. Not that any of us want him to be going through this, of course, you know, like that it's the last thing that any of us would hope for. But Greg right now becomes the rally call for us to remember where we all started and where we all came from and why we all knew each other in the first place. And this isn't about Diagolon. It's not about the far right. It's not about the fringe. It's not about any of that stuff. It's about why were we all brought together in the first place? And this is God's great plan, right? God's great plan is to make sure that we all know that we're not alone in this world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that today is an amazing opportunity for us to start to heal some of those fractures, heal some of those wounds that have, you know, cropped up over the last couple of years, and just, yeah, come together and rally around one of ours who has done such amazing things for so many people. So it's not how it's not how any of us would have wanted to come back together in terms of the reason. But right now, Greg is the reason. And Meg Ramack, who's going to come on, I think, in a little bit, who's worked with Greg extensively and is a good friend of his, you know, she's echoed these same sentiments. This is like Greg Arcade saves Canada, basically. And I don't even think that's an exaggeration, right? This is about unifying everyone.
I want to piggyback on that to say, you know, the convoy was effective for a couple of very specific reasons. And, you know, people want to try to recreate the convoy or whatever. And it's like, well, it's very difficult to do that. But there are reasons why the convoy worked. And I think that we should try to, you know, emulate or remind ourselves of. And I believe it's because of the urgency and the focus. So the convoy worked because there was a tremendous amount of urgency and desperation. If you were unvaccinated at the time in Canada, there was nothing else to do other than go to Ottawa and protest about these mandates. Like the urgency was obviously there. The desperation was obviously there. People were at their wits' end. And so the urgency was there. It was evident. And then number two is the focus. People, you know, there's been protest movements in the past where it's kind of all over the place. It's like this long laundry list of things, whatever. But for the convoy, it was like end the mandates. It was simple. There didn't have to be any sort of unifying, you know, plan. People knew it intuitively. That it was the mandates that is why we were there. And I guess, you know, I think it's an important reminder because a lot of people, and I've been there, feel demoralized, feel like there's no solution, feels like there's nothing we can do. And like, oh, well, how are we going to affect political change in the country? It's like, well, let's not forget, miraculously, we did it with the convoy. Miraculously, it worked. We got more funding than any political party does through donations. We, got international attention. We ended the mandates because when that happened, the mandates, provincial mandates started to reverse like literally the second that the trucks got there on Wellington Street. And so it's a reminder that we can do something and make a difference and change, you know, actually have this is what a democracy is supposed to be, right? Where the people actually stand up and say, hey, this is what we want. So we can have that. But I guess it's a matter now, I think, of knowing that, you know, running out into the street with a bunch of different demands doesn't really work, though. There needs to be the focus, and there also needs to be like the right amount of urgency that's communicated in the right way. Like we need to kind of like almost like do our homework a little bit and do a little bit more work next time to like know how to actually affect change in the country.
God bless for that. And it's good timing because our next three donations, they all have prayers attached to them. And I actually want to kind of throw out a little thanks to GiveSendGo, because GiveSendGo is one of the ones that kind of stepped up and fought against our government to try and do their best. And they did a lot of hard work. They got hacked, probably from the Canadian government. And then people were chastised for donations. We can get into that a little bit later. But let me just acknowledge Beverly for $100, sending love and prayers to Greg and his family. Thank you very much, Beverly. Brian from the Agnostic Church, my gosh, they're on fire, not literally. $20 and healing and prayers are coming out of Brian from the Agnostic Church. And then Teresa Thomas, $25, sending prayers and sending love. So those are three donations that just came in as we were talking, all related to prayers. And speaking of prayers, we got one of the best, God's Angels himself is joining us, Melissa McKee from the Bikers Church. And Melissa, I'm wondering, do you want to kind of lead us in a little bit of a prayer here?
Yeah, I will, but I was debating for a couple hours. I had it live. Rob and I are in the garage cleaning and been going, like, do I get on? Don't I? But I'm looking at my husband, who is a 25-year cancer survivor. And so I thought I should probably get on here and encourage Greg Arcade to just put all his hope and his faith in Christ. So my husband, Rob, was diagnosed in the year 2000 with leukemia. And so he was given 1 year to live. He could not have a bone marrow transplant, which is kind of just like the automatic treatment for leukemia. He had acute myelogenous leukemia. He was 29 at the time. I was 25. I was pregnant with Dax. We had just moved to Toronto. We were homeless. We were looking for a place to live, just got a new job there for him. And so our life was completely turned upside down. There is never a good time for a diagnosis, ever. So, we were given this news and it was to take. It really felt like we were a Mack truck. The doctor I said to the doctor, well, can I take him home? And, we'd been in the ER. He got 4 blood transfusions and then felt like a new man. And I said, can I take him home? And the doctor looked at me and he said, Mrs. McKee, your husband is very sick. And I was like, no, he just has the flu. Like hearing the words cancer I could not compute. And so there's such a range of emotions that happens. I have walked that road. And so, Rob and I were people of faith. We make no apologies about that. We are very loud and proud about our faith in God. And so we immediately started to pray, and praying people started to gather around us. And they came to us at one point and said that, he would not be able to have a bone marrow transplant, so he will likely die. And we also would not be able to have any more kids because the treatment that they were giving him would, render him sterile. So that was it. Like, it was devastating in all kinds of ways, on all kinds of levels. And so we began to pray. We really did believe that God is a healer. And that is for today. It's not just stories that we read about in the Bible, because Jesus is a living God. And so I do want to pray. I would love to lead everybody in prayer. And I hope Greg is watching right now. I don't know him, but God does. God sees everything. And he knew this day would come, actually. God doesn't do these things to us. God is not a tormentor. And so there is a devil, though. There is an enemy. He is our enemy. And he does not want us to thrive. He doesn't want us to succeed. He doesn't want us to be unified. And, it's funny. I heard, Daisy texted me this morning, hey, do you know anybody that would want to hop on? Like, they just decided this yesterday. And I'd seen the tweets last night. And I thought, what an incredible thing. We're going to get online for 12 hours. And there will be no shortage of things to talk about. Go for 12 hours and we won't have trouble finding things to say. And Greg, I heard you say earlier, I talk about convoy. It feels like the inexhaustible topic to me. It's inexhaustible. It is my favorite thing to talk about. Now, I want to clarify, I'm not parked there. I'm not trying to relive convoy. It's not like I haven't moved forward. I love talking about Convoy because it left an indelible mark on me. And I'm so proud of what it required of me and of Bikers Church and so many people that were here in Ottawa ready to welcome everybody. I mean, I feel sad that I didn't get the experience of coming across the country with the convoy, but I was so proud that we were the ones here waiting to hold everybody, waiting to gather and, shelter and feed and all of that stuff. So this is inexhaustible, and I think you could pick any day of the week and put us all in a room and we would not run out of things to say. And I think that's part of like the miraculous thing, that one of the miraculous things that happened with Convoy. And so now we have this beautiful community, and it is. And I know that there are a lot of things have changed since Convoy. We now know people's personalities. People have a lot more opinions. There was one thing, right, unified us. It was the mandates. That was the one thing, was all the same. And now we realize we're not actually all the same, but there is something we should be the same in, and that is like wanting the best for our fellow man. And so that's what we're here for today. We're here for Greg Arcade, and yeah, let's pray. Okay, I'm gonna Father, I thank you for this wonderful thing that these guys have been willing to do, Lord, giving up a whole Saturday and people tuning in from all over the country and beyond, and once again donating their time, their talent, and their treasure. And Father, I want to speak your healing over Greg Arcade's body right now in the name of Jesus, the living God. Lord, it was resurrection power that rose you out of that grave, and that is why we pray to you alone, because you are the only one with power. So, Father, right now we pray for his body, that you would eradicate the cancer miraculously. God, I'm going to pray that, knowing, Lord, that there will be things that he has to walk through regardless. But God, we do not stop believing that you would heal his body. And Lord, having walked a cancer journey myself, I know, Lord, that you used that experience with my own husband to do of other miraculous things. God, today is one of the miraculous things. It's reminding all of us why we're here and what we should be about, and to put aside differences and to come together once again. So, Father, I pray that the miracles would begin to happen, and that one of his family members would become the recorder of the miracles. God, that relationships would be restored, that you would be a provider of money when they think it's impossible, that you would show yourself faithful, Lord. God, I pray that you would heal his body, that you would open doors that no one else could open but by a miraculous God. So, Father, right now we take authority over the spirit of infirmity and disease and even fear. God, we surrender it to you, Lord, and we pray that Greg would take every thought captive. Lord, that he would not let vain imaginations run off with him. Take those vain imaginations, all those thoughts of fear that will creep in, that will niggle at him, Lord. We just silence them in the name of Jesus. We speak life over his body right now, God. We speak, Lord, I pray this all the time for people. You took a handful of dirt in the Garden of Eden and you breathed the breath of life into it, God, and you made a man. Will you breathe your breath of life into Greg's body right now in the name of Jesus? Lord, your miraculous healing power, may it be his. May there be an army of angels that surround him and his family. I thank you, God, that what you have planned is so much greater than what the enemy does, and you have authority. And I pray this in the all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. And I think God is listening right now, because holy smokes, I'm not sure if you guys saw, we're over 8,000 now. 8 Jametsky, $300 donation, and he's provided some information about alternative medical and medicine care. I can't put it up on YouTube, but Ed, thank you very much for that $300. Brick Fat Fist, $300. Too many more years of driving around bullshitting while we go from home to home, visiting crazy people. Brick Fist, thank you very much. We're getting large donations coming in now. Thank you all. We're all now over $8,000. Pat, I know you got to run, so let me just get you on here. And Melissa, you've touched me every time. So if you're in the Ottawa area, go to Bikers Church, go shake Melissa's hand, hug her husband. He's a survivor. But Pat?
Yeah, so Melissa, it's always a pleasure. And it's always, that woman has changed my heart. I'll tell you all right now, when I was in a dark time during the convoy, when there was some internal issues going on, we went to go look at Bikers Church to see what was going on there. I went for a bowl of soup. I walked in the door and I met Melissa. And the first thing she did was, "Oh my God, you're," and it was a great interaction. She said, "How are you doing?" And I broke down into tears. And I had a moment where I was bawling my eyes out because there were some internal things going on that I didn't agree with and that I had, expressed my opinions of. And that's when I'll leave it out of this, but there was some pretty bullshit stuff that happened. Anyways, I looked for refuge. I came to Melissa. Melissa has been my rock in jail. When I was in jail, she would come and visit me. She was one of the only ones who was able to come and visit me that they accepted. We prayed lots together. So I've seen the genuine heart that she has when it comes to this, and the church community as well, the biker church community, and Rob as well. I've had many a dinner over at their house. Jay, we were there together. We had a great meal. So I do feel she's brought me closer to that man upstairs, albeit I've had a very many an argument with that guy. And I still am holding on to the belief that, it is better this way. But at the same time, I just want to put out a message to everybody. I do have to run. Guys, no matter what you've done, no matter what your participation was in all of this, no matter where you stood on the highway or you stood in Ottawa or your vehicle and all of that, we all have our own particular experiences that we took out of this. Those are your experiences. These are my experiences. These are what I've gone through. These are what you've gone through. But we can all come together and understand we all went through them. I'm going to put a request out to everybody out there. And this is my vow to everyone. Stop the infighting. Stop the negativity back and forth at each other. Stop saying he said, she said, this, and this. I'm guilty of it, okay? But this is my solemn vow to everybody out there. Enough. This battle is bigger than you and I. This battle is bigger than anybody's ego in all of this. We need to start coming back together again, and we need to start allowing ourselves that healing, because I've been 3 years silent, and even I catch myself on my podcast trying to, I want to say things, but I don't. But it's time we all come together again and put our differences aside, everybody, myself included. One of my biggest things is when I do get my podcast and I am back in Montreal, and one of my first shows is I want to have a reunion with just the organizers, with just the original ones that I put together, that I brought everybody to the table, and we all had that moment where there were no egos. And I want to hear everybody's experiences on my podcast so that we can get it out for the rest of the country to understand what happened. And secondly, my message to everybody in the panel, Nico, I look forward to doing a podcast with you. Greg, we're going to have to get something together as well. Jay, yourself as well. Melissa, I'll see you probably in about 70 days. So once this little shackles are off my hands and I can get out of here. But to Greg, I'm going to say this right to you. One thing that I went to jail for, and one thing that I stood up for, and one thing as I've always stood for, is something that I want to hope that you can do yourself. And that is hold the line, bro. We got you. We're going to take care of it. We're going to come together as a family, and we're going to try and do everything we can to make sure you guys are okay. And that is one of the reasons why we're on here. I've never met you. I don't know who you are, but I do know that we are family. I've heard your music, but I do know that we are all family in all of this. I don't care who likes or doesn't like or whatever. This isn't about likes and dislikes. This is about family. And that is a Canadian pride thing. We take care of our own. And with that, Jay, thanks very much to Jay, Greg, Melissa, Nico, Bennett, everybody that I've talked to on here, Chelsea as well. You guys carry it on. Maybe if I have some time later on this afternoon, I'd love to come back on and have this discussion again. But I appreciate everybody's hard work and efforts here. So thanks, guys. We'll see
So
you
just give me 1 minute before you go, Pat. A little miracle just happened. So let me share it with you first. Little Mama, $300. Our little ones will grow up to be besties, she says. Thank you very much, Little Mama. Anonymous giver, another 25. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and those who are crushed in spirit, he saves. Thank you to the anonymous donor. Michelle Krakalaka, $50. I know you'll fight this with everything you have. We are praying for you and your lovely family. Stay strong. Much love. The Agnostic Academy again. Don't you dare show 1 ounce of lack of faith moving forward. Not once. Act like you're already cured. Pray in every effing day in his name. That's a commandment. And I'm not sure how to say this, but Arufka, $400. Can't wait for your return to the office. This makes it $1,500 in about 10 minutes. $1,500 in about 10 minutes. We're almost at $9,000. We're going to hit that 10. Thank you, Canada. That's a miracle. Pat, have yourself a wonderful day. If you can come back, just hit me first because I got to make sure there's no breaches. But hit me first before you come back. But Pat, thank you so much. And you have yourself a wonderful day, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Take care, everybody. I love
Thanks,
each and every
Pat.
one of you guys. And just remember, we are Team Canada. Remember that.
Absolutely. I just wanted to talk about a couple donations. I got a $25 from Caesar, who said Christ is King. Thank you very much, sir. He actually said that right before the prayer, so it was divine timing. And then also another one from Gnostic Academy in the super chats. I can do all things through Christ who strengthened me. Absolutely. I'm loving all of this this Jesus Christ talk. And yeah, any super chats to my channel, I'm just going to be forwarding on to Greg Arcade for his GiveSendGo. The link is in the description. I'm feeling good right now after that prayer. Thank you so much for that, Melissa. That was beautiful. I was actually praying with somebody about this last night, and yeah, that's I'm somebody who never was Christian at all. Growing up, I was very much a science guy. I was very much a Redditor. There's no sky, Daddy. That's silly. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of had my own sort of development and experiences in life. And I actually, I think I mentioned this to Nico on our podcast, but I've been clean off of drugs and alcohol for almost 10 years. And like my sort of introduction into spirituality, I guess, was through a 12-step program. And yeah, I'm so grateful for it. And miracles can happen, and miracles defy logic. And, they say that it's something is impossible, but like God can do the impossible, and God likes to show that the impossible is possible, but it's only through him, guys. It's only through him that's going to happen. So anyway, I'm sure we'll talk more about that. Mr. Randy Hilliard.
Before we bring him on, we got more. This is just stopping. I got to stay on top of these. Patriot Helper, $50. Thank you very much. Love you, Greg, is his message. And an anonymous giver, another $50. You're in the hands of the great physician and the earthly care of one of the best oncologists, Dr. Mackus, and other physicians you trust. May God bless you. My gosh, thank you, Canada. We're now over $9,000. We're flying right to 10,000. And Randy Hilliard, he is here, the man himself, and he can talk to Greg Wycliffe now. So, Randy, thank you for joining us today.
Well, it's great to be with you fellas today, and not breaking the law while we're doing it. For a change.
Darn, that would have been good.
But I wonder, maybe we should sing. Is Greg going to do another hockey song with us today, or? I don't know if everybody saw the great parody song that Greg and I debuted a couple of weeks ago. So,
yeah. So for those who don't know, Randy reached out to me and he's like, "Listen, have you heard of Buddy What's His Name? Have you heard of Buddy What's His Name?" And I'm not well versed in Canadian history and art as much as I'd like, obviously. Because Randy's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Buddy was his name, is like, you know, they're a Canadian icon group. They're a trio from the East Coast who write these kind of like, you know, quirky folk songs, I guess. And so Randy introduced me to this song, Is You Happy? Is You Happy? And he had the idea of the chorus being, Is you happy that we won the hockey game? Because at that point we had won the hockey game against the States. And everybody was like, we're the best country ever because we won the hockey game. And it's like, this country sucks right now. All of our leaders are terrible. What do you mean? Like, can we just get off the couch for a minute? Like, it's not all about winning the hockey game, guys. But
Greg, you should maybe if Greg or Kate is still watching, maybe you should play the song that you and my dad did together just to give him a laugh, because it is very funny. And I have to say, like, the funniest part of it is that, like, I grew up with Randy, obviously, and like his singing in that video that you did together, it's literally every car drive I ever did, every road trip I ever did with Randy.
Well, if you can cue that up, we'd absolutely play it. But before that, Melissa's got to run. So Melissa, let's go ahead and drop you onto the screen here and have a little goodbye from you.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I'm like I said, you could put us in a room and we would not have any shortage of things to say together. And I think the reminiscence is good for all of our hearts, and really inspiring. That's how we inspire other people, is the way that we lead. So let's be good leaders. Have a great day. I'll still be watching. I'm just not going to be live on camera. Maybe I'll hop on again later and see where we're at. Have a great day.
And maybe can you bring that husband of yours with you as well? We'd love to see him, a survivor. We'd love to hear from him. Thanks, Melissa. All right. Wow. We're so touched. Like, we're over 9,000. We're going to hit 10 very soon. So Canadians, keep it up. That was an amazing 10-minute block. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised when you have some prayer, you have some God, and you have Melissa on the screen. $1,500 in 10 minutes. That was amazing. Greg, I'm going to throw you on. It looks like you got something on your screen here.
Yeah, I do. So this is it. I won't perform it live. I won't do it justice. You know, this stream is about Greg Arcade. He's much more talented than me. I don't think a live performance would do it any justice. So we'll just play the piece that I released.
And on your side, hit that full screen, and then we'll actually go full screen. There you go.
Absolutely. But yeah. Well, I'll just let it speak for itself. Here we go.
Hey, buddy, who you voting for this election? It's just this week. Are you going to be voting for what's his name over there? Or are you going to be voting for that other fella? Regardless, let's be happy because we won the hockey game.
Thank you, Mr. Hillier. We're in a trade war because Trudeau and Ford. So much I can't afford. This beer is getting warm. Soon we'll all be broke. But that Donald Trump's a joke. But I'm not feeling low because everybody know that we're happy. We got to be happy because we won the hockey game. Yeah, we're happy. We got to be happy because we won the hockey game. What happened to this town? Now everybody's brown. My kids can't buy a home. Where'd all the jobs go? The government's full of crooks. They always cook the books. Now folks all live in tents because they can't pay the rent. But we're happy. We gotta be happy because we won the hockey game. Yeah, we're happy. We gotta be happy because we won the hockey game. We gotta go to the polls. If you're in Ontario, we gotta go and vote. That's all we go to. Hey, bud, the hockey game's on, eh? So we're happy. We gotta be happy because we watched the hockey game. Yeah, we're happy. We gotta be happy because we won the hockey game.
You got to be 100%, I suppose.
Amazing. What a performance by Randy. Listen to those pipes, those singing, that voice of yours, Randy, is incredible.
It's very distinct and very unique, is what I'm told.
Right.
That's awesome, and quite the message too. Yeah, we all got happy over that, but everything else, the tents, all the other problems, just forget about that, right?
Well,
That was wonderful.
I bet if you polled Canadians, and asked them, "Hey, did you hear about the hockey game?" And they'd be like, "Of course." And it's like, "Hey, did you hear that there was a provincial election?" They'd be like, "What are you talking
Where?
about? There's an election?" Yeah, where you live in Ontario.
Yeah.
It affects who is in charge. Actually, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, man, there's the secondary bonus. You got to learn about Buddy, what's his name, and the other fellas now as well, Greg. That's
Oh no, of course.
and
No,
we're
I'm very grateful.
We're getting you cultured in Canadian culture here while we're at it.
And I do think that is part of I was talking about like the problem of Canada being a deep spiritual one, and it is a lack of knowing who we are. It's a lack of knowing where we came from. It's a lack of understanding our history and culture on a deeper, more automatic level. And it's actually very what's the word? It's very disappointing, I guess, if I reflect upon what I learned in school about Canada and Canadian history. I could Terry Fox, we're a cultural mosaic that got drilled into my head for sure. Vimy Ridge, Juno Beach. That's it. Speed run. That's like kind of the whole thing. And I guess like there's so much more that's missing there. And if you compare it to America, actually, this might be kind of like out of left field, but I think it really kind of demonstrates the point, which is if you know the comedians Shane Gillis and Louis C.K., they did this big, long podcast series together where they go over every single American president. And, they're goofballs, they're comedians, but they're actually very well versed in American history. They know a lot about American history and these different presidents. And I was fascinated by this podcast. It was because they made it funny. They talked about how, American presidents are either like a badass cowboy or they're like a boring nerd. And there's kind of like a back and forth with the country throughout its history of these different American men leaders who defined the nation and how all the wild shit that they did, like the crazy lore and history of like, what makes up the fabric of America. And obviously I enjoyed watching it, but there was a kind of like the also after the sort of afterglow of like, I don't know anything about a Canadian prime minister's hardly at all. I know some of them are on the money. I know that, like it's really sad though. It's really sad how little I know on a more deeper level of Canadian history. And I would like to change that somehow. Randy.
I think we're doing. Yeah, I think we're doing that, and like there is such a wealth of talent and artistic talent in Canada, and I don't know where to begin, but every we used to have all these kitchen parties, and everybody would have fiddles and guitars, and it was just commonplace in every weekend. Or very frequently, and
that's where Dad learned to sing.
Yeah, let me just jump in quick. I got to do a couple things quick, and then we'll get right back to that story, Randy. Thank you to Janice Strasbourg, $75. Thank you so much. Becky McCaffrey for the fourth time today, $50. For Greg and his continued fight for freedom, truth, and love. May God hold you and your family in his arms. Thank you very much, Becky. And Nico's got to run. The storm's coming. His dog is letting him know it's time to go. So, Nico, let me jump you on, say goodbye, and then we'll get right back to Randy.
Yeah, I apologize for cutting this off, but there's a tornado alert here, so I'm just going to pack the rest of my gear and go drop it in the truck in case we have to run out of here. But my dog's freaking out, so that's never a good sign. But I want to thank Jason and Greg for having me on. Thanks for inviting me. Nice meeting you, Randy. Nice meeting you, Chelsea. And continue the good work. I love to hear people talk about Christ in Canada. I'm in Alabama right now, so it's just normal down here. But unfortunately in Canada, that's not the case. So thanks for the prayer. Thanks for praising the Lord. It's a beautiful thing.
God bless you, brother, and thank you for your time today. And you're going to see a lot of Nico in the future, Canada. Nico is up to some great things, so stay tuned to that. And it's great to have you on, Nico. You have yourself a great
Thank
day.
you.
Take safe, and make sure you go away from the tornado. Don't go towards it. It's not a good idea.
I have a GoPro, so maybe I'll leave the wife, go away, and I'll go towards it.
Hey,
But
you got the link, so send it to us.
nice
Thanks,
seeing you
Nico.
guys. Yeah,
Hey,
I guess.
stay safe. Thank you very much, Nico. Sorry about that, Randy. Let's go ahead and drop
Nope.
you back on and finish that story.
Yeah, no, it's no problems. It's just it's a pleasure to be on and helping out in any way I can. Greg's been a great freedom fighter in Canada, and it's not surprised me that the Canadians are coming together and helping out and being generous and charitable and fighting for good fella and a good cause. So it's and it was a great opportunity for me to take a break from pruning the trees and doing some of the chores around. Needed to take a break. So what better thing to do on a break than recognize great Canadians like Greg and see if we can help him out and help his family out.
Absolutely. And what I'm going to do is I'll put another donation up, and then maybe we'll do a quick song from Greg Arcade again, because I actually queued up. If you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough, which is a very, very Canadian thing to do, right? So if you got to be tough. But Greg, before we do that, I think I'll turn it to you. But Azario with $25, praying for you and your family. Greg, thank you very much, Azario, big time watcher of our show. He's a good friend. And in fact, this microphone I'm talking into, a gift from Azario. Thank you, Azario, very much for that.
Nice.
And you're a great man. I love that man. He's out in Ontario. So if you know him, give him a hug. But yeah, go ahead, Greg. And then maybe we'll throw another one of arcade songs on.
Yeah, thanks, Azario. That's very cool. I have some of my equipment gifted from a friend, and it means a lot. But I wanted to ask Randy, because I think you actually weren't on the stream yet. We were talking about this Team Canada shtick being sold to us by all these traitorous politicians, and how there's this sort of anti-Americanism that I define it as, like, unfortunately it manifests almost like as an anti-true patriotism. Were you here for that? I just want to
No, but you know, that topic is near and dear, and we should recognize it's a bad one. This view that to be Canadian you need to be anti-American, and that is essentially the only way many Canadians identify what a Canadian is, that we're anti-American, which is not the way I was raised anyway, Greg and Jason.
No, me either. And it breaks my heart to even see it. And we heard it from Trudeau immediately, because he started to say buy Canadian and all this kind of stuff, and started that rhetoric like right away. And then when Trump gave us that 30-day reprieve, it said, okay, we got 30 days to fix your stuff. They didn't even bother trying. You just saw grocery stores. You saw the alcohol leaving the shelves. It was just, I'm so embarrassed. And that's the word I used on my show, embarrassed, when I started to see that.
Yeah, no, this is they have suitably confused Canadians to believe that rallying around these corrupt politicians is the same as rallying for the flag, and it's obviously it's not. I see this as what the real battle here is. It's not really a trade war. The battle we're in is Canada is fighting Trump's attack on globalism. And globalism is how our politicians have made off like bandits. It's how they have distorted and destroyed our culture. And globalism is more important to our politicians than prosperity or for Canadians, and they will take us down their dark path if we allow them on this fraudulent trade war.
I'm just going to bring this up on screen real quick. I got this actually from Lee Stewie's Telegram, but she posted this in another image, and she's like, "Man, this really gives COVID lockdown vibes." Wow. And there is a lot of, unfortunately, there's a lot of similarities where, you know, during COVID, it was, hey, you know, do you want to save grandma? Then you have to obey the government. If you want to save grandma, you have to wear a mask, get vaccinated, do all these things. And it gave, you know, it gave like sort of like, you know, lemming follower Canadians, listeners of the CBC, it gave them this project of, wow, I can make a difference. I can save lives. I'm going to wear a mask. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to follow the mandates. And now with this trade war, it's like, wow, this is a project to fight for Canada. Okay, what do I need to do? Boo the American national anthem. I need to hate Americans. I need to fear Americans. I need to not buy their booze. Like, this is how we're going to win. And in both cases, it's, you know, obeying the government's dictates that are totally misguided and totally not good for the country. And so it's very similar in that way. You know what I mean? Like, we're kind of giving Canadians this project to like save grandma or save Canada, when in reality, actually, this is just a bunch of, you know, misguided directions from our corrupt leaders once again.
Absolutely. And we also saw the empty shelves during COVID and the lockdowns as well. And that we should be sort of thankful that the shelves are empty. Like, it's such a bizarre parallel that, and to think that not drinking a Jack Daniels is going to make me a better Canadian, or you know, whatever. I don't drink Jack Daniels anyway, but you know, like, we are such you know, like, even the, you know, the preeminent identifying Canadian beer is Molson Coors. Like, what are we going to do? Can we just get a Molson without the Coors part? Like, give me. This is just. We're at the height of immaturity with this, but it's dangerous. It's for Canadians to be rallying around these traitors that we call politicians.
Well, what they're rallying around right now, one second, what they're rallying around right now is Greg. Okay. So Alistair Smith, $25. Bless you and keep up the fight. Thank you, Alistair. Spencer and Michelle with $300. We love you. They sent to Greg. And then Silverman and Buddy, $300. Thank you for being there in the front lines fighting for Canada. Now we stand in the front lines fighting for you, brother. Thank you very much, Silverman and Buddy. That brings us to just about $100 away from 10,000. We are almost at 10,000.
So Silverman and Buddy is he's a fan of mine. He's a great member of the community. We love him. And did you want to say something, Kelsey? I was gonna segue it into
just quickly, like, because we're gonna do a song here, but I just want to say quickly, I've known lots of people who have gone through cancer treatment. I've known too many people my age whose children have gone through cancer treatment, and almost every single one of them has had to go to the United States for treatment. And so, you know, while we're talking about this issue of Canada and the United States and our sort of self-righteous indignation towards America, they actually have much more advanced cancer treatments than we do here. And if some of this money can go towards Greg receiving care, proper care in the United States healthcare system, then, you know, I think that we all need to reflect on what our relationship is with the United States, and, you know, the fact that they actually do have things that we don't have here. So, you know, this animosity, this antagonistic hatred towards them, there have been so many Canadians saved by going to America for cancer treatment. And if some of this money is able to go towards that for Greg Arcade, then, you know, I'm going to be a very happy person. And I hope that everyone has a minute to reflect on, you know, what they're trying to stir up right now between, well, it's not even between Canadians and Americans, what they're trying to stir up within Canadians to make them hate Americans even more. So like, let's keep raising money. Let's keep the dollars flowing so that if Greg needs to go down to the United States to get proper care, he's going to be able to, and we're going to be able to thank our American brothers and sisters when he does that.
God bless. And at this current rate, what we've done now is we're at the 5-hour mark. We've added $5,000 to that GiveSendGo. So if we keep this up, we could possibly add $7,000 more as we go for 7 more hours. And then I think on that note, let's go ahead and introduce Greg's next song. This is go ahead, Greg.
I was gonna do one. So speaking of the sort of sentiment of appreciating America as opposed to like, hating it and vilifying it all the time, and I especially feel, I can't speak for all of Albertans, Jason, but I've certainly seen a sentiment of wanting to become the 51st state by a lot of people who live in Alberta. And it speaks to a lot of, how hopeless we feel with what we have here in Canada for various reasons. And we could have a whole discussion on what we do like America, what we wish we had from America. But during COVID, especially, there was a sentiment to leave Canada to go to America because there was more freedom there. And actually, Greg Arcade wrote a song about this called Idaho. Going to Idaho. So I thought, while we're on the topic, I thought that would be a good one to listen to from Greg Arcade. This is
Sure.
Idaho from Greg Arcade. Greg Arcade with Idaho. That reminds me of during the pandemic when, you know, people were thinking about maybe we should get the heck out of this place. Did that ever cross any of your minds during lockdowns? Hey, maybe I need to get an RV and get the heck out of here. Maybe it's time to.
It did. I almost left Canada in 2021. And I had a job lined up in Portland, Oregon, of all the places of the world. And we sold everything. We packed up everything. And quite literally the day after the house closed, I got a call and they said, hey, yeah, you're more than welcome to come here, even though you're going to be remote. There's no office because we're all doing remote. We want to put a couple holes in your arm first, though. And nope. So what we did, we said, sorry, no thanks. But now we had some money in the bank, but no home in Ontario. And you can't buy back into that market. There's no way buying it back into that market. So that's when we sat down and said, okay, well, where are we going to go? And it turned out to be Nova Scotia or Alberta. And here we are. We moved to Alberta in 2021. But yeah, they want to put a couple holes, even though we're going to be remote and I'm tech and I'm not meeting the public or sitting with anybody. And it was a high paying job. Like it was a very good opportunity for us. And we said, no, we're not doing that. Wow. It was close. It was close. Now I have a couple.
Dad, you're muted. You're muted, Dad.
I'll bring him on in a second. But I have some suggestions. But I'm working on Jamie Knight about maybe trying to get him to come on. He's done some music for the Freedom Staff, so I'm going to work on that. And Shadow Davis will be joining us shortly. It looks like, and some more friends will be coming on.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Randy, do you want to jump in there?
You're muted, sir.
There we go.
You got it.
Well, I think that's, you know, that Greg song and what you were just mentioning, Jason, like if it didn't cross your mind and if you didn't give it serious consideration to leave this country in those days, there would have been something seriously wrong with you. Like even many of the people who, let's say, weren't as strident or as passionate about freedom, many of them also left. So, you know, and I think that's Greg captured that with his music as well. Like everybody was, you know, I don't know of anybody that didn't give it strong consideration. When to leave, how to leave, and of course, a great many Canadians did leave and are still leaving. I was just speaking with some people who live not far from me, and they've sold out or selling out and going to Costa Rica. And I've met Canadians who have relocated to Romania, to Thailand, to Venezuela. Like it's quite unfortunate that so many. You know, I say it's unfortunate that these are good Canadian people, and they don't find that it was worthwhile to stay in Canada. So, but you know, and I think Greg captured a lot of that with his music as well, and will be those things will, you know, they become now a record of COVID for Canadian history. Things like time to go to Idaho for us all. And
that was a good.
Hopefully, we'll never repeat that. The mistakes that led to great songs like going to Idaho.
Absolutely. And we just have a friend that just popped on, Mr. Leighton Gray, King Counsel, a lawyer here in Alberta. And he is the lawyer behind the Ingram decision. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but here in Alberta, the orders that came out of our healthcare professionals was illegal. And thanks to Leighton Gray, and he took them to court, he was able to get the Ingram decision, and justice was served here. As soon as his camera pops on, we'll go ahead and put him back on the screen, but I want to acknowledge him. And also, Leighton, if you can hear me, we are on YouTube, so I know you're going to mention a couple things, but let's try and stay YouTube friendly around the medication. But it's great to see Leighton joining us.
Hi there. How are you?
Hey, we're good. How are you?
Not bad. Just enjoying Saturday here at home. So very sorry to hear about Greg's situation, and but it is wonderful to hear that people are getting together and showing support for him.
Nice hat.
It captures the general sentiment of the crowd that I run with in Alberta.
And we
So
were just mentioning that because they were just saying, Alberta, statehood, all this kind of stuff. Then poof, there you are. It's kind of like right on cue. You want to kind of just touch on that subject because we were just talking about how we actually love America. We don't hate
yeah.
America. And we're very embarrassed at how some Canadians are responding, especially the political class who wants us to actually hate America all of a sudden.
Yeah, I like Randy. I'm probably like Randy in the sense that I probably do a dozen media appearances on U.S. programs, whether it's radio or podcasts, etc. And they want to know what's really going on with Canada because, of course, all they hear about is the rubbish that's on CBC and CTV and Globe bullshit. I'm sorry, I know it's a family show. And so they don't really know. And of course, what's coming out of the mouths of our politicians. And so they don't really have a sense of what's happening on the street. What's the pulse of Canadian life? How do we feel about Americans? And the truth is everyone here knows is that there's much more shared values with Americans than dissonance. And it really makes no sense for us to be in any sort of a trade war. That only seems to benefit the political class and the globalist agenda that really has been consummated and has taken over Canada now that we have an unelected prime minister. I hesitate to even call him that, who's never even been elected to the exalted position of community dog catcher, but he is our quote unquote prime minister. So we have an unelected prime minister, we have an unelected cabinet, we have an unelected governor general. We have unelected bureaucrats making all of our laws and controlling our speech. We have an unelected elitist judiciary. And yet Team Canada is telling us, yay, rah, rah, Team Canada. Let's fight for this free and democratic society. And frankly, right now, for Albertans especially, but I think for many Canadians, Canada feels like living in a loft apartment over a great party. We hear all the noise. We know they're having a lot of fun down there, and we want a taste of all this freedom and all this prosperity, and of course, all the great things that Trump is doing. Not the tariffs, but the other stuff. All these executive orders, banning wokeness, drill baby drill, getting rid of diversity, inclusion, equity in the military. Of course, DOGE, which is sorely needed in Canada. But of what we see in Canada is that everything is moving in the opposite direction. And, in Alberta, it's really not much different. I'm part of a constituency association for the UCP, which is the party of Danielle Smith, our premier. And we had our annual general meeting last night in Bonnyville. And I would say there were about 1/3 as many people there as last year. And when it was announced that the premier was coming up to Bonnyville for a fundraiser on the 8th of May, it was that clap that you hear on the Weiser whiskey commercial. There was no standing ovation. And so there's coming back to your question, Jason, I think people are very, very disillusioned. They're upset. Some of them feel openly betrayed. I know many of the people who respond to you on social media and who follow your show, they feel like, Danielle Smith really, it has not come as advertised, that she's become a consummate politician, somebody who follows polls. I've called her Kenny 2.0. And I really don't think that that the politicians, even in Alberta, have a sense of what Canadians really want. And I think what they really want is what someone like Randy would provide, and that is a clear choice. The Americans last November, they were able to make a clear choice between liberalism and a brand of conservatism, which is MAGA style republicanism, and that made that election very compelling. But it gave the Americans an ability to make a real choice. Well, in Canada, we have variations on a theme. We have the Liberal Party of Canada, which is obviously a far left globalist party. Of that, there's no question. I think they're even more far left than the NDP. But then when you look at the quote unquote Conservative Party of Canada, there's very little about that party that, in my respectful view, is conservative. I mean, honestly, the litmus test for me is whether or not you support giving more money to Zelensky. And if you do, then you cannot call yourself conservative. And Mr. Poilievre and his party are not really in favor of reducing the size of public service. They want to keep us in the Paris Climate Accords. They want to keep equalization the way it is. His deputy prime minister is going to be someone who is an LGBTQ plus activist. So really, Canadians, we're looking forward to an election. We want to vote ourselves out of all this mess. But I think that's a fallacy. I think it's a bit of a trick that's being played on us, because really Canadians do not have a clear choice. The only existing party whose policies that I think accurately reflect my own and that of many conservatives is the PPC. But even there, unfortunately, Mr. Bernier, although I like the man and I've had him on my show and I think he's a compelling figure, I think everybody can see that he's not the leader that's going to bring that party out of obscurity. What I'm hoping and praying for in Canada, quite frankly, and I think our only quote unquote political salvation would be if we could have somebody emerge who would be like a Javier Milei, who would be like a Donald Trump, somebody from outside of the political class, outside of the political system, who would offer Canadians a clear alternative. But, on the whole, I think Canadians really misunderstand what's happening in Canada. We are not the nation that we were. That's very, very clear. And I happen to think that Donald Trump is very serious about a 51st state, not necessarily 51st state, but about aligning closely Canada with the United States, which is where we should be. Because I think he's recognized and he's brought to the fore something that is true, and it's bubbling beneath the surface that most Canadians don't want to recognize. And that is our country is controlled by people from outside this country. On one view of the matter, an accurate view of the matter, Mark Carney is a foreign national. Many of the people in his party and his cabinet are, and so they're not governing Canada for the good of Canadians. That hasn't happened for a really, really long time, and it's not going to happen with any of the existing parties. So in a nutshell, that's why many Canadians are looking elsewhere. They're looking to Donald Trump and the possibility of joining the U.S. for some route out of this madness, for an escape hatch. Because unfortunately, for many Canadians, especially conservatives, there doesn't seem to be any way out.
And that is a sentiment here, absolutely. And I don't understand why people are so upset. Like when we talk, like Leighton, I've gotten death threats. When we just talk about the idea of statehood, people say you're splitting up Canada, you're a traitor, you're treason, and all this kind of stuff. And it's crazy. Before we jump to that, I just want to acknowledge our anonymous giver of $25. Thank you very much to this anonymous person. There's a lot from the anonymous person. And Roskin, $50. Never say whoa in a tight spot. Thank you very much for that, Royskin. And we just have our first Manitoban that's just popped in as well. Mr. Shadow Davis himself has just showed up, and I want to kind of acknowledge that he's in the room from Manitoba. Thank you very much for joining us.
See you.
Thanks for asking, you guys. I'm very dismayed to hear about Greg's diagnosis. I only just got that information from you, Jason, a couple of days ago, and didn't know if I was going to be able to make it this afternoon, but I canceled some plans to get on with you guys here, and I would be streaming to my platform, but you've already reached the maximum number, so I'm going to have to wait until somebody shuts theirs down before I can put mine back up. But I'm willing to do whatever it takes here to get some folks, more folks donating. I've watched for the past hour, and it's amazing to see how many people are stepping up in support. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just opened up a spot for you there, Shadow. So if you want to go ahead and grab it before someone else does, you can go ahead and do that right now. I appreciate that a lot. Leighton, yeah, go ahead. You were going to finish up that sentiment?
Well, actually, just what I wanted to do before I forget is I'd like to make a pledge and a challenge. So I want to donate $500 to this cause. And I'm going to put out a challenge to any other lawyers anywhere in Canada to match or exceed my pledge of $500 to this cause. The other thing I mentioned to you, Jason, is that I happen to be an investor in an experimental product that has not received FDA approval. But if Greg wanted to try it, he could try it for free, and I could provide that to him if he wanted to use that product. It has had tremendous success with certain types of cancers, and it's in the first stages of FDA approval. Totally non-medicinal, all natural. It's actually an antiviral. And I learned from interviewing Dr. Byron Bridle on my program, brilliant Ontario scientist, that actually cancers are actually viral in nature. I did not realize that, but a lot of the success that they've had with mRNA, which has kind of a bad name because of COVID, but a lot of the success that people like Dr. William Mackis and others have had with mRNA is because cancer actually does behave like a virus. At least that's the way it's been explained to me. I'm not a scientist by any measure, but through the podcast, I've been able to hang with some pretty amazing scientists. So I picked up a little bit along the way. So that's what I'd like to send out to Greg, and if I could, if it's not too much of an imposition, I'd also like to share with him a biblical verse. This is from the New Testament, James chapter 5, verses 14 and 15. It says, "Is anyone among you sick? Let them call the elders of the church to pray over them and anoint them with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer offered in faith will make the sick person well. The Lord will raise them up. If they have sinned, they will be forgiven."
God bless you for that, Leighton. And yes, we'll make that connection. We're working on getting an address that we can share out because he's a private person and we don't want to get that out there. But
Yeah.
we'll make that connection. And Dr. Mackis has also offered to have a conversation with Greg as well. Bridal's another good one. I think Shoemaker's another good one. But Mackis has absolutely offered to speak with him too.
You guys got to be careful. You guys got to be careful what you say about medical treatments while we're live here.
Yeah.
Because YouTube gave me another strike a couple of weeks ago. I had Mackis on the show, and he was talking about. Do you guys remember the Mel Gibson episode with Joe Rogan where he started talking about methylene blue? Well, when Dr. Mackis came on my show, he said, "Well, that's my treatment. Me and a couple of other doctors have been working on that treatment." So he's been, ever since that podcast aired, he's been inundated with requests from people. And 2 days after that, YouTube, I don't know why they waited 2 days, but they gave me a strike for medical misinformation. So we've got to watch out for any of that. Not to say that you're not correct. It's just that these algorithms are dangerous, and we got to stay on the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had Dr. Speaker on earlier, and he had to be careful to talk about the report from the government that he worked on with Dr. Davidson, because even that is still getting us strikes. So it's crazy out there. Go ahead, Leighton.
I was just going to say that's good. That's good advice. And on that topic, did anyone see what happened over in Great Britain? What Prime Minister Starmer did? He actually completely shut down the National Health Service. So this is relevant because it's applicable to places like Alberta, because the AHS, Alberta Health Services, is actually analogous to NHS. And so what's going to happen in Britain, it looks like, is that this facade of independence between the National Health Service and government is being completely stripped away. He claims or his government claims that they're doing this in the name of government efficiency. But I think the reality is what they want to do is they want to have more control, total control over health services. And if you look at what's happening in Alberta, again, to talk about some of the complaints about what's going on, is we're being told that that Alberta Health Services, which was really the instrument of terror for Albertans during the COVID-19 pandemic, that it's being broken down and stripped apart. But in actuality, what's happening is the government is taking it over and creating more bureaucracy through these mini ministries. And so I wouldn't be surprised if in places like Alberta, they see what Prime Minister Starmer is doing, and they simply get rid of this facade of an independent health service altogether and have it completely government control. Of course, that cannot be good news for anyone in Alberta or anywhere else in the country. I can't think of any type of service or business that the government does better than the private sector, or does more efficiently and at less cost. It just is a truism. Anything the government takes over, They make it worse. They create more bureaucracy, and they make it more expensive. And then, worst of all, they're able to weaponize it to use it against us, which is exactly what happened with Alberta Health Services. They became a health Gestapo. As I said, they became an instrument of terror, shutting down businesses, fining people, jailing pastors. We had a church in Alberta that was barricaded for 3 months and turned into an RCMP barracks under the signature of a young woman who worked for Alberta Health Services, whose total training in law enforcement was comprised of a 30-minute Zoom call. And that's the damage that government can do when they take things over like health services.
Oh my gosh, and I have to jump in with an announcement now. So we have a $35 donation from Deef. Thank you for the prayers there. I think it's Deef. And then Bree with $50, and this brings us over $10,000 with this donation from Bree. We've now hit $10,000 on this stream. Thank you very much to everybody as well.
Bravo.
Thank you very much. And now we see Chris Dacey's back. Thank you for coming back, brother. And what's the tone out in Ontario? What are you saying, man?
I've actually been having a relaxing day. I'm a little outside of town, but things in Ottawa are crazy as usual. There's a giant group of Syrian protesters this week walking down Wellington Street right now with children holding pretend dead bodies leading the way. So things in Ottawa are interesting. Luckily, I'm not there.
Did you find Carney yet? Did you find him?
No, not yet. I guess he's off to Europe, but I'll get on his case when he gets back. He's basically
going home. So he's going home.
Yeah. One of his homes. Yeah, he's basically the most impossible politician to get anywhere near. I mean, not even legacy media can really ask him a question. So the likes of me don't have much of a chance yet, but he's got to walk around. He's got to get in and out of the house, and he's got to get in and out of the office. So at some point here before too long, I'll get there.
I saw a comment. I saw a comment in my chat earlier that Carney has 3 different passports.
Yeah, Ireland, UK, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And listen, and I got a comment about that. Someone said, why should he have 3 passports? I said, when you're messing around with people's future, you should have options. So you should be able to go somewhere. And that's exactly why I think you may have them. And hello to Todd, another Manitoban who just jumped on from Winnipeg Alt Media. Thank you very much for jumping on and helping us out.
Before anyone else jumps in, sorry, Todd, I just want to, I have a message from a mutual friend of mine and Greg. Her name's Megan. She's from the West Coast, and she was going to jump in, but her phone is dead now. After she sent me this message, she's on the road. So if you guys are okay with it, I'm going to just tell you her message. Greg's song, Go Down Swinging, incorporates the classic Dylan Thomas poem with his lyric, you got to fight against the dying of the light. With all that you've got inside you, if you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do. That gift of a song was the catharsis that helped me turn the corner from being beaten down to getting back up. Greg has since become my web guy and my brand creator. He wanted to help me rebuild after losing my career to the mandates. He asked me what we could afford and simply said, sounds good. Even today, with all he has going on, he checked in with me on our project, sending along a smiling selfie with a clean-shaved head for the fight. He is the best of us. I meant what I said to Chelsea. I do hope this opportunity to rally around Greg can remind us how we all found each other and why it matters so much. Save Greg, save Canada.
God bless. That's an amazing message.
Beautiful.
I hope she's watching. I hope she heard that. And that is exactly Greg. How much can you afford? Sounds good. He probably would have gone even lower, but that's exactly who he is. And I love that, man. Todd, you're familiar with Greg, right?
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Thank you, Jason. What an absolute honor to be on an incredible broadcast like this with so many incredible people from all across the country and beyond. And, God bless you all for being here. Sadly enough, what I guess kind of like sad day in a sense to find this out as a fellow Winnipegger, fellow Manitoban. Greg and I have had a relationship for quite some time. We have many mutual friends as I've been doing the freedom fighter / independent journalist, independent media thing here in the province of Manitoba solely for over a decade now. There's been many times where me and Greg have crossed paths, and shared mutual friends over the years. He was one of the most inspirational and wonderful people to keep in contact with me routinely while I was going through the whole being under arrest and not being able to, basically being on house arrest, not being able to go anywhere or see anybody, which of course I was very used to during the whole COVID lockdowns and us hosting the rallies and fighting back and all of that. So he was always incredible, staying in constant communication with me and making sure I was kind of, doing okay. Helped me do some wonderful stuff for my website when we launched that. I used to use his song Accelerate all the time as a bit of an intro or outro piece, as I love that song. Come and Get It is an amazing song as well too. I don't pay for Spotify, and I don't like to stream a lot of music on my phone when I'm out and about. But when I'm out cutting grass and stuff like that and doing work outside in the summer, Greg Arcade's music is the only stuff I have downloaded on my phone. So it's pretty much all I listen to, and I never get tired of it. Of course, I listen to it far beyond that as well too, but just incredible stuff. Greg's always been an absolute musical and freedom fighter hero of mine. I love the fact that he's just so dedicated to always doing work behind the scenes and never really wanted to be the face of anything. I've always thought that's so honorable. Yeah, he's incredible. I could share some stories. He's amazing. And as a musician as well too, I also absolutely have always been blown away at the fact that he produces such incredible music and does it all on his own. One-man band, plays every instrument, does all the production, does the artwork, puts together videos for it and everything. It's, the whole multimedia sort of talent that the man is unbelievable. And oh my gosh, Canadians, $10,000 raised already today. Unbelievable. You guys are incredible. Wow. So many incredible guests here to come along as well too. I'm really blown away here. As somebody who's known Greg for a while, I had no idea the impact the man has had. Is amazing to see. I will certainly be doing my best using my platform, Winnipeg Alternative Media, to stir up whatever support we can. Absolutely, as soon as possible. So, and Jason, thank you so much for being with me earlier this week. That was such a fun show, and I can't thank you enough for hosting and putting on this important broadcast here today. Just remarkable.
Well, this is Greg Wycliffe and myself, and then Chelsea Hilliard here is the one that kickstarted that spark. And Chelsea, I think maybe we should just jump to Go Down Swinging, because when you mentioned it, I don't know if people heard that song yet, and I have it queued up here. So let's go ahead and take a couple minutes here, 3 minutes, to listen to Greg Arcade's Go Down Swinging.
Sitting all alone in a motel beside the highway. She'd been living out her car since the government took her job. Coerced to comply or they were letting her go. She knew money wasn't worth giving up her soul. Alone on the road, she's scared of where she might end up tomorrow. Against the dying of the light, all that you got inside you. If you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do. It's been a few months since he last heard the sound of his kid's voice. Their mom had signed them up, but he wanted them to have a choice. He told her trust in God, she just turned up the TV, swore they never let them in. You gotta fight against the dying of the light with all that you got inside you. If you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do. You gotta fight against the dying of the light with all that you got inside you. If you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do.
That's the man's voice that I just can't get enough of. I'm really glad that those kind of songs exist. And I want to say thank you to Dan Crossland, $40. My heart out to you, brother, and to your family and kids. And then thank you all the way to BC, KC, and BC, $50. Best wishes on your healing journey, Greg. I hope you're hearing that. And Anonymous is back with another $30. Thank you very much to the Anonymous donor for $30. We're well over 10,000 now. Let's head for 15. Let's try and get to 15.
Let's
Canada.
go. Let's go. Beautiful song. Beautiful song. Yeah, I mean, it's great to get messages like this from people who have worked with Greg or just been inspired by Greg Arcade's music. Because it really is a thing where it's hard to kind of put a price tag on it, you know, something that kind of speaks to someone's soul and activates them and inspires them. You can't really put a price tag on it. And, you know, you also can't put a price tag on somebody's life either. So it's, I'm really happy that, I'm really happy that we're doing this today and celebrating all the great things that Greg Arcade has created into the world. And yeah, that was a great comment before of like, we're gonna, you know, best of luck on the healing journey. And yeah, Canada needs to heal. We all need to heal, starting with Greg Arcade and, you know, giving him the sort of inspiration and, you know, security that he needs. But
can you guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Greg, but my audience just jumped on maybe 15 minutes ago, and some of them are unfamiliar with what's happened to Greg, and for that matter, even who Greg is. I know Todd did a pretty good description, and it's amazing for me to hear that this is a one-man band, that he produces everything that he creates on his own. And plays all the, I mean, that's incredible. But can we get a little background on him and what exactly has happened?
Well, what I'm going to do is it was a couple of minutes early, but this might be a perfect time. We have 3,000 Canadians watching right now live. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play his video that he released yesterday that tells his story and lets people know exactly what's going on. Now, with 3,000 eyeballs watching right now, let's go ahead and bring that up.
Could I maybe add a bit of context just for Shadow's viewers? Because, you know, the sort of fundraiser doesn't really give the backstory.
Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll go into his video.
Yeah. Yeah. So Greg Arcade he's an accomplished musician and music producer. He actually won a Canadian Country Music Award. Okay. And he sort of was ahead of the curve in terms of, you know, being canceled. Like he kind of saw that the music industry was sort of cooked or sort of, you know, not all that it says it is. It's all about this, that, or the other. And so he kind of left earlier on before all this COVID stuff. And yeah, he got involved with the freedom community, making music. You know, he was involved with the, you know, Jeremy McKenzie and his Diagolon community, the Find Your Friends thing that happened of all these unvaccinated people kind of coming together. And he made a lot of like very emblematic and iconic songs during this time period, a few of which we've played. And unfortunately, just yesterday, and you know, he has spent some time away from posting content because he just had a child as well. He just had a child. He's homesteading with his family and hasn't been making as much content, but he posted a YouTube video yesterday that said, "I have cancer." And so this is somebody who has given a lot to the freedom community. He's definitely a patriot. He's helped me with my music. And part of this stream is finding out like just how far that is in terms of the contributions he's given to Canadians and patriotism, to kind of celebrate that, and of course give back to Greg Arcade, because this is the video we'll play now that he posted yesterday.
It's been a while since I've talked to you guys, and I'm just gonna out and say it. I have cancer. I have, it's brain cancer. We're not certain if it's one thing or the other, but it's bad. He went into the hospital on Sunday, and last night, which Thursday, I was home. They're going to do a biopsy because it's one or the other, but it's bad. I'm going to fight it, and with all my heart. When it started, it was a couple weeks ago, but it was just like texting. It was like, oh wow, I'm tired. And then Tuesday last week is still like, wow, I'm tired. I've been working out at the gym with the office. And then Friday, I had a light headache, and I was like, oh, this is bad. I'm just gonna go home, grab some snacks, veg out on the couch, and it didn't get worse. The headache went away, but my wife was like, I got a bad feeling about this. So I went to the hospital. I confirmed with my friend who doesn't, I'd like the hospital, and it was about 6 a.m. when they told me. I had a lot of family, friends stop by. And so they did, not to get too technical, but they did my dog's barking outside. It gets a little difficult, but they did several CAT scans, MRI, and I go in for a biopsy on Monday, so we can really get it, and we'll fight it. I'm making this video if there's anyone who if there's anyone who wishes to make a donation, we've got a GiveSendGo. So that's gonna be there, and whatever you get, it's to mainly help with, because I'm gonna lose work of this, but to mainly help living expenses and treatment and just comfortability, I guess. It's for living expenses and treatment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the DistroKid and give me a sec. I'm gonna do the DistroKid or something similar where I can put on the thing. I'm sorry, the baby was crying. But I know that I can fight this. And anything you help would just give us a few months like rent and living expenses. I'm going to put my records up on DistroKid or something similar, so it's going to go to my wife's funds, and that way if something happens to me, you know, something can go to her as well. And some I want to say thank you to all of you. I really wanted to just be a homesteader and do the things I wanted with my daughter or other children. But right now that's on hold, and hopefully I'll do something in the future. But I'm not scared for me. Just scared that my wife and my child could potentially be, I would not be advocating for them. So, anyway, that's what I think has to be said. The baby remind the baby the baby crying got the best of me there, but at the same time, that's sorry, that's the sweetest sound in the world. So no matter what happens to me, keep on keeping on, because or else gotta keep moving, and you guys gotta keep moving too. And I guess there's just one thing left to do. It's, grand gestures as I am. Let's get this over with, and I'll have some updates. Okay, bye.
So
What a man. What a man. We got some donations I want to throw in there quick to acknowledge them. A loving Albertan sent in $30. Best wishes and keep Jesus first. Thank you to the loving Albertan. Daryl and Kathy Inkster, $50. May God heal you quickly, Greg. Give me a call sometime if you'd like. Look after yourself. We got this. Fight, fight, fight. Bonnie Sukba, $40. Scuba, $40. Praying for a speedy recovery for you, Greg. Anonymous giver as well, $100. Thank you. You and your family are in my prayers. May God guide you through the storm. And another $100 from an anonymous giver. So that's $300 in the last few minutes. Folks, we were averaging about $1,000 an hour, so please keep it up. And with Leighton Gray's call to lawyers to match his $500, which isn't part of this total yet, we're absolutely going to keep smashing this. Let's add a zero. That's a goal here. Let's get this up to $50,000 for Greg. He only asked for 5. We're over 10. And like you heard in his video, this will help with his rent and other expenses. Let's take care of him for a year or two. Thank you very much, Canada.
Let's go. Yeah. So there you have it. A shadow for your audience. That's kind of what this Patriot and artist has gone through. I remember, Shadow, once you had me on your channel. I think one of the first times I was on your channel, and you're like, man, I really love this song that you've done. It was I think it was the one about the news. It was like They Lie. I think it was the song. And I wrote the song. However, when it comes to producing it, it was, other than me singing it, it was all Greg Arcade. He'd heard the arrangement, and he essentially was able to like figure it all. I didn't have to tell him anything. He heard the demo that of me kind of like dinking around on my acoustic guitar, and he was able to do the whole, lay out the entire song for me. And then I just had to send him my vocals and he brought that together. And yeah, so very, very talented guy. And as we've been talking about on this stream, his heart's definitely in the right place.
Wow. I mean, just watching that, that's a man. That's the definition of man, right? I mean, you don't even know what to say when somebody puts themselves before you and his entire group tells them what's happened, ask for help, not for himself. He said, it doesn't matter what happens to me. It's the family, right? And you can tell that his daughter is everything to him. That's a man. That's a guy who will help you at the drop of a hat, doesn't ask for much, if anything. And now he's asking us. So what are we going to do? We're going to do what we can. Help the guy out. He's been strong. And, this is something else that my audience is always asking, and I'm sure you guys have had the same experience. What can I do to help? How can I help? I can't do a show like you guys do. I don't have a following on social media like you guys do. So what can I do? Guys like Greg, I mean, they find different ways to support, whether it's making music on his own or, like you just said, Greg, helping somebody else get a message out there. Whatever strength and gift God has given you, there's got to be a way to apply it to this fight, no matter what it is. There's so many people out there who are doing such great work behind the scenes that never get enough credit for it. And it's so difficult to name them all and tell everybody exactly what it is they do. So these are the unsung heroes of our movement. And it is growing. Our movement is growing. And it's in large part due to the efforts of people like Greg Arcade. And it's incumbent upon us, when somebody needs help, that we get together like this. And I'm so happy that you guys, Jason, Greg, and Chelsea, Todd, all of you, and everybody who has been on this broadcast already, Randy, thankful for those guys to just pop on, even if it's only for 20 minutes, and to share this with their audience. As you pointed out, Jason, what is it, 3,000 eyeballs on us right now, and
3,200 now.
32. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. When we put ourselves together like this, we can do amazing things. And the generosity of the Canadian people is speaking right now. And I'm not sure how long you guys plan to stay on today. If you want to get it to 50, you might be here for another 12 hours, but that's cool, whatever it takes, right? And I just wanted to thank you guys for asking me to be a part of this. That video moved me to tears.
Me too. And
yeah.
Sorry, Shadow.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we just hit the 6-hour mark. We were planning to do 12, and we're averaging about $1,000 an hour. So if we can keep this up, he's going to be at 15,000, 16,000 by the end of the night.
That's awesome. Amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I'm getting contacted now by some, like I had mentioned earlier, some Winnipeg mutual friends of mine and Greg. So there's clearly going to be some conversations and stuff that I will probably be involved in, sort of off screen as well too, and that's going to be heavy, to say the least. But of course, all in the name of getting together, coming together, assisting, wanting to help out. Of course, so many people I know love this man for so many reasons. I could almost not think of anybody of all my years working in and around social media, on and offline, and interfacing the two together. I could almost think of nobody who had used social media and anything online, anything screen-based, in a better and more positive fashion than Greg Arcade. I mean, was never big into the big social media platforms like a Facebook or a Twitter and such. Did like to keep a little bit more to sort of the back channels, but his entire usage of anything social media was all to spread music, to connect people, to be one of those, to be one of those connection guys that can, go, oh, this person over here needs to try to talk to this person over here, or needs this from this person. and was just so steadfast and so consistent in that. I could literally, and I've known many over the years that have done similar, but I could not think of anybody who did it as well, as consistently, and as positively, and as responsibly as Greg Arcade. Really, absolutely second to none. I've done my best to spread this around everything Winnipeg Alternative Media, and of course, we will be having, if not an entire broadcast ourselves, but certainly many moments in the broadcast to come with talking about Greg and sharing his music. Yeah, I'm going to have to bug out for a little bit, but I'm so happy to hear that this is happening throughout the rest of the day, because absolutely, Jason, if you'll have me, I will certainly come back on. And once again, to everybody involved in this, to everybody watching, to every donation, God bless. Just incredible. I'm blown away here.
That link is good all day, and there's more donations I'd like to acknowledge here, but we have them. Angels Cafe, $100. We are holding you and yours in our prayers and seeing you in good health in the days that follow. Sending a great big hug. Chris Niven, $50. Thank you very much, Chris, for that donation. Brian 7316, $100. Lots of patriotic Canadians are sending love and prayers to you and your family. You got this, brother. And an anonymous giver for $15. Thank you very much for that. And I do want to remind Canadians a little bit about Greg. He's the one that gives back a lot. He reached out to me. This is how I got introduced to him. He reached out to me and said, hey, brother, there's a bunch of music I got. Take it for free. Use it however you want. And then I learned that he was the headliner for the Olds fundraiser for the Coots Men in March of 2023. He drove all the way, 17 hours both ways, didn't ask for a drop of gas money. He donated his time. He brought his equipment and put on one heck of a concert for the Coots Men. And this is exactly who Greg Arcade is. He's a giver. He's a giver. So when he reached out with that video yesterday, and you're right, Shadow, that's a man. And you can tell that his young child, you heard his child, and it got to him, even his dog. This is a man who takes care of others, and he always has.
Interestingly, when he shut off the camera because the baby was crying, I think it was the baby, or maybe it was the dog. I know it was the baby, and he came back. He came back, and he said, "There's no sweeter sound than that." I remember when my kid was little, and there were many sweeter sounds than that. But there's the sign of a guy, I think probably since this diagnosis, and I'm not exactly sure because I don't know Greg well, his speech seemed to be a little staccato. Maybe he's forgetting things. Are these signs, or these symptoms of what he's now going through, or is this something that has always been? So he only just got the diagnosis this week. I'm hoping that maybe this broadcast and others like it going forward can raise even more money to possibly get him down to the United States. I know you guys have talked about this before during this broadcast, and there are so many more advanced treatments down there than there are up here. And there's many reasons for that. We've all had different doctors and scientists appear on our shows telling us the reasons behind it. And down there, they seem to be more free with their treatments, and it's based upon money, obviously. And I know that we would have to raise hundreds of thousands to make that possible, but perhaps there's a way. I don't know. Maybe there's a way. I know Todd is buggered off for now, but I think maybe we could do some kind of a fundraiser, a live music event in.
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
Yeah, I'm not much of an organizer myself, but I'll definitely get behind it and do what I can. And I know, many people. I'm connected to many people in this part of the country that would definitely be able to step up and go, yeah, we got this. So if we can, that would be awesome, and we should probably communicate on that going forward too, right?
No problem. And Greg, just before you jump in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the description from the GiveSendGo, because it actually gives a little bit of the background that Shadow was kind of asking for, because I think it might be important for people to kind of hear how Greg found out. So this is written by Kaylin. I believe this is his spouse. Help Gregory in his fight against brain cancer. Our world turned upside down on March 7th when Greg came home from work with impaired speech. We were concerned but never imagined what was to come. By the end of the weekend, he was in the hospital where CT scans confirmed the devastating diagnosis, brain cancer. Greg is an incredible husband, father, and friend. Many of you may also know him as Greg Arcade, a country singer with an extensive music career. In a miraculous twist, despite his diagnosis, the part of his brain responsible for music remains fully intact. His passion for creating and performing lives on, a testament to the power of music and the strength of his spirit. Fighting for our family. Beyond his love for music, Greg's greatest inspiration to fight this battle is our 17-month-old daughter, Eliza, sorry if I got that wrong. She is in the light of our lives, and every day she reminds us why we must push forward. Greg is determined to be here for her, to watch her grow, to guide her, and to fill our home with love and music for years to come. Our approach, metabolic therapy and alternative healing. We believe in giving Greg the best possible chance at healing. Alongside medical care, we are using metabolic therapy, ketogenic diet, which has shown promising results in cancer treatment. This specialized diet requires high-quality, nutritious, dense food that are significantly more expensive. Additionally, we are exploring alternative therapies to strengthen his immune system and overall well-being, ensuring his body has every tool it needs to fight. We are determined to beat this. Why we need your support. Brain cancer not only takes a toll on health, but also on finances. With Greg focusing on healing, our family faces increasing costs for high-quality keto-friendly food and supplements, alternative therapies and immune-boosting treatments, loss of income while we navigate this journey, and medical and care-related expenses not covered by insurance. How you can help? Every donation, no matter how small, will make a difference in keeping our family afloat and ensuring Greg gets the care he needs. If you're unable to give financially, we appreciate prayers, shares, and support in any way possible. From the bottom of our hearts, we are deeply grateful for your kindness and generosity. Your love and support reminds us that we are not alone in this fight. Please keep Greg in your thoughts and prayers as we navigate this journey with our faith, hope, and determination. With love and gratitude, Kaylin Kroc and family. Whew. There we are. And that's exactly what I would be doing. I'd be taking care of my body, mind, and soul, nutrition, and doing that. And Dr. Mackus has offered to talk to him in the coming weeks. So there's a lot of people coming together, Shadow, that's bringing him prayers, sending him packages. Chelsea, right, can't talk about the medication, but Chelsea's offered to send some stuff. Leighton Gray, he's working with a U.S. group where they're working through the FDA for some treatment stuff. He's going to send him free care that way as well. And I'm sure a lot of people are providing a lot more advice because I see these posts all over the place on how to take care of yourself.
Send him the Mel Gibson stuff. Can't say the actual word, but
you know what? This man might have the greatest access to so much. Why is my headphones are reverberating. Might have the greatest access to resources of anyone that I've ever met up to this point. And I'm just so incredibly grateful to all of you guys, everyone who's been on here, everyone who's watching, everyone who's donated. Like it's an incredible thing that this man is going to have access to all of these resources to help him actually conquer this battle that he's fighting right now. So thank you so much to everyone again. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's very inspiring to see people come together. And I wanted to kind of jump back to you, Shadow, because you're in Manitoba, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, you and Arcade, I think, would have some stuff in common in that you used to be in the radio industry, and he used to be in the music industry. But yeah, like I think it would be cool to. I don't know where you are in Winnipeg, but the idea of doing something IRL, I think, would be very, very interesting. I've actually never met Greg Arcade in real life, so I would certainly consider coming out to to Greg Fest, some sort of like in-person fundraiser. We
It's
could
a great
have, we
idea.
could have an industry giant being the MC. I'm talking about Shadow Davis, of course.
Shucks.
Formerly K-Rock FM 105.7 in Kingston. I grew up in Kingston, so I kind of like to to talk about Shadow's past in the radio industry. But it could be like a real professional,
I would be happy to do whatever I can. And, it's funny. There's a lot of local musicians. Winnipeg has always been, for some reason, I don't know why, it's always been one of these hot spots for musical talent in this country. Now, some of them are hopelessly woke and would never understand what it is we're doing. But many of them are not. And we could get, Reckon So, Brett Allery, he's local, plays all the big festivals every year in southern Manitoba. He would definitely be down with this, I'm sure. And there are so many others that we could get together and, the equipment. There's so many people. And this is the other thing that's hilarious. And I wish that they wouldn't do this, but they do. One of my biggest pet peeves is that there are so many people who will come up to me in public, whether it's a grocery store, wherever it happens to be, and they say, Shadow, I watch you all the time. Thank you for what you're doing. I've been with you for 2 or 3 years now, but, I can't say anything. And I'll say, well, why don't you say something? Because if everybody who said that to me over the past 3 or 4 years actually did say something, then we wouldn't be in the spot we're in right now, right? So it's just a matter of, I got to worry about my job and my family. And I totally get that. But I mean, if people actually stood up against all of the nonsense that we have been fighting against for the past 3 or 4 years or longer, this whole situation we're in right now wouldn't be a situation we're in right now. But having said that, all of the people that have said that to me, they're in some pretty interesting spots. They're in some pretty good spots to help a situation like this, like the one that we're talking about, maybe doing a Greg Fest. As the weather improves, obviously to me, I envision this to be an outdoor event. If all of us work together on this, I'm sure we could draw a whole bunch of people to come and check it out. And I think it would be a good fundraiser for Greg and his family. So.
Absolutely. And sorry, I just lost power there. That's the beauty of being off grid. We're responsible for our own power. But
are you out there getting the generator going again?
The generator actually kicked off, and sometimes that will trip off the fuse. But there we go.
I have to because you're in Winnipeg and you brought up music and all of that stuff. I have to say, I went on a little bit of a diatribe earlier about how much I love Canadian music. And of course, the epicenter of, there's 2 epicenters of Canadian music, right? It's Winnipeg and then it's the East Coast. And it, at least in my mind.
2 different kinds of 2 different genres, obviously. But
yeah,
definitely.
Very.
You're right. Say so for sure. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. My lifelong most favorite band of my entire life. I actually I used to live in Europe and I actually flew back to see this band for the 15th time in my life. Is a band called The Weaker Thans out of Winnipeg, headed by John K. Sampson. Now they are leftist.
Oh yes. Yes, they are. I think they have a song that was the theme of a Canadian HBO series called.
Yes.
What was the series called?
You're right. They did do the theme song to a show, and I can't remember what it was. Now,
Less Than Kind. The show was called Less Than Kind, and the song used was One Great City, which is
yes. I hate Winnipeg.
Yeah. I hate Winnipeg, and they're so right. That's the attitude of Winnipeggers for sure. We are the only ones that can speak against it. If anybody else does, they get strips torn. But we're the ones who will sit and bitch and moan about it forever and ever.
But that said, I've actually I actually, because I used to sort of be a little bit of a groupie Not that they would ever remember me. This was like many, many years ago. They're not bad people. You know, Jim Bryson was one of their, like, he was, I think, their drummer at the time and whatever. Anyway, not bad people. And I think that if we could harness the music scene in Winnipeg to do something really great for Greg Arcade, it would be really cool. And I would be willing to go after the leftists, because I used to be one.
You were a leftist?
Oh, we don't want to get into it. But yes, I was a...
Why don't we want to get into it? I always love hearing the transition stories from, and pardon the term transition, because I know how it's been used in the past few years. But I mean, because I've had a few on my show where, I used to be this rampant leftist and now I'm not. And they all tell the story as to when that switch turned. And I'm always very fascinated to hear exactly how it happened.
Well, I don't want to make this about me, but I will tell the story if everyone's on board with me telling the story.
Yeah, please. You might rescue a few lefties, so go on.
Okay.
If we can bring a half a dozen lefties over, that would be worth it.
So I started working for my conservative MP when I was 15 years old. Well, it wasn't conservative at the time. It was Canadian Alliance. And so I was a hardcore conservative all through high school. I went to university. I was a conservative all through university. They tried to turn me. They tried to make me into a communist. And I fought it and fought it and fought it. Then I got out of university and got into the real world. And all of a sudden I was like, maybe I'm a communist. I didn't say that to myself, but, I was like, oh, well, like, people need to be taken care of. And like, like, we need to make sure that everyone has everything they need. And I started, go ahead, Greg.
Like, was there a specific, because you're like, walked out of university and like, maybe I'm a communist. Like, was there a sort of, did you see a homeless person or something? Like, what triggered this?
She had 4 years of being browbeaten by these people. And then she went through the streets, 7 years of being browbeaten. And then she walks through the streets and sees somebody begging for money. And she goes, oh, I should probably give him some money. Not completely understanding that it's probably a scam, because 9/10 of those people on the street, they're scamming you. They've got a home to go to at night. And they probably make more money than all of us put together.
So I never really got into it until there was one thing that happened, which is that, so after I had my first child, I went and worked, I got hired with a nonprofit, and a great nonprofit who did really, really good work. Like, I can't say anything bad about this nonprofit. Our outcomes were like 85% employment following completion of our program and all that stuff. And so I was the project manager and program manager or program coordinator of the nonprofit. And I got to design the programs and all that stuff. And so I worked with immigrant and refugee women. And that really changed my outlook, but not in the way that maybe you would expect. Well, actually, in the way that you would expect, where I was like, oh, people need help and we need to do everything that we can to help them. And like, these people are good people. And so like, let's give them everything that we have in order to make sure that they can succeed. And I still it's a weird thing to reflect on for me, because I was very much not a communist in relation to the people that I worked with. But compared to where I came from and what my original beliefs were, I very much was a communist. And anyway, it took me a couple of years to get out of it. And I worked there for 5 years.
To get out of what?
Out of communism.
Okay. Okay.
I worked there for like 5 years and I really believed in what we were doing and all of that stuff. But after about 5 years, I was like, oh, something's not right here. Like I don't, sorry, people are talking in the background. I was like, something's not adding up here. And then literally less than a year later, COVID hit and I had already left my job. And I was like, holy shit. Excuse my language. Holy shit. Communism is really bad. Socialism is really bad. You should talk to my dad and my brothers about this. Like, we couldn't be in the same room together.
Are they
for
communists or are they the other?
They're very, very not communist, not socialist. And so I couldn't be around them for several years. And anyway, COVID broke me out of it fully. I'm going off on a tangent here, but that was basically that's like the cold notes of what happened.
Let me jump in because I fallen way behind on these donations and they're stacked up here. So let me just get a bunch of
pump them out, like fire them in there, man. Let's go.
Susan Oatway, $100. Thank you. Praying for you and your family, Greg. Thank you very much, Susan. Nancy McLeod, $100. I'll pray for you and your family. God keep you strong. God bless you and your family. Jean Jacobson, $20. It isn't much, but I want to help. May God bless you and heal you. Thank you very much, Jean. It counts. All of it helps. Michelle Smith, $50 from Cold Lake, Alberta. Bruce and Michelle are wishing all the best to Greg and his family. Thank you to all of you for helping him. You are all awesome. No, thank you to everybody else that showed up. Rage Against the Machine. Absolutely. Rage Against the Machine. $20. God bless you, Greg, for all and to all who have donated. Kyle Jones with a $30 donation here. Thank you very much, Kyle Jones. An anonymous giver, another $50. These anonymous people are amazing. There's a whole bunch of them. And then
Are they all related?
They might be. Shirley Babcock.
How many people out there do you know with the name Anonymous? I'm John Anonymous. Nice to meet you.
There's a few out there. And then Shirley Babcock, $25. Originally wanted to donate a piece of my art to auction, but I don't know how to do that. You got this, Greg. Shirley, just reach out to us. We'll find a way to make that happen for you. And this takes us over $11,000 now, everybody. $11,000. That is
awesome. You know, when we talk about the donations, Jason, it's maybe you could structure this like the old Jerry Lewis telethon used to be. I think they would break every 20 minutes for a timpani for the new total, and then they'd go to a local station break once an hour for 5 minutes, and they talk about the local donations. Chelsea, you talk about maybe I'm a communist and my family is not, and you know it's interesting. It's a spectrum, right, of ideology. There's what we see on social media, in my opinion, is extremists. You've got the hard right people, you've got the hard left people, but I think most people generally, you know, fill that void in between. Some are more further left than others, some are more right than others, but ultimately, you know, human nature is always going to take over in any situation. And we all have an inclination to help people. Of course we do. When we see people on the street who look like they've been beaten, bruised, battered by something or somebody, your first inclination is to help them. But then common sense sometimes will kick in. Maybe not. And if you go ahead and you do this helping hand thing and you give somebody $20, and then you see them 4 days later at a restaurant like the Keg or something, just mowing down on a surf and turf and then having some Billy Miner pie after that, looking great. You know, their hair's all combed, they're shaved and whatnot. And you go, wait a minute. I just saw you in the street begging. And I have been down that road. And I totally understand how many people have used this homelessness thing as a scam. Also, how much addiction is related to it when we're talking about fentanyl that's flying around our country or any other harmful hard drug. If you're an addict, you are going to say and do whatever it is to get more from people. And people fall for it until they don't, right? And it's basically the same thing as communism. You know, everybody should be the same. Everybody should reach out to somebody and be helpful when somebody comes to you in need. And I get that. I totally do. Like Greg Arcade right now, there's a guy who needs our help, and we're stepping up and we're going to help him out. But there comes a time where you've been helping for a while. You're not seeing any progress with this person. They're using you. They're taking advantage of you. And then you have to stop that. And how many people, it used to be a TV show on A&E about addicts. I forget what it was called, but you know, they talked about
intervention.
Yeah, intervention.
I actually got addicted to intervention at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I hoarded hoarders too. So yeah, that was bad.
That's exactly it, right? Like eventually they'll realize that the system that is designed to help people can be scammed, and then that's what they do. So we absolutely want to help people, but we don't want to be scammed, and we want our dollars and the time we spend to go to, you know, the right causes and the right people. And somebody like Greg Arcade, who has never asked for anything in his life and has done nothing but help other people. That's a guy that, you know, we can get on board helping with, as opposed to somebody else who might just be taking advantage of the situation. And that's what the communists don't seem to understand. And that is proven when you take a communist out of school, somebody who has been indoctrinated into this way of thinking for the past 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is. And you say, all right, I'm going to give you $100. Here's $100. Job well done. But I'm taking 50 of that for me. And then I'm going to take $10 and give it to this guy over here who didn't do anything at all for you to get this money, and $10 for this guy over here, and then $10 for this woman over here. Wait a minute. You're telling me that I worked all day for $100 and I get like $20 of it? Yeah. That's it. And everybody else is going to get part of your money too. Well, that's not fair. No.
Away. When I finally walked away from the nonprofit that I was working for, it certainly wasn't like I didn't feel any bad will towards the people that were my clients or my students. My bad will was towards the government, because when you work in nonprofit, you see how poorly government programs are run and how they actually support the ghettoization of people. Mm-hmm. And they stop people from actually being able to succeed. And so that was part of my awakening, was 5 years working nonprofit and seeing how terrible government programs are and how badly people actually do want to succeed and achieve things, and how government stops them from being able to do that. And that was like part of my awakening in all of this. We're getting totally off track because we're here for Greg Arcade.
Well, here's the thing about a show like this. You've got to fill it with conversation that people are going to be interested in, right? As we go back to the Jerry Lewis telethon, they had people come on and sing, and you know, there was performers come on who tell jokes, and then they'd go to the talk about why they were there and talk about all of the donations. So if you're going to fill 14 hours or 12 hours of programming in a day, you're going to have to go ahead and talk about some things every now and again that are not, sadly, that are not Greg Arcade related. But
and that's why we need Greg Wycliffe and Edgy D to come in and do some songs or something like that.
Yeah. Well, let me just jump in again.
By the way, that Wycliffe, I'm sorry to interrupt, that I Am Canadian thing that Wycliffe did the other day, that was amazing. That was tremendous.
Well, let's go ahead and throw that back up to get everybody's spirit back up. But before we do that, Jaded Mandarin, $100. Thank you. You and your brothers and sisters were called in to be free, but do not use your freedom to indulge the flesh. Rather, serve one another humbly in God. And then Galatians. And then we have Bethan Nodwell, $40. Thank you very much. Very moved by this fundraiser. All the best to Greg and his family. I have complete trust in the treatment results of Dr. Makis. And keep the faith, everybody. His name comes up a lot. Anonymous giver, another $20. Thank you very much. The Gnostic Academy rallied the good birds, and I wish to send my heartfelt prayers of healing to you. May God bless you. John Jacobson, It isn't. Oh, we had that one. But thank you again for the $20, and it all counts. And then Jeffrey, $50. My heart goes out to all of you and my prayers. Thank you very much for all those donations. Keep them coming in. We got 3,300 people watching live right now. Go ahead and share this out. Go put it anywhere you can. Email it out. Put it into Telegram. Do whatever you want. WhatsApp, whatever. Get this link out there because we're going to kick some butt and we're going to blow away this goal. We're trying to get up to $15,000 now, and we're just over $11,000.
Nice.
Let's go. And I did want to give a small apology to Gnostic Academy. He gave a donation earlier in my super chats on YouTube, and he was requesting the "Bury Me with My Boots On" song to be played. We had already played that song, but I don't know if he's still watching in chat. But we'll definitely play that one again. But you are right, Shadow. There's a lot to talk about while we continue this fundraiser, and I wanted to kind of tie together some of the things that you were saying, or that Chelsea was saying, which is you started to find out that, oh, actually, it's almost like the government becomes an impediment or an obstacle in actually solving some of these problems. And while we're talking about, freedom fighters and patriots, I think the best example of that is Artur Pawlowski, who is somebody who is a pastor in Calgary. He got thrown in jail for giving a sermon at Coots in Coots, Alberta. And they essentially said that his speech was like destroying infrastructure at some point, i.e. implying that he's a terrorist or something for giving a sermon at a protest. But even before all the COVID stuff, even before all of that, aside from all of that, Artur was very aware of, I love to talk about Artur's backstory because it's very, very interesting and should fill people with Canadian pride. But before COVID, before all this, Artur Pawlowski knew that the politicians and the government was no good because he was feeding the homeless in Calgary on the streets, doing this thing called street church. And he's been doing it for like 2 decades.
Yeah.
And at the beginning when he was doing this, the news was like, oh, isn't that great? Pastor feeding the homeless. And the politicians were like, isn't that great? Pastor feeding the homeless. And then after a certain point, the government, I don't know how it happened, but you'd imagine the government kind of huddled with everybody in their dark, shadowy figures. And they're like, this guy's making us look bad. This guy's making us look like crap. He's feeding the homeless. He's preaching the gospel. We don't want people believing in God and real charity. And I think he's been arrested. There's a really good documentary on YouTube about it. I believe it's called Street Advocate, but it's all about Artur Pawlowski's backstory. And if I'm not mistaken, at the time of recording that documentary, he had been arrested over 14 times by the city of Calgary. Millions in dollars of litigation against him for simply feeding the homeless. It's crazy. So that's a great example of somebody who will literally feed the homeless and actually offer real charity to the most in need was vilified and persecuted by the government in Canada. I remember watching this and being like, how have I not heard this story before in Canada? But of course,
the worst part about that is people rooting it on, right? I mean, it's one thing for the government to do this stuff. And, when you see that, you go, oh, man, what are they doing? Like, don't we live in a democracy? Is this not a free country? And there's people on their side going, yeah, he deserves to be in jail for 10 years for what he's done. And they have no idea what they're talking about. And you wonder where these people come up with these opinions. How have they arrived at the opinion? Same with the convoy, where, and obviously the media has got a lot to do with it. But is it just that so many of them are so indoctrinated into this way of thinking that they'll never be rescued? Or is there some, getting back to Chelsea's story, is there some key that we can turn somehow to make them come out of it? Is it like cultists? Deprogramming a cultist?
I don't know. We've only had one doctor on stream so far. Maybe we can get another one on to answer that question.
I think we need a psychiatrist for this one.
Yeah. And well, speaking of that, maybe part of the deprogramming is sort of our own messaging, our own sort of world building and advocacy, and that's really where Arcade's music comes in, right? Greg Arcade's music. Did we want to play?
Yeah, I have another one queued up.
Wait,
That's so
hold on, hold on. You got Canadian Libertarian has popped onto the screen there. He hasn't
Again,
said a
he's
word
been
yet.
on.
Well,
He's
I
been
haven't
on.
seen him yet.
Yeah.
My
But Bennett,
audience
you want to
hasn't
go?
seen him yet. I want to
Bennett,
see what he has to say.
You go ahead, do your thing, Jason. I'll come on later. I'll
No, you're here. So let's go ahead and say hi because Shadow's a big fan. Let's go ahead and say hi,
Right
and then
on.
we'll cue up the song for
Right
after.
on. Well, nice to meet you all. Anyways, Shadow and Chelsea and Greg. Shadow actually got to it before me, but I was going to say like that was fucking awesome, man. What a difference between that other one, that the modern updated version. It's like the woke version or whatever. But yeah, I watched your video and that was just amazing, man. Well done, Greg. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I like I say, I was just talking to the fine folks there on we're offended. I'm offended. You're offended, and it's given me more positive vibes these days, anyways, because I do see, a lot of us that we've kind of been doing our thing, and we've got it. Some of us have some pretty decent audience stuff, but the big thing I think what we're finding today is everything is still happening against us, and we're helping in our own little echo chambers, and like even the people that follow me. God love those people, but I feel a lot of times I'm just preaching to the choir because I've been doing this for so long. Actually, I don't do as much of the live streaming anymore for that reason. But now with this whole new initiative, I feel invigorated and a second breath because I think we're actually at that time now where there's enough of us that can actually have enough of a voice and have enough of a following in total in some and then of course after the Freedom Convoy, and I seen with my own eyes how many Canadians are actually disenfranchised and demoralized. I know that this is a good time for this kind of thing to happen because it feels like if not now, when? I mean, at some point in time, when you get too close to the edge, eventually you fall off. So I think we're at the point now where at least we're digging in our heels. And I was even mentioned to the other fine folks there is, I mean, people like myself, I have certain things that I bring to the table and some strong points, but some areas where I lack in, some of you folks definitely have strong points, is in your creativity. I don't have that. I don't that's a gene. I mean, even the thumbnail thing that I use for my thing is a guy that made it, a friend of mine on ThinkSpot that made it for me. I didn't even make that myself. So I'm not very creative. I can build an engine like a motherfucker if you need, but I'm not very creative. But this is an area where, like I say, our culture, well, politics, because politics is downstream culture. I feel like our culture, well, we've been basically vacated by the Hollywood crowd who used to be the dominant force that brought Christian ethics and that free market kind of capitalism mindset to the forefront, right? That was what Hollywood did best. All the stories, all the movies, all the television shows, all the music we listened to, for the most part, they gave that same underlying message and story. And that's where a lot of us, even if you're a latchkey kid like myself, now, luckily, I had a Christian grandmother that gave me some great ethics, but even in the absence of that, I could have got them just by watching some of those great stories. And I think people like you, and I know Greg is definitely a very artistic and very creative guy. People like you can do those things because I can be like someone that you might see in like a classroom type setting, giving you some points in terms of principles, but most people, as we know, there's a small subsect of us who can enjoy and listen to this kind of information, maybe read books. But a lot of us, we want to get this kind of message in where we can sit down and eat our popcorn and feel like we're not being preached to, but we're actually being given a message that sounds like we're just actually being entertained. So that's, I think, an area where we can all bring our talents together and use that kind of cross-pollination to bring our strong points. And in addition to that, those people that have the more business mind orientation is, rather than tear things down like the leftists or the collectivists that want to just tear everything down. No, there's some structures in this country that I don't ever want to be taken down. There's some great things about this country I don't want to destroy, but we can build alongside and we can bring other things to the table or to fruition that maybe were absent in the past. And that's an area where, like say, all the strong points that you bring, and men and women, young or old, every one of us together, coming together and bring it. This is the marketplace of ideas, and we're because we are maybe a little bit competitive in nature. Competition is just always constantly raises and elevates each other. So we'll get out of our hopefully our kind of self-induced humility bubbles that a lot of us find ourselves in Canada, and find ourselves and get to the point where we're actually being a little bit more brash in our tactics and our methods and how we approach these things. And like I was saying to those folks as well, we don't know how it's going to turn out in the future, but at some point in time, people are going to write about these times, how these times unfolded, and how I want that story to be just like that blockbuster Hollywood story, like, you know, your William Wallace, right? That went up against Longshot. But like I was saying with them as well, is why do we always have to follow America in terms of their example? A lot of our great talent, most of our great talent have had to go to America for them to actually flourish. But why don't we reverse that? And rather being humble and looking for external sources, why don't we bring that to fruition? Because we obviously have the talent. I know many of you folks have talent that you would be wealthy beyond your belief if you were actually living in the States right now. But you obviously have a very strong connection to this country, as with me. And I have a very strong connection to this country. My whole family, where I live, this is where my entire family set their roots. And I'm going to stay here for as long as I'm alive. But yeah, while in the meantime, we can do whatever we can to bring all of our talents to bear, and whatever resources we have to offer, and not just help this gentleman that needs help today, but help the rest of Canadians and ourselves get ourselves from this goddamn mess we're finding ourselves in. But I know I kind of went in a little bit of a tirade there. Thanks, Jason, for allowing me to do that again.
I love it. I think that's
No problem.
great. That's
No
awesome.
problem. But
I was just going to hop in there. I know that Ray McGinnis just got here, but
Hi,
I
Ray.
did want to. Hey, I did want to say one quick thing, which was, you know, you said, "Hey, I know how to fix an engine like a motherfucker."
Yeah.
And there's a content creator on Instagram who's doing a lot of incredible stuff, and his name's Cars with Sondurin, I believe. And he's always been a car channel. He's always been things about cars, making videos about cars. But recently in the GTA, he's become the guy who shares the Ring camera footage of break and enters happening across the GTA, of people's cars getting broken into, or people's, you know, B&Es being broken into. But this guy is a great example of somebody who was just a guy who was doing content on cars. And now he's doing this, you know, almost like not investigative journalism, but reporting on this very specific, you know, crime epidemic happening in the GTA. And he was initially just kind of like a car hobbyist. But I just wanted to get that point in there. Sorry to stomp on you there, Shadow.
No, man, that's good. I think that's great. If we can get more people who already have followings established in other areas, like you say, you know, we can maybe they think that way. They think the same way we do. Like, and all we are is really a bunch of common sense people who are looking for the truth. Ultimately, you know, at the end of the day, we want to see some justice served. But you know, if there's other people out there with, you know, large followings or medium-sized followings or whatever, who are doing cupcakes or car repair or whatever, gambling, and they want the same kind of justice, then maybe they start turning their subject matter a little bit more our way. And that is actually a very good thing. I'd never even thought about that before.
Very cool.
I guess
So
I would be remiss if we didn't mention Clyde Do Something, who initially made content on mechanics. And I believe there was another person who ended up being a big convoy channel. I think it's this guy, Barricades Garage, I think his name was. But there was a couple other of, like, you know, big YouTube channels that were just kind of like car guys who ended up following the convoy and became like big channels who were, you know, reporting the truth on what was happening in Ottawa.
Nice. Excellent.
Cool. So we actually have more donations to go through, and it's going to be ironic that you guys are talking about this because of one of them that's just about to come up here. Linda J, $130. Praying the goodness of God over you and your family. Sending love from BC. Mechanics, $200. We are surrounding Greg and Kaylin with love. Regina, $50. Your plan for healing sounds amazing. Best wishes for a complete recovery. An anonymous giver, another $100. Your plan for healing sounds amazing. Best wishes for a complete recovery. And a loving Albertan, another $30 from a loving Albertan. God bless. I'm so blessed. You as best I can. My prayers are with you and your family. And then on this note, we're going to come back and introduce Ray, but we're going to have one more song here from Greg to give everybody a little bit of a break, and then we'll be right back with some more of Ray McGinnis. And thank you very much for joining us, Ray. That's awesome. So he does do some cover songs, which is pretty cool too. And I do need to do a little public service announcement. GiveSendGo is very safe. So if people want to donate there, that'd be great. I've received some messages. People don't want to use GiveSendGo. It is very safe. Go ahead, use that anonymous option, and it's very safe. But if you have to give via e-transfer, you can send it to give@thelavigneshow.com, and we will forward it right on to Greg and make the memo Greg to make sure that we know who it's for. But you can do that. But if you do the anonymous option, you're pretty safe on GiveSendGo. So don't worry too much about that. Thanks a lot to our government for making people very worried about that. But I've received a few messages out of Rumble for that. Ray, welcome to the show. Shadow had to leave, but he may be back a little bit later. But Shadow had to leave, and we're expecting some more guests to come on soon. But Ray, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. I'm fresh back from northern Mexico on the Copper Canyon El Chepe route and 86 tunnels and 673 kilometers of railway track, and a part of Mexico I'd never seen before. And I was also mostly off the grid. So I've caught a little bit of what's been going on, new prime minister and so on. And I can tell you, I traveled on the chilliest WestJet flight, maybe of any flight I've ever been on. And maybe because we're in Puerto Vallarta flying back to Vancouver, and they just put the temperature of the plane about 6 degrees so I could get used to being back in Canada. And because of COVID policies, they no longer provide blankets for passengers on the plane. So,
wow.
Anyway, listening to the end of what Canadian Libertarian was talking about. I wasn't planning on saying this, but I'm not a musician. I mean, I play guitar, but I'm not like someone who writes a lot of songs and so on. But I've thought of a few things, like somebody could put together something called Canada, the soap opera. I saw the little shot of Justin Trudeau weeping with the Governor General. And it made me think immediately of the Box Tops, who were most famously known for a song called The Letter in the late 60s, but they also had a song called I Cry Like a Baby. So my riff on that is, when I think about the 10 years I gave you, I cry like a baby. And I also was thinking about, in terms of accessibility to get people who want to get the information, maybe somebody out there would be inspired to compose and write The Freedom Convoy, a musical. And I want to add to that, because I know people who are part of the continuing, quote, progressive left, who are all on side with the government policies of the last 5 years, upset to this day about everybody who was protesting in Ottawa and sympathy protests across the country. But whenever Les Miserables comes to town, they go and they listen to the story of Jean Valjean. They feel really badly for him. And because, he had to steal a crust of bread, whatever, because he was very poor and so on. And this guy, Javert, keeps pursuing him for decades. So there's a lot of people who've been harmed the last while, whether they're people who are on the receiving end of lawfare, Tamara Lich, Chris Barber, the list goes on and on. Tony Olenek and Chris Carbert, who are in prison in Alberta, and on and on and on. And people like Carrie Sakamoto, who've been vaccine injured, and Sheila Lewis. I mean, there are a lot of people whose stories could be, with a creative person, be put into a song that would get a message out there. Anyway, I'm not the one to do it, but I'm just throwing out a response to what's been suggested.
And sorry, go ahead, Greg.
I've actually written a number of songs about COVID, and for a while there, it's too bad because Trudeau's now gone. But I had a bunch of different songs to try to make like Trudeau the musical. Like, I've had this idea for years, but yeah, while there's a lot of people listening, and you just mentioned that, it's like, if anybody seriously has like experience in bringing together stuff, I'm like more of a singer songwriter type. Like I'm good at, I think, creating the actual song and making it work. But in terms of like turning that into a musical and making it more extravagant, I would definitely need some help with that. While we're on that topic, just wanted to throw that out there.
That's awesome. And we do have one more donation. We'll just get out of the way before it stacks up. Wanda, $20. Thank you very much. And we're getting very close to that $12,000 mark now. So thank you, Canada. Please share this out and let's keep that going. Let's go for sure. Fight. Yeah. So I'm going to
How incredible is this? How incredible is this? Like, you guys did this in basically 15 hours. Like, from when I called you guys yesterday to when we started, 15 hours. I want to say like another huge thank you to you, Jason, and you, Greg. What a testament to both of you. I'm just like over the moon giddy. Sorry. I'm really excited.
Well, I'm honored that you called out and you said, hey, and I love to hear your voice. It's been a while because you got booted off of X a while ago. I haven't heard from you in a little bit. And of course, as soon as you said, let's help Greg, I was already watched the video, already posted, and I was trying to figure out what to do. I was going to mention him on my show and stuff. And then when you said, hey, like in a week or so, should we try and get something together? I looked at my calendar, kind of like God-given. There's a hole in my calendar for Saturday. I said, let's just do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. We'll make this happen. And here we are. And thanks a lot to Greg. Right after that was a phone call with Greg. He's like, absolutely. So we just turned into a team. Like, you do the thumbnail. I'm going to go to get the stream ready. I gave him an account on my stuff so he can come co-host. And as we saw with my power going out, I needed a co-host. So thanks a lot, Greg. It was perfect.
Yeah, it all worked out. And yeah, with my experience with Greg Arcade, like I said, he's helped me with some of my music before. And he was really, really generous with his time and with his talents, and also with my website, gregwycliffe.com. So it's like, it's really the least I could do. And he's obviously somebody who's at, like, based on the video, his 12-minute video there, like, he's a guy who's in need. He's a guy who needs help right now. And based on what I know about him, like, I feel like it was probably really, really tough for him to make that video. And to kind of come forth and be like, I need help. So I also admire that courage, that form of courage, to put yourself out there publicly and be vulnerable. And yeah, I want to reward that courage, and obviously give back to the whole thing of like, hey, we both said do it the next day. Yeah, for me, it was like, Greg looks in rough shape right now. And I want to make sure to do it as soon as possible to raise his spirits, as much as possible. Like, the timing is important to kind of make sure that he's going to be taken care of, so he can just kind of focus on his recovery. Right.
And speaking of raising spirits, we got Big Red himself here. Honk, honk. Hello, Mr. Chris Barber. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you being here. First of all, warm wishes to Greg and his family, and prayers. Hopefully everybody's doing all right.
Yeah, no, we're doing great here. And we're almost $12,000 now. We're doing about $1,000 an hour on the stream. We're into hour 7 now. And Canada's responding, Chris. Good. And thanks a lot for, I know you're a busy day. Today's a day you normally with Big Red, isn't it?
It's a shop day, so we run a fleet of trucks here, and Saturdays are our maintenance day. So we're just trying to, hands are greasy and dirty, and yeah, we're trying to get a bunch of stuff fixed up and cleaned up for the next week so we can break some more stuff. So
Can I just say real quick, as a fellow truck driver, that W900L that you got there is one badass piece of equipment. I love that machine. That's a beautiful machine there, Chris.
Thank you. With any luck, she will be on the highway on Monday. I will have it plated, and on fair weather days here until the salt's off the road, we'll have her out for hauling some equipment around the prairies here.
Excellent. Do you have any idea when your verdict's coming down? Because that's been shifted. That was supposed to be like 3 days ago. Do you have any updates for us on that?
Yeah, it was supposed to be March 12th. And about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we got an email from the lawyers stating that the judge needed more time to come up with a verdict. So it's pushed till April 3rd now in Ottawa, of course.
Oh, wow. So now it's under Carney and just after April Fool's Day, but April 3rd. Okay, we'll be keeping an eye on that. And how are you doing? How are you doing? Because this is still hanging over your head after all these years.
It would be definitely nice to get it over with. I think Tamara and I are just trying to return to life as normal, to be honest with you. I've seen quite a bit in the last 3 years, and it would be nice to get back to normal. I'm trucking full time, running the business. I'm the paperwork guy, the dispatcher, the customs, doer, and the permits. So we got 5 trucks rolling strong right now. We got 2 of them in the shop. Big Red got kicked out of the shop today because there's not enough room in there. So she's outside in the sun right now.
And how is this trade war affecting you and other truckers? Is there any impact yet? Or are you kind of concerned about what's coming down the pipe? Or is this going to feel like the lockdown all over again because your industry will be impacted?
Well, it's definitely going to impact the industry, my part, somehow, but not quite yet. We've been in the other spectrum right now where people are pushing really, really hard to get their stuff across the border before a tariff comes into play. So we've been extremely running back and forth as hard as we can right now. It will affect us in the long run, of course, but just like any other business, you improvise and you pivot where you need to, and we do a lot of stuff around the prairies. That's primarily my job right now, is hauling equipment locally around home here, and we'll just probably specialize more in that local stuff.
And that's unfortunate. You're going to have to adjust your entire business because that border is important to you. Now, are your customers concerned south of the border? Like, are they kind of worried about it?
There is quite a bit of worry. Yeah, we've got two big air seeders that we're pulling on Monday down into Montana for a big farmer down there, and they're rush seeding's yet 3 weeks to a month away yet, and he's pretty frantic to get these things across the border because you never know. Is there going to be a tariff on something tomorrow, or are they going to increase it, decrease it? We're not too sure. I'm a huge Donald Trump supporter. I just kind of wish he would slow the rhetoric down, because I think he's causing a lot more chaos right now than he needs to be, and especially fueling the Liberal party right now is actually getting support behind them. But
hey, Chris, can I actually ask you a question there real quick, man, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's been a while since I've done long haul. I do local now. I drive for a paving company. I build the roads. Anyways, so back in my time, you were really wise, and it was fairly early, but it was getting a lot better, especially if you had to deal with Livingston. But PARS, the pre-arrival system, what were they doing? Has it gotten any better since? Like I say, I think it would have been before 2010, I think, or so, in around there last time I did the long haul stuff. But how have they, in terms of doing border crossing for you guys driving truck, in terms of the PARS system, have they updated it, modernized it? Is it still the same old, or anything? Do you know any information for that?
Yeah, we're when we cross the border, we have to do what they call an ACE manifest, and each truck has a transponder on it, which is a little card with a computer chip in it. So I do my paperwork properly. I log into the ACE system with the U.S. Customs, and I input the truck information, driver, load, everything. And then when he hits the border, that barcode is read, and it's as simple as that. Same thing in Canada too. When we're coming north, it's a PARS. It's streamlined, but I've always funny you mentioned Livingston International there, because my funny joke is tell me who the worst broker is when it comes to U.S. Canadian border crossings, and tell me why Livingston is that worst broker. They hang us up all the time.
The worst. Well, that's what I was wondering, because that was the whole thing that it was infuriating me. Now, like I say, I didn't have to deal with it myself personally because I wasn't doing long haul the time, but especially after the COVID mandates came down. To me, it just seems so vindictive, because even in the early days for us, if you were at least wise and you stopped and you used the fax machine, you did it. Now, Livingston's could fuck it up. They'd fuck up the Lord's Prayer, but most of the time it was actually reasonable, right? Where you had very minimal interactions with anybody. And I mean, to me, it was so mindlessly insane. Like truck drivers, you're talking about people who are, I mean, who's more isolated? Maybe a lighthouse keeper, or you know what I mean? So it just seems so, and I think that's what really got the fervor of not just people like myself and you folks, but many other Canadians. Is like, okay, you can make an excuse when you're targeting people in, high occupancy environments, or you have a lot of people, but in a truck driver and the people, like I say, like I've said so many times, and as a truck driver yourself, because you've probably heard this many times, and it's like, why can we never come together to do this? But we didn't even, if we had to want to send government a message, that's the one area that I always said is actually The truckers are even more powerful, and you don't even have to use force. We have more power than an entire military. All you have to do, and you don't even have to do the dry vans or the flatbeds. Just park all the fucking tankers and wait till all the gas tanks for everybody are empty, and people will pay attention. But you know yourself, Chris, probably whether you're talking about people down the States on 19 or here in Canada on Channel 1, is good luck trying to get everyone on board to actually, because really it's an area where me as a libertarian, I would love to send a message to governments and these hacks to put them into place, to show them who the hell are really the boss around here, the people actually, the movers or shakers, and actually get things done, and how much of a message we could have sent. And like I say, it gave me such pride to see that, yeah, it was actually my fellow truck drivers, and it actually made sense to me. And I don't know if this will resonate with you, but as a truck driver, there was very few occupations. I'm not a big fan of authority, all right? I've never been a big fan of authority. And I got to tell you, truck driving was one of the few occupations where there is no real authority until you actually get to the border. And usually it's pretty seamless if you've done that trip many times and you have your immigration card and all that stuff. But it was one of those things where, yes, actually it makes sense when you think about it, because truck drivers are, a lot of them anyways, are that representation who are very much, they're not a big fan of the collective and the group think, and very individualistic and don't, well, you would probably know this too, Chris. I've never been so impressed with how many truck drivers you would think, oh, they just sit and steer a wheel. Super intelligent, very articulate, very, like, you're talking some really, really great people that actually are occupied in the trucking industry. And like I say, I'll kind of just shut myself up here. I know I've been kind of rambling a bit, but I was very proud of, like I say, all the truck drivers in this country. And I think you guys did a great service, because even to this day, even though we have a lot of pushback and the right people aren't doing or saying the right things, but we are, and we're still talking about this stuff. And I'm glad that because we can't allow. This was just something in modern human history. Like I say, this kind of stuff's going to be talked about. We cannot allow this to just have transpired and taken place, because it's not just a matter of, Chris and others that couldn't cross the border. We've probably all lost loved ones. We couldn't go, some of us had to lose our business, couldn't even visit, agent relatives. And there's so many things that happen to so many people. My wife had to be forced to wear a mask all day long. She started out, she works in grocery in the retail industry on the East Coast here, Sobeys. And she started out, how it started out early on. Oh, they're heroes. And next thing they knew, they were basically trying to suffocate and smother the heroes. No, but I mean, come on, it was just insane. And then they gave them a little bonus. Then they took it away. I seen how they were treated in so many ways, and the people that had to get forced mandated vaccines. A lot of people, even in my own workplace, there was a lot of division that got caused because of that stuff. I never took the vaccine, and I even had to have arguments and disagreements with people that I never would have had in my workplace. It wasn't for the fact there was this whole thing about the media telling them that I was the bad guy, you know what I mean? Yep. And they should have been wise enough to know the difference. But a lot of that has changed. And I have seen some people in my own personal life and another truck driver that actually did come up to me when I was getting fuel and apologize me, because he actually said I should have been fired. And I was like, are you fucking serious? We call him Chico anyways. But like I say, it was just great that we've all done this, and we've all at least played some role so far, and we still got lots to do. But we're at least doing what we can to try to push back about this kind of insanity. And I think more and more Canadians are opening their eyes up and going to be receptive to the kind of stuff that we bring to the table. Anyway, sorry, I'll shut up.
No worries. Let me just jump in here quick with a quick update. So we have Morley and Debbie Nordahl, $40. Thank you very much. Sending best wishes to Greg and his family. Anonymous giver, $50. Thank you very much, Anonymous. You're on fire today. Keep it coming. And another one from Anonymous, $20. May Almighty God give you and your family peace in these hard times. And I just received some breaking news. Mark Carney has announced no early election.
Whoa.
Imagine that.
No early
As
election.
if we couldn't see that one coming, hey? But he got rid of the carbon tax. He got rid of the carbon tax.
He's rebuilding the base, I guess, and he's trying to get some people back. So
does that mean
early election.
Does that mean no early election in the fall or no early election this spring?
No, he did say before, nothing before. Like, he may be closer to November. Now he's just made an announcement, no early election. And by the way, that must mean he knows that Singh is not going to call a no confidence, because he's got that confidence. So I'm expecting an announcement soon, maybe in the next couple of days, between Singh and Carney to agree on a deficit spending package for the relief for the workers. I'm told it's $900 billion. It's almost $1 trillion, $900 billion. And that's how they're going to buy the election. I know we can afford it, but they don't care. They're going to try and buy an election. What do you think? Thoughts, Chris?
I think we're in trouble. We're in major trouble in this country. removing the carbon tax right now is a bonus, but all they're doing, everybody needs to stop and remember who implemented the carbon tax in the first place. And I know people can go back and say, hey, well, Harper was the one that initiated it, but it was the Liberals that implemented it. And then they keep doing that on top of it. We are taxed to death in this country. There's so many people right now, they can't afford a mortgage, they can't afford rent, they can't afford groceries in the store, and yet our government has an endless credit card that they keep dumping more onto, and that we're never going to see the end of our debt range in this country.
Well, it's Carney. Carney was our Bank of Canada governor for a bit. And he's the one that implemented and maintained that 2% inflation rate, which absolutely has destroyed our dollar since 2006 or 2008 when he took over. And he's been very clear. Like he said, he'll use the Emergency Act in order to enforce any of his projects. He said that in Kelowna when he was on the leadership campaigning. And he also said he was going to do deficit spending. But I'm told from an insider, $900 billion. And we're at 1.5 or something trillion right now. So he's almost going to double it just in the next little bit.
Hey, Jason, in terms of that carbon tax, I just wanted, I'm not sure if you folks are aware of this or not.
We got a special guest. You guys said his name enough times, and I have to put him on now because he doesn't have a lot of time because he's dealing with something. Hello, Arthur Pulowski. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for joining.
Thank you so much. I really wanted to come, but as you know, today was my mom's celebration of life, funeral, so as you can imagine, we have been dealing with the grief and saying goodbyes, but I'm here now. It's over. It's done. We said our goodbyes, and the life continues. And also the fight for the future of our beloved nation, for the future of Alberta, and for the future of our children and their children is still on. And in the past month, as my mom, of course, when she passed away, and you're dealing with all those different emotions and grief and all the whys, and I kept reminding myself that the fight continues. The fight has to go on because she is now in a better place. She is with God, but we are still on this side of eternity. And if we will not come together, Jason, if we will not come in unity for the sake of the future of this nation, for the sake of the future for our children and their children, I mean, we will become an easy picking and we will be finished off. We will be destroyed. As you know, just a couple days ago, they installed, because there was no election, they installed WEF psychopath, a man that destroyed UK, came and destroyed Canada, moved to New York, and now came back to finish us off. So we must stand together. We must forgive each other. We must move on in unity, in solidarity with each other, or we will be destroyed. So yeah, it's a crazy ride. I would say to my fellow Canadians that the ride is going to be crazy. We are entering a roller coaster, physically and spiritually, emotionally. That those people that have attacked us in the past 5 years have not stopped. They are still attacking us. Our children are still being jabbed. The truth is not really coming out from those that, in quote, claim to serve us, and there is no justice. I mean, this is the saddest part of this whole affair, in my opinion, that we simply cannot move on unless justice is served. Justice demands restitution. People died and people are still dying. I don't know, Jason, if you know, my mom, I was not allowed to talk about this because my mom begged me not to talk about this, but now I can. She moved on, and my mom was on a waiting list to receive a kidney transplant, and those murderers in the province of Alberta, those bloody murderers, removed her from the waiting list for a kidney transplant because she was not jabbed, and because of it she died. They are murderers, bloody murderers, and hell awaits those people for what they have done and what they are still doing to us. I already contacted my lawyers, so we are thinking what to do with all this information that we have, but it's such a sad state of affairs And as I said so many times, and I'm going to say until the day I die, that without God, we are finished. Without God, we don't stand a chance. Those villains, those giants, if you will, are simply too powerful for us. I remember when we were running in the last election in the province of Alberta, I said to my fellow Albertans that we will bring justice, that we will go back in time, that we will find those that are responsible and we will bring them to justice, that we need Nuremberg number 2, that the victims of this great attack on our liberty and on our lives, those guilty must be brought to justice. And there is a way of doing it, a lawful way. And in order to restore the good fortune of Alberta, you must remove the guilty party. We cannot, my friends, we cannot keep doing the revolving door. I beg you, stop, reconsider. We cannot keep voting the same players, the same bad actors over and over back into power. Those parties, those criminals, either conservative, so-called, or the liberals, or the psychopathic, crazy communists, socialists, and the peers, they will never fix your problem because they are part of the problem. They're career politicians. They are here for their stupid pension. That's it. They just want to receive their pension. We have been sold for a bowl of soup. We have been sold for a silver coin like Judas sold Jesus. And we're doing this over and over again. My friends, by now, you should know that Artur Pawlowski was right when I was doing my best, yelling and screaming from the rooftops about Danielle Smith. And I said it, and I said it so many times, and I've lost supporters, I've lost friends, I've lost donors, I've lost people in the church when I was doing my best to warn Albertans how bad of an actor she is. Today, most of you know. And tomorrow, you will know that Pierre Poilievre is no better and no different than Danielle Smith. And I hope and I pray that Albertans and Canadians will do the right thing. Stop this insanity of voting for the lesser of two evils. Good people don't vote for lesser of two evils. Good people vote for good people. For a change, let's stop doing this insanity and let's vote our neighbors into power. And I sometimes people think it's a joke when I say that my dog would do a better job than 99.9% of the politicians. It's not a joke. My dog would do a better job. Why? Because my dog does not hate you. My dog is not waking up in the morning and says how to hurt as many Albertans, as many Canadians as possible. No, you feed the dog. He's a happy camper. Look, we keep feeding those monsters. I call them monsters. We keep feeding them and feeding them and feeding them, and they are never satisfied. They're like fat pigs, keep eating and fighting for that seat, for that stinky chair. And I just don't know what else to say to my fellow Canadians and Albertans, because I love this country. I love Canada. I love my city. I love this land. And I see it going to hell so fast. Economy crumbling. We have so many taxes as Canadians. We're being taxed to death, over 50% in taxes, and we don't have champions that are willing to fight for us. At least Americans, they have their champions. This morning I was listening to the address of the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, to the Department of Justice. My God, why can't we have a man like this that says secure the borders, go after the villains, go after the murderers, go after the rapists, go after the corrupt politicians, corrupt judges, corrupt crown prosecutors? We don't have anyone, not one in power. I mean, we have Maxime Bernier, but he's not elected. Canadians didn't want him. We have Derek Sloan, but in Ontario, Ontarians didn't want him. We have Solidarity Movement of Alberta here, but Albertans didn't want us. And look at us today. Alberta is in a worst state within the Confederation. We have the biggest amount of defaulting on our credit cards. Canada is in a worst shape if it comes to a national debt and a debt per capita, and also personal debt within all the G7 countries. What is going to take, Jason, for Albertans to start listening, to Canadians to say, hey, maybe this dude with a funny accent, maybe he knows what he's talking about because he grew up in hell. He grew up behind the Iron Curtain under the boots of a very same bad players. Maybe we should pay attention to the immigrants that escaped hell, came to Canada, hoping that this horror we all have left behind. My friends, if we don't change, we're going to hurt. And what is the saddest part, in my opinion, the saddest part of this whole thing is that our children are going to pay the price for our inaction, for our apathy, for us constantly choosing the lesser of two evils. And we have been doing this for decades, and look at us today. We have been choosing the lesser of two evils every cycle, every election. And look at us today. Harper sold us to WEF. Pierre Poilievre with Harper sold us to a Paris Accord, the climate garbage. And now he's yelling and screaming, axe the tax that he brought to Canada. My God, what an awful actors those people are. We must change, my friends. We have to, or we will pay horrible consequences for doing the same thing. So I will be running in the next election. The people from Solidarity Movement of Alberta are going to run as well. And maybe this time Albertans will choose the right people. Jason, people come to me and they say, if we don't vote for the conservatives, which are not conservatives, then the liberals are going to stay in power. No, if every conservative, a real conservative, votes for a neighbor, votes for those people outside of the establishment, we would have a new powerful party. And I'm telling you, historically speaking, every new party is doing everything in their power to help people, to prove that they were the right choice, because the new party wants to be elected again. You got to remember historically, that's why I teach so much history. Historically, we have to understand that every party started fresh with just few people. And every cycle was identical. People were saying, no, we cannot vote for the, for the Conservative Party because you just formed and you're too small and blah, 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 blah. The same garbage we hear over and over again. Stop it. Enough of this. Enough of the revolving door of insanity. We have to support the good people. If you are not marching with me, you're not my man. If you are not bleeding on the streets of our cities, you're not my man. If you have not been willing to pay the price, you're not my man or a woman. If you are not willing to pay the price when Canada, Canadians, our children, our grandchildren needed you the most, you're not my man, you're not my woman. That's why I respect so much the people that were willing to pay the price. Pat King and Tamara and Chris and of course the boys from Coots and now we had the last trial of Alex. And my heart bleeds for Canadians because we are not free. We have not been able to be free for such a long time that some of us don't even remember how freedom tastes, how freedom looks like. We have to stop, or we're going to pay a horrible price. So, my mom just passed away because of those monsters, but I have two choices. I can quit. I can go into a little hall and pour me and pour Artur Pawlowski and start crying and whining, or I can get back on the plow and keep plowing this field and keep fighting the monsters, keep bringing the truth, keep fighting for justice for all the victims of this craziness. Because we don't have one. Show me, please. If you don't believe me, if you think I'm out of lunch, please show me one that is elected right now in power that is saying justice will be done, some will be arrested, truth will be brought to court, the judges that have broke the law will be arrested, will be charged. Crown prosecutors like this liar manipulated Stephen Johnston, this pathological liar that manipulated and did horrible things, lied on the stand, falsified documents and so-called evidence, did colluded with our CMP officers. If those people are not going to be charged, you cannot talk about justice. If those RCMP officers that broke the law are not going to be brought before the real justice, you cannot talk about justice. If those politicians that arrested me and my brother David for simply helping people, feeding the poor, and giving messages of hope, like Jason Kenney, that had a party, a whiskey party with his ministers while he was locking pastors in prison, if those people are not brought to justice, we cannot talk about justice. How can you talk about let's move on when the victims are crying? Even the victims that are dead, the blood is crying for justice. Louise, that was murdered by the Alberta's government, her blood is crying for justice. Where the justice is going to come to our beloved nation? We don't have anyone. Show me, please. One premier, one member of parliament that is vocal and is fighting, one MLA in our beloved Alberta that is fighting for us. Now they're hiding like rats that they are. Where is your savior of Alberta, Danielle Smith? She is sitting on the documents by the doctors that are telling her since August of last year, those jobs are hurting people. They are hurting children and elderly, and people die because of this. Stop it immediately. And here we are today in March of 2025, and the people are still being jobbed. And then I see comments left and right, and people are saying that she's the best we ever had, that she is the best premier, and she would be awesome prime minister. Are you insane? Are you insane? And I know,
with you.
I get it, Jason, that I rob Canadians in the wrong way. I understand that. But I am true to myself. I'm true. I have clean hands and pure heart. I can stand before the mirror and I'm not ashamed. I am doing my best. I'm teaching, I'm fighting, I'm screaming, I'm yelling. I'm doing my part. And if people don't want that, or if it robs them in the wrong way, well, too bad.
Let me tell you something that happened last night. Darcy Lewis was on. Darcy Lewis is a son of Sheila Lewis, and he shared a story with us. He was at an event where Danielle Smith was there, and she came up to him and said, "Hey, why are you here? Like, basically, why are you important enough to be here?" And he said, "Well, my name is Darcy Lewis, a son of Annette Lewis." And she literally said, "Oh, look, I got to go speak to them. I'll be right back," and then never came back. She knew who he was. She knew what she did.
Of course, I have been speaking publicly. I did a video just about her, and I've risked criticism, and I was called names, and I've lost people in the church. I've lost donors. But you see, in the end of the day, I'm a reverend. I'm a pastor. I'm a clergy. If clergy will refuse to stand for truth and for justice and for life, my God, then we are useless. If pastors will not fight for life and liberty, then my God, we are useless. If we're not going to do what's right and stand tall in the face of adversity, then we are useless. And I'm willing to walk alone. That's the choice I had to make. As you know, Jason, I did my best at the press conference in the legislature to tell the people. I know her, my friends. I know who she is. I know her personally. We have been in the same party, Wilder's party, for years. I know her. She is going to betray you. She is doing this for her own fame and money and prestige. She will sell you. She is a whore of Babylon. She will go to bed with every monkey that votes and pays. Why can't you believe me? Why can't you?
His connection was getting a little unstable there, so hopefully he can come right back. But my gosh, okay, so we were just talking about him. He is a pastor who's been arrested. For people who don't know him, it sounds like
Hey, Jason, can I just springboard up? What's that?
that's Arthur's connection. So I'll just.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to springboard off that and first just mention to Arthur and everyone else here, Ray and everyone. I just, once again appreciate everything you guys do, and thanks to Arthur for all he did as well. And I get it, and sometimes you got to point out the negativity and the reality of it. But let me just bring a white pill to this conversation, and that is the fact that, I mean, look at right here. I mean, I've known of these people. I've known of Greg. I've known of Ray. I've heard of you people. I do believe Chelsea. I think I know you, that you're Randy's relation of some sort. So I think we've all kind of tacitly known of each other a little bit. But look at how this is playing out. Like, we are all come together. We are the ones. This is the thing that you got to think of. He was mentioned about how America, or you mentioned earlier about how America is different than it's their story. But what we're doing here today, every one of us, we're contributed to an updated and a modernized story to Canada, right? And the trucker convoy was, and all the Canadians, though, not just the truckers, but all the Canadians, all you great folks that help support that. We are updating the story, and even Trump himself right now, I'll play the game with the whole 51st state thing, because I know what the intentions are there, what he's trying to do, get some kind of closer economic union. But the one thing that I'm seeing is what you got to stay positive about this is, think about all these lefties that we want to call them in Canada, how they would have spit on the Canadian flag just a short time ago. But a lot of people, and especially the younger people in particular, who are just trying to figure themselves out through this, is we are rewriting and updating the Canadian story. And hopefully we can make that story more conducive with people that are standing up these things. And maybe we can find a way to come together. And we're showing that right now. Like I say, look at all of us that are coming here together today. And like I say, even the people who are our opponents right now, while they're trying to figure things out, we can help them along that journey. And we have to do it by leading by example and not constantly finger wagging. The black pill, we have to point out the realities for sure. And like I say, we've all gone through hell, but we have to keep as much of a positive spirit about this thing as possible, because that's kind of it's like addictive. If other people are personal is more positive, they're going to want to adopt that. Anyways, but that's my thought is thanks for all you guys. But I did want to mention that we got to try to stay a little more positive. And at the political level, it is very difficult, and we know we're in a terrible situation. But I think we should all at least reserve ourselves to the point to know that the political solution isn't going to happen until we at least figured out the culture and we can kind of all come together. Then the political solution will come. And in the meantime, we got to do whatever we can to make sure every one of us are doing what we can in our own lives, in our own communities, in our own household, and with the people around us. But yeah, thanks a lot there for letting me say that.
No worries. And we're going to try and get the last couple of minutes out of Arthur as he gets back to his day. Arthur, your connection's a little bit unstable, but let's see if we got you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a phone call, and usually what happens in the StreamYard, when you get a phone call, it cuts off your streaming. So I want to finish with the prayer. I know, Jason, you wanted me to pray, so I'm going to pray. And I agree, we have to stay positive, of course, but we have to address the issues. And if we do not recognize that in our
to be cut out, we will never be healthy. We must recognize that there is a problem. It's a very serious problem, and we have to do the surgery. And surgery is very bloody. It's a bloody business. You have to take the scalpel. You gotta cut the cancer out. Cancer is part of your body, so it's a very difficult and a very painful process. But you must cut the cancer out, or the cancer will eventually kill you, will destroy you. That's what I'm trying to communicate with the people. Recognize the cancer, who is the villain, what the villain is doing, what are the tactics and their plans, and act accordingly. And come together as Canadians, as Albertans, and remove the cancer out. The bureaucracy is the cancer. Career politicians are the cancer. Cut them out. Never again vote for those parties. Never again support those parties that did this to you and to your children. Look for either independent people that will fight for you from your neighborhood, from your community, or let's vote for new forming parties. That's the only solution. You cannot just keep doing the revolving door and they say, oops, another cycle, hoping that it's going to be different. That's schizophrenia. That's a definition of craziness. Keep doing the same crazy thing and thinking that this time the outcome is going to be completely different. So let me pray.
Before you
Father
start
God,
that, I just want to acknowledge that Chris Barber's here with us, and his verdict has been moved to April 3rd. And Mark Carney just announced there's no early election. So I thought I might mention that to you before you start your prayer.
Guys,
yeah, but you got to remember, tyrants never willfully give up their power. We are dealing for a number of years right now with tyrants. Those are not elected representatives. Those are appointed by the globalists, WEF, Schwab, Soros, Biden's devils. They are appointed by the globalist people. They're tyrants. Tyrants will never give up their power on their own. You have to take that power away from them. So I want to just say kudos to you, Chris and Tamara and others, for standing tall, for giving people hope. That's what we need in these crazy times. And thank you for what you did. I was pressured by the Canadian government. They offered me bribery. So far, $2 million to keep my mouth shut. Guaranteed seat at the legislature. I was offered a government job. They think that Artur Pawlowski is for sale. They don't understand that I have been already bought by the precious blood of Jesus, that I'm not for sale. My family is not for sale. My children and the future for my grandchildren is not for sale. I mean, you can put $1 billion on the table. My family, my faith, my God is not for sale. They don't understand people like me. So,
and last
Chris,
moment, we're here for Greg Arcade as well, who just got diagnosed with brain cancer. We were raising money for him. We're doing about $1,000 an hour here, and he has released a video yesterday, and he's one of the best freedom fighters out there, musicians, and he's been sharing his message all over the place for free for other people. I just wanted to mention that before you started.
well, you know, out of the people I'm telling you, I know this by heart. One man cannot fight this. One family cannot survive this. One church cannot survive this. That's why we need to come together. We need to support each other in a time of need. We must unite in solidarity with each other. That's how that's how Europe was liberated in the 80s when I was growing up. I saw the power of the people when they finally said enough is enough. They came together and boom, with the help of God, there was the Iron Curtain got brought down and Berlin Wall collapsed and Europe was liberated. So Father God, I just pray for that man and that tumor. You are God of hope. You are God of healing. You are God of life. And we submit this tumor, this craziness, this sickness into your hands. Father God, you've healed everyone that came to you. And I just pray that you would touch this man supernaturally, Father God. Have mercy on all of us. Have mercy on us. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Father God, I bring our beloved Canada into your throne of grace. Have mercy on Canada, Father God. This is a beautiful land. This is a beautiful nation. It used to be called the land of milk and honey. And look at us today. We have been taken captive by foreigners that hate us and they hate our way of life. Father God, have mercy on Alberta. Alberta used to be called the Bible Belt of Canada. We used to have a godly premiers, pastors that were preaching on Sunday and they were doing their best on Monday. For Albertans, we used to have people like this, where God was honored and Bible was read and prayer was in school and a nation was blessed. Father God, our national anthem is a prayer to you. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Father God, this nation used to be yours and it has been stolen from you and from us, from your people. I pray you would give us boldness and strength and power and resources, Father God, and people, favor with people that would artists open their eyes, Father God, open their ears so they can see what's really going on, so they can hear what you are saying to all of us. I thank you for Jason and for his willingness to do this. It will take a community. Listen, a few weeks ago, God spoke to me. He said, the greatest commodity is community. Listen to me, my friends. The greatest commodity is not silver and gold, is not land, is not property, is not your bank account. The greatest commodity is community. And that's what you're doing. This is a community, and is blessing a man that is under a gun right now. Thank you for that. Thank you for everyone that was willing to come and participate. I'm telling you, in a time of need, it shows.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay,
Guys,
Chris, you got to run.
Yeah, I got to bounce. I got a shop full of trucks here. So prayers, obviously, to Greg and his family, and I got to go do a pinion seal on a semi. So thanks for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it. I bet you I wish the circumstances were better, but I'm glad. I'll send some money into the GiveSendGo for Greg here shortly, and hopefully everybody can match.
God bless you. Thank you very much for your time, Chris, and you have a great day.
Guys.
Thanks, Chris.
See you guys. Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we kind of got a little interrupted there. Sorry about that. But the internet, it comes in, and it was powerful. It was powerful. You said his name.
I think he was getting a call from God. That's probably what interrupted his
could
his
be
connection there. Yeah.
But you said his name, I think, 3 times in the poop. But I reached out to him. I knew his mother. It was a celebration of life. But I did ask him if he could just pop on, and then he made some time. So thank goodness for that. Wow,
That's okay though.
That?
Can I say something? I think it's okay because he said something that I think is sort of the basis or genesis of what we're doing here today, is that our greatest commodity is community. And he just said that, I think, 3 times in a row. And that's...
Oh, he's back. Maybe you can finish up.
That's the entire genesis of what we were doing, what we're trying to do here today.
Pastor Art, your connection is very... Let's try.
Yeah, so I'm done. It's just, again, someone called, and when someone calls, automatically it just removes the stream. I'm sitting in a car, here's the church. We just had our celebration of life for our mom. So I just want to say thank you again for what you're doing. Be blessed, stay strong. Remember, good people do not bow before evil people. Lions do not bow before the hyenas. And stay strong. In the end of the day, we know how the story ends, Jason, and those that are watching this. We win. The truth ultimately in the end wins. We just have to stick to it. We have the saying in our church: winners never lose, losers never quit, winners never quit, quitters never win. That's the saying that we have. You have to maintain the path. You cannot quit halfway through it. You cannot throw a towel in the middle of the fight. We just have to keep plowing no matter what, believing that one day justice will be served, truth will pop up, and people will be set free. So thank you for this. Be blessed, stay strong, and see you next time.
God bless. Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen.
Right on. Can I just say one more thing, and I'm going to pop out there and get back to probably go have some supper or something. But I just wanted to say the one thing that I think I'm going to keep in mind and hoping we all will going forward is let's really try to stay as focused as humanly possible on not just the positive things, but the things that we all agree on. Because I'm pretty sure if we wanted to, we could all find some areas of disagreement. But at the end of the day, it'd be the same as if I went and talked to everyone in my community. But if the main goal that we're looking for is what I think we all have at the end of the day, is to have more or less a live, let live mentality, stop imposing our will on each other, stop using violence, force, and these things to an end, try to get government to the point, or at least to the culture to the point where people don't even look towards government as a means to their end, because government is force at the end of the day. So let's figure out, just like if you were a parent raising kids, yes, violence and force can be applicable. It can have, and it can even have some utility. But at the end of the day, in the long term, you might end up being worse off by using violence towards your kids, because they may never speak to you again once they become adults. So as long as we can stay on our track here in Canada, I think we have a really good chance here where we're all keeping the fact that, yes, we all come at things from a different perspective, different backgrounds, different ideas, different perspectives. But as long as we're showing this kind of unity, like Arthur was saying, I don't care about your personal situation. I don't care about like your personal political leaning. All I care about at the end of the day is I want us to all be able to live in a country that's flourishing, it's peaceful, it's prosperous as it can be. Of course, there's always going to be points of contention in areas we're not going to be able to help those things. But I think we are, like I was saying, we are writing the story, folks. We're updating the Canadian story right now. And I think when the time comes that people in the future will use the stories that, you know, people like you and others and all the, especially the big figureheads that have stepped out and had prominence, they're going to use these stories. They don't have to reach so far back to 1867. They're going to be able to use these stories as the springboard and the precipice to write their own stories going forward. So thanks to all you guys. I really appreciate you having me on here today. I too will make sure I give you guys a donation. And I really wish the best for this gentleman, Greg, and hopefully he gets better and as soon as possible and does well so that his family doesn't have to worry and go through the hell. Because I know, just like Arthur, will say one thing. Arthur, he was mentioned, he was at the celebration of life. I just did that myself for my wife's dad. He just passed away, and we were up in actually Toronto for that just a week ago. So I know what the kind of heck that he's going through. I lost both of my grandmothers during COVID. I never got a chance to say goodbye. So I know we've all got our own personal situation stories that are very heartfelt, and they're very they can be soul crushing at times. But once again, those are things we keep in our own personal minds, but we can use the positivity that we have to bounce off of each other to bring about the change that we desperately need. So thanks to everyone. Have a good day, and I'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Bennett. Thank you very much. And you should be a preacher, man. You're great at this. I was hooked on what you had to say there. Thank you so much, Bennett. Have yourself a nice dinner, and come back if you want to come back. We've got about 5 hours left or so, or 4 hours left or so. But if you want to come back, that'd be fine.
Right on. Have a good one, everyone.
Cheers. I'll update everybody before we jump to the next topic and our next guest, because we have another person who just jumped in. Wow, I can't believe who we're getting today. It's amazing. Anonymous Giver gave us $20 during all of that. So thank you very much to Anonymous Giver. And Maria Aruda, $150 for Greg, she says. This is $150 for Greg. Yeah. Lauren Leclerc, something like that. $20 for Greg Arcade and his family. Thank you very much, Lauren. Christine McPherson, a very good follower. We love her very much. $50. Sending you and your family love, hugs, hope, and prayers. Lots of prayers today with a couple pastors. Anonymous Giver, $10. Every bit counts. Thank you very much. Not a donation, but a letter of hope. Thank you. A gesture of appreciation and a hug to a fellow man. Let each day be full of life. Thank you very much, Anonymous there. Darka McComb, $50. Greg, you have a lot of love and support and many praying for you, your wife, and little ones. God bless. And then Jen also sent over $20. Thank you very much, Jen. And now this takes us over $12,000. Let's go for 13 now. Thank you very much, everybody.
Let's go. Man, that was such a powerful speech by Artur Pawlowski. He touched on so much. And also Chris Barber touched on a lot of things that I was itching to comment on. But of course, we wanted to get those guys on while they had the time. Yeah, I mean, I really identified with what Artur was saying when he was like, I told you Danielle Smith sucks. I told you this. I lost friends over it. People hated me because of it. But I told you. And he mentioned having the bravery to speak out. And it's disappointing how other Canadians do not speak out. And I really identify with that because ever since the convoy, I was calling out Pierre Poilievre and said, this guy's a coward. This guy's actually not standing up for the convoy. He's doing this wishy-washy thing where he's not actually, has Pierre Poilievre ever mentioned Chris Barber, Artur Pawlowski, any of these freedom fighters? None. Or the fact that there are people who are not getting surgery because they're unvaccinated. Like none of this, even like Pierre Poilievre doesn't even come close to speaking about any of this. And it really is even a more malicious lie than Justin Trudeau in a way. Because everyone knows Justin Trudeau is lying, but he's not pretending to be the friend of conservatives. He's pretty openly against us. But someone like Pierre Poilievre, his lie is a little bit more nefarious. He might tell us what he wants to hear. He might say, hey, how's it going? Hey, I like you. Hey, we're good. And then he stabs us in the back. He says he's going to fight back against Trudeau and for freedom. And it's like, well, why haven't you mentioned any of the people who have been thrown in jail at the trucker convoy? It's like, oh, well, and I was really hoping to ask Artur that question of like, what do you feel about the people that say, hey, just be quiet because the media will attack you. You know, like just be quiet. Don't tell the truth, or else the media will attack you. But we should go to a Greg Arcade song soon. I'm actually going to upload a couple more here to.
Well, I do have a couple here. There's a new one here that I think would be kind of good at this point because it's about PsyOpt. And we also just have Pete. So Pete, so if you just hang on, we'll introduce you in a moment, but we're going to play quick. It's only a 2-minute video here for Greg Arcade because that's what we're here for. So hang on, everybody. This is called PsyOpt again.
Damn, my friends have been psyoped again. They got them believing in a system while they're going online saying they resist them, but they pull them back in with some hollow hope that a guy like them can get a little more rope before the line runs out and the news cinches in. Look, he's top of the charts, we're back again, but the truth of it is they specifically picked him. He's a perfect candidate to get you to believe in a world that you will never be let in. But try and spend, do everything right. It's only a matter of time before you work your way off the welfare line. Well, damn, my friends have been psyoped again. Now I ain't got nothing against a red-haired man who shares the gospel. Hell, I'd shake his hand if I had the chance. But then again, they'd never let that happen, cause I'm not a friend of the people who work at Big Con Inc. And I won't use the avenues that make you think that you got to use to make your way. And selling your soul, well, it ain't worth the pay. So go on and worship your iTunes charts. Go on and pretend you forget the part that the people who put songs on a list hate you and they don't want you to exist. Damn, my friends have been psyoped again. Maybe if I went out in the pines and recorded a song about these hard times with a multi-million-dollar deal on the line, and John Howerton was a friend of mine, well, maybe you'd care, but I wouldn't bet on it, cause it ain't convenient for you to bet on a guy like me, cause I'll never be in a positive news story or on your TV. And I thank God for blessing me with the ability to see. But damn, my friends have been psyoped again.
Wow, what a powerful song, and it's perfect for right now. And let me just say thank you to Vicky Bayford, $100. I am praying for you, Greg. You have inspired me in my times of need, and I hope we can help you heal and return the hope and inspiration you have given to so many. And the Joker with $100. God bless you and your family, Greg. Thank you so much, Joker, and to all of Canada.
Thanks
We're
for
getting
those
close
donations, guys. Thanks for those donations. That's awesome.
And let's welcome our new friend to the show here, Pete. Pete, I'm not sure if you're still doing Tofu TV or not, but maybe you can give us a bit of an update.
How's my sound? I've been working on this all day. Is it coming through all right?
You're good.
Yeah, you sound great.
You're better than Arthur. Arthur was a little scratchy because of his internet, but you sound great, Pete.
Right on. Thanks for having me on, guys. It was great to get the invitation from Chelsea yesterday. I want to say thank you to Jason and to Wycliffe. I'm really proud of you, Wycliffe, for pulling out ahead for this. And you know what you're doing. And I guess anybody who knows who I am knows who I am. And I
love your background, by the way, brother.
Yeah, I just thought of that just now because I was like, maybe my motorcycle isn't too appropriate. But I wanted to jump on because I got the invitation and I was obviously like, maybe I shouldn't, but then I kind of thought of it and I wanted to show face for Greg because like he's one of the good ones, man. That's the truth of him, he's one of the good ones and just like perfect story to encapsulate it is that song you just played. You know what that was about is Oliver Anthony. And it was funny because and this is the connection that I had with Greg was, we're both artists. I like to do the EDM thing and I play guitar and write songs and I do all sorts of different artistic things. But Greg is much more professional, and we connected on that level, and we were talking about it before it kind of blew up. We're like, this doesn't seem organic, and Greg did his thing, what he likes to do, and he put up a controversial post going against the grain. Because everybody was like, yeah, what was the song? The Rich Man North, the Rich Man. Everybody was going nuts over it. And Greg's like, no, this guy's fake. and it just kind of like sucked the air out of the room. But then a week later, he was proven right. And that's Greg Arcade, that artistic intuition. And, you know, it's kind of, I mean, I guess it's kind of like, it's weird how the universe works, how the sickness it's attacking his mind, you know, and that's why I thought, you know, we all, this is a good time to you know, dust off the saddle and hop on and say hi, and, you know, love you, Greg. Do what I just doing what I can. So.
Well, what we heard was the part of his brain that does the music is untouched by the cancer. So that particular
so
portion
cool.
of his brain, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really have a whole lot to say. I've disconnected. I just, you know, if I was your friend in the past, I'm still your friend, and I've unfollowed everybody, but it's just because I need it for my own mind. I don't want to take in content. So that being said, I don't really have much to say today other than hey, and donate. Please donate to Greg's thing, because if we could get up around, you know, 15 to 16, that's a couple of months expenses, right? And that's important. That's important, man. It's really important.
Pete, I invited you here, and this is how God works, and I've said this several times today. So God works in all kinds of ways. So first, what Greg Arcade is going through right now is not affecting his music, and we've talked about this. You and I have talked about this, about fractures and wounds. And I talked to Greg Wycliffe about this a little bit yesterday as well. Fractures and wounds within a community. Greg Arcade now is bringing healing to the fractures and wounds, and not impeding his ability to make music. And I think this is a really important thing for all of us to recognize and to like lay with, is that God has a bigger plan for all of us. And it's not our job to fight God's plan. It's our job to dwell in God's plan for all of us. And Greg Arcade, for some reason that we will never understand, is now the healing point for everyone. And I think that's a remarkable thing. Like I've said to you, like I said to Greg, like I said to Edgy and everyone else I've spoken to, this isn't like, no one's happy about this, about how we found ourselves in this place today. But what we can be happy with is that he is the healing point. And it's not just a Band-Aid, right? He's like the place where we all come to.
What I think you're getting at is it's reminding of us of our mortality, and in an instance where you're really reminded of your mortality, especially like Greg Wycliffe, us and Arcade, we're all kind of the same age, right? We're in our 30s, and you know, Arcade starting his family, and something like that happens, and it stops you in your tracks, and it makes you remember just like what's important. And it's like, whoa, okay.
It also reminds you. It also reminds you what's not important.
Well, yeah.
You know, like I think that's an important thing to remember here. I know that like we don't want to get into like the politics of like things that have happened over the last couple of years. So I'm gonna like I'm trying to like sort of navigate and direct this, but like I think it's really important that you're here right now, Pete, and I think that's really important that Greg's here right now, and I think that's really important that like I'm here right now, and that we're all able to come together and just say like there's something bigger out there than what's happened. And like this, like we all had like a really important friendship. We all have an important friendship still to this day, and we or relationship anyway. So I just I'm being like the girl. I'm the girl.
I'll be honest. I don't really have the ability to bullshit. So
I know, but we're not going to go there because this isn't about.
And I just all I'm here for is just for Greg Arcade, and let's just talk about his good stuff, because like I mean, there's so many things I could talk about. We did that song Revelation together, and just sending back the different saxophone bits and being like, yo, because like that was the whole thing. Was he just text me one day after a show and he's like, yo, why don't you remix
that song
put
to
some
share?
saxophone in it? And I was like, yes.
Yeah, what song is
it?
Do you have the song?
Yeah. I could find the link and send it to the chat. I mean, like, I'll be honest, these things don't always turn out the way you want them to. And that song specifically, I felt like was a bit of a learning curve for me, mixing vocals and stuff like that.
Sure.
I mean, like I've obviously gotten some mixed comments since I've turned off the show, and a lot of them were beating up on my music. So I've taken a lot of stuff down.
Well, we're not here for perfection though either. We're here for.
So I'll find that right now for you guys.
Yeah, do that and put it in the chat,
okay.
And then we can put it up and show what you and Greg Arcade did together. I think that's important. Like, again, I'll go back to it. Like, shit has happened. It doesn't, like, at this point, it doesn't matter. And I'm sure Greg has something that he wants to say right now. It just doesn't matter what's happened. We are here to love on Greg Arcade and honor what he has done, what he's accomplished, and the friendships that he's built, the relationships that he's built over all of these years. So do you see that link, Greg?
Sorry, is the link in the chat? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just saw it now. Let me just load it up. It'll take me a second here.
Pete, I think it's really important that you're here, just so you know. Well, I appreciate you saying that, but I don't want to. Yeah.
No, you don't need to do anything
Greg,
more.
how have you been?
Yeah, I've been good. So this song you worked with Greg Arcade on? Okay, featuring Greg Arcade. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
And do you want to intro it? Anything else about this tune? This is Revelation 2.9 remix featuring Greg Arcade.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that's obviously a pun, I guess you would call it, or a double entendre. The 2.9 religious people will understand. But there's it's basically I tried to take the song and remix it into like a synthwave sort of thing.
Nice.
Greg told me to use saxophone, and then I had the idea of making it like it's like a dream sequence where somebody gets into a car accident and then they're like, kind of seeing the revelation sort of thing. That's the whole sort of idea behind it. And I guess go ahead. This is what we got.
All right. This is Revelation 2.9 remix featuring Greg Arcade.
And I saw the seven angels which stood before God, and to them were given seven trumpets. And another angel came and stood at the altar, having a golden censer, And there was given unto him much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all saints, upon the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense, which came with the prayers of the saints, ascended up before God out of the angel's hand. And the angel took the censer, and filled it with the fire of the altar, and cast it into the earth.
Watching disbelief as the fires rise around you, knowing all along that there's nothing you can do. Trying to perceive what you're feeling deep inside you. Anger, grief, and lust for the blood you want to spill. Knowing it ain't right, knowing it's a lie, doesn't mean a thing when they act intent to kill. Everything you are and everything you could be will still come to pass if they cannot break your will. You can set the fire, you can fan the flames, burn them to the ground, tear it down and start again. This time without fear, without hesitation, burn out the infection. This is revelation. Hide it from our sight, keep it from our minds so we don't ignite the light that's burning deep inside. Fill the past with lies, destroy our nations who cannot testify. What we know is true, and what we know is right. What we know is real, past is poison parasite. We wish to be saved, call upon his name. The sacred heart is burning, we become the flame. You can set the fire, you can fan the flames, burn them to the ground, tear it down and start again. This time without fear, without hesitation, burn out the infection. This is revelation. We become a fire, we become the flames, burn them to the ground, tear it down and start again. This time without fear, without hesitation, burn out the infection. This is revelation.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Nice, man. You're pretty good at saxophone, though, Pete. It's not a bad saxophone player.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
splice.com.
Oh, splice.com. Perfect.
Yeah, no,
perfect.
I can't play saxophone.
So
But,
that came from one of Greg Arcade. He just like read part of the Bible, right? Like that was like a
yeah,
voice
that's
memo that he left, right.
that's I don't know is that 13? Is that Revelation 13? No, it's part of Revelation, and that's the seven trumpets. That's yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So he had it in the middle of the track, and so I just put it at the beginning of the track. That's all. And it's on this album, which I just pulled out of my truck because it was sitting there looking at, like, Greg's sitting in my dash, like I'm driving to work, and he's sitting in my dash looking at me yesterday, right after I watched that video, and I was just like, oh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like family, man. It's like family after the last couple of years. So
I got my my Rolling Thunder
exactly
from Greg Arcade. But that one soundtrack to the collapse. We listened to the Great Awakening already on the stream. That's his most recent album, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. He put that one out at the end of the summer. And it was something that he really worked hard on. You know, he was really proud of it too. And he had I really enjoy how he he embraced the indie sort of life, you know, and didn't let the Country Music Association get him down. I like that about him. And yeah, man, just here in support. So maybe considering all that we have to consider, I'll cut it short and I'm going to take off and I'm going to keep watching you guys. But Chelsea, thank you very much for inviting me. Jason, I appreciate you. And Wycliffe, thank you for stepping up and doing what you're doing. And everybody in the chat who's said nice words, thank you very much as well. Send something in for Greg, please.
Thanks,
Listen, Pete. I know
Thanks.
that everyone's happy to have you on the stream and happy to see your face again. So, you know, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for the positive energy, Pete. We appreciate it. And yep, go ahead.
Yeah, let me introduce another friend of the show. I had him on the show last night, and I'm still, you know, trying to process everything we heard. But the gentleman joining us right now, his name is Devon Harper. His brother was Garnett Harper, Ontario father of 5, who was denied a transplant for his kidneys after dialysis and some medication destroyed his kidneys. And because of his choice that he wanted to do, which was the right choice because it would have killed him sooner, we lost Garnett. So let me introduce Devon Harper. Hi, Devon. Welcome back.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Jason just let me know that there was some of the basically family, the community on, and said to join and invited me out. So glad I can be a part of the momentum, and let's keep pounding, keep going forward.
Keep pounding, and there's that T-shirt. We're gonna get that T-shirt. Just breathe and keep pounding, because you were on with Darcy Lewis yesterday. I sent him a message too. We'll see if he's available. The son of Sheila Lewis, and it was a very touching. I received a lot of messages. Thank you very, very much, Devon, for sharing a story again. Some people still didn't know about your brother.
Right. Yeah, it's surprising the amount of times that we've shared his story, but then the amount of people that continue to say that they hadn't heard before, especially details like when they called to ask for his organs when he was dying. Those are things that I think a lot of Canadians are starting to reconsider when they look at our medical system and where they're going to go for treatment. So yeah, thank you for helping spread the word and awareness for change.
Absolutely. And the community has come together. We just had Pastor Arthur on, and he said the most valuable thing is not gold, it's not silver, it's not land, it's community. And community came around you and gave you a big embrace as well as you were going through your challenges and after.
Yeah, I remember actually I was on a phone call with a friend. We were organizing for Garnett's Celebration of Life, and I was speaking to a friend of mine. She wanted to donate some items for the kids to play with, like coloring books, crayons, bubble machine, blow up house, and stuff like that. So our friend Amy was I was on the phone with her, and while I was on the phone, we had a lawn care company, Tony, came out to cut our lawn because he knew we were going through a time where it's like sometimes you don't really even feel like making food. And then actually somebody else, a cousin of mine, Valerie, showed up with a fridge to keep some extra food in. So like the overwhelming support, like at times I would just break down because there's so many people offering to help while you're going through this time. And it's like, wow, like it was just amazing. And it's still continued too. It's not something that's faded off. So if anything, I think we're just growing, and this is great for Canada and great for everybody, every soul in it.
Yeah, we're here for our friend Greg Arcade, who released a video yesterday. He's been diagnosed with brain cancer. He's fighting it. They're a very strong family. He's got a young family, and this is something that you absolutely can relate to. He's got, I believe, 2 daughters right now, one 17 months, and your brother had 5 children at the time of his encounter with the medical system, and we're hoping the medical system works out better for Greg. But there's talk about him working with Dr. Makis, possibly going down to the U.S. to get some better care.
Okay.
But you want to share a little bit about how everybody's doing now?
Well, this was the first year that they went to a school setting. They'd been homeschooled before, the 5 of them, but Megan works from home, and even though she works at home, you might think it'd be more convenient to homeschool, but she's got 5 different ages, right? There's no twins, so it was just it was overwhelming, and it was kind of a decision that Garnett and Megan had always wanted to keep their kids homeschooled, and really like do the best they can in terms of the values that they're being taught, especially when we're looking up like at the end side we talked about the SOGI agenda and things like that, right? So it was tough, but I think there was a lot of growth and a lot of times to reflect, after school, when I get on video chat with them, I ask them how they're doing and the friends they're making and things like that. And so there's been a lot of growth for the kids this year, but it's definitely been a challenge because there's so much new. But again, they're able to relate to kids on their own level and learn the value of making friendships and what that looks like outside of the home. So there's been some good and challenge, and I'm hopeful for Greg's family. I know they're really young, but that he'll be there throughout their years and see them graduate and get married and stuff like that. So yeah, I haven't.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Jason.
No, you haven't.
I haven't heard much of Greg's story, but I'm looking forward to his fight and just keep going, like extending that time with others. I mean, it's everything. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him fight and be victorious.
Thank you, Devon. And this is one of the good things that came out of all this craziness that we've been through the last 3 years. Look at this group. Look at all the people that just popped on, give some of their time, and send their well wishes. And even people who haven't met or even listened to Greg's music yet, they're here for him. So, Greg, how cool is this? Like the whole community is coming out for him today. Last minute too. We didn't plan this more than like 15, 16 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know if you were talking to Greg Arcade watching or me, but yeah, no, it is a special thing. I was having a nice Friday yesterday, and then Chelsea Hillier had to text me and be like, I need to talk to you on the phone. I was having a coffee, I'm like kind of enjoying the afternoon, and then she's like, Greg Arcade has cancer, and I'm like, what? Whoa, what's going on? And no, it's great that we, it's like you just said, we've all kind of come together to try and do the right thing and help and give back, really, because my relationship with Arcade has been nothing but positive in terms of the time and efforts that he's offered me to help me with some of my music and this sort of thing. Yeah, Devon, if you didn't know, this is Greg Arcade is like he's won a Canadian Country Music Award, so he's a very talented musician and music producer. Okay. And he got involved in the freedom movement. It's made a lot of iconic, protest songs or just kind of patriot songs. We've been going over them over the course of the stream. But I've never gotten to. I've heard of your story, of course. I'm curious, Devon, if I'd like to ask this question to people in your unfortunate situation. Sorry, but like, have you always cared about politics ever, or were you just kind of like recently thrown into this sort of mess?
I'll say yes. In terms of choosing like left or right, not so much, but I've always been into just like the community part of it, right? Getting away from government control, because I think the dates 9/11 was pretty influential. Like so that's when I started to look at like our controllers, like who's in control here, because something's going on. And
okay, so you're in like the truther movement a little bit. You're like,
I guess, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah.
Now there's some PPC people who kind of came in on that wave of like that was when they first sort of got red pill. They're starting to pay attention to what's going on, and I don't want to get into that topic, but it's like there might be more war in the Middle East. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here, but let's not go there. But no, that's good to hear.
There's a story that I think Devon could share that I thought was pretty interesting. And Devon, this is being pulled over in Sault Ste. Marie. If you can maybe let people know, how the world looked like to you and how you and your family stood out, and then maybe take us through this getting pulled over story you have.
Okay, so there's a few of them actually. It's in Sudbury, Ontario. So
Sudbury,
at
sorry.
the time, this was close to the year 2000, and there wasn't a lot of like, I'll say, colored people in the area. So added to that, there was a lot of stereotypes that, went around. Some of them were fulfilled, some of them not. But I'll say more often than not, my brothers and I were stereotyped for like gangsters or thugs or what have you. So we were driving, and this was like after going to like a church service. This might be a separate story, Jason, because I think Gala and Garnet and Addison, my eldest, were pulled over another time. But we'd been visiting the church, and we got a microwave because my brother needed a microwave for his apartment. So anyway, it was in the trunk, and we got pulled over, and they asked to search the vehicle, and we're quite aggressive in terms of tone, and why are you, whose car is this, and where are you going, and questions that weren't necessary. So we popped the trunk, and it's that was the end of that story. But I think I do recall now what you're getting at, the story where we're pulled over another time. This was Gal and Garnet, sorry. And basically the officer was responding on his radio and found out that Garnet was there, and that same officer attended our church. And so he was on the other end of the radio and said, let them go, it's all good. So that's there was a constant struggle with those stereotypes going around, but it's something that like we just continued to fight through and see each other as individuals and have those one-on-one conversations that really like help you express yourself and learn about others.
No, it was interesting because it basically required someone from your church to vouch for you or Garnett in order for them to kind of just let him go. And nothing was wrong. He didn't do anything wrong about the speed or anything. He just happens to be a black man in Sudbury. Maybe the hood was up or something or down. And
yeah, the hood was up while we were driving. So I guess he said he looked suspicious. That was part of it. I hope I don't look too suspicious. It's actually getting kind of cold here today, so I put a hoodie on.
Yeah, you're in Edmonton, and it was kind of getting chilly, yes, for sure. And I want to also kind of acknowledge another donation while we were waiting here. This is from somebody by the name of Ray McGinnis. Ray McGinnis, $150, prayers for healing and for Greg Arcade. I wonder if any relation there, Ray McGinnis?
I think that's me. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ray.
Talking about all of these people giving, and I thought, well, I better do that too. So no one forget about it. And I think it's really important and really good to see Devon. I heard you speaking at the Manitoba Together conference last June. You and your family. So prayers and thoughts for you as well.
Thank you.
That was quite the event. Dr. Trozy and Dr. Code, I'm going to say it is, was there providing all this information. Trozy is funny, so unfortunately if you didn't catch it. And then Ray McGinnis, he just released his book, Unjustified. And this is the Freedom Convoy, the Emergencies Act, and the Inquiry That Got It Wrong. And here you were just on the screen with Chris Barber. A little bit earlier, we had Pat King on. We'll see who else pops on. But how's that been for you? How's your book been doing? And you've been exposing the POEC with that book.
Yes, well, it's good. I mean, I don't have a Rolodex of all the people in all the little freedom groups in every town and city across the country, so it's not like I'm a household name, but I am, I'm going back to Ontario, and there's some people who I think are going to have me go to the BC Interior later on this year, and it's good. And I keep learning new things too. Like I got sent a CBC article from the February 7th, 2022, about the Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner, Thomas Carrick, who testified at the public inquiry in the fall of 2022. But in the CBC article, he's talking about, the protesters in Ottawa are like a threat to national security. So I thought that's interesting. So I went over what he says in the 299 pages of testimony before the inquiry, with cross-examination, and he says things like, the protesters in Ottawa were not a threat at all to the security of Canada. So anyway, it's very interesting, how when you get somebody on the stand, they say something about 180 degrees the opposite of what they might say to a reporter on a microphone.
What was some of the big surprises for you as you're doing your research after the POEC and talking to some of the Coots people and that kind of stuff? What was some of the things that you didn't realize until after you spoke to like the witnesses and the people involved?
Well, I mean, one of the things with the Coots people is, I mean, this not as serious as the charge of conspiracy to commit murder of police officers, but Tony Oleanic got that charge of possession of an explosive device for a dangerous purpose. And when I first read that, not having done anything more than just reading it, I presumed that the explosive device in question would have been in Coots or in the vicinity of Coots. And so it was quite interesting to find out later on that explosive device was back in his home in Claire's home, 2-hour drive away from Coots, and that explosive device never darkened the doors, never got anywhere near Coots. But his father, who had the permit for the explosive device originally, in part to help dislodge drills that get stuck in a stone quarry when they're working in a stone quarry in southern Alberta. The father died in 2017, and the son never renewed the permit. So it's like you can almost gets. I don't know the mind of the jury and what they discussed. We'll never know, but it's just such an interesting. It sounds really scary, and when people are watching the CBC or whatever, watching Fifth Estate back in the fall, all the things that they say can sound really scary. When you look under the rocks, the story goes in quite a different direction.
Interesting.
How do you feel about the state of journalism in Canada and the media? If you could give a quick, based on what you've seen, based on your experiences, what's your take on that, Ray?
Well, I mean, thanks to the state of journalism in Canada, someone who's like a citizen reporter who should just mostly be enjoying the golden years ends up writing a book because the people who were supposed to do this kind of work. I mean, when I grew up, like in the 60s and 70s and in high school, and things like Watergate with Richard Nixon were going on. And there were reporters. There's a lot of directions regarding what happened with Watergate, but even still, people in the Washington Post or whatever were following the story, or even the sponsorship scandal back in the 90s in Canada, But with all that's gone on in Canada, it's like the mainstream media was completely AWOL. All that they were doing was cheerleading the talking points coming out of the mouths of politicians, and so I think that the story of what happened on the ground in Ottawa, and I wasn't in Ottawa when it happened. I was at an event on February 5th, 2022 in Vancouver, and got to hear people like Anita Krishna, who've been fired from working for 20 years in Global News because she had a different opinion than the poobahs in Global News. But nonetheless, they're all. It's like what I think that one of the takeaways of all of this is that we are creating a society where politicians and the media can team up together like a bad wrestling show, and put someone, an individual or a group in the crosshairs and throw everything but the kitchen sink, and maybe the kitchen sink too, at them. And it seems a majority of Canadian citizens will just assume that the defamation of character and the bad things the bad reports that are about people are true. So I've discovered that we have a good portion, maybe half of the population, are not really skeptical at all, whatever they're told. All of a sudden, yesterday they weren't all that interested in something, and now they're full of convictions about something. And so it's like wherever the wind blows, off they go. And so we don't have a grounded society, and that makes them a clear and present danger to anybody who would be put in the crosshairs of who's a person with a dissenting point of view. And people like Galileo in the past got to deal with that. So so here we are in 2025 in Canada, and we have people have gotten lazy and they don't question what they're being told. We may as well be having a big discussion saying, I don't know, margarine or butter, which is better? You know, like it's like we're there. We can't ask the questions somehow, and so that makes us ready for the next charlatan or politician that comes along to sell us a bill of goods, and off we go. You know, I mean, I when I taught writing workshops, I traveled once to Wisconsin. And in Madison, Wisconsin, they have a history museum of Wisconsin. In addition to the seances and the First Peoples and so on, they have a whole section on inventions. And one of the inventions around 1900, 1910 was this mouthwash, which you could gargle with. And they have these posters from magazines. And you see people gargling with this mouthwash, and their teeth, when they turn off the lights in a room, their teeth are glowing in the dark because the mouthwash had radium in it. Well, after a while, people started to get sick and eventually got taken off the market during World War I. But it seems like we're like the people in Wisconsin in 1900, 1910, just go off and get mouthwash with radium and don't think twice about it. So, you know, go off and get a vaccine that's had 8 weeks of experimental testing. We do not have the skill set that I think generations before did. You know, my grandparents, you know, would have not got the vaccine, and I know that because they would have asked some basic common sense questions. I think that common sense is disappearing by degrees in our country.
And covered up.
Yeah,
a lot of times. Yeah. Going back to the politics question, it was a little while ago. I watched the documentary called "A Rich Man's Trick," and it speaks on the events of, you know, World War II specifically and the business of it. For example, Henry Ford making tanks for the Germans, and then suing the Allies for bombing his facilities and winning that case. Right. So,
Wow.
and he was awarded by Hitler as well for his efforts. I mean, so these were kind of things that I was kind of like, gonna just be a little more weary of, you know, where I put my trust, and that's just in God now, not government. But yeah, just the psychological warfare, like you're speaking of, Ray, is just so heavy, and I think it's just become exponential with people being attached to different media, like, you know, their TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it may be. There's always those ads that'll pop up, or they get you in a, you know, people are doing the scroll, as they call it, right? So it's almost
doom
like people are in a trance, and it extends outside of their screen time to their life, and it's almost like they don't hear certain words, and it's just amazing to see like the mass psychosis that's happening. So those one-on-one conversations, though, like, you know, we have those small groups like this, I think kind of give us time to pause and really reflect on what's happening. So I just appreciate you guys, man.
We appreciate you too, Devon, you and your brother and Megan as well. And hopefully I'll meet all of you. And we're promising each other a pizza party at some point in the near future.
Yeah.
There's a little story to that. You may want to check out the episode from yesterday about that story. But absolutely, I want to hang out with you some more. We have another guest that just showed up, Ron Clark. So Ron Clark is from Alberta. He's one of the podcasters that get a lot of information out, and a good friend. Hey, Ron, how are you doing?
Good. How's everybody doing? Thanks for having me on, Jason. I know today's a fundraiser. To me, cancer, it touches my heart because I've lost so many family members to cancer. So this fundraiser is absolutely great. And, you know, I popped in and here and there all day long, and so many awesome faces, they'd be coming on to do something like this. And I just want to say thank you to everybody out there for putting the fundraiser together, to pop on here and doing all the great work that we're all doing behind the scenes to do what we do every single day of bringing the truth to everybody out there.
No, I appreciate you jumping on, Ron. And last minute, a lot of us kind of just put this together last minute, thanks to Chelsea, who kind of reached out to everybody to get it going. And I've been honored at everybody. And we had to even juggle things because certain people have conditions where they can't be together. So this is the world we live in, Ron. Like, I had to schedule Pat before Chris Barber. Now we can get somebody else to come on. It's a pretty crazy world that we're still in.
Oh, it's absolutely wild, you know, from what's transpired in the last, 3 years or 4 years. And it's just wild, and all these conditions that everybody has for standing up for your rights and freedoms. And just when you talk to people and you mention that word freedom, it just freaks people out. I don't understand why. It's, you're standing up because they're putting new legislation in, they put new bylaws in, they pass bills, to stop us from doing what we do. And the censorship in Canada is absolutely unreal.
Absolutely. And we just had another friend that knows about freedom who just jumped on. Thank you very much, James Bowder. And it's nice to see you again. You still trucking and driving around the U.S., or where are you right now?
I am now in Lehman, Colorado, and yes, I am trucking around the U.S. and Canada and everywhere in between. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me on, Jason.
Yeah, no, every time I reach out to you, especially when it's a fundraiser, you're one of the first people that responds back like, yes, we have to come together. We have to do this, and a little bit of unity. And look what's happening here today. We've gotten, I think we're over $13,000 now. Let me go double check.
Well,
we're getting close to $13,000 raised for Greg Arcade.
Add another $100 to that for me.
Oh boy, thank you very much. And how is this whole trade war stuff? We asked Chris Barber the same question, and he let us know that trucking is going to have some issues. How's this going to impact you if Canada doesn't smarten up?
Well, I'm hauling oil field from Edmonton, Calgary down to Houston on a weekly basis, and I can tell you firsthand that our industry that I'm in, specifically with hauling steel and aluminum every day, as we're seeing some definite pauses from our customers, and it's not looking. There's a lot of, how do I say this, anxiousness in the industry right now. People are on edge. They don't know which way things are going to go. Customers are holding back, and then they're ordering, and then they're holding back, and it's a very interesting predicament we're in for the trucking that is hauling certain goods right now.
Yeah, no, they're attacking all Canadians this time, right? With this trade war garbage and the dollar for dollar, and we now have Carney, who was not elected. He's now in charge, and he just announced, I'm not sure if you heard, but Carney did announce there's going to be no early election. So we're likely going to be waiting until October to get a new government here. And we'll see what he does before then. He might be buying this election. I heard $900 billion is his plan to possibly buy the election.
Yeah, no, I remember something that he, it's made viral news overnight kind of thing when he said he was going to use the emergency powers to his benefit in regards to the trade wars. So if you're able to look into the future, you're going to be able to see how that's going to play out. I mean, we already know this Liberal government and the NDP government and how they like to use emergency powers. Those that have experienced it firsthand know that it's not a good scenario. So here he's got a perfect storm to use the trade war to make himself look like some hero to his minions that follow him. Jagmeet Singh has already said that he's going to support the Liberals, so we're not going to get an election. And if they put the emergency powers on, the earliest that we could potentially see an election would be this October, November. However, they also can prolong that into the latest that we'll see an election would be next year, 2026, in October.
It's September 20th. 2026 would be the minimum, unless, and I'm sorry to burst your bubble here, James, unless 2/3 of Parliament agree to hold off on the election. It would be the first time in Canada that we don't have it on time, but there's even talk about that 2/3 of Parliament could prolong it further.
Yeah, no, we're in trouble here. We really are, and we are in trouble. There's no two doubts about it.
Now, Ron, I've had Bruce Party on. I've had Leighton Gray. I've had a bunch of lawyers, and Jeffrey Rath was on just the other day talking about Alberta being the place that actually can fix this. And how can Alberta fix this? Well, Alberta starts talking about becoming a statehood and actually take the steps towards it. Have you been hearing anything around your circles about whether or not Alberta's fed up and we're heading towards that? Maybe we'll have a referendum or something soon?
Well, it's a lot of mixed signals out there, and the mainstream media keeps talking about stuff, and apparently there's a small group of people gone down to Washington now, even talking about the 51st state. But what we need to do is, I think Alberta needs to be independence, and I think we're gonna have to set an example across this board for the rest of the country. I don't like to see any separation in Canada whatsoever, but it's just there's so much stuff going on out there talking about different things, and it's what is best for all of us. That's what needs to happen. And if it's becoming independent, so be it. The talk of 51st state, I don't want it. I'd rather stand and fight for Canada than become a part of the states. But at the end of the day, I think we're all going to have to put our egos and differences aside and come together if we want to protect this country. Because you can see it's going down fast, especially with this tariff war that's going on. And is that a part of the plan? Possibility. But that's the only thing that's happening right now is more jobs are going to be lost. More companies are pulling out of Canada, going down to the States. We got parts of you got Melanie Jolie and them over in the European Union talking about trying to work with them to get rid of the United States, and it's just going to cripple us, and it's going to hurt. We're the citizens that are going to suffer dearly from this one, and I hate to see it, but I'll fight. I'll fight hard to protect this country in any way possible.
Yeah,
Canada. I grew up in Canada, and Canada's not the same as when we grew up.
Yeah, that delegation you're talking about to DC, that's Jeffrey Rath. So the guy with the cowboy hat, he's a lawyer out of Calgary. He was just on the show earlier in the week. And the plan that Bruce Party from Ontario, a law professor, suggested was you don't actually have to separate, but let's have the referendum and get the vote in, and then use that to leverage Ottawa to have a better conversation about fixing the Constitution and what's going on here in Canada. Quebec might follow, New Brunswick might follow, Saskatchewan and others might follow in that kind of footstep to force Ottawa to finally sit down and have a conversation. And if not, the people of Alberta spoken for independence. So those might be in our future. So November 2025, so coming up soon, is the goal for the referendum in Alberta. And if we don't get an election in October, I almost guarantee you how that vote's going to come back if the Liberals play some games around that. Devon, you're in Edmonton, and I think you live like in the city. Do you hear any of this stuff in your neighborhoods, in your circles about Alberta?
Yeah, it's a lot of like reposts from mainstream media that is discussed. I haven't had a lot of conversations with the Freedom family about it. But in terms of the running if we had an independent represent, that would take away the unanimous decision that needs to come from Parliament to have Alberta separate, right? As far as I understand it, was it Alberta Prosperity Project had highlighted that and mentioned that the work that Preston Manning had headlined back, I think it was mid 90s. I mean, he was fighting against they would have needed a unanimous vote to get out, right? So it just takes one province to say no, like we need your funds, for example, like maybe Quebec or something like that. But I haven't heard a lot of detailed discussion about it. Probably because I work with literally a captive audience at the prison. So I haven't heard a lot, but I'd like to hear a little bit more from you guys on your thoughts.
Yeah, Alberta Prosperity Project, that is Jeffrey Rath and his group. So that's a small group. So APP, take a look at it. And what they're looking for is independence and statehood. It doesn't have to be U.S. statehood. It could be the Republic of Alberta statehood or even the Republic of Canada statehood. There's a few options. And what everybody wants is a lot more solidarity and sovereignty and autonomy, because we actually should have had it all along. But we heard Carney, not only did he warn us about the Emergencies Act, he actually said Alberta is going to be hit hardest. He's warning us. He's already telling us that we're going to be hit hardest. And I don't think he cares. He doesn't care. He's basically telling Alberta, get ready. It's going to be tough for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Chelsea's back. So welcome back, Chelsea. And Wycliffe, how are we doing? How are you holding up? This is we're on hour 8:44 now. So we're getting pretty tired. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've had my second French press of the day, afternoon, evening, night. No, I'm really enjoying this to have different kind of characters come on. And yeah, I mean, I was curious, I was curious to talk to James Botter. Actually, am I saying your last name correctly?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, because there's been so much. I attended the convoy. I interviewed hundreds of people on camera while I was there, and I feel like the dust still hasn't settled. Like it still hasn't actually. There's still these ongoing court cases and everything. And I guess I was friends or have been friends with Mark Friesen. It's been a while since I've talked to him, but I remember he was part of the like the yellow vest convoy thing that happened, United We Roll, I think in like 2018 or whatever. And I guess I'm just curious, being the founder of the Freedom Convoy, if there was, if you were aware of that convoy before, or if you were inspired by that or that sort of thing.
Well, I'll give you a little history lesson here, Greg. I was invited by Glenn Carrott to join United We Roll, and it was a United We Roll Alberta Oil and Gas convoy that Yellow Vest jumped in on. However, Glenn was the founder and the architect behind standing up for Alberta Oil and Gas, being that he is in that industry, and my background as well. So anyways, long story short, that was my first introduction to convoys and to standing up for lawful freedom of choice, I guess. And I was on that original convoy as a participant, and just really eyes wide open, firsthand, how our government treats its citizens and what they look at in regards to the oil and gas industry, and how they've how Ottawa has used that in a lot of different perspectives to divide our country. And it was a very interesting journey, to say the least. And I came out of that with a different perspective on politicians. I realized very quickly that they're all cut from the same cloth. And I, instead of really hanging out at the Parliament, I went on a little journey to feed the homeless while I was in Ottawa, and came home with a different perspective, much different perspective. And when I was in Ottawa, I was looking around and looking at how, we were there for 3 days, and I was really disgusted because we spent a lot of money. I think it was $250,000 of funds that were raised to get a handful of trucks there for a weekend.
Sorry, was this United We Roll or in 2022?
Yeah. So when I was in Ottawa the first time there, I was like, this is really interesting. We should be coming back here, and we should fill Ottawa with trucks, and that would definitely have an impact. And why I'm in trouble with the law is that December 10th, I am on record of 2021, where I'm on video. I was on Parliament Hill for promoting the Convoy for Freedom. And I said, if you put the mandates on the truckers, we have been spending months and months strategically working to get all the routes, get everything set up. And if you put the mandates on us truckers, we're going to come back and we're going to fill Ottawa with trucks. And that's exactly what happened. I got home mid-December and of 2021, and the mandates went on, and the rest is history. I flipped the switch, made phone calls, said, with the convoys on. Pat King was the first guy that I actually said, hey, Pat, I need your help, because of his social media platform. And we started doing some StreamYards, and that took off. And from there, we just, we executed a plan that was in the works for many, many months.
Wow. Good stuff.
And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing to see Canadians coming together in unity. And to ask your first part where there is still unease, yes, there is. People have chosen division over unity, and unity was the message all along in Ottawa. It was why it was such a success, because they don't want us to be united. They would much rather having all of us fight against each other, even if we have polaring differences and polaring opinions. We can agree to disagree, politely and still come out the other end and try to find the common ground that we need to find here in this country. What is a Canadian and what is Canada? This is a question that I've been asking people, and they can't answer that right now. And I think that's a very interesting topic to really ask yourself first, what is Canada right now? And what does it mean to be a Canadian? Because that, to me, is the biggest question that we need to focus on.
Well, I think
and it needs to become a ripple effect where that is on the tabletop conversations. It's what we start talking about at work, with our friends, with our colleagues, with our families. What is Canada today, and what does it mean to be a Canadian? Because it's up to us. It's not up to our politicians to define that. And I think it needs refining, because it's been 10 years of attack after attack after attack to divide us and to take away our Canadian identity. And Ron mentioned it, Canada's worth fighting for. It is our home. But if we leave it to the politicians, it's going to be ripped apart. And that's up for us. When we went to Ottawa and we seen Quebec as Westerners join us as brothers and sisters, do you think that there's division or unity in that statement? They were there with us, beside us. The Indigenous were there with us, beside us. Every color, every nationality. That's what makes up Canada. We're a very unique melting pot of everybody. And it's really sad to see what's going on right now with so many different types of opinions on what we should do, what we can't do, what we can do. But we can start with conversations about what does it mean to be a Canadian, and start focusing on that. I think is going to be a core solution to saving this country, step by step. And
oops, sorry.
Awesome.
I think you're right, James. And I just got to do an update here on our account. Arnold Hino, $20. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Carla Mannix, $50. You are in my thoughts, she says to Greg. And we have an anonymous giver, $400. Communities make miracles happen. Thank you, Jason, Greg, and company for bringing us out and together again. That just took us over $13,000. And James, you asked, what is a Canadian? Well, we actually have an answer to that now. We know what a real Canadian is. So let's take a small, quick break here for 2 minutes, and let's remind everybody watching what a real Canadian is.
Hold on, quick teaser. I just heard from the man himself, Greg Arcade, and it sounds like he is going to be coming on soon, I think.
Wow.
But so we're going to be hearing from the man himself shortly.
That's amazing. And while we're waiting for that, everybody can take a quick break here. But I'm going to answer James' question. What is a real Canadian? Well, we have an answer for you, James. Pay attention to this one.
Hi. My nation is not a sport. It's not a double-double or a beer commercial. It's also not a show about getting drunk and high at a trailer park. Although Sir John A. definitely downed a pint or two. See, I don't speak like the guys from Letterkenny. I don't work on an oil rig. I also don't have a communist rainbow flag stitched into my backpack. I have a prime minister who wore blackface, and he'll accuse anyone of racism who dares to stand up for the people of this place. I don't watch the Canadian news. I watch American TV, just like you. I think pronouns are gay, and land acknowledgements are stupid. I speak English and un peu de français, and if you don't speak either, then you should probably go back to wherever you came from. I believe in hard work, not scamming people. I believe in honesty and real charity, not virtue signaling like a jackass. We are a nation of fur traders, explorers, and hunters. We conquered this great wilderness with courage, not cowardice. We were founded by French Catholics and English Protestants. My birthplace and bloodline is significant. See, diversity is not our strength, folks. Look around. Multiculturalism is a failed experiment. I'm part of the Great White North, and we are not the third world's doormat. We've had our differences with America. One time we set the White House on fire. But we fought the same world wars, and we both honor our veterans. So we won't roll over for Trump, but Donald has helped make one thing clear. We need better leadership in this country. Let's get these corrupt criminals out of here. Because I was at the trucker convoy where real Canadians stood with pride. And the way we were treated is not why countless Canadian soldiers died. There is only two genders. Don Cherry should have never been fired. And the number one problem in this country is the 338 traitors in Ottawa. My name is Greg, and I am a real Canadian. We have bagged milk.
We have bagged milk. What do you think of that, James? I saw you laughing and nodding there. And Devon loved it as well.
I've never seen that before, but I love this guy. I love it, and I think this is the message that we need to share on every single platform and keep sharing it and sharing it. I needed that. Thank you, whoever, Greg.
That's
thank
Greg
you
right
so
here.
much.
This is the man right here. Greg, what was your inspiration behind that?
It was the nonsense propaganda that was posted a week ago by Justin Trudeau, where it's like, hey, being a Canadian is agreeing with the Liberal Party, basically, was the message. And I'm like, I'm so tired of this. And really what inspired it more or less was my angst. A lot of what inspires my creativity is like being pissed off and wanting to express my frustration. But the very first line kind of captures, you know, what I'm so tired of, which is like, hey, my nation is not a sport. It's not a beer commercial, guys. Like, it's a little bit more than that. It's not Trailer Park Boys. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, like, we're a people, we have a history. Hello. So yeah, just kind of took that energy and wrote it all and all that stuff. Yeah. No, I'm glad people are enjoying it. It certainly felt cathartic to make it. So it's good to know that people identify with it.
I identify with it.
You
Loved
did.
it. Great job.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Devon, you said you identified with it?
Yeah, I use the word identify because I think it's funny, but I am Canadian too. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. We needed that. 100%.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
For sure. And we're kind of at that point again. We kind of pre-planned when we're going to be playing this video of Greg's, and we're at the no, actually, we're a little bit early, so I'll wait another hour. But there's a video that Greg released yesterday about his cancer, and this is what kind of spurred us on. So, James, if you stick around a little bit later and watch the stream, you'll hear a bit more about Greg Arcade, and he may be joining us as well. We have some more people coming, so we're going to start freeing up some of these spaces, if you don't mind. But, James, do you have any more messages for Canada?
Just keep on believing that we can come together and make positive changes. Because after seeing a message like that, it hits you in the heartstrings, and we are Canadian, and it's up to us to remind ourselves and remind each other what is at stake.
Oh, absolutely.
For the future generations.
Oh boy, everybody. Oh boy, we don't have to wait any longer.
Thanks a lot, James. Cheers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. God bless everyone.
Take care, James.
Have a good day, James.
There he is, the man himself, the man of the hour. The one and only Greg Arcade.
I'd like to say thank you. I can't focus on things, but thank you for all your support. This was going to we were hopeful we'd help get so I just wanted to say thank you, and I don't know how to thank you. It's really weird because it's affecting my frontal, like the speech recognition. And like, I don't know what I'll get back. But for you to come together like this, it's really cool. And we'll fight, and yeah, that what do you say when a ton of people come together and say this, do this, right? So I wanted to say thanks to everyone, and know that I'm doing well and I'm fighting. And maybe, yeah, I'm going to post what I'll post, and some days are better and some days are worse. And yeah.
All I can say, Greg, is what you're seeing is what you created. You created this network of people who love you through your music, through the way you helped them. We've heard stories from people that you helped with their website. We heard people that say they leave their CDs in the car of yours and they share it with their children who sing all the lyrics. We heard from Todd in Manitoba who said when his internet was down, the only thing he had downloaded was your stuff because he loves it so much. What you're witnessing right now, Greg, is what you've built. This is what you built by showing your compassion to everybody, reaching out, sharing your music for free, drove all the way to Coots to help the Coots guys all the way in Olds. This is, so what you're witnessing is you.
I never really wanted to do any. Well, it's like I didn't want to do anything, but I had to, and now everyone has to do it too. I don't know. So everything is in here. No problem. But just the communication. And it's like I can excel and websites and all that stuff. But I got a job in sales and can't do that anymore until this gets fixed. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks. I'm gonna go, and it's not gonna be the last of me. But this came on super quick, and hopefully it's gonna go quick.
We're sending you lots of prayers, and we're going to have Dr. Mackus, if you would allow, reach out to you.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be fantastic. I got to. He's probably gonna for my wife because like it's still a barrier to this. It's a barrier to communication, but yeah, it's all fun. I shared with Wycliffe, and I'm going to where I'm gonna send them more, because that's so you guys can share with
Are you
me.
talking about the music that you sent me? You sent
Yeah.
So yeah, Greg earlier in the stream, he sent me. I guess this is like an unreleased album or an older album.
No,
of yours?
that was the first. I the first album in
2012, I think.
I think. And there's like another 6 in yeah, so you can have it. Anyway, I should get going, and I'm just gonna do things on my Instagram and YouTube, and
Not a
yeah.
war game, it's a war game.
Greg,
We
I don't
love you,
know how
Greg.
much you got to see today. There have been so many people on this stream, and so many people generously giving to you, and I just want you to know how loved and admired you are from across the country, coast to coast. And I just hope that you and your wife can find, some solace in that. So you are an incredibly loved man.
Thanks, Chelsea.
And yeah, Greg,
Very
I just wanted to say that I was really inspired by you making that video yesterday and posting it, because I'm sure that took a lot to come forth and say.
I wanted to, if something happens to me, I want there to be record for my daughter. And well, why is everybody complaining? I gotta get going.
We love you, Greg.
We love you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Mr. Arcade.
Stay strong. We love you.
Wow.
Can I suggest maybe we'll throw on one of his songs while we all kind of gather ourselves here? Because I need a moment. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going to play a song he did live on my show. We started the show with this, and I think this shows exactly the kind of man he is, because he spontaneously played a live song on my show, and it was perfect. So hang on, everybody. 3.5 minutes here, and let's collect ourselves, and we'll be right back here for Greg. Love you, Greg. Thank you for jumping on.
But that's a little different. That's like an alien. But
sure.
What was I saying?
I hear the guitar. I'm wondering if there's something going to happen.
Oh, you know what? I don't know. I'm trying to think. That's why, because we talked about this before the show. If
we had somebody ask about "Come and Get It." I didn't cue that one up. Is it something you know?
Yeah, I do. Let me see.
Hey, Patricia, look at this. We might get a live version of it.
Let me see here. It's going to be a little different.
Sure, that's fine.
If you can see this thing tunes itself.
Want me to get some Nicki Minaj ready for you?
Yeah. I know some of those
Try
silly
and
songs
mash
too.
that up with Greg.
Can you hear this?
Oh, yes. Keep going.
Good old boy standing on the blacktop. Ain't saying much, ain't gonna back up. Looks like someone done gone messed up. Be blood, them boys came dressed up. Heard someone's running their mouth. Heard somebody's been spreading around rumors. Figured they'd have hushed up by now, but time's up, ain't no way out. They've been making plenty of noise, but they should have known better mess around with them boys. Want war, you said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Want blood, you said it, we got what you want, come and get it. Looking to fight, you said it, we got what you want, come and get it. You want war, you said it, we got what you want, come and get it. backs. Too far, only one way back. These boys are here for payback. So pay up or you best well stay back. What you all think you'd get making a fight with them roughnecks and rednecks? You ask me, should've just left them all alone, but you didn't. You think this is a game? Well, who the hell you think you are playing? You want war? You said it. We got what you want. Come and get it. Looking to fight? You said it. We got what you want. Come and get it. You want blood? You said it. We got what you want. Come and get it. You want war? You said it. We got what you want. Come and get it. We got what you want. Come and get it.
That's about the best I can do right now.
Yeehaw, brother. Oh my gosh, you broke the internet. You made my day.
Good. I didn't
my
break
gosh.
the internet. I
Oh,
wish
you
I
broke
would,
the
though.
internet. Yeah, Patricia Laforette, that was for you. That was for you. Thank you so
Awesome.
much, Greg.
Oh, thank you
that was
guys.
awesome.
I'm glad you guys came. I'm very blessed and I'm very thankful that you guys actually like the things I do.
Boy, do we ever like the things he does. That blew my mind. That was all genuine. I had no idea he was going to do that. We actually talked ahead of before the show. I said, "Can you do live?" And he says, "I don't know," but he did. Thank you for that, Greg. And welcome back to Pat King. Pat King came back, and really appreciate you, brother. And you were paying attention. Did you see Greg? He was just on.
Oh yeah, I was monitoring my page, so getting rid of all the trolls while I was going on. But yeah, it's tough, you know. I listen to his tunes. I've listened to all of them, obviously, because everybody, you know, we share along our communities, and even just watching that, you know, watching that video of him live playing on your show, it really puts into perspective, you know, how fast we got to be grateful for what we've got today, because you never know what you get tomorrow. So I'm glad to see everybody coming together. And I was, you know, as some know, I'm not allowed to speak with certain folks. So jumping in and out when certain people are here, it's still nice to see that those people's beliefs are still, you know, still standing strong still to this day. But that's tough. It's tough, Greg. And I know if you're still listening, man, frick, my heart goes out to you. I'm hoping that maybe when this is all over on my end of things, I'll have the opportunity while I'm heading east to pop in and pay my respects, say hi, you know, just to let them know. But yeah, that's freaking tough, man.
It's real life, brother. Real life.
It is.
Devon,
it's real.
Devon, and you were nodding away. This was your first exposure to Greg Arcade, and you got to see the man himself while you were here.
Yeah, just to add to what Pat's saying in terms of like just, you know, seeing someone at different points in our life is it's just a reminder, like we just got today, that's it, and hopefully tomorrow will come, but let's one day at a time, one step at a time, hopefully and prayerfully forward.
Yeah, and if anybody's going to beat this, it's going to be Greg for sure. And Dr. Mackus has confirmed he's going to be having a conversation with Greg, and you saw Greg was very pleased about that. So I think things are coming together. Divine, absolutely. And I couldn't be more happy that we got a moment with him, and that at least some of that burden has been lifted. He was asking for 5,000 for a few months worth of relief. We're up to 13,000. Let's keep going. Let's get an entire year of relief.
I was going to ask where it was.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
we're up
awesome.
there, brother.
One of the things I wanted to bring up is you know, this giant feeling that everybody gets when it impacts the community. And I call this a community now because we're all in this together. We all share each other's posts. We're all working together to get the information out. So when it impacts the community, and I said it in my chats, and no way am I taking away from said people, but in a lot of ways, he's the Gord Downey of the freedom movement. You know, it's like we have to come together and bring the awareness up, and it's a moment where everybody can just all together, you know, with conditions that are out there for some of us that we're not allowed to be talking to each other and all of that. you can still see that we're still there for one another. And that's the beauty of this. And I thought you were going to be struggling for 12 hours. I sat here going 12 hours. What's he going to do for content? Like, I'm thinking content. What are we going to do? What can I help you with? Okay, you guys are going to run out of shit to talk about. But when Melissa said it when I was on earlier, and she said, no, I think this is an endless conversation. She's absolutely right. This has been an endless conversation in every direction that we've gone in, from topic to experiences to stories from each and every one of us and our experiences. And it's like, it is instilled in us. And somebody said in the earlier chat when I was in that Americans are patriotic. I really truly feel like what we showed was the most patriotism to Canada ever. Next to when our grandfathers marched off to go fight in the wars, where we cheered them on from the train stations. It's kind of the same thing. I don't want to say that we're at war, but I do feel that in some way it's a spiritual warfare. It's a cyber warfare. It's a political warfare. And one thing a lot of people have lost is it's a giant game of chess being played on our backs. And we showed what could happen when we stood up. And when we stood up, it was a beautiful thing. And it brought people like Greg together to make the music. And when I said that, is like, when you start encouraging people who have that artistic side to them, poets, authors, musicians, comedians, to give them the content to exercise their artistic side of it, it's an unstoppable movement at that point. When you have people writing poems from their heart, you have people writing songs, that encompass everything that we did. Unfortunately, to the elites, you ain't going to win this one. This is something bigger than each and every individual in this room. When you can move that Holy Spirit and you can move that spirit, everybody to pull out every resource that they have in their being, it's unstoppable. And that was one of the things I saw Chelsea put in, was how did she say it? To find your tribe, you got to survive or something. And it was so close to what I said when we were in Ottawa all the time. When we raised our vibes, we attracted our tribes and we brought everybody together. And I'm still a firm believer in unity, no matter how much people want to smear me, however people want to stab me in the back and do whatever they want. I'm still here. I ain't going anywhere. And the same thing, Greg, you're still here, man. You ain't going anywhere. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it going. To everybody who's been donating, I appreciate that for everybody. I've been streaming it off my live stream and streaming it from my live stream all day. I know you're getting good views. I'm watching them. To everybody else that's streaming them on their platforms as well. Good jobs. Good jobs. Now, if you can just do that for everybody else. Okay. So after this, we're going to keep going. Start sharing everybody's materials again. Start getting back out there. And when you see the negativity in your chats and in your comments, delete them, erase them. Don't give them any attention. I found in a lot of this is the negativity, and I've been playing on that TikTok and I've been watching. The more negative it is in the chats, the more views you get. But the more nicer you are and the more calm and everything else, the less you get. But it's not the fact that you're getting less. It's the fact that the people who are genuine are sticking around. People are in it for the drama. People are in it for the smear campaigns. People don't have good hearts. And when you see that happening, that's what's detracting a lot of people from supporting everyone. So one thing I try to stay away from, and I'm guilty of it, but I try to stay away from is getting into the, oh, I heard this or I heard that, or stop, guys. We've all been in this. We've all got skin in the game in some way, some shape, some form. We've all taken hits. We've all made mistakes. It's okay to make those mistakes. But it's if you learn from those mistakes and move forward instead of staying stuck in the past. And that's my message to everybody today is we need to learn from Greg and get better. We need to fight and stick together and stop. Just stop.
Do you know what, Pat? I say this often. So like I don't have a platform anymore because like I just have to be anonymous online because of everything that's happened. And that's fine. But it's an amazing thing. Like what happens when you only post sort of like positive or uplifting things, or just like straight facts that aren't like bogged down in negativity. No one responds, nothing. The minute you put something negative up online, and this is me having zero platform and like basically no followers, the negative posts then just get flooded with likes and comments. And I think that like what you just said is absolutely right. We are so bogged down in negativity to the point where no one even responds to the good stuff. They only respond to the bad stuff. And you know what, though? Again, and I'll just go back to it. Today, this is a good thing, what we've done today. And thankfully, people have decided that they're going to respond to this because it's a good thing. But that's not how social media works, generally speaking. Let's try to change that, you know?
Yeah, no, you bring up a lot of good points, and it's interesting because unfortunately, or just what it is, algorithms reflect human nature, and unfortunately, human beings like the drama. They're attracted to the negativity. They're attracted to the rage bait. So it's kind of like this vicious cycle where our eyeballs look at that more often. And you know, the people who make the clickbait know this, the algorithms know this, they unfortunately prioritize it. So we are really up against a lot in terms of pushing a positive message out there. And it's going to take a lot of work and perseverance, and we are going to receive a lot of hate for it. And I'm really liking like the common sort of like, you know, like Christian undertone to the stream today. Like it's come up a lot. We even had like a techno song with like a Bible verse in it, like brainwashing people to worship Christ. But you know, what did he say? He like the world hated me first. You know, like you don't get any love for telling the truth. I think especially the people who have been on this stream tonight. Like yourself, Pat, or Artur Pawlowski, or Chris, yeah, you actually get thrown in jail for telling the truth.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's pretty brutal.
I've got an experience actually that I wanted to share, and when I seen Arthur up there, I was like, I could have came in and I wanted to let him know about this experience because I think it's something he needs to hear. A lot of people aren't familiar with it or didn't see it because of everything that was going on. But while I was still in jail in Ottawa, I was given Arthur's number. He wanted to talk to me. So I took my 20-minute phone call and I called Arthur, not knowing anything about it. I just thought he wanted to see how I was doing. And he did. And that's the general conversation I had. I had no idea he was recording it. So as he's recording the conversation, we're talking about, you know, what I'm feeling, how I'm going, what things I'm going through in there, what's my treatment like. And I'm elaborating on all of those. And then he's like, he says, can I pray for you? And I said, absolutely, you can. Please do. So we prayed over the phone. Well, that whole phone conversation, well, Arthur recorded it. Then he put it up online. And at first I was like, they used it at my bail hearing. So I was kind of mad. I was like, man, that almost made me stay in jail. Like you put that online. I didn't know you had saved it. And I was kind of pissed off at Arthur. I was like, man, you could have cost me my freedom a little bit. I wish you would have thought a little bit more about it. But then it wasn't until the end of my trial. And it came on the last 2 days of the submission. And the Crown thought, hey, I'm going to play this to show how bad Mr. King was. Like, even in jail, he was still encouraging people to buy a truck or a coffee, you know, because in jail, that's what I said in the interview. But my friend was sitting beside me, and there was myself, there was my girlfriend, and then there was my buddy Calvier, and he was standing beside me, and he's of the Sikh community, so not really into the Christian things. But as Arthur was praying, because they can't edit the videos in court, they have to play them from beginning to end so that you see all the evidence. It was a beautiful friggin' video, and with Arthur praying over us, my buddy Calvier is going like this, and he's looking at everybody, and the tears are flowing down everybody's faces
in the courtroom. And everybody, Calvier looks at me and goes, bro, I think I just watched the whole courtroom find God. And I think I kind of did too. And it was a moment, like you said, Greg, that underlying Christian tone in all of this is the power of prayer and the power of community together combined. I think that's what's going to take this. Whether you have a belief in it, and trust me, I struggle with my belief every day, because I feel that if God was this glorious person, why would he be having, this alien ant farm of his going through such strife? And I ask that all the time.
Do you know what though, Pat?
What's that?
Like, so this is like, I've been through a lot of like terrible shit in my life, and not just through the last 5 years. Like, basically the last decade of my life has been an absolute shit show. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
It dawned on me one day. So I've just sent a video to Jason that I think.
Go ahead and cue it up. I'm ready to go.
So,
Okay, go.
but what God does is he puts like a barrier in front of us. And because we're sinful humans, because we are flawed humans, that's why God sent Jesus to us, right? Because we are flawed, because we are sinners. He puts a wall in front of us. And when we're flawed and we're sinning, we think that we are going to overcome the wall. So we try to climb the wall. But what God is actually saying to you in that moment is, I'm redirecting you. I'm sending you on a different path. And that has helped me get through so many of the terrible things that have happened in my life. And it seems unfair, but I'll use Greg or Cade right now as an example. And I know I said it earlier, the fractures, the wounds that have happened within our community over the last couple of years. We don't want this for Greg. Okay. And we know that he's going to overcome it. But Greg now has become that wall for all of us, and he is facing his own wall. And what God's saying is, you go a different way. Go a different way. Okay? Just go the way that I'm telling you to go. Don't climb it. Go the other way. And that has done a lot. That sort of anecdote or analogy has done a lot of good. So it's not questioning why you're facing these things. It's saying, it's accepting that God's trying to push you in a different direction.
So I have that video ready. You want to mention which one
Sure.
it is?
Okay, so I've just sent this video to Jason, since we're going on the God path, which is a path that I love. This is the introduction to the Sermon on the Mount, which is Matthew 5 from the Bible, and it's from the show The Chosen. I don't know if you guys have watched it before, but it's something that I share with basically anyone who's willing to listen, and it has brought a lot of people into faith and into being at least curious about the Bible and the Word of God. So hopefully Greg Arcade sees this as well. I know that he's a man of faith, but anyway, I hope you guys enjoy it. It's not so long, so don't worry.
Thank you, Chelsea, for that. That was exactly what we needed at that moment. And we have two more friends who just joined us. So I'm going to bring them on. But you're right. I saw your comment there. Good luck. Good luck getting through that without crying. And
I've watched it probably. I've watched that. I've watched the entire series, but I've watched that episode or that clip probably 100 times. And every time I watch it, it just I can't help it. It's so perfect. Mm-hmm. He's here for all of us. And it's moments like these when our friends are suffering that we need to really lean into that and
blessed be the peacemakers. When they say blessed be the peacemakers, that's each and every one of us who tried to bring peace in what we did. And
and those who hunger and thirst for righteousness and that kind of stuff. So anyway, it's really powerful for me. So I'm glad that I got to share that with you guys.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. And let me do a quick update. So we have a anonymous giver of $25. I almost said $1,000. Imagine that. $25. Thank you very much, anonymous giver. Keep your heads on a swivel. $50. Thank you very much. Support for Greg and his family during these tough times. My girlfriend was diagnosed with brain cancer a couple of months ago. The support of the community hits home. Thank you very much for Keep Your Head on a Swivel. Anonymous giver of $30. God bless and protect you and your family. Thank you very much. God bless. And then Richard Long with the $25. Thank you very much, Richard. We really appreciate it. Every bit counts. And I'd like to acknowledge that we have Maggie Braun here, who is somebody who understands very much what peace means. And she stood for us in Ottawa. She was at the POEC as she explained the story of looking down the barrel of a gun to look for peace. Maggie, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here with everyone today in support of Greg and what he's going through and to pull our family community together across the country.
God bless and thank you for joining us. And we just had Greg Arcade on a little while ago. We had to take a break because he came to say thank you. He was looking for 5,000. We're up over 13 and we're headed towards 14 right now. So anybody who's looking to donate, let's go ahead and get that in there. I'm so pleased that we're doing this for him. And his message to us, Maggie, was heartbreaking. Very similar to your testimony to POEC, because what you went through there too, Stand Up for Canadians, was horrible.
Maggie, are you in a convoy right now?
No, but I am in Alberta. I'm leaving Grand Prairie, heading to Edmonton. And we're not quite in a convoy, but the spirit of the convoy continues.
Can I hear a honk, please?
Honk it.
What's this say? Where two or more are gathered, there's a convoy.
The two or more is a convoy. Yes.
They need idea from
is that a breach?
Servitizing municipal councils and school boards.
Thank you for joining us.
For CSIS watching, they just committed a crime. You saw it. They honked the horn.
Oh,
they honked the horn. That's illegal or something, isn't it?
Remember
Not in Alberta, only in the city of Ottawa.
Yeah. Right. No, fair enough. And then Todd came back. Thank you very much, Todd, for coming back.
Oh my gosh! Of course, like I said that I would. I've been gone for about 3 hours, and I got my own little broadcast on. I'm about to actually hop on in the next like half an hour or so. But I'm happy to be back again. I really wanted to go find out where things were at with the fundraising over 13,000. Oh my gosh! Pat, my old buddy Pat King, good to see you again. To be on the same broadcast with you again, there, brother. How you doing, man?
You know me.
I do know
enjoying
you.
House arrest.
In there,
having yard time is any time I want right now. So I'm enjoying that. I've got my workout routine in the morning. I've got my I've got my comfortable bed. I'm not sleeping on a 1-inch mat, and I got my dog with me, so I'm good.
Now I love it. I'm so glad to hear that they didn't actually put you back behind bars again, man. It's good to see you still able to do something like this. Awesome.
Thank you very much. And we have another friend that just joined us, Alex Cargill, known as Transplender on the internet. Alex, thanks for jumping on and spend some time with us.
Hey, man. Happy to be here. Got a message from Chelsea and said, you know what? I don't like Greg Arcade, but I love Greg Arcade. So I'm going to come do this. We've got a very interesting history, me and Greg. He's a lot like me. We both like music a lot. I don't play acoustic because I'm not gay. But he is a pretty damn good musician for an acoustic player.
Shots fired, and I love it.
Right.
I think I got to go get my guitar.
I'm saying that mainly because I broke my acoustic, so I only have electrics now. It's been a good change.
What if you plug in the acoustic?
It would have no headstock on it, so it wouldn't be much good. But yeah, I should. I'll get back to it one day.
Well, hey, Todd, you didn't know that those electric acoustics, that's the transgender of guitar work.
Oh, come on.
It's a non-binary guitar form.
Come on, tell that to Kurt Cobain when he recorded, what was it? The Man Who Sold the World with putting distortion on acoustic guitar first time ever. Come on.
I feel like it looks like I'm stripping here right now, but my
There we go.
t-shirt right now.
Right on.
That's done.
Oh, hey, there we go. All right.
Hey guys,
where did bad folks go when they die? They don't.
What was that, Ron?
I started an impromptu karaoke. Cool. I love it.
Okay, so hold on, Ron, you want to say something there?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and just say, it's an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. And, when you guys are speaking about God and the stuff like that, like the hoodie I'm wearing today is on the back, it says, give God his glory. And how I first got into it was when I was talking with Pat in Red Deer at one of the rallies just before the convoy started, asked me if I was going, and I was up in the air with it. And on the way home, I accepted the Lord and said, please guide me. And I've been on the craziest ride ever since. And, I'm blessed on every corner, to be a part of this amazing journey with all you amazing people out there. I know exactly what Greg's going through. I've lost so many family members to cancer, and, we'll continue to fight every single day. And I just want to say I love each and every one of you guys. Keep doing what you guys are doing. And I got to run, but put me down for $100 for Greg as well.
Thank you very much, Ron, and I really appreciate it. And if I can just get one question out of you, because I was trying to wait for it. Something special happened here today. I think something special happened here today. Do you feel it? And do you think maybe we've just turned a road here?
No, actually, God shows himself in mysterious ways, and bringing everybody together. That was a sign that we're supposed to be on this track, and we're heading in the right track. As long as we're in this 100%, and as long as we come together, put our differences aside, we can do this.
Well, thank you, Ron. Thanks for hanging out with us, and you have yourself a great day, and Hong Kong, brother.
You betcha. Pleasure.
I'm so glad that you just touched on that, Jason, because I was just thinking the exact same thing. I mean, never would have imagined in a million years, and I'm sure nobody would have, especially Greg himself, that this message that he had to go bring to the world just about something happening to himself has amounted in what's just happened here, just in way less than even 24 hours. All of these individuals, the people that came together during the hardships of COVID, during the incredible sort of height of energy during the convoy in Ottawa, and things going way beyond that, past and present and future, all together here right now in so many different ways. Unbelievable. I really, oh God, I shouldn't even really say this out loud, but I couldn't imagine going through what Greg's going through right now with such a negative, but then seeing this as such a, that's got to be one heck of a awkward place to be. But still, I mean, unbelievable that, his video and just that message and him being such an unsung hero, that's always just been so almost adamant at working behind the scenes, has caused this broadcast to look like this for multiple hours. It's wow. I mean, it really shows, that whole Team Canada thing. Well, yeah, here, absolutely. But out there too, out there where we see it being messaged and being shoved down our throats. Well, very much kind of the opposite, of course. But wow, right here today, yeah, there's a Team Canada that I'm proud of. Absolutely.
You know what? And I'm going to say this to you, Todd. So and I love that Alex is on with us right now. And I mean, so many others of you, there have been so many fractures through our sort of movement over the last few years. And I know I've already said this today, but I'm going to reiterate it now that we've got more people on that weren't on earlier. This is healing the fractures. And so I appreciate Alex coming on and saying what he just said, because, he's acknowledging the fracture that happened between him and Greg, for example. And there were fractures between me and other people who have been on this stream, and other people who have been on the stream. And what happened,
such is life.
And what happened today was that we all just said, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And we can joke about it and laugh about it, like Alex just did, which is basically how I deal with things too. But it's super important. We're rallying now. Because there is a common goal, right, Alex?
I'm gonna hop in if you don't mind, just
Yeah.
to say a few comments on that, which is it's I alluded to it earlier in the stream, but essentially, if a lot of the people who genuinely oppose the evil people who are ruining our country, we often get outcasted. We get kind of excluded from the mainstream conversation, the mainstream conservative party, and within that, it's a very kind of like treacherous environment because it's not as organized, it's not as structured, and there's a lot of people who are maybe fearful or filled with anger, and I had some debates over the past 6 months to kind of talk about some contentious issues with people who disagree with one another. And I was very happy to moderate them. And I always kind of gave the same message at the beginning, which was, listen, guys, we're going to have a productive conversation. Okay. And the state of the country is so poor. And the people who are like the outcasts, we are really the only people in the country who are actually admitting how bad things really are. And it's hard to do that. And what's even harder is to actually find a real solution that we can try to work on together. And I think that what happens with all that chaos, with all that sort of despair and hopelessness, we have to kind of come to terms with the fact that we don't have that much power. Actually, we don't have that much power to actually help the situation. And then what we end up doing selfishly in our ego, we say, well, I may not have the power to positively change the country, but you know what? I can shit on Pat King and I can try to put him down, and that'll make me feel better right now. So I do have power actually. And it feels good. It's like a short dopamine hit to shit on somebody else, because it's like, no, I can't bring down Trudeau and the Liberal government, but maybe I can shit on Pat King a little bit and make his day harder, and I would always sort of explain this before the debate to be like, guys, we are not going to let this descend into this self-destructive, just crapping all over each other, because I don't know, I'm playing the tape through and I'm like, this is just sad. This is just us desperately flailing around at each other. And it's like, if you're like an evil globalist watching this, you're like, yes, perfect. The only people who get it are just like hating on each other. And it's like, we need to, and it's difficult, let me tell you, because I'm no saint. All right. I've been there. I've been like, hey, I want to do this or tweet at that person or say this and flail around too, because I want to feel powerful today. But
I think you nailed it.
I want to put out a public service message to anybody out there. If you've got any kind of negativity and you're feeling that way, that you need to shit on somebody, please, by all means, focus it at me. Don't focus it at anybody else. Give me everything you got. Because after 3 years of what I've been watching, and then the latter years, the 10 years that I've been at this, there's nothing you can say to me that I haven't heard, that I haven't seen, that I haven't been, it doesn't even faze me anymore. So I want everybody to focus it on me, please, and let the real people and the adults get to work. I'll take it. Come on.
Let me do an update now. Let me do an update on that note, because thank you very much for that, Pat. Carol and James Hall, $50. Keep fighting, Greg. We are cheering you. The world needs your talent. Absolutely. And $50 from CSIS. Thank you very much, CSIS, for the contribution. You've been watching us for quite some time. It's about time that you share some of that wealth.
That's one of my followers.
Probably. Or it could be them. They do watch us. We know that. And then Marie Dubs, $25. God bless you, Greg. My family is praying for you and yours. Never give up. And anonymous giver, $60. God bless you, Greg. You have so many people praying for you. And in addition to the $500 from Lathan Gray, and there's a few people who said they're going to be putting $100 in. That should take us over $14,000 at this stage. But let's keep going. Let's try and get to that $15,000. And we got Chris Stacy and Maggie O'Brien back. And we're going to have to free up some space here because we got some more guests coming here. But let me go ahead and put Maggie on, because Maggie's driving, and maybe she can give us a message of goodbye. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm driving and the connection keeps going in and out, but it's really great to be here. I've been listening a little bit along the drive, and we'll continue to listen and share and support Greg in his in this fundraiser and the challenging time he's going through, and just really appreciate the honest, humble conversation from all of the amazing people on the show today, Jason, and just feel like we're all part of a big family. Everyone's doing their part, just like we did during the convoy. Everyone stepped up and did what they needed to do, whether it's supporting, whether it's sending some money, whether it's speaking up, using their platforms. We're working together to keep our network together, promote a more positive message, which, as you said earlier, is a hard thing to do. Sometimes people like that negative stuff. And I'm just going to keep going along here all across Canada and stir up trouble at the municipal level where the global agenda is being implemented, and bring this to our local councillors' attention. We're starting to see municipal councils across Canada withdraw from organizations that are implementing the global agenda. And that's kind of my mission. That's what I've been up to, and really seeing positive results with it. So I've always appreciated all of you guys for sharing.
Especially in Alberta.
Yeah.
Especially in Alberta.
Benita.
Alberta's just amazing. So they have entire counties here that are withdrawing from these UN organizations. We're actually going to go to their rural municipal association meeting in Edmonton for the next couple of days in Edmonton, and meet some of the mayors and councillors that are really taking a stand against the UN, and then take that message across the country. So, I think if we just keep supporting each other and passing the message along, we're going to win this one way or another. So from the bottom up.
Thank you very
Awesome.
much, Maggie.
Elbows
and
up.
Kickley, that
Elbows
Ickley.
up. Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Maggie. Say hi to Benita for us, and welcome to Alberta again. And maybe we all should get together. You're not far from me right now, so maybe we should try and get together. You take care, Maggie, and you drive safe.
Thank
Elbows
you.
up is the new 2 weeks to flatten the curve. You guys know that, right?
Oh, sorry. I got to fix the screen now. There we go. Wow, look at this beautiful group we have here. Okay, so Alex, welcome to the stream again. And what I want to say, just before we move on to the next little talking point, I reached out to a lot of people, with the exception of legal requirements, because there's still some of those in place. Everybody said yes, and let's go and do this. So this has been a wonderful stream, so I really appreciate that. Alex, you're a fresh PPC candidate, and congratulations for stepping into the boat and taking the bull by the horns. And thank you for joining the stream tonight.
Yeah, cheers, man. I hate politics and I don't want to be a candidate, but someone has to do it to get Max on that leaders debate stage. And that's one of the criteria, is to reach 90%. And I tell everyone, if you don't have a candidate in your riding, you should run. I would vote for a welly boot with a PPC button stuck to it at this point. So I figure I'm better than that. And I'm going to use it as an opportunity to knock on doors and spread the good word, spread the gospel of PPC. So yeah, happy to be here though, brother. Good to see you again.
Yeah, and good job, because I just saw an announcement from Max. It's down to like 20 or so candidates left is all we need. So that means we've hit the 90% mark.
Nice.
So now we just have to get past that stupid poll change that they did. They changed the rules.
Which is impossible.
Yeah.
It's like, if they don't mention us, how can we make them
Sorry.
mention us on polling?
I was just going to hop on real quick. I got a text message from Mr. Arcade, and he's asking for Artur Pawlowski's number.
I'll pass that on.
Yeah, if you
I'll
could
pass
do
that
that,
to
that
you.
would be fantastic. And just to back to something that Pat King said earlier, people in my chat are totally hopping on board. Pat, they're totally into it. Pat King is the reason my toast burnt. Okay, so thanks a lot for that, Pat. And also, Pat King is why my toilet clogged. Unbelievable, Patrick. And not only that, apparently Pat King you wrote all the UN legislation as well. This is unbelievable. This is a huge revelation. I can't believe it. Oh, so I guess all the hatred can just go towards Pat for I can't believe you've done all this, Pat. Unbelievable.
You know me, I'm the big bad boogeyman.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean the PPC was just brought up. That was kind of like the inception for me to get into this whole mess of politics. I ran in 2019 because it was kind of the same attitude that that transgender populist Alex Cargill just shared, which was, this country is a mess. I've never ran for politics, but it's a good excuse to kind of get out there and knock doors and let people know. And it was on one hand, it was great because I connected with a lot of people who I'm still friends with today. Like that was the most powerful thing about it, is I started to network with like-minded people who want to make a change in this country. And so that was the biggest thing. And then, I know lots of people like to criticize Max and the PPC, but it's like, the PPC is actually doing something. They're actually out there like knocking doors, sharing our ideas and blah, blah, blah. And that's a lot better than just kind of sitting around complaining and blaming Pat King for everything. And the other thing was, just the terrifying thing was when, and you're going to love this, Alex. You're going to see how, because you know that Canadians are brainwashed by the mainstream media, but there's something when like you go out there with like a PPC button on or something and you see how bad it really is. Like you see how truly how brainwashed people are. I remember, like, I have so many stories from when I was campaigning back in 2019, and people like this old lady was like, "Oh, a young man in politics, that's great." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm with the PPC." And she might as well have like pulled out like a cross, like, "Back, demon, back, get away from me." And I was like, is that what Rosemary Barton even said about the PPC and Max on CBC? How did it get to this point? And yeah.
I have to tell you this though, not like this is not a PPC stream, but I think that it's just an interesting, side note. So I live in Sudbury. Don't ask me why. I don't have an explanation. It's beyond comprehension why I live in this hellscape. But anyway, I do. But I've got all kinds of PPC merch that I wear almost every day, whether it's a toque or a sweater or whatever. And so my husband and my children and I all went out for dinner before we went to the Sudbury Wolves game one night. And this young man who was our server came up to us and he was like, "Oh, I really like your hat." And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, "I love the PPC. I love Maxime." Now, I want to make it clear, Sudbury is a fully NDP city. Okay. Like that's the only thing. He goes, "Oh, I love Max. I love the platform. I love everything about the PPC. I vote for them," all of that. And I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. Like, that's bizarre. But I, great, awesome. Yeah, like, let's talk about it. So we did. So then, like, 3 days later, I was at the discount grocery store, as we do now. And Sudbury is, like, basically, like, 90% immigrant right now. So I'm at the grocery store, and there's, like, immigrant who was like stalking me through the store, and I was wearing my PPC sweater and my PPC hat, and so he's like stalking me, and I could see him like he was following me around the store, and I was like, oh, this is awkward, like I don't want to be part of this. Anyway, eventually he came up to me when I was in line at the grocery store, and he goes like this, because PPC is here, PPC is here. He's like, and like, there is something catching on. People are starting to understand what's happening. It's slow, but people are starting to understand. And if that's happening in a predominant immigrant city that always votes NDP, then there is hope. I think there is hope for the rest of the country. Anyway, not to make this a political podcast, because that's not the point of this. But anyway, that's just a side note of what I've experienced in the hellscape of Sudbury.
I grew up in Sudbury, so like it's totally different now in terms of, like you said, there's 90% immigrants, and like when I was there as a youth, circa 2000, it was like a few families, right? Like a few families in every school, but you knew who was who, right? And it's different. For sure.
It's totally different. It's like, it's a whole other experience here now.
Like Wycliffe said in his song, like, if you don't speak English or French, like learn one or the other, right?
Or go home.
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah.
And let me give a quick update. So Dan Hartman sends his love. He checked with his lawyer. He's currently in a legal battle with the government, and I believe it's Pfizer as well. So he sends his best wishes. He's probably watching right now, but lots of love from Dan Hartman, but he won't be able to join us tonight. And I do want to update us on our total here. We got John Dole, I believe that is $100. Love you, buddy. And anonymous giver with $200. God bless. Much love. Absolutely. Thank you very much to the anonymous donor there. And Chris Stacy's back. Chris, tell me you found Carney. Now that he's not getting ready for an election anytime soon, did you find him? Is he hanging out by himself, maybe a cafe somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. I took the day off that craziness. I've just been spending a bit of time with family and checking in here. And honestly, it's been so heartening listening to this all day. I deal with so much craziness and get attacked and negativity all the time, and seeing, these people that we've gotten to know and network with all come together for such a great cause. Honestly, man, you guys have had me emotional so many times today. It's great to see.
And I'm sorry to do this to you, but it's that time because we kind of pre-planned. We want to share Greg's message. He spent it was very courageous of him to put that video together. We had him here for a few minutes as we saw the progression that he's going through that came suddenly on him. And at the 10-hour mark, I wanted to share it again because we now have about 4,300 people watching live right now. And some people don't know the story yet. So please grab a tissue, maybe take a bathroom break for a few people who've been here for a little while. But I'm going to go ahead and play Greg's video again for the last time tonight as we move into our last 2 hours of the 12-hour stream. Thank you for everybody that's been here for 10 hours so far. So we'll go ahead and play this video.
It's been a while since I've talked to you guys, and I'm just gonna out and say it. I have cancer. I have, it's brain cancer. We're not certain if it's one thing or the other, but it's bad. He went into the hospital on Sunday, and last night, which Thursday, I was home. They're going to do a biopsy because it's one or the other, but it's bad. I'm going to fight it, and with all my heart. When it started, it was a couple weeks ago, but it was just like texting. It was like, oh wow, I'm tired. And then Tuesday last week is still like, wow, I'm tired. I've been working out at the gym with the office. And then Friday, a light headache, and I was like, oh, this is bad. I'm just gonna go home, grab some snacks, veg out on the couch, and it didn't get worse. The headache went away, but my wife was like, I got a bad feeling about this. So I went to the hospital. I confirmed with my friend who doesn't, I'd like the hospital, and It was about 6 a.m. when they told me. I had a lot of family, friends stop by. And so they did, not to get too technical, but they did my dog's barking outside gets a little difficult, but they did several CAT scans, MRI, and I go in for a biopsy on Monday, so we can really get it, and we'll fight it. I'm making this video if there's anyone if there's anyone who wishes to make a donation. We've got a GiveSendGo. So that's gonna be there, and whatever you get, it's to mainly help with, because I'm gonna lose work of this, but to mainly help living expenses and treatment and just comfortability, I guess. It's for living expenses and treatment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the distro kid and give me a sec. I'm gonna do the distro kid or something similar where I can put on the thing. I'm sorry, the baby was crying, but I know that I can fight this, and anything you help would just give us a few months like rent and living expenses. I'm going to put my records up on DistroKid or something similar, so it's going to go to my wife's funds, and that way if something happens to me, you know, something can go to her as well, and I want to say thank you to all of you. I really wanted to just be a homesteader and do the things I wanted with my daughter or other children. But right now that's on hold, and hopefully I'll do something in the future. But I'm not scared for me. Just scared that my wife and my child could potentially be. I would not be advocating for them. So, anyway, that's what I think has to be said. The baby, Brian, remind the baby, the baby crying got the best of me there, but at the same time, that's sorry. That's the sweetest sound in the world. So, no matter what happens to me, keep on keeping on, because world's got to keep moving, and you guys gotta keep moving too. And I guess there's just one thing left to do. It's grand gestures as I am. Let's get this over with, and I'll have some updates. Okay, bye.
That does not get easier. Oh my gosh. That's why we're here tonight. That's why we quickly put this together. And that's why after 10 hours and 12 minutes, we're close to $14,000. So I want to say thank you to Henry Blash. I'm sorry about the names. This is my Achilles heel, $50. Hey, Greg, God bless you in your journey fighting this. And just came in an anonymous giver, $100. So we are just a little bit away from 14,000, and that's not including all of the offline stuff, the super chats, and those other stuff. Canada, thank you very much. we're down to just over an hour and a half left. So please go ahead and put those donations in, and God bless you all. This is the man that we're all here for today and fighting for. Devon, I can see that this one hit you. This one hit you.
Yeah. I think the thing with our communities, we are sharing stories that are emotional because we're not in a trance. And I think it gives plenty of opportunity to have those hard discussions. And yeah, this is a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. So when he's talking about his daughter, it's a heavy. We want to be able to be there for our children. And so my prayers continue to go for Greg to keep stepping forward. And one thing I shared with Garnet when he was like really in a lot of pain was like, in this very moment right now, are you getting worse or are you getting better? Like it's got to be one of the two. And so we can hope for the latter, that he's getting better. And so yeah, we got to walk this together and pick each other up. It's hard.
And Chris, same thing. I saw your little video there.
Me, sorry, yeah, oh, man, I've seen that already, and I don't know how to do it. Same, dude, I don't even know what to say. For once.
Yeah, Chelsea, how you doing?
You know what? I'm actually feeling quite buoyed right now. No, there's no joy. But certainly I'm feeling buoyed in just seeing what we've been able to come together and do today for Greg. And I can't think of, I really can't think of a better thing that I could have spent my day doing than, participating in this amazing fundraiser for Greg and his family. It's just like, we can be sad for the circumstances, but we must find joy in the fact that we've been able to come together. And I've spoken to Greg today, and I've spoken to lots of other people today on the stream, off the stream. And I just think this is what it's about, right? This is what it's always been about. So I'm feeling actually quite positive right now.
Yeah, that's
and I hope Greg is too.
Now that I can think a minute. Sorry.
I was going to say, Chris, 1 second. I was just going to let everybody know that Greg Arcade asked for Pastor Arthur's phone number. He now has it. Pastor Art knows that Greg wants to get a hold of him. So there's another connection there. And the same thing with Dr. Mackus. Dr. Mackus will be contacting Greg as well. And this whole community is coming together very quickly. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just, you hit on some important things there, right? This is hard. Like that moment, it takes a minute to get over the raw emotion of it. But when I take a minute to think, and watching everyone come together today, thinking about what we've all been through and where we've come from, and the networks, the family that we have now. People are always saying, build your tribe, find your tribe, stick together, build. And when things get hard, to see people like this come together, it's this is what really matters, right? This is what really matters. And I've seen this happen, other times before. So it is a positive thing. And the fact that we can come together like this on basically no notice, get people from opinions, people with all kinds of different things going on. But it's incredible that this is happening. So that's positive.
Greg, when you woke up this morning, we were like, what are we going to do? And we jumped on just before this. And you're like, what's the format? What are we going to do? How are we going to schedule everybody? And I said, well, let's just see how it goes. People are going to show up and people are going to leave. And it's working out. What are your thoughts of today so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's been miraculous. We've winged it, and it's been a beautiful thing, because at the end of the day, you just need the people coming together with a focus and with the urgency. I brought this up earlier, but I was kind of getting into the details of why the convoy was successful, and it's because it had a shared urgency. People were desperate, and there was also a shared focus, and that's kind of I think a reason why today was successful as well. There was this urgency of this, what unfortunately looks like an aggressive cancer, and there's this focus of let's raise money for Greg Arcade and his family to alleviate his worries so he can be best positioned to fight this and beat this. And I don't know if we heard Pat King's reaction to that video yet, but I'm also looking at transgender who identifies as an acoustic or electric, I don't know. But you have your guitar in your hands. I don't know if you're prepared to play a song.
Before we go there, I have another special guest that only has a couple minutes, so sorry to jump in like this. But I have Lindsay Butler here. Lindsay Butler is a country music singer from Alberta. And she's only got a few minutes, and I actually queued up one of her songs that I think all of you are going to love. Lindsay, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're out with your friends out in Edmonton, but Greg Arcade is somebody that you listen to, and he's another country singer that went through the same thing that you did. As soon as you made your decision, they blackballed you, blacklisted you, and kicked you out. And thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Nice.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm actually in West Edmonton Mall right now, but I found this nice store that would let me hang out for a second. It's kind of quiet. I want to send Greg all my best, all my wishes, all my love. I had the privilege of meeting Greg how many years ago? A couple years ago when he came all the way out to Alberta, and we did a fundraiser at the barn. And we raised a bunch of money for the guys. He's just such a good human, and sending him all my love, my best wishes. That's one thing that this Freedom family, nobody even compares, is the support that the Freedom family, we can rally behind anybody, and once you're in the family, you're in the family. So I'm so glad I'm so glad I was able to get on today, and thank you, Jason, so much for thinking of me.
No, of course. And his story is very similar to yours. Your music, rising star, fantastic music and messages, but you made a decision, and they kind of cut you off. And you were even down in Coos, and you played for everybody down there when it was love, and the Americans are on the other side of that little plastic chain, and everybody was coming together. And then you saw the trials, and we're still together. So thank you, Lindsay. You want to go ahead and share a little bit of your experience down in Coos?
Oh, that was kind of like a life-changing event. I was down there I went down twice. The first day I went down, and I just played for everybody that was there on a Thursday. And then I came back down on the weekend and played on Saturday. Just me and my guitar, and my hope. My hope that those people are refueling by the minute by being down there. And I actually was able to play right at the border on the Alberta side. The American side had a sound system, so we snuck a microphone over for a couple seconds, and I used their microphone and played through their sound system on the American side. I played a couple songs down there, and then I went actually to Incoots to the Smugglers and played there as well, and met just amazing people. I met Peter when I was down there. I met all four of the Coots four. I've known Jerry for 30 years, but I met three. Chris Carbert's the only one I didn't meet when I was down there, but it just was such an amazing experience, and just being around people that it just gave me so much hope. And as I say, it fills my cup, because I was really just borderline going into depression. And just seeing people being just good humans with so much common sense and love, and it just basically kept me going.
Absolutely. And you were part of the trial. So Arthur Pulaski was on a little bit earlier, and he kind of let everybody know about the Crown prosecutor, Stephen Johnston. The only reason I'm bringing this up is you had to testify in court for the trial only because Stephen Johnson was telling the court that Lindsay Butler was code word for war and guitar and amplifier was code word for guns and ammo. So Lindsay Butler had to take the stand to prove to the court and the jury that not only is she a real person, she's a country singer too. How was that for you, that experience? You had to literally sit there and show a jury that you exist because the narrative that was being created by Stephen Johnston in that courtroom.
Yeah, I exist. I'm real. A quick little Google search and you'll find me, and you'll see that one of my songs is called Freedom. So yeah, it was no wonder that I was going down there. Just being on trial was very nerve-wracking, and apparently I don't speak eloquently enough because I had to get stopped a whole bunch. Just with how I was, telling my story of being down there. So and so said to meet here at this time, so we did. Well, not so and so said you can't say that. It was really ridiculous. But anyways, I had to go down. I was on the stand. I do exist. Country music player. I have a guitar that lives in a guitar case. Yeah. It was baffling still.
I'm sorry, just to jump in here. I cannot believe that I did not hear about this. That this crown prosecutor said that your name, Lindsay Butler, was code for weapons. How did I not hear about
the
this?
guitar
This
and
is
amplifier
crazy.
was guitar and amplifier. This is in a pre-trial as well. Guitar and amplifier was code for guns and ammo, and Lindsay Butler wasn't a real person because they were saying have Lindsay bring her guitar and amplifier, and then the court they said that means guns and ammo, which of course it did. And then on the stand, I think the defense asked her to kind of recite some of her lyrics. Objection from Stephen Johnson. We don't need to hear that. But it was a very, very troubling piece of the testimony that we had to get in there just to show the jury that no, she's real and she has a guitar and she can sing.
I think Pat's got to get going here, but
yeah. So does Lindsay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let
Okay.
Lindsay go and get back to her dinner, and then we'll do Pat, and then I want to play you her song, which is a convoy song. I don't know if many of you heard it, but it's a bloody good song. So Lindsay, let's go ahead and have you say goodbye, and we'll get to Pat, and then we'll get on with the evening.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me on today. Again, just Freedom Family is the best, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. Again, yeah, just all my best to Greg, and thank you guys so much, and have an awesome rest of your show.
Enjoy them all. Have yourself a great day, and we'll talk soon, Lindsay.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right, Pat. So we're going to be losing you soon, and I think you also had an announcement, and then we'll do a quick break by playing Lindsay's song, and then we'll finish up the last hour here.
Yeah, we're going to leave it to you guys. Thanks, Jay. We're going to leave it to you guys for the rest of the hour and a half there that's left. And just want to say to everybody, great job. And it's so awesome to see Lindsay. I've heard the song. I wish he would have told me that at my fundraiser at the car show, because I would have been running with that since then. But I had no idea that was code word either. But man, that's wild to hear something like that from her. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let everybody know. I now recognize as the Prime Minister of Canada. Okay, so I want to be. I'm now the Prime Minister of Canada. Okay, everybody's got that under understanding, and it's time to go to work, guys. So sticks down, heads up. We're gonna get to work here, and we're gonna arrest all these politicians, and we're gonna get this fixed for you guys. I promise.
Absolutely. And Pat, you got just as many votes as Mark Carney did in the last election, so why not? Why can't you be Prime Minister if he can? The only thing that was different is he paid $350,000 to do it. So that was the going price to become the Prime Minister in Canada. But thank you, Pat.
What Arthur was saying there, when I was watching what Arthur was saying, he's right. There's nobody who's got the balls to stand up to these guys. It's kind of the spark's getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I'm saying it jokingly, but the spark's getting there in me, you guys. If you really want to see me run for Prime Minister, let's see what we can do. Let's see.
Let's do it, Pat. You got my vote as long as they're not in Parkland, because I'll be voting for myself in Parkland because I'm doing the exact same thing, brother. But thank you for your time, Pat. Thanks for putting us on your stream, and you have a good night. Bye.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to play that song. It's just a few minutes, but it's one of my favorite songs by Lindsay, and it captures this entire thing for all of us. And if you haven't heard it before, this is going to be a very, very great song. So hold on a second as I cue this up, and we have some Lindsay Butler.
We'll be rolling through from town to town to end this wild hypnosis, turning off the news and burning masks. No more mass psychosis. The undocumented and highly coincidental deaths and adverse reactions, illegal bribes, medical coercion with endless political retraction. We got a mighty convoy, we've all got the right to be free. We got a mighty convoy standing up for you and me. Come on, join our convoy, rocking through your town. We're gonna roll this freedom convoy, ain't no stopping us now. Convoy. Mile by mile, we'll take it back, ending this corruption. Standing strong together, we'll do our parts and cause a big disruption. We'll pack the highways and cause a scene, big rigs with flags and signs, opening eyes across the land of those who couldn't care a doggone dime. This affects every one of us, and we won't be ignored, standing up for our rights and freedoms behind these big dashboards. We got a mighty convoy, we've all got the right to be free. We got a mighty convoy standing up for you and me. Come on and join our convoy, rocking through your town. We're gonna roll this freedom convoy, ain't no stopping us now. Convoy. Your rules and mandates will not stand. Did you forget the Nuremberg Code? Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms are up on this payload. The goalposts moving, never been about health, only greed and control. We're slow rolling all the way to Ottawa, singing let them truckers roll tenfold. We got a mighty convoy, we've all got the right to be free. We got a mighty convoy standing up for you and me. Come on, join our convoy, rocking through your town. We're gonna roll this freedom convoy, ain't no stopping us now. Convoy. We're uniting this country town by town, despite political views. BC to Newfoundland and Labrador, all we ask is the right to choose. We want to see the smiling faces, where the kids are free to breathe, for what this country was made of, from sea to shining sea. We got a mighty convoy, we've all got the right to be free. We got a mighty convoy standing up for you and me. Come on, join our convoy, rocking through your town. We're gonna roll this freedom convoy, ain't no stopping us now. One more time, convoy. Thank you so much.
Wow. So we definitely have to do something with music in Manitoba. Lindsay would be there for sure. I know she would make that trip. And I also want to kind of update everybody. Anonymous giver, $45, sending prayers. Thank you, anonymous giver. And then Karen M. and hubby. So Karen N. and her hubby, $150. Stay strong, Greg. You and your family will be in our thoughts and prayers. And Karen and her hubby just put us over $14,000.
Let's go.
$14,000.
Let's
Convoy.
go.
And she fills
That's
up my
right.
cup every time. Lindsay is an amazing singer. Look at this Freedom family. I saw you bopping away there, Greg. Have you heard that song before?
Oh my God, we just got a huge donation a minute ago. Massive
Did you?
donation a minute ago. I don't know if you saw it here.
Let me take a look
That's
here.
huge. No, I've actually never heard that song before. No, I was really rocking to that. Really great lyrics, really well done.
Catchy chorus.
I wish I had better guitar chops like she does with the hammer-ons, pull-offs. I identify as an acoustic, so I'm not as good at that stuff. Don't shake your head at me, Alex. Come on.
Send me that electric on your back wall, then I'll get it at home.
I gotta practice. I identify as practicing, but
He keeps it up there like a moose head.
Right.
And here's that update that you just saw. Okay, so yes, we have $100 from Louis Richard en français. Sorry there, but at least it's one of our official languages. Louis, very much. And then
I'll read it en français.
Oh, go ahead, please do.
Nous ne nous connaissons pas du tout. Je tombe par hasard sur ce live. Je vous souhaite un prompt rétablissement.
Can you translate for us?
I can with Google Translate. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I can handle that.
Says, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it sounds
Yeah,
good.
go ahead, Chris. You can handle that one.
Is it upstairs? We don't know each other at all. I fell upon this by chance. I fell upon this live by chance. Wish you speedy recovery, basically.
That's right.
That's good.
And then from Leslie and
Don't tell
Anna
anyone I'm bilingual,
Barwich.
guys.
No problem. And from Leslie and Anna Barwich, $400. Keep fighting and never give up. $400. We are fast tracking all the way to.
Let's
15,000
go.
now.
Thank you, Lezek and Anna. That is huge. That's our biggest donation of the day. You're competing with Anonymous now with those numbers.
It's up
That's
there.
incredible. No, that's a huge donation. Thank you so much. Unbelievable. Such good stuff.
Wow.
Feels good.
No.
We're going to make it to 15K in no time, guys. No time at all.
So what are you thinking, Alex? How's this? And by the way, I'm not trying to get political, but there's a lot of PPC people who are jumping on the stream, not talking about it, but there seems to be an overlap between the Freedom and PPC.
Yeah, a great singer once said, "My milkshake bring all the boys to the yard," and I think that we bring a lot of PPCers to the yard. I know there's some. Hey, to each your own, guys. I'm fine if no one likes PPC. Just don't attack us because the missiles are ready and they're ready to fire. So yeah, it's great to see. I like Ashley Butler, great singer. Never heard of her before, but
Lindsay.
What is her name? Lindsay.
Lindsay
Yeah, okay,
Butler.
great.
Yeah.
And I like the little portrait of the bull in the background with kind of lighting around it. It means that bull was probably close to her. She grew attached to it, and then they had to slaughter it and eat it, perhaps. So, really deep storylines running through that song. So, I'm
You're
happy
holding
to
the
have her on.
guitar.
Right, and she plays an acoustic, so I'm kind of trying to get over that. But
So are you planning?
Yeah, are you
What?
playing a track or what? Because you've been there.
no, I
like,
don't
for
think so.
prime-
I think the mood is too nice, and no, I spent 5 minutes earlier writing a track for Greg, but it's a little irreverent and it's a little it's not classy. Okay, a lot of people get offended by my stuff, so I think
You
we'll just
don't need
keep
to
it
be-
church-like.
Don't be classy, okay? Listen, actually, if you're going to sing the song that you wrote for Greg, that's not classy. Do it now. Because
But hold on, we got Henry Hiddlebrand. He's now here.
Oh, is he here? Okay, so never mind.
Sure,
Don't
so
do
a
it now.
pastor in the room and following Lindsay, the superstar. Yeah, I don't think I'll play it right now. How's that sound?
Okay, no,
No problem.
we won't play it.
Maybe we'll close on that. Maybe we can close on that. So stick around because
Even
we're
worse.
close an hour and a half. But hello, Pastor Henry Hildebrandt is joining us here today, and you're our third pastor, or yeah, because Melissa's a bit of a pastor too. But thank you for joining us. Have you been watching? And are you familiar with the Greg Arcade situation?
I just joined actually just right now.
Well, I'm glad you did. So what we're doing is we got up really early this morning. We're now on hour 10 hours and a half. We're raising money for Greg Arcade, who's a country music singer of the Freedom Movement. And he just found out that he has brain cancer. And I put a video out yesterday asking the community to come together to raise $5,000 for him. We are almost at $15,000 for Greg in one day.
That's amazing.
And I think that's the
I'm so
power
sorry
of
to
God.
hear that.
And I think it's the power of God in the community. Now, I understand that you wanted to jump on and maybe offer a prayer.
Absolutely.
Stage is yours.
Can I I'm gonna jump in right now because Henry knows that I'm gonna always jump in. Henry, like I found God a couple of years before I ever met Henry. Henry introduced God to me, and he is an incredibly important person in my life. And I can't tell anyone, like I can't actually express in words how important he has been in my life. And so the fact that he has jumped on here and that he is going to say a prayer for Greg is incredibly meaningful. His church, his ministry, and himself, the most wonderful experience of my life. So I'm so grateful that you've jumped in, Henry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and what we'll
Chelsea.
do is we'll
It's an
go ahead.
honor. Go ahead.
Yeah, and
Greg.
I'll add to that as well before you get started, Pastor Hildebrandt. I was honored to interview Henry Hildebrandt for my upcoming documentary about persecuted Canadians, as he was someone who was actually being a servant of God and actually being a bold lion during COVID, and just continued to operate his church service. And yeah, I'm really great stuff. I really appreciated his time for recording that interview. And what stood out is, you know, you said it a couple of times in the interview. It's like there's a McDonald's right over there. There's an LCBO right over there. It's operating.
Right.
People are there. They're you know, close to each other. We can't have a church service. And but yeah, I was very, very honored to capture your story, and it's coming together. So I'm very excited for that. But yeah, and you were at one point. At the very lowest point, the potential persecution was it 50 million and over 10 years in prison or something like that? Can you correct me there?
52 million and 15 years prison. That was when we were at the worst spot, or maybe in God's eyes, maybe it wasn't the worst spot, but it felt like it.
Absolutely crazy. But yeah, if you would lead us in a prayer for our friend and a fellow patriot and freedom fighter, Greg Arcade is his name, and yeah, he's had a difficult diagnosis the other day, and we're trying to not only raise funds, but of course raise his spirits to make sure that he's as well suited as possible to fight this and beat this for himself and of course his family.
Absolutely. So should we pray right now?
Yes, please.
Father, I thank you this evening for this privilege to be on here with my dear friends. Father, we are here because we're bringing Greg before you. Lord, we have such faith in you because you are a proven rock to us in hard times. Lord, you have never failed your children. Lord, no matter what the outcome, and Father, you already know exactly what the future holds for Greg. Lord, we're bringing him to you, and we're asking you, Lord, that you would undertake in a special way. Father, you are our God. You are our rock. You are our light. You are our salvation. Lord, I ask you to just undertake. Father, we are so dependent on you. We aren't able to walk without you holding our hand. We can't do anything without you, Lord. I ask you, Father, that you would undertake for our friend, not because we have earned it, but because we are your children and because you love us. We don't doubt that at all. And Father, you have helped us again and again and again. And Lord, this evening, we trust you. We trust you as children trust their father and mother. Lord, we trust you because we know you are almighty. We know that you are all powerful. We know that you are well able, just like the three Hebrews in the fiery furnace. Father, they were not afraid to answer the king. They said, our God is able. And Father, we are serving that same God. Lord, we have experienced that same God. We know that you are here. You hear us. And Father, we know that you love to hear your children come to you. And therefore, we're here, dear Lord, tonight. Father, again, it's such an honor to be here with my friends. Lord, I ask that you would bless and undertake in a very, very special way. It is our belief, Father, that you are eternal, that you are the same yesterday, today, and forever. Therefore, we know that your power has not diminished. Lord, it doesn't matter whether people believe you or not, whether people trust you or not. Lord, you are God, a solid stand for us, solid rock for us. And Lord, we claim that tonight for Greg in a special way, dear God. We know that you are well able to perform a miracle, Lord, an instant miracle. And Lord, even yet we understand sometimes it doesn't happen instantly. Lord, we still know that your way is best. Your way is best, dear God. And we put ourselves in your hands tonight, and we praise you for your help, dear God, knowing that you will be standing by him regardless of what comes. We don't need to be afraid of the future because you will go through it with us. We thank you, dear Father, in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
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 Thank you so much, Pastor. It was great to see
Amen.
you again. And yeah, your journey too was fraught with challenges as you did everything you could to keep your doors open. They said yes, and then they said no, and then they made your life difficult. But thank you very much for staying strong. And I'm sure Greg is hearing that message right now.
He's still
Excellent, excellent. And we will continue praying, not just right now. We will, I'll take him with me and in my heart and in my prayers, and we will continually pray that the Lord will just have his way.
Thank you very much for your time tonight and joining us today. Appreciate that a lot.
Thank you, Henry. I hope you know how much you mean to me and to so many other people. So I really greatly appreciate you coming on this stream to send prayer to our friend Greg. It's amazing.
I also want to
thank you so much, Chelsea. Chelsea, I'll never forget when I met you the first time. You have been an inspiration to me, big time.
Go ahead, Devon.
I haven't been able to speak with you, Pastor Henry, but you offered condolences and brought a lot of awareness to Garnet, the struggle that we had and his story. So on behalf of the family, I just want to thank you and looking forward to whatever is in the future for us. But this is the kingdom, so we will we'll continue together. Thank you for that.
You're very, very welcome. God bless you in a very special way.
Thank you.
God bless everyone.
Pastor Hildebrandt, would it be okay if Greg Arcade was reaching out, was wondering if he could get your number or get in touch with you? Is that possible?
We'll make that
That is
happen.
possible. Yes, Chelsea has my number through Herbert. She can make that connection.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And do you have a? I always like to ask a pastor this when they have the time, but you know, being in this world of politics and in the freedom movement, there's a lot of people who not only are they not into Christianity or Jesus Christ, but that they're almost like they repel it, and they have this like very sort of what's the word? I don't know, just like antagonistic reaction to it. Like I even made a post on Twitter yesterday where I basically said, if you don't have faith in something eternal like Jesus Christ, like it's going to be really tough for you because this chaos is only going to escalate in the future. And if you don't have something to ground you like that, like you're not going to make it. That's just kind of like a meme term. But I guess would you like what sort of how do you rationalize, or how do you think of somebody like that who's like antagonistic towards Christ despite all that's going on?
Yes, I find that most of those people are really not antagonistic to the real thing, but they're very antagonistic to something that's fake. Christianity in the last decades has, to a great extent, been very fake, and they haven't really lived it. They haven't been real. And I have even spoken to a number of atheists that claim to be atheists, but when they hear about a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and they see you and they meet you and they feel Jesus Christ living in you, it totally changes. Oftentimes it totally changes their mind, because they are so disgusted by dead religion. But like I said, when they find life, true life, they notice or they sense that Jesus Christ lives in you. Oftentimes it changes it on the spot. So I actually don't mind, and actually I don't take it wrong at all if they're antagonistic. I don't mind sitting down and talking with them, because within a short time, they themselves will sense a tremendous difference if you really possess it or if you don't.
Love it. Love
Right.
love that passion, love that conviction. Yeah, I've mentioned throughout the stream because politics, of course, has come up, and I have this sort of theory that there is a deep spiritual problem with Canadians themselves, and there's like a lack of faith in ourselves. There's a lack of sort of resilience and sort of there's so much evil that's going on, and a lot of the Conservative Party, for example, thinks that pragmatism or like being clever is going to like defeat the evil, and really in reality it almost like justifies more evil. It's like more sort of being passive towards the evil, and really the solution is something that's much more not even radical but much more like righteous. And it starts with that. I think that like the truth, the conviction, and then we had Pastor Archer Pawlowski on earlier, and he kept saying justice, justice, justice. Like, we need justice. Where's the justice? And we need people, lions, speaking out, calling for that, and being uncompromising. That's right. Absolutely, absolutely. Right now is the times are very, very. It's a shaking time, right? It's just people don't know. Okay, so what can I trust? So we absolutely. I believe we all understand that we have seen enough. We know politics is not the answer. We need to return back to the foundation. And I think even when people say, well, I don't want to have anything to do with Christianity, but they know themselves that we have to have something solid to stand on. And we don't have to look very far back, and we will find that people had a foundation. Even our founding fathers, they had a foundation to stand on, and you cannot leave the foundation and expect that things go well. You've often probably heard me say, but you look at even our parliament buildings have 25 Bible verses engraved in there. There's a reason why, because people understood we must have God. Without God, 1 Corinthians 3:11 says, no other foundation can be done. God is our foundation. There is no other. So we have to return to that. God bless you, and thank you for that. And say hi to Herbert for us as well, and the rest of your family. And we'll keep you in our prayers as well. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you so very much, and thank you for this opportunity to pray. We will continue praying for Greg. Thank you, Pastor Hildebrandt. All right. God bless you. God bless you. Okay, so we'll give a quick update here now. $50 from Anonymous. Blessings for the joy and comfort you have given. Larissa, $50. May the incredible energy generated by all of you today flow to Greg Arcade and his family and lift them up through this experience. Thank you. Thank you, Larissa. Julie and Tom, $100. Greg, may God grant you and your family the strength you need to get through this difficult time. God bless you all. And then our friend Maggie, Hope Ron, $25. Dear Greg Arcade, your songs have touched countless hearts across Canada. Thank you for your unwavering spirit and dedication to freedom. And this puts us just about $200 away from $15,000 on that GiveSendGo. So Canada,
Let's go.
$200.
Let's do that. And we're almost into our last hour, but I do want to do another Greg song right now because Maggie just mentioned that his music touches everybody. And this is one we haven't played yet. But go ahead, Greg. I was going to say, this is another one we can play later, actually. If you want, we can play it. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah, whatever I'm just going to play Keep Your Rifle by Your Side, because this is one of the first songs I heard by Greg. He sent it to me, and he says, you can use my music for free anywhere you want. And this is one of the first ones I fell in love with. So for 3 minutes, if you need the bathroom break, now's a good time. But Keep Your Rifle by Your Side, Greg Arcade.
Find us, we won't hide. They'll come loud and they'll come fast. We'll shoot first and we can last. Keep your rifle scream and they can shout. They can never smoke us out. Keep your rifle by your side. Singing, oh Lord, this earth is made for us. Singing, oh Lord, this sinful life just ain't enough. When we hear the voice, we know we have no other choice. Keep your rifle by your side. They got money in their banks, but we won't fall as long as we can fight. They'll go on and preach their hate, but they won't get past the gate. Keep your rifle by your side. Singing, oh Lord, this earth was made for us. Singing, oh Lord, this sinful life just ain't enough. When I see your face, I know I must protect this place. Keep my rifle by my side. Singing, oh Lord, this earth was made for us. Singing, oh Lord, the sinful life just ain't enough. When I see your face, I know I must protect this place. I'll keep my rifle by my side. I keep my rifle by my side. Keep your rifle by your side.
Nothing scares a liberal more than that song. I got to tell you, nothing scares him more than that song. Hey, Chris, so how are you doing over there? We're on our last hour, and we're calling out to Canadians to kind of top this up. Let's get to 15,000. We're just a couple $100 away now.
Yeah, that's incredible. $15,000. That's no small amount. And that's yeah, that is a good song too. I like. I've heard that one before. I don't know too much of. I've heard a few of Greg's songs, but I do know that one and the James Top one. So, man, I can't believe how so 11 hours in at this point. Is that how long you guys have all been going?
Yeah, this will be the 11 hour in about 5 minutes. Yeah, and then we're trying to get to 12, and I think we'll make it.
Yeah, incredible. And man, I'm I don't even know what to do. I'm just overwhelmed almost. Like it's so incredible. What a mix of emotions too. You know, I was kind of down. We were joking around this morning, and then you get some serious stuff, but get back into the music and the positivity, and that's good.
100%. And just so many people reached out. Some of the people had to send their condolences because he couldn't make it. And then Arthur Pulowski, he was at his mother's celebration of life, carved out a little bit of time. Lindsay was out and about, carved out a little bit of time. It's just working out. This is a beautiful country we have.
You mentioned Arthur there. I caught part of that. So was Arthur telling the story about his mother, and I didn't catch all of that. But
yes.
Maybe for those who missed it, you could just recap me and them, because I caught part of it, and it sounded pretty shocking to me.
Yeah, no, same thing that happened to Sheila Lewis, removed from the transplant list because of the choice of medication, and we've lost her now. So same story, Sheila Lewis. We had Darcy Lewis on yesterday, the son of Sheila Lewis, and he shared some amazing information about her journey as well. And I encourage everybody to go check out that episode. Devon was on there with Gal as well, talking about Garnett as his story as well. But Darcy shared with us that they basically killed her. They incubated her without permission when he stepped out of the room. She never came back out of the medically induced coma. She was in it for a month. And then she passed away. So there's some details there I don't think the public knew about. And one of them is, Chris, he went to an event with the JCCF where they were awarding Ezra Levant an award. And Darcy was there. And our premier, Danielle Smith, walked up to him, basically kind of a little cocky, kind of asking him, like, why are you important enough to be here? That was basically her question. And he said, my name's Darcy Lewis, and Annette Lewis's son. And she knew exactly who that was as soon as he said that. And she quite literally said, okay, well, I got to go speak to them, but I'll be right back. And then she never came back.
She ran away.
She did.
Oh man, that's disappointing. I actually early on when I got starting, like before I had really done any podcasts or interviewing, Sheila was one of the first interviews I did. I believe it was Jane Scarf connected us, and we talked for like an hour and a half, and it was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had in my life. So I got to speak to her quite early on when her story wasn't going around so much. So I didn't know all the details that you were just saying there, but I knew a few of them. But yeah, that was one of the first interviews I ever really did. Long form interviews was with her.
Yeah, and she was in contact with me. She reached out. She wanted to come on the show, and this was just before she went into the hospital. Unfortunately, she was dealing with that. But her testimony at the NCI is one of the must-see testimonies at the NCI because that just really exposed everything. And Devon was there when we had another woman at the NCI talking about her daughter. This just blows me away. Her daughter, Nicole. Nicole's the mother. Abigail.
Abigail.
Abigail. Yeah, she was about 23, 24, cancer researcher at Alberta Health Services. She worked in that ward, and they forced her to take the medication, and she didn't want to. She got a medical exemption. She was scared of it. She didn't want to. She also had her own health issues that would be challenged by something like that. But she wanted to help people. She wanted to save lives, and she wanted to continue with her job. So she took it. From the day she took it, a couple of weeks later or so, she started to show symptoms, and what she ended up having was a type of turbo cancer, and within 6 weeks she was gone.
Goodness.
She was gone. Healthy young woman, had a fiance, and the only reason she took it was so she can save lives herself. And we lost her too. And this story, Devon was there, and we had to take a break. We had to take a break at the NCI. That wasn't a planned break because there wasn't a dry eye when she played the video of her daughter, and it hit us hard. Devon, you were there for that one.
Yeah, for those who weren't there, just imagine like a fire that you can't see, but you can feel it. And like what she said that really spoke to me was, I've got nothing to lose, and that attitude is something that I feel like I relate to, right? So that fire just continues to grow the more the more light that comes together, and we're all part of that. And it's like people will come, because I remember I left the NCI. I was actually getting a friend that was in the foyer, and we were trying to keep quiet while people were giving their testimonies. And when I left the room to get my friend Gabriel, it was like, okay, I got to get back there. Like it was like leaving the campfire when you're cold. It's like I got to get back in the room. And the whole weekend was or week was like that. And Nicole's testimony about Abigail was just really powerful, especially seeing all the numbers that the doctors are providing with the challenges that we're facing medically, especially. But when those numbers turn into a person's story like Nicole and Abigail's, it's just there's no words for that. Like we got a strong team here.
Yeah, she will be on March 24th on the Lavigne show, and she'll be sharing that story for a full hour. So thank you to Nicole, who reached out immediately, and she wants to make sure nobody forgets her daughter. Greg, I saw you kind of nodding there when you were hearing the Danielle Smith story with Darcy Lewis.
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask you, Devon, if you've ever had the opportunity to confront a politician or like a fake news journalist.
I actually was talking to my friend Amanda about this last night, because she was talking. She wanted to speak to Pierre. Polyev was in, I think, Sudbury for a big event, and they make it a big event, So she said the look in his eyes when she mentioned Garnet, she just knew. She just knew. Some people, you can tell a lot through their eyes, and that's why it says it in scripture, right? And so when people are genuine, and I think our youth really pick that up, like children, they can tell. So I didn't have the experience personally, but Amanda is someone that's a trusted friend, and she went as an advocate on our behalf, to get some help, and not just for herself or family, but like the whole community, right? And so I think that really was a powerful story that she shared with me. But I haven't personally spoken with anyone in politics that's able to make the change that we need. But the guts are here. The guts are here with the men that are standing and continuing on in the face of, like, the propaganda for one, the censorship for another. So yeah, it's I'd like to speak to a few. I'd like to speak to a few.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. And man, I just kind of felt a sort of wave of ick, because I got the impression from what you just said, and I got this impression from other experiences of people who go to Conservative Party rallies, where it's like, isn't it interesting that they almost have like all the marching orders and all the topics of like, oh, like, look out for the truth, look out for the truth that might make us look fake and like liars and scumbags. It's like, that, and I say this a lot in my commentary when kind of criticizing the Conservative Party, because a lot of people, they always give this excuse. Well, no, Greg, no, they have to be cowards because the media might attack them. And like, they come from this perspective of like, that's why they act this way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, did you ever think it's actually more the opposite, where they're actually just convincing us that we have to be cowards, and they're actually not at all interested in representing us and actually solving these problems at all? Like, it's not catering to the leftist mainstream media. They're actually like pandering to us to like trick us, like their main thing is to keep us there and shut up and to like lead us on. Like what if that's their number one priority, not being nice with the media or tricking the media? What if they're tricking us?
I would say that, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I would say their number one priority, it's always a selfish priority. I've experienced, like, kind of with the Conservative Party in particular, like, I'm basically blacklisted as far as anybody publicly. So, people will walk by me and they know who I am. I mean, there's people that I've talked to dozens of times. There's people that won't talk to me on camera, but will walk with me for 2 blocks and talk to me. Or they're fine when they need to use my video from Parliament Hill and put it up in the House of Commons because of whatever Palestinian issue, whatever the issue may be. And they're fine using that. They're fine talking to me about it in private, but they won't even be seen with me. And then at the same time, they say nothing when, say, like Peter Julian stands up in the House of Commons and calls me an extremist, a watermark extremist, So it's a very self-interested thing, and they'll basically do whatever they need to do at the time. Right? They're completely two-faced to me, and it's so obvious when you see them that like they know what they're doing, right? Other people might not see it, but I'm very close to this, and I see them when they're on. I see them when they're walking. I've even had conversations with Jagmeet Singh walking down Sparks, where I put the cameras away to see. He's one of the people that's the most similar. He'll talk to me either way. I don't always get what I want, but most of them are complete. They're actors, more or less, self-interested actors.
Let me bring in some good news right now. So a quick update here, everybody. John Brassano, sorry about that, $50. We are praying for complete healing in Jesus' name. Amen. Be strong, Greg. We still need you to fight with all of us in this evil time. I love Canada with all my heart. Anonymous giver of $25 with some prayer. Anonymous giver of $500.
Wow.
God give you strength in your ordeal. This takes us over $15,000. Let's go to 16 before the end of this hour. Anonymous giver, $500. God bless you, Canada.
Amazing. Yeah. Anonymous, undefeated. That is so inspiring. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for these donations. Thank you, John. A lot of great donations tonight.
Chelsea, this one got you. That one got you, Chelsea. You did this. You did this yesterday. You picked up the phone.
Okay. I'm going to get myself together here. When I called you guys yesterday, and you both were like, okay, let's just do it tomorrow. I said no. I said, let's do it a week from now. And both of you were just like, no, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. And so anyway, that's what you did. And I was up like throughout the night last night, thinking like, oh, it's too soon. It's too soon. There's no way we can put this together with that little time. And to see us just crack $15,000 for Greg and his family, I'm just like, I'm completely overwhelmed. I know that people are good. I know that Canadians are good. I know that like we've got an amazing community and all of that stuff. But I was up all through the night thinking like this is never gonna work. It's never gonna work. It's too soon. It's too soon. And when I just saw it break 15,000, I'm just like, I can't believe what we were able to accomplish in literally like 16 hours. And my kudos goes to Jason and Greg Wycliffe, and then also just to like the love that's out there for Greg Arcade. I just like with zero actual pride, I feel very proud of what we all were able to accomplish in less than 24 hours. So I just want to send my heartfelt thanks to you guys for helping.
Absolutely. I wish I could give you a hug right now. Almost reminds me of COVID when we couldn't, because we're on Zoom all the time. But no, well, hey, Chelsea, you were the one that reached out initially. So it was a team effort working together, and amazing things happen. And some might say you could never raise that much money. It could never happen. Well, it did happen because people had faith.
Times 3.
Because people just did the right thing in the moment, and miracles can happen, right? And that's why we need to have faith. That's why it's important to almost be defiant of logic. That would never work. Actually, Polyev, it did work. I don't know why I brought it up, but
no, but it's true. It's true. Like we were told like that we're powerless. Like so often we're told that we're powerless and that we don't have a voice and that we don't have a say and that like we're not in charge of our lives and all of that. And then something like this happens and we prove that the lies that we're told aren't actually true and that we can accomplish amazing things as individuals and as a group. And I'm just like, I'm feeling like totally, I know I'm crying right now, but I'm not sad. Like I'm feeling totally rejuvenated. I'm feeling totally reinvigorated. And, I think I'm looking at Alex right now and, and I'm looking at, I'm looking at you guys and seeing like all of the things like Jason and the rest of you who are like trying to accomplish great things that it feels like you're against all odds. Fuck, excuse my language. Fuck the odds. Okay? Like we can come together and accomplish amazing things. And this is what we have to remember every time. Every time we feel like we're up against a wall, we just have to remember like we can achieve amazing things. Yeah. When we just like work together and curate these communities that we're part of and everything. So I just like my like eternal gratitude to all of you guys who are on the stream right now. And I think, beyond that, whatever you guys need moving forward, whether it's Jason or Alex running their campaigns, or whether it's Daisy needing some money for his media company, or, Greg needing whatever he needs for his comedy or for his music or
Documentary.
documentary.
Will be an update. Don't worry.
Or Devon, I don't know what you need, but like I think that this is like a really important, it feels really important to me right now. Like 12 hours.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Freedom.
And
Freedom.
I think it changed a lot of lives. I think a lot of bridges have been built. A lot of healing has been happening. And Devon, after I did my episode with you, the first thing I did was start to get this ready, and we stayed up nice and late to do that. But all I kept hitting in my head was keep pounding.
Yeah,
keep pounding.
Exactly.
And what would Garnett say if he was watching today?
He'd be smiling ear to ear, and just he'd be thankful to have guys like Greg and everybody here. Just the persistence, just stepping forward or trying to, right? And I think he would just be like, just proud of what's going on. And he was always about community, still about community, because the energy continues. And he'd just be so excited to be part of the family, and really he would encourage each one of you in a unique way to really set you on fire, or brighten the fire that's there already, some way, somehow. And he continues to do that. And I just like I said, that radiance is, you can't see it, but you can feel it. And that's what this is.
Alex, when we started this morning, we weren't sure where this was going to go. And Canada's kind of divided and fighting with the Americans, booing anthems, just the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. But now I feel fulfilled. And as Lindsay would say, my cup is full. My cup is filled. So how do you feel? Now you're going to be hitting the streets, knocking on doors, sharing the message. There's a beautiful part of Canada it's worth fighting for.
Yeah. I mean, I always I'm not really fatigued. When you have a good cause in your life, you really don't get fatigued. And I look around at everyone else, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why are you talking to a puppet? Don't you guys get it? Like, I really have had to superimpose some intelligence on people that I have a lot of respect for, but they're like talking to Pierre as if he can do anything but stay on this destructo course. And I'm like, well, I'm glad I'm not going to be betrayed. You can say that we have low odds of winning. You can say whatever you need to tell yourself to just stand there and just wait on the slaughterhouse conveyor belt. But I just want to be regarded as someone that didn't stand still and do nothing. Like, our kids are going to talk about this. Our kids are going to grow up, or if you don't have kids, your nephews, or someone's going to talk about you at some point in the future and say, what the hell were you doing during the darkest times? Were you brave? Did you hide under a rug? What the hell did you do? So I really am thankful. Like, PPC gives me a lot. It has nothing to do with how many people support it. It has nothing to do if we ever win a seat. I know it's the way forward because I see a recent precedent of this working around Earth. Okay, so it's the only thing that has a prior precedent very recently around Earth, going from 0 seats to majority if you just get behind a populist solution and not be mass form psychosis to cling to your lame ass excuses. So I'm happy, like always. And I've been through some dark clouds like Greg is going through right now. And the beauty of going through these dark clouds is you're not scared of a goddamn thing once you go through them. And I resonated with Greg's message because I don't tell my stories of tragedy, because I don't think healthy men run well on sympathy energy. And that's what I thought was what touched me so much about Greg's message, is he wasn't comfortable at all. Proud men are not comfortable asking for charity. He just wants the chance to provide for his family. And that's what gets him. I don't think it's like a fear of death or a fear of that. I think that he really just hates not being able to be the guy that provides for his family. And that's what all healthy men think like. So he's going to be fine. Everything, we'll get through this. He's got Dr. Makis on his side. But it is a dark cloud to go through. And like, PBC it's selfishly been for me. And everyone wandering around talking and asking Agent Smith in the Matrix what Neo's chances of his political party win and expecting an honest answer just makes me think, wow, what a good time to feel like you're super intelligent when everyone else is living this utter Forrest Gump delusion day in, day out. The influencers, I don't really blame them. They're making click money. They're profiting. A lot of them get, oil money off a stable conservative government. So they're happy as long as they get their bread buttered. But it's just the reason I hate them and I go after them and I'm very negative towards them is because they're getting a lot of good people to believe in a lying puppet. And a lot of people that have respect for these influencers that are utter sellouts looking out for themselves are just sacrificing. They're standing on the bones of future Canadians who won't be able to make a living because they intend on crashing our economy. But back to Greg, because I have to go very shortly. I'm proud of him for actually coming forward and saying he needs help, because I think when he went off grid and went dark, he just wanted to be a provider, just a homesteader provider. So the thought of that, looking at the precipice of not being able to do that, is every man's greatest fear. So it's really touching that all this is happening for Greg. It really is great that, worst case scenario, which will not happen, by the way, he's going to be fine. But worst case scenario, he's got music and we'll buy his music, and his family will always be supported and cared for by this great community. But it won't be necessary because he's going to be fine. But with that, I kind of have to go because I got to help the wife. I've been at work all day and she's been home, and 3 kids at home is a lot harder.
Did you want to do your song before you go?
No, the song is ridiculous and offensive, and it would spoil the mood of the serious tone I've generated now. So I'd rather not. But if Greg, I'll do a Zoom call with Greg and I'll play it for him in the future.
God bless you. Thank you a lot, Alex, for jumping on, and say hi to the wife, and
Cheers,
we'll see
guys.
you on the campaign trail. You take care.
All right, cheers.
And Greg, so when we were talking, I think it was even yesterday, we're like, how are we going to do this? 12 hours. Okay, well, maybe I'll do 6, you'll do 6, or maybe I'll have to leave to go to, eat and all that kind of stuff. But we pulled it off. All we did was kind of, between songs, we would, eat what we could and run when we could, and made it happen. It
You're
just
eating?
felt right.
No, I'm kidding.
I have half a chocolate bar that I went through. Yeah, I snuck it in there. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but it's been a pleasure to do this with you. It's like a natural fit. All of a sudden, we're like host and we're co-hosting this thing. And how was it for you?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been relatively smooth sailing. You've been doing your stream a lot, so I think the way you work StreamYard is obviously a huge asset. I made the thumbnail. I showed up. I promoted it. I yapped away. I tried to tie things together and, to try to keep the conversation going as best as possible. You, Jason, you were able to go through your Rolodex, shooting out tons of text messages and inviting all these people. So hats off to you, because that's a whole thing in terms of having to network and actually get people to show up and remind them and call them and blah, blah, blah. And that's, so yeah, you great, absolutely great work. And I'm very, very happy to be a part of it. As I've mentioned many times throughout the stream, Greg Arcade has been nothing but generous with his time and talents with me. I was gonna interrupt the mood when he was on stream of I've done all this, and he's also had to put up with me when I'm like, hey, can you change my song a bit? And I'm all specific about it, and I'm sure that was very annoying for him. But he had to put up with that too. But yeah, no. So I'm very happy and healthy to help out Greg Arcade. I guess we're in hour 11, eh? Still talking properly. There is a song I want to throw to, but maybe we could, to set it up, talk a little bit about because Devon, we were talking about your brother. You were talking about the experiences of the different testimonies at the NCI, the National Citizens Inquiry, which is another great example of an actual organization of people that I think is being effective and doing something very, very important. With the sort of horizon in Canada of not seeing many solutions, I really feel like the NCI is one of these positive forces that is, the way I describe NCI is, we're collecting a bunch of receipts and stories of
from
what
Canadians.
happened. Yeah. And we're getting ready for Nuremberg too. No, but in a way,
yeah, let's go.
In a way, I don't know. It's very important stuff that they're bringing together, I think, with NCI. And it's while it was being mentioned earlier, how Devon, you're just one. Your brother is just one story. We had Archer Pawlowski come on, that affected his mother. And there's just so many other stories. And it's great when we can kind of come together. And although, like, you know, sometimes we'll bitch at each other, sometimes we'll get mad, like the infighting will happen, and that'll even happen within like a family, right? Sometimes people will be at each other's throats. We have the same goal here. We have the same enemy. We have the same, we all have a shared sort of goal. And what I think is beautiful about this stream is Greg Arcade's sort of crisis has helped remind us of that, of that we do all have the same goal. We all have this same sort of yearning to want to help the country.
Yeah.
But I was going to throw to a song, but if anybody wants to share something before.
Well, yeah, if you don't mind, I kind of want to thank everybody that popped on and popped off. I got to tell you the truth, though, guys. It was kind of like planning a wedding where certain people can't sit at certain tables together because it caused some problems. Most of it was legal requirements because there's certain people that can't talk to certain people at the same time, or they'll be facing legal consequences. And that's the Canada that we're in. I was reaching out to people, say, hey, you want to come on? They're like, I'd love to, but make sure I'm not on at the same time as so-and-so. And it wasn't because there was, animosity between them. It's because there's legal requirements. This is the Canada that we're in. But it was kind of like that. I was like planning a wedding, and I had to put, these people at that table, those people at that table, and bring them on. But it just worked. It just worked. I didn't have to do a lot of effort. I didn't have to pause. Other than a couple of guests, I had to say, wait until so-and-so is off, and then you can come on. But no, it just worked out. So thank you to everybody that popped on. Gave up some of their time, especially Pastor Arthur Pulowski, who had to, he's celebrating his mother today, and Lindsay Butler, who's on the road, and Maggie Hobron, who's literally on the road and did it from there as well. Everybody made it happen. It was kind of easy. I got to just kind of share with you guys. So when I started this, after I saw Trudeau do what he did in Ottawa, I've been nobody. I'm an absolute nobody, just some guy in the bush that was going to be homesteading to build a house. And then one guest after the other, I started meeting more and more and more. Absolute privilege. And some of them are highs, some of them are lows, and some of them didn't come on. I wish we could have had more. I wish we had a little bit more time. Maybe we'll do another one in the coming weeks. But I feel honored that Canada is coming together like this, and my cup is full because of Canada. The people out there that are willing to talk and share their stories. Devon, I'll never forget you for sure. Darcy, I'll never forget him either. And you have a new friend in Edmonton now. You're going to be going for coffee with him. And that's exactly what we're doing here. Making connections, building bridges, mending fences, and healing hearts. And Chelsea, you started this. You picked up that phone. You said, I got to do something. You watched his video and said, I got to do something. And then this came together. So my heart to you too. I'm really glad you're back in my life. We kind of missed you for a bit, didn't know where you went, but I couldn't be more pleased to have you back in my life, and can't wait to hug you one day.
I don't want to take the credit for this, because I wouldn't have been able to do this without you guys, and I've said that a million times already. But as soon as I got the phone call yesterday morning about what Greg was going through, I just felt called to action. And this is not to throw anyone under the bus. After I had a falling out with some of the leadership of that group over there, I stayed relatively close with Greg, and then there wasn't even falling out. It was just we no longer spoke, and that was okay. I understood why it was all happening. I understood what was going on. I understood all of the psychology behind it and everything like that. And I'm not mad at anyone. I was never angry with anyone. Like it almost feels like serendipity. It feels like God showing me the way yesterday. As soon as I heard the news, it was like, okay, this is the time. This is the time to mend all wounds. And I'm just so incredibly grateful that I have had the opportunity over the last few years to create all of these connections through so many different people and places and organizations and everything, so that when I got the message yesterday, it's your time, it's time to do something. I had all the people that I need to reach out to. So I just want to thank all of you guys. I want to thank Greg. I want to thank Jeremy and Morgan, who, brought me to all of you. I want to thank my brother who brought me to Jeremy. I want to thank all of these connections that were made through the years. And just I'm so incredibly grateful. Never did I think that I was ever going to be able to have so many connections across an entire nation that was going to allow me to be able to get you guys into one space to raise this much money for someone that we all know and love. So, I mean, again, God is good. God works in mysterious ways. I know it's cliche, but it's true. And that's all I can say. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful.
I'm glad there's a lot of conversations happening. And yes, these journeys that we're on, the people that we meet, the introductions that we get, and you never know where they come from. Sometimes you're just walking down the street, boom, there's somebody there. Sometimes you walk in a courtroom, boom, there's somebody there. And I just kind of just go with it because I don't know how this is happening, but I think there's a path for all of us. And there's a reason why we're all doing what we do. Everybody, even the ones that didn't come on the stream, couldn't make it or whatnot, we're sending our love to you all. And the theme song, If We Don't Learn to Love Again, this is from Zahena, which is a Manitoba musician as well. If we don't learn to love again, it's all over for us. I think we're showing that we can do that. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And speaking of which, people who couldn't make it on the stream, that'll segue nicely into the next song and video from Greg Arcade. We played the song earlier in the stream, but this is actually a fan edit. The song is Go Down Swinging.
Oh, wow.
Which is, it's relates to all the things of, in the darkness of lockdown and COVID and isolation of persevering no matter what and doing everything you can, everything that you got left in you to do something about it. And this is a fan edit from Brooker T of the song, Greg Arcade song, Go Down Swinging.
She was sitting all alone in a motel beside the highway. She'd been living out her car since the government took her job. Coerced to comply or they were letting her go. She knew money wasn't worth giving up her soul. Alone on the road, she's scared of where she might end up tomorrow. You gotta fight against the dying of the light, all that you got beside you. If you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do. It's been a few months since he last heard the sound of his kid's voice. Their mom had signed them up, but he wanted them to have a choice. He told her trust in God, she just turned up the TV. Swore they never put that poison in them or me. Now he only sees his kids in between the court's legal proceedings. You gotta fight against the dying of the light with all that you got inside you. If you go down swinging, you can say that you did all you could do. Dying all alone 'cause there ain't nobody coming to visit. Doesn't know his family's outside 'cause the hospital won't let them in.
Oh boy.
I
Wow.
have not seen that.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I just lost my grandma a couple of weeks ago, long-term care facility. She survived during COVID, during all of that. We couldn't go see her. We moved across Canada. We couldn't go see her. We just lost her a couple of weeks ago. So I'll be out in that area in July for her celebration of life. And then when I saw that abuse happen there, I want to hurt that person. And I don't normally feel that way. I can't believe I just saw that. Thank you for sharing that, Craig.
Yeah, that edit was from Brooker T. I haven't seen that clip before, so that took me by surprise, and the clip just kept going and going. Oh my god. But yeah, and because it mentioned obviously Dan Hartman answers for Sean. Obviously, I wanted to bring it up in the stream tonight. There's been a lot of injustice. There's been a lot of wrongdoing, and as Archer Pawlowski said, there's murder. You know, there's been malice where people have lost their lives, and if it weren't for people like us, people in the far right, there'd be no one actually talking about this or even advocating to rectify this. There'd be no one, you know, and that's honestly a big thing that inspires the documentary that I'm making, because it's like the people who are being persecuted for their opinion. Where would we be if we didn't have those people? You know, we would be that much closer to not having any sort of resistance at all to the evil happening in this country. And that's why, you know, the documentary is just trying to rally people to be like, we need to defend dissidents most of all. And it's difficult because their reputations get smeared. All these operations happen to try and discredit them and try to isolate them and you know, it is a tricky operation, because if all of the media and all the TV screens are saying that this person is a horrible, deplorable person, don't associate with them, just by virtue of being a human being, the instinct is like, oh, I better not associate with that person. You know, like we're only human, right? Like when all that messaging is happening, it's hard to like listen to your gut and have the bravery to be like, actually, I don't think that's correct. Actually, actually all of these screens are wrong, and I'm going to stand with the Nazi because he's actually not a Nazi. You know, like it's very difficult to take that leap in bravery. And because they're such evil people, such evil deceivers, that they make it that difficult and challenging to do the right thing. So,
Speaking of the right thing, I wanted to play a video that Chelsea just passed over here, and I went to YouTube to get it. My normal downloader didn't work, so I went to the video to see what's going on. And it's got one of those "Are you sure?" types of things. And Chelsea, if I play that, this whole video will be marked that way. So that means we'll have no reach, and people will have to like sign in just to see it. So sorry that I can't put that one on.
No, that's okay. I put the link in the chat anyway, so if anyone wants to go and watch it, or listen to it, I guess, watch and listen to it, you know, once we're done this chat. It's a friend of mine, Kate Wand, who was a great freedom fighter during COVID. And she's an opera singer and a classical pianist. And she sings "The Sound of Silence" by Simon & Garfunkel, but with footage from all of the COVID nightmare that we all lived through. Anyway, that video that you just played, that song that you just played from Greg, sort of made me think of Kate's video. And so anyway, the link's there if you want to see it. And I mean, it's crazy. I don't know why it's blocked for you, but I kind of understand why it is, because it's so horrifying to watch. But the things that we've all been through, and now dealing with, well, we're not dealing with it, but now confronting, you know, what our friend Greg is going through. I think it sort of feels like a reckoning, right now. I'm actually like, after this whole night, I'm feeling very positive, but I'm also like, also almost don't know what to say about it. It's like, when does when do we get to have this done?
When do we get justice? When
Yeah.
do we get
Yeah.
when do these evildoers finally answer to answer for what they've done? When do we get a real win? When do we get a real W and some sort of justice with everything going on? And yeah, I won't go off on a whole diatribe, but like I feel like with Polyev, there's like this sort of like fake winning. And it's like, you're kind of just like the other guy. You're kind of just like the same people we have in there. Like, it's so ironic. It's like, Carney's just like Trudeau. It's like, you're like Trudeau too, though. Like, you're also like him. You're not that different. So what are you talking about? But anyway, I've been yapping about that enough for the last 12 hours.
Well, let me bring some more good news. So we have another update here. Anonymous giver with $100. God give you strength in your ordeal.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Daryl and Kathy Inkster, $25. Hey Arcade has to give it a second kick at the can. There's a piece from Chris there. Second kick at the can after watching your video. Hang in there, mate. Baby Ryan Gosling is doing great and has a new friend. 369 Mafia. I've seen that name before. $20. We're with you, brother. Fight. Anonymous giver, $50. Thank you, Anonymous. You're on fire. And Lee Kaiser, $200. May the miracle we pray for be granted with prayers and full recovery. We are very close to $16,000 right now, everybody.
I just want to. There was actually, I'm reading it on GiveSendGo. There was more to Daryl and Kathy Inkster's message there.
Yeah, if you want to finish it up, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. It said, "Hang in there, mate. Hashtag baby Ryan Gosling is doing great and has a new friend named hashtag CN Punk. Both of them and Kathy and I both say, hang in there, buddy. You got this. Don't you dare give up and fight, fight, fight. I remember the video you cut for me puffing on that fatty and saying, quote, I never used to touch this, but I do now." I don't know what that's a reference to, but I'm guessing maybe.
So the Ryan Gosling is a little baby goose that Daryl was a member of B4F. I don't know if you guys know him or not, but Daryl's an awesome guy. So he was driving his truck and found a little baby, like a little fluffy baby goose, and he brought it. It sat in his truck, and he ended up raising this thing and keeping it. And he had a show with the goose, and so he's got some funny stories. I wanted to just touch on one thing before I forgot, before it gets too late. You had brought up the NCI, Greg, and all the great work that they were doing. Made me think of something here. I was involved a little bit with the NCI here, but I got to know Christine McPherson quite well. So she was, I think her title was chair, maybe of Ottawa NCI. But she also recently had quite a tragedy. Her son was in his 20s, had a headache, ended up in the hospital, went home, and he had something pretty bad going on up there, and he ended up passing away. This was a few months ago now. It happened pretty quick. He lived for a few weeks, but it was very sudden. And she's still working. She's been such an inspiration, and to see her go through this, she really turned in and focused in, and God got her through this. Jesus walked her through this. I watched it happen. It was a terrible, terrible tragedy and sudden, but seeing that strength and that faith that you keep talking about, I don't know how she did it, but I mean, I know Jesus helped out. Like, I can't imagine going through that, but seeing her strength go through that. She's still working at NCI, and that young man in his 20s, he fit like at his service was at Bikers Church. The place was completely full. And so many young people, so many young men, all talking about what an inspiration this her son had been. He was kind of a leader amongst them. A lot of them got into trades. They worked together. They helped each other along. We lost him really early, but the influence and the impact he made is still reverberating through the world. So just wanted to share that. And, my respect for Christine McPherson. I love her, and yeah, just wanted to touch on that for a minute.
Christine was watching, and she was one of the donors tonight to Greg, and she
Okay.
contributed, and she's a wonderful woman. You're absolutely right. Well, let me share a story from the NCI. This is Sean Buckley, and he started the NCI in Edmonton with this story. I won't do it justice, but I'll certainly do my best to relay it on. So Sean was walking around, and it's all these volunteers, these fantastic volunteers, just like Christine. And Sean went up to a volunteer and said, "So, why are you volunteering for the NCI?" And then she broke eye contact, looked down at the floor, and he said immediately he knew the answer. It wasn't why, it was who. So who was it? It was her husband who passed away, a teen that she knew, and another friend, all three dead. And this is why she was there, giving her time to the NCI, because she knew that she had to do something. But when he relays this message at the NCI, this is why we're all there. None of us are paid. Nobody's paid. I'm not paid. Nobody's paid. We're all sitting there doing everything we can, 12 hours a day to do these hearings, and we're not stopping. So to Sean Buckley and Teresa Buckley, God bless you. You are an amazing, amazing couple. You just have to be there to see what it is that Teresa does behind the scenes. And she had to be that one that says, "Quiet, please," as we're all trying to sob or giggle and stuff. And without those two, the NCI may never have happened. They did announce that will be the last NCI that they lead. I'm sure they'll be contributing in other ways, but I just want to say thank you to Sean Buckley and Teresa Buckley. Without the two of you, Canada may still be fractured, and we may still be searching for answers. So I love both of you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And Devon, you were there for that one too, right? You saw
Yeah,
the
I'm
end?
actually we're gonna be going to dinner actually in May, so I look forward to that conversation. And what a way to do your part, I guess, to say, right? Like just the way they're working in tandem to help get everybody's message out. Yeah, just very, they're doing two very different things but the same goal, so it's just very interesting to have a sports mind. So I'm thinking like a football, if your receiver is different than your lineman, but yeah, just they work really well together, and it's been a blessing, and I'm sure they're gonna be loving and touching other lives, other capacities coming up.
Absolutely. And there was a lot of adversity to make that one happen. Like right before the NCI came on a Thursday, their X account kind of got shut down. All their
Right.
posts vanished. They couldn't post anything. Luckily, they were able to get a live stream going, but nothing else. None of their posts were there anymore. And an hour before it ended on Saturday, their live stream got cut.
Yeah.
The post came back.
What was neat about that is like I was sitting near the back, but I saw you at the front, and to me it was like a literal war, and you're on the front line making sure that you get the footage so we can share it. So thank you for being there and being a witness, and I'll do the same best I can. And yeah, it just really stuck out to me that moment, because it was like, and you were there all day every day, so thank you.
No, it's my pleasure. I was there because I had to be. I didn't have a choice. I had to be there. It's something made me be there.
We all had to be there. That's the thing of the people that go or are on this journey, like this community, like it's like Nicole said, I got nothing left to lose, and I feel that from people here, and it's really motivating. It's really powerful. And like you said, Chelsea, like you're crying like tears, but it doesn't mean that you're necessarily, it's just pure sadness. It's more, right? So I'm really hopeful for Greg.
And something happened with the Nicole's video that she played, the one that just crushed us all. But to my left was Action for Alberta. They were streaming on Facebook. To my right was Super Spreader, Jason Dahl. He was also streaming on Facebook.
Love
And
the
I also
name.
had and I also had a Facebook stream going. When her video for her daughter came up, all three Facebook streams crashed all at the same time. So they were banning that particular video because all three of us, big red things on our screens, like what the heck happened? But it happened to all of us during her video. So they were suppressing the story from Nicole.
Yeah.
I
So
think
Greg,
tonight has just been, I'm just going to say, I just think tonight has been like, or not just tonight, today. We've been on this for 12 hours now, almost. Today has just been one of the most remarkable days. I've been on 12-hour live streams before. In fact, I didn't even plan on being on this for 12 hours. I thought I was just going to pop in, say, hey, you know, Greg Arcade, we need to support him, whatever. And it's been like the easiest 12 hours that I've ever spent in my life. And something really, truly, I'll say magical, but what I mean is God-given happened today through this. It's been incredible. So thank you.
No, thank everybody watching. We're up to 4,500 people live right now watching this. And what I think, Greg, I want to do is I want to go ahead and play Rally on Me one more time. That was the name of this stream. This is why we're all here. We're here to rally for Greg. And we'll play this song and then we'll have our goodbyes. And we'll thank Canada for everything they've done for us today. So here is Rally on Me from Greg Arcade.
Might be wondering where the sun's gone when the dust settled down and you're all alone. The last few years have been coming on mighty strong. Seems like darkness has been creeping around, making its way from town to town. There's a heavy air choking you with despair, and it's keeping you down. You've been torn up and put down. You've been ripped apart for standing your ground. The folks who knew they don't want you around. What can you do when you're flat on the ground? You feel held down. Well, you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around and seeing what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. You've been losing people left and right. You've been cast to the side in this long dark night. More and more it feels every day you wake up to fight. You're not looking for sympathy, you're just looking for anyone who will listen when you say listen to me. A reprieve and a chance to breathe, it's all you need. You've been torn up and put down. You and I, we got common ground. Something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around to see what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. You've been torn up and put down. You've been ripped apart for standing your ground. The folks who knew they don't want you around. What can you do? Well, you can rally on me. I never claimed that I knew anything. Hell, I never did most of the things they've been saying about me. But I know what it means to stand behind something. I'll stand behind you if you stand by me. So what's it gonna be? Is it them or me? 'Cause you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through, but I imagine that it's something that I felt too. When it feels like there's nobody around who's seeing what you see, yeah, you can rally on me. I don't know what you've been through,
The one and only Greg Arcade, Rally on Me. Great tune. I don't know what you've been through, but you can rally on me. Oh, wow. We're almost at 12 hours. Would you look at that? It's been quite the day. It's been quite the day.
Well, let me give a quick update. So $50 from Cheryl Sullivan. Love, prayers, and courage to you, Greg, and your family. And that brings us to a total of $15,797 right now. And I'm sure more will be coming in. There's some super chats. There's Layton Gray, and there's more. But Canada, you can go ahead and keep donating to Greg. Let's take care of him for the next year and a bit. Thank you, Canada.